Enter the gate of heaven later, but go out of it first. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly had some interest in the bright saint. Ning Xiaochuan said, however, only the young masters who entered the finals were invited by the bright saint, and I didn't receive the invitation. Yu Mingsong said with a smile, in today's Chandy Mountain, who doesn't know your name? Lan Shenzi comes to live here every night, and I don't know how many people are crazy with jealousy. If you can take Lan Shenzi with you, everyone must want to see this scene very much. Cough, the Saint of Light will definitely welcome you. Situ Jing said, don't listen to his nonsense, Elder Martial Brother Ning. Everyone knows that even if you don't participate in the selection of core disciples, you will definitely become a core disciple. If you go, absolutely no one will object. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Queen Wanyin Xian and said, are you going? Ning Xiaochuan thought that Queen Wanyin Xian would definitely not go, but he didn't expect that Queen Wanyin Xian actually agreed to go together to attend the sermon conference held by Saint Guangming. Haha. It's great that Lan Shenzi wants to go. Let's start now. Elder Martial Sister Wu and Elder Martial Brother Han are still waiting outside. Yu Mingsong laughed. When I came to the gate of Wanjian Palace Daochang, I really saw Luo Wu, Han Li, He Mingyuan and others outside. In addition to Zihanyan and Ming Shiner, who are practicing in seclusion, the young talents who have entered the finals of Wanjian Palace are all here. The place where the Saint of Light held the sermon conference was on the huge square outside the Gate of Heaven. This place has been surrounded by the Saints of Light. Only those who are invited can enter. Above the square, there is a white jade temple suspended, carved with white jade into walls, tiles, columns, rockeries, flowing springs, planted with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, which is like a fairy palace on earth. There was no white jade temple here before, but it suddenly appeared tonight. It was obviously the handwriting of the Saint of Light. This is the little Hall of Light of the Holy Land of Light, which can be enlarged or reduced, and the flight speed is extremely fast. It is said that it can travel thousands of miles a day. Yu Mingsong stared at the floating white jade temple, kept rubbing his hands, and his eyes lit up. It's like a tengu looking at the moon and wanting to eat it. The Taoist conference has begun. Standing on the ground and looking up, you can see many young talents gathered in the white jade temple. Two old men in white robes stood at the bottom of the white jade temple and examined the young monks who were going to enter the little Hall of Light. Those who did not have invitations would be expelled. Yu Mingsong, Luo Wu, Situ Jing and others handed in the invitation. Only Ning Xiaochuan and Yao Lanqin didn't have an invitation and were stopped by two white-robed elders. Sorry, only those who have invitations are eligible to enter the little Hall of Light. One of the elders frowned slightly and regarded Ning Xiaochuan and Yao Lanqin as ordinary disciples who wanted to sneak into the little Hall of Light. In fact, there are many people who didn't make it to the finals tonight and want to sneak in, but all of them were stopped. In that case, forget it. Ning Xiaochuan is also open-minded, and does not have to attend the Taoist conference. Wow! As soon as Ning Xiaochuan and Yao Lanqin went out, a white streamer flew out of the Hall of Light. It was as fast as streamer. It was like a meteor, cutting through the sky. Orchid Fairy, Mr. Ning, please stay. The next moment, that streamer fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Yao Lanqin, and turned into a beautiful woman wrapped in white mans. Her body is graceful, her skin is crystal clear, and her chest and hips are protruding. However, no one can see her true face, and can only feel the holy smell emanating from her body, like a relegated fairy who doesn't eat human fireworks. Although her face is hidden in the fog, her eyes are particularly soft, which can purify people's hearts. Even if it's just a stare in the past, the murderous demon can automatically put down the butcher's knife. See the saint. The two elders of the Holy Land of Light quickly bowed down. Both of them were slightly surprised that the Holy Lady actually came to invite the two young people in front of them. It seems that they just looked out of sight. I wonder if Her Highness will punish her. Ning Xiaochuan said, Your Highness the Goddess of Light, actually know me? The bright saint smiled briefly and said, I haven't seen any young talents who deserve to go with the Orchid Fairy. I really can't think of a second person except Ning Xiaochuan, a genius heart-nourishing teacher. You are both my distinguished guests. It's my fault that you didn't send the invitation to both of you. I hope you won't be surprised. Under the guidance of the Goddess of Light, Ning Xiaochuan, Luo Wu, Empress Wanyin, Yu Mingsong, Situ Jing and others also boarded the small hall of light suspended in the air, which really attracted the attention of many people. The eyes of most of them fell on the bright saint, Luo Wu, and the Queen of All Voices. They are all the top geniuses among the nuns. Yan is more charming than Hua Jiao. Any appearance will cause a great sensation. Not to mention the three people walking together, they are like fairy girls and beautiful families, which makes many talented heroes crazy. After settling Ning Xiaochuan and others down, the bright saint left to greet other talented heroes. After sitting down, Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and used the magic heart palace of the 7 orifices to sense. Sure enough, he noticed many forces of heaven and man level in the little hall of light, each of which was extremely strong, which was not comparable to ordinary heaven and man. It seems that the vast majority of young talents in Tiandi Mountain have gathered in the little hall of light, and the face of the Saint of Light is not ordinary. Ning Xiaochuan felt a strong hostility, so he looked over and saw Dongfang Xing in the crowd. Dongfang Xing is staring at Ning Xiaochuan with venomous eyes. Last time, he was humiliated by Ning Xiaochuan in public. Up to now, everyone still thinks that he covets the beautiful eyes of Lan Xianzi and sneaks into Lan Xianzi, which is disgraced. At that time, he had not figured out what was going on. After returning, he thought carefully and finally understood. It must be that the thief Ning Xiaochuan took a piece of Lan Xianzi's soul and threatened Lan Xianzi with it. Poor Fairy Lan, who could only succumb to Ning Xiaochuan's obscenity, went to Ning Xiaochuan's residence every night, and did not know how she would suffer from the torture and abuse of Ning Xiaochuan's villain. Ravage. He felt that he had seen through Ning Xiaochuan's true face and must expose Ning Xiaochuan's ugliness in public. Only in this way can his reputation be restored. Today is the sermon conference held by the Saint of Light. I shouldn't have talked about some old things, but if I don't say one thing, I'm afraid everyone will never know the truth. Dongfang Xing used Tianwu vitality, and his voice spread throughout the small hall of light. The whole little hall of light was quiet, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Dongfang Xing. Dongfang Xing is one of the 10 kings of the young generation of Tiandi Mountain. Naturally, everyone knows him. Among them, some people showed a cynical smile and said, Elder Martial Brother Dongfang, when you talk, you should think clearly in advance, so as not to be like last time. Haha. Elder Martial Brother Dongfang, will anyone believe you now? Someone laughed again. I remember the last time, Elder Martial Brother Dongfang said that younger Martial Brother Ning killed Lan Xianzi, but what was the real result? Anyway, I think the relationship between Lan Xianzi and younger Martial Brother Ning is not generally good. Haha. Dongfang Xing's face is livid. He has had enough of being laughed at. Today he must get his face back. In order to discredit Ning Xiaochuan, he had better be abandoned and expelled from Tiandi Mountain. Dongfang Xing stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said coldly, What I want to say today is this matter. Ning Xiaochuan, you sinister villain, don't you get out of here and tell me all about your good deeds? Ning Xiaochuan sat in place, picked up the white jade glass cup, gently drank a lingquan, and said faintly, Elder Martial Brother Dongfang, I can't understand what you said. I don't understand, do I? Then I can only tell your secret, so that you can also become a mouse crossing the street, and everyone shouts. Oriental victory. Many people are laughing at Dongfang Xing and think that Dongfang Xing is humiliating itself. However, some people showed a thoughtful look. After all, Dongfang Xing is one of the top 10 kings of the young generation, and he is not a fool. If he is not fully sure, how dare he talk in front of everyone? Among them are the Saint of Light, the Crown Prince of the Emperor and others. Ning Xiaochuan was still very calm and said, I'm not afraid of the shadow. Please tell brother Dongfang, what's my secret? Dongfang Xing walked towards Ning Xiaochuan step by step, full of confidence, and said, everyone wants to know that Lan Xianzi's injury has healed. Why do you go to Ning Xiaochuan's residence every night? Everyone really thinks that Ning Xiaochuan is healing Lan Xianzi? In fact, Ning Xiaochuan is proficient in ghost cultivation, and absorbed a soul of Lan Xianzi, in order to threaten Lan Xianzi. At the beginning, he used this method to make me discredited. After Dongfang Xing said this, the Ziyiguangming Hall became more quiet, and many people were shocked and looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Lan Xianzi. Dongfang Xing said so plausibly, is it true? Luo Wu frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Dongfang Xing, do you know how serious the consequences of this sentence are? You affect not only the reputation of Lan Xianzi and younger martial brother Ning, but also the reputation of Tiandi Mountain. Dongfang Xing naturally knew the seriousness of the situation, but he still said firmly, elder martial sister Wu, if I'm not sure, how can I be careless? Then if you are really lying, who will bear the responsibility for the bad impact? Luo Wu said. Dongfang Xing said, naturally, it's up to me. Luo Wu said, can you afford it? Luo Wu has been able to predict the impact of this incident. No matter what Dongfang Xing said is true or false, as long as these rumors spread, it will have a serious impact on the reputation of Tiandi Mountain. Moreover, this matter cannot be blocked. Because the Saint of Guanming Holy Land and the third young master of the ghost family were present, they naturally hoped to see such a scandal in the interior of Tiandi Mountain. Even the Crown Prince of Heaven frowned, and felt that Dongfang Xing was out of proportion. Even if he had to tell Fu Ning Xiaochuan, he should not say it in front of the people of the ghost-raising family and the Holy Land of Light. The Crown Prince of the Emperor sank into a drink, like a dragon roaring, Dongfang Xing, when you speak, please note the occasion, and don't retreat. The Emperor's Crown Prince's burst of drink made Dongfang Xing's face pale, and the voice of buzzing echoed in his head. He almost fell to the ground. It is also the top 10 kings of the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain. However, the Crown Prince of the Emperor ranks first. Just to scold, he almost knocked Dongfang Xing to the ground, showing his terrible cultivation strength. For the last 7 hours, ask for a monthly ticket. The bright saint's eyes showed a bright brilliance and said, it's said that the Crown Prince of the Emperor has the talent of a young deity, and today he really deserves his reputation. However, the words spoken by the younger martial brother of the East are indeed shocking. If this matter does not have a result, there will be rumors everywhere. I'm afraid it will have a great impact on the reputation of Lan Xianzi and Mr. Ning, and even the reputation of Tiandi Mountain will be damaged. Yan Wen also stood up and said with a smile, I think Her Highness, the Goddess of Light, is very reasonable. It's better to check some things clearly. At this moment, Dongfang Xing also recovered, ignoring the Crown Prince of the Emperor, and hurriedly said, Master Yan San is a hero of the ghost family. I believe you must have a way to see whether the Orchid Fairy is lack of soul. If the Orchid Fairy is lack of soul, it will prove that what I said is true. Ning Xiaochuan gently touched the bridge of his nose and said, if Lan Fairy doesn't lack soul? Dongfang Xing stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, gnashing his teeth, then I will leave Tiandi Mountain and never step into Tiandi Mountain. Haha. I don't care if you sully my reputation. You sully the reputation of Lan Xianzi and Tiandi Mountain, and you just want to leave? How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Dongfang Xing was more angry, and said, you're just guilty. Don't pay attention to Yan San young master. We're helping Lan Xianzi get justice. We can't let Lan Xianzi be coerced and insulted by him anymore. I'll bear all the responsibilities. Yan Wen was naturally happy to dig up the scandal of Tiandi Mountain, but he still seemed polite, folded his hands and bowed, saying, "Orchid Fairy, I've offended." Yan Wen pinched his fingers and put them on his temples. A pair of eyes immediately became monstrous, and the pupil of the left eye turned into a blood-red moon. The pupil of the right eye turns into a golden sun. This is the rumored yin and yang eyes. Some people can cultivate yin-yang eyes the day after tomorrow, but Yan Wen is born with yin-yang eyes. No demon or ghost can hide in front of him. It is naturally easier to see through people's souls. Yan Wen's two light pillars shot out of a pair of pupils and stared at the Queen of Wanyin. Wanyinshan's face sank. Yan Wen's practice was a kind of disrespectful behavior in her eyes. Pa! With a wave of her sleeve, a white brilliance swept over, smashing the two pillars of light emitted by the yin and yang eyes. With a scream, Yan Wen flew out upside down and fell in the center of the little Guanming Hall. His eyes were full of blood. He covered his bloody eyes with his hands and was convulsing all over. My eyes. Yan Wen clenched his teeth, and the pain made his head lose consciousness. Everyone was startled and stared at the Queen Wanyin. God! Why was Yan Wen's show so powerful that she waved her hand and flew away? Moreover, he also destroyed his yin and yang eyes. This cultivation is too terrible. The crown prince's eyelids jumped, and he was surprised by Niao Lanqing's strength. The bright saint was also surprised. In her opinion, the most powerful young people in Tiandi Mountain must be the descendants of the emperor and the crown prince of the emperor. However, the cultivation that Niao Lanqing showed was really too powerful. Then with a wave, Yan Wen's eyes were abolished. Many people were startled, even Luo Wu and Dongfang Xing were startled, and the whole little hall of light became quiet. Ning Xiaochuan, let's go. Queen Wanyin Xian still looked very calm. She stood up and was about to leave. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head reluctantly. How arrogant is the Queen of 10,000 Tones? How can she be peeped at by a young man? I can only blame Yan Wen for his bad luck. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, looked at Yan Wen who fell to the ground, looked at Dongfang Xing, and said with a smile, you also see. With the cultivation of Fairy Lan, who can control her? He shook his head and said, Dongfang Xing, remember to have a long memory when you talk next time. It's all right to hurt yourself. Don't hurt others. Yan San young master was hurt by you. Lan Xianzi is a woman after all. How can you be peeped by others? Since you say that all the responsibilities are borne by you alone, then this matter is borne by you. With this, Ning Xiaochuan left with the Queen Wanyin Xian. In this situation, it is doomed to be impossible to continue talking. Dongfang Xing's face changed greatly. Yan Wen was the third young master of the ghost-raising family and a great genius, but he was given up his eyes by the Orchid Fairy. How could the ghost-raising family give up? Is it true that he should bear the responsibility? Can he afford it? Stop. Outside the little hall of light, a black wind blew. That gloomy weathering turned into an old man in a black robe, who came in from outside the hall of light, holding a black iron rod and making a da-da sound. He stopped the way of Queen Wanyin, and his body gave off a cold breath. The black beard on his chin dragged to the ground, and his eyes stared at the Queen Wanyin coldly. The Queen of 10,000 Tones had no fear on her face, and said in a deep voice, get out. Girl, I'm young, but I'm very angry. I hurt the third young master of our ghost family, and want to leave here. It's too careless of our ghost family. The old man's voice was quite hoarse, like a ferocious old ghost. The breeze blew the old man's hair open, revealing a pair of terrible eyes. His eyes are full of whites, and there are no pupils. This black-robed old man, an elder of the ghost-raising family, came to Tiandi Mountain with Yan Wen. Apparently, he came to observe the Tianmen examination, but in fact, he came to protect Yan Wen. There are few favorites like Yan Wen in the ghost family. How can there be no masters around? Yan Wen's eyes were abolished by Queen Wanyin. Naturally, the elder of the ghost-raising family can't let Queen Wanyin leave. Queen Wanyin's expression became colder and colder, and a murderous spirit was released from the bottom of her heart. If you let her do it, you will definitely kill the old man of the ghost family. It's no good for anyone if things get big. Before Queen Wanyin Xian took action, Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly said, "Senior, this is a fight of the younger generation. I'm afraid you have Sharon joining in? Besides, Fairy Lan is a woman. Without her own consent, Yan Wen dared to spy on her. Is this too disrespectful? Do you ghost-raising families pay attention to our Chandy Mountain?" Bang! Yu Mingsong patted the table and stood up, saying, "Yes. It's so bullying. Can't the women of Chandy Mountain only be bullied by the people of the ghost family, and they are not allowed to fight back? Yan Wen's skill is inferior to that of others, and he was defeated by Lan Xianzi. Even if your ghost family is not satisfied, you have to send other young masters to Chandy Mountain to find face. What is the ability of an old man to deal with a little woman? If your ghost family really wants to pick a fight in the territory of Chandy Mountain, don't blame us for being rude." The young talents present stood up one after another, showing indignation and dissatisfaction with the practice of the ghost family. The old man in black also frowned slightly. Yan Wen did this thing out of proportion, which made it difficult for him to continue to investigate. Does the ghost family have to eat this dumb loss? Some people have spread the news, and several core disciples of Tiandi Mountain came in person, including the Lord of Qingyu of Demon Moon Palace, the Lord of 6 Palaces of Wanjian Palace, and the Lord of Wood of Burning Sword Sect. Seeing several core disciples of Tiandi Mountain arrive, the black-robed old man's expression eased down, and he said in a strange way, "If I didn't need to hear wrong, previously, the disciples of Tiandi Mountain said that someone used to absorb souls. Fa took away a soul of the female child and controlled the female child. It is also because of this that Yan Wen will use yin and yang eyes to help you find out the truth of Tiandi Mountain." However, the girl unexpectedly attacked Yan Wen and blinded Yan Wen's eyes when Yan Wen showed her yin and yang eyes. What truth did she want to cover up? Or was she controlled by someone to blind Yan Wen's eyes? Lord Mu's eyes were cold and said, "What's the matter with Dongfang Xing?" Dongfang Xing saw that Lord Mu actually came, and his face showed a happy face. He immediately greeted him and said, "Lord, Ning Xiaochuan collected a soul of Lan Xianzi, coerced Lan Xianzi, and made me disgraced. I must make the truth public, and I can't suffer any more injustice, and can't let Lan Xianzi be bullied by Ning Xiaochuan." Pa! Lord Mu slapped him and knocked Dongfang Xing twice in the air. Then, with a bang, he fell to the ground. Dongfang Xing covered his swollen cheeks with shame and hatred, and said, gnashing his teeth, "Lord, you." He is now a human being with his own dignity, but he was slapped in public. What an insult is that to him? His heart naturally refuses to accept. This is the end of talking nonsense. Lord Mu withdrew his hand and said sternly, "Don't stand up for me yet. After you go back, I'll take care of you slowly." Dongfang Xing had already told Lord Mu that he suspected Ning Xiaochuan of taking away Niao Lanqing's soul to threaten Niao Lanqing. Lord Mu naturally also wanted to find out about this matter and let Wanjian Palace and Demon Moon Palace suffer a great loss. However, Dongfang Xing was too thoughtless to do things. He actually poked things out in front of the monks of the ghost family and the bright holy land. As the saying goes, domestic disgrace should not be publicized, let alone affect the reputation of Tiandi Mountain. Lord Mu had to stand up and wipe his ass and slap him. In fact, he wanted to remind him to see the current situation clearly. When he spoke, he scored and cleared the field. To bring him back to the sword-burning sect is actually to indirectly protect him. Brother Mu, why are you in such a hurry to take people away? The black-robed old man of the ghost-raising family laughed and said, since this oriental martial nephew wants to get justice for himself, why don't we find out what happened? I'm also proficient in ghost-raising, so I know very well that if a person's soul is controlled by others, it will be very painful. The sixth palace master of Wanjian Palace said in a deep voice, Yen Lao Gui, how dare you doubt Master Mulan's disciples? No. The black-robed old man laughed and said, I just want to help you find out the truth of Tiandi Mountain. I believe everyone present also wants to know the truth. Taoist friend Qinyu, what do you say? Qinyu's eyes were sharp and he said sarcastically, I have great confidence in Lan Xian and Ning Xiaochuan. Only stupid people will believe such nonsense. In fact, I don't believe it, but since the young king of Tiandi Mountain dares to say it, if you don't find out, it will have a great impact on the reputation of Tiandi Mountain. This is the result we all don't want to see. The old man in black said. Qinyu Palace Master also slightly frowned, looked at Queen Wanyin and said, this is our own business in Tiandi Mountain. Even if we want to find out the truth, we don't need your ghost family to help. I'll check Lan Xian's soul now. If her soul is sound, I won't miss some gossipers. Qua qua. The people of Tiandi Mountain will help cover up even if they find out the clue. The old man in black said with a smile, I think it's good. There is a magic power called purified light in the Holy Land of Light, which can see through people's souls and purify people's souls. I believe that the Saint of Light must have practiced this kind of magic power. It's always possible for the Saint of Light to investigate the soul of Niao Lanqin, isn't it? Qinyu Palace leader also knew that if this matter was not understood, the ghost family and the Holy Land of Light would definitely publicize it, which would have a great negative impact on the reputation of Tiandi Mountain. Lan Xian, what do you think? The main road of Qinyu Palace. Ning Xiaochuan immediately passed on a message to the Queen Wanyin and said, Senior, you'd better let them check it. Lest this matter be publicized, it won't have a great impact on me, but it will affect the reputation of Senior. Queen Wanyin also showed a thoughtful look, and then glanced at the people present, it's absolutely boring. Since you want to check it. Orchid Fairy, offended. The bright Saint Shirshiran came over and saluted the Queen of 10,000 Tones slightly, looking particularly elegant and moving, without a trace of earthly temperament. She opened a pair of star eyes, and stared at the eyes of Queen Wanyin. The soft brilliance emanated from her eyes, so that the whole little hall of light was wrapped in white light. Everyone present could clearly feel that his soul seemed to have been washed again. The 6 palace masters of the Wanjian Palace, the Qinyu Palace Master of the Demon Moon Palace, the Wood Clan Master of the Burning Sword Sect, and the black-robed old man of the Ghost family are all slightly moved, and their hearts are calculating how strong the bright saint is. After a while, the brilliance in the eyes of the bright saint disappeared, and her face showed a somewhat surprised look. How about it? Your Highness the Saint of Light, is Niao Lanqin's soul missing? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The bright saint took a long breath, shook her head, and said, the spirit of the Orchid Fairy is not missing, but extremely strong, which is really admirable. This result made the black-robed old man of the Ghost family very disappointed. Impossible. 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 Dongfang Xing couldn't accept this fact and shook his head hard. It's you. You must be playing tricks behind your back. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a ferocious face, and suddenly took a step forward, crushing the jade under his feet. The palms of both hands emitted 2 red flames, and a claw hit Ning Xiaochuan's neck, which was about to screw Ning Xiaochuan's head off. Bang! The Lord of Qinyu Palace slapped it, and the speed was many times faster than Dongfang Xing. The palm print hit Dongfang Xing's heart, and there was a snap sound. Something seems to be broken in Dongfang Xing's body. Dongfang Xing spit out a bloody sword in his mouth, flew back upside down, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up again. Lord Mu originally wanted to fight, but he was a little late. Seeing that Dongfang Xing was abandoned by the Lord of Qinyu Palace, he was cold. "Qinyu, you are too heavy. He is a genius that can't be seen in 800 years. If you abandon his cultivation, it will be a huge loss to our Tiandi Mountain." "Really?" Qin Yuigong said. "Dongfang Xing's conduct is too bad. He dares to kill people in front of us. No matter how talented he is useless. Such a person is not qualified to be a disciple of Tiandi Mountain. I will personally report this matter to the law enforcer, and I believe that the law enforcer will also agree with me. I think Qinyu's palace leader did a very correct job. In order to recruit disciples in Tiandi Mountain, we should not only look at talent, but also conduct." The 6 palace masters of Wanjian Palace said solemnly. "Lord Mu can't help it. Today's matter is really ridiculous. Even if it comes to the law enforcement venerable, Dongfang Xing will definitely be abandoned, expelled from Tiandi Mountain, and may even be directly executed. Okay. We'll settle this account slowly in the future." Lord Mu lifted Dongfang Xing from the ground like a dead dog and quickly left the little hall of light. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Dongfang Xing, who was taken away by Lord Mu, and gently shook his head. In fact, Dongfang Xing is not a villain. The reason why he ended up now is that he is too stupid. With his IQ, even if he didn't fall into the hands of Ning Xiaochuan, he would never live long in Tiandi Mountain. Later, the old man in black also left with Yan Wen. When he left, his face was quite ugly, as if everyone owed him money. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Holy Earth Order and handed it to the Lord Qinyu, saying, "Thank you for the Lord's token. Now it's back to its original owner." The Lord of Qinyu Palace took back the Holy Earth Order, and his face eased down, saying, "Lan Xian's injury has healed, hasn't he? Can he not go to the Taoist field of Wanjian Palace in the future?" Qinyu Palace leader also felt that Niao Lanqin often went to the 10,000 Sword Palace Taoist temple, which was easy to cause rumors, and decided to take Niao Lanqin back to the Demon Moon Palace Taoist temple. Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at the Queen of Wanning Fairy and said, "Lan Xianzi's injury has healed, so there is no need to come back to the Daochang of Wanjian Palace." The Lord of Qinyu Palace nodded, exchanged greetings with Ning Xiaochuan, and left with Wanning Xian. A good preaching conference has brought about this situation. Everyone is not interested in preaching, and they all bid farewell to the Saint of Light and left. Ning Xiaochuan naturally followed the crowd back to the 10,000 Sword Palace ashram. On the way, Yu Mingsong, Han Li, and others scolded Dongfang Xing again, and then returned to their respective houses. What happened in the little hall of light tonight caused a lot of vibration in Tiandi Mountain. First of all, Niao Lanqin showed his cultivation. Unexpectedly, with a wave of his sleeve, he beat the 3rd young master of the ghost family out, which was really beyond many people's expectations. Under the publicity of many disciples, the influence of this matter is also growing. Niao Lanqin's position among the younger generation of monks has become higher and higher, reaching the level of equal rank with the crown prince of the emperor and the descendants of the emperor. Ning Xiaochuan practiced in Mingjianqi all night, and his mood was very calm. He did not affect his mood because of Dongfang Xing. In the early morning of the next day, Wang Suxing and Xia and came to Wanjian Palace Taoist Temple to find him and sent the materials for refining Guiyuan pill. In fact, the two of them had already collected all the materials for refining Guiyuan pill. They just had to ask a great heart-nourishing master to refine the pill, which required high merit value, so they didn't refine it all the time. I finally met Ning Xiaochuan and was willing to help them refine human-level pills. Naturally, I was ecstatic. Therefore, the next morning, they will send all the materials, for fear of having a long dream. Ning Xiaochuan checked the materials sent by Wang Suxing and Xian, and there were actually 2 Guiyuan fruits of the level of psychic wonder medicine, which could be called invaluable. You have prepared 2 materials. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Wang Suxing said, yes. No one is sure that we can refine human-level pills at one time, so we made 2 preparations, so the probability of becoming pills can be improved a lot. Xian said, Elder Martial Brother Ning, it took us decades to use up all our savings to collect all these materials. Everything depends on you. Ning Xiaochuan put those materials away and said, don't worry. I'll try my best. You go back first, and then come back to Wanjian Palace, Taoist Center, to get the Dan in half a month. Then there is Senior Brother Lao Ning. After thanking Ning Xiaochuan repeatedly, the 2 old Taoists left the Daochang of Wanjian Palace. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan has long planned to refine Guiyuan pill. First, in order to improve his level of alchemy. Second, it can help Ning Shiner and Zihanyan improve their accomplishments. Moreover, he himself can also take Guiyuan pill, and use the power of Guiyuan pill to impact the second realm of heaven and man, Zhongtian realm. If you are another great heart cultivator, you can only refine 3 human-level pills at most, or even 1 human-level pill with 1 piece of material. However, Ning Xiaochuan has the heart of 7 orifices gods and demons, and the seal of Wu Soul tripod is integrated with the heart-nourishing tripod, which can make perfect use of the medicinal materials. Not only is the rate of elixir formation higher, but also the number of refined elixir is more. Of course, human-level pills are different from high-level pills. Refining will be more cumbersome and complex. The key is that human-level pills contain Dan soul. Although Ning Xiaochuan has studied the finished Guiyuan pill, he has no pill and no experience in refining human-level pills. Therefore, he plans to go to the herbal garden first. When Yusasai heard that Ning Xiaochuan was going to the herbal garden, she was also very fascinated, so Ning Xiaochuan took her with her. In the whole North Xinjiang, in addition to the legendary Divine Medicine Valley, only Tiandi Mountain and Guangming Holy Earth are the most powerful in heart-nourishing and alchemy. And the most powerful heart-nourishing masters of Tiandi Mountain are all gathered in the herbal garden, which can be said to be absolutely one of the holy places of heart-nourishing masters in the whole North Xinjiang. Yusasai has consulted books and knows more about herbal garden than Ning Xiaochuan. With bright brilliance in her eyes, Yucici said, a heart-nourishing teacher who comes out of the herbal garden will definitely be respected and become a guest of all major doors whenever he walks into a human civilization. Xiaochuan, do you think I can get in? You have a high talent for heart cultivation and alchemy. You become a senior heart cultivator at a young age, and you must be qualified to enter the herbal garden. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Not long after, the 2 of them had come to the outside of the herbal garden. Herbal garden is one of the most important spiritual places in Tiandi Mountain. Naturally, strong people will guard here and will not allow outsiders to break in. A burly man with a height of 15 meters came out of the white fog, wearing a heavy black armor, holding a 10,000-pound axe as wide as the door, and his voice was thick, herb garden spirit, you 2 get back quickly. The voice of this burly man was like the explosion of thunder, which made people's eardrums ache. His body exudes a strong breath, his thighs are as thick as columns, and his arms are like buckets, as if he can lift a mountain with his bare hands. Black bone giants. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. This 15-meter-tall giant is a high-level Terran black bone giant. Its combat power is quite terrible. Its body can fight against the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. Ning Xiaochuan bowed and said, Elder is the giant spirit general who guards the herbal garden. My younger generation's name is Ning Xiaochuan, and he is a disciple of Master Mulan. Please let the giant spirit general pass it on. It's Master Mulan's disciple. Master Mulan told me about you. Since it's you, you don't need to pass it on. I'll take you into the herbal garden. The spirit warrior's attitude became a little kinder, and his voice was still very loud, 7 or 8 times louder than ordinary people's voice. Ning Xiaochuan said, "My friend also wants to enter the herbal garden. Can I take her in?" "No. Only a heart-nourishing master can enter the herbal garden. Otherwise, even Master Mulan cannot bring outsiders in." The battle general of the giant spirit. Ning Xiaochuan said, "My friend is a senior mental health teacher. He has also passed the Tianmen exam and is about to become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain." The great spirit warfighter pondered for a moment and said, "Okay. Come with me. Only a heart-nourishing master can enter the herbal garden. No one can violate this rule, even the leader of Tiandi Mountain cannot enter. The giant spirit battle will lift the battle axe and follow a strange route towards the white fog." Every step he took forward, he was 3 feet away, but his body was heavy, but he didn't leave a footprint on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai followed closely behind the warrior of the giant spirit, for fear of losing their way in the array. The array outside the herbal garden is very clever. Only the giant spirit war general knows how to enter the herbal garden. If someone dares to break through, no matter how high his cultivation is, he will never enter. This is the array arranged according to Jiu Dang Jia. Tiandi Mountain is worthy of being a holy land. It is absolutely impossible for an expert in array to arrange such a mysterious 9-track maze array after reading Jiu Dang Jia. Ning Xiaochuan wrote all the strange gate Dang Jia in his mind, and specially studied the array chapter. When he walked into the white fog, he immediately understood the principle of this array. Of course, it's one thing to understand. The person who arranges the array has a strong cultivation. With Ning Xiaochuan's current state, it is impossible to break the array. Ning Xiaochuan studied arrays to assist in alchemy. He never thought of becoming an array mage. Under the leadership of the giant spirit general, it took half an hour to get out of the white fog and come to a place like a paradise. There are fertile medicine fields in front of us. All the medicine fields are planted with precious mysterious drugs, including semi-strange drugs, all of which are rare and exotic. Lingquan springs flow from the 9 Linghu lakes, and flow along the channels beside the medicine field to irrigate those precious mysterious drugs and strange flowers. Royal Sissy was stunned by the scene in front of her. With a deep breath, she could smell the fragrant medicine. Someone new has come to the herbal garden. At the foot of Ning Xiaochuan, a voice came. Looking down, I found that a Ganoderma lucidum with blue flames ran past my feet. That blue Ganoderma lucidum, unexpectedly, was driving a carriage as big as a fist, and its mouth made a cheerful cry. Miraculous medicine for channeling, Millennium Fire Fungus. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a happy look. That Ganoderma lucidum with blue flames, while driving, shouted loudly, startling other psychic miracles in the herbal garden. Many miraculous drugs rushed to the onlookers and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai in the center as rare animals. A miraculous drug turned into a human shape, but it had a cow's head, blinked twice, and said simply and honestly, "Brother, what's your name?" "Beauty, what's your name?" A snow-white goose, with a big head raised its head, stared at Yusasai, and made a human voice in its mouth. It is also formed from a miraculous psychic medicine, which has been 2,000 years old. Don't all surround, don't scare people away. Listen to me for a moment. Listen to me for a moment, okay? Little brother, there's nothing good when we meet for the first time. This is for you. A gibbon with white hair all over crowded beside Ning Xiaochuan, grabbed a pinch of white hair from his buttocks and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was about to decline, but the pinch of white ape hair fell into the palm of his hand, but turned into 8 crystal clear roots. Each tree root emits dazzling white light, and white lines flow on the tree root. Inside the tree roots, there is a milky liquid, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. This is the root of the snow baby tree. I'm afraid it must be 6,000 years old. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked. The gibbon laughed, stooped, and had a hoarse voice. Old man has lived for 6,700 years. Little brother, you still have some eyesight. No wonder you have reached the level of source-level great cardiologist at a young age. It's really a psychic drug that has lived for more than 6,000 years. One 2,000-year psychic wonder drug can be exchanged for 3 to 5 1,000-year psychic wonder drugs. For every 1,000 years of growth, the medicinal properties and value of miraculous drugs will increase exponentially. Miraculous drugs of 3,000 years old are very rare, not to mention miraculous drugs of 6,000 years old. They are simply the king of miraculous drugs of channeling. The value of the 8 roots it gave Ning Xiaochuan is comparable to that of a 1,000-year-old psychic wonder drug. Little girl, it's also for you. Your talent is also good, you look good, and you have reached the level of a senior cardiologist. That gibbon pulled a tuft of monkey hair from the top of its head and put it in the hand of Yusasai, which immediately turned into 9 emerald leaves. Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai both face the covet and say, "Thank you." Haha. Ogawa, here you are. Wearing a ragged robe, Master Mulan came over like an old beggar, untidy and smiling. When those miraculous drugs saw Master Mulan coming, they scattered in a crowd. Some were chasing each other, some went underground, and some directly became a big tree. You've seen it. Heart builders and herbs are not enemies. Sometimes, they can even be friends. Master Mulan said with some deep meaning. Ning Xiaochuan collected the 8 snow baby tree roots, bowed respectfully to Master Mulan, and said, "I've seen the master." Today, it really opened the disciples' eyes. It turned out that the heart-nourishing master and the miraculous medicine can live in harmony. Not only can they live in harmony, they can even help each other and get what they need. You know why the herbal garden does not allow other monks to break in, because they are afraid that those reckless men who do not know medicine will disturb the harmony here. Master Mulan stared at Ucc, his eyes lit up, and said, "This little girl's talent is good." She not only became a senior mental health teacher, but also achieved the 4th step of heaven ladder level in martial arts cultivation. She has a future, quite promising. Master Mu praised. If it weren't for taking the Guiyuan pill, how could the little girl reach the 4th step of heaven ladder so quickly? Yusasai is a descendant of the royal family. She is dignified, speaks appropriately, and salutes Master Mulan respectfully. Nonsense. If your talent is not high enough, even if you take Guiyuan pill, you will not reach the 4th step of heaven ladder. Master Mulan blew his beard and glared, "Ogawa, this girl is your daughter-in-law. From now on, you two will be my apprentices." Ning Xiaochuan was happy and immediately motioned to Yusasai, saying, "Thank you, master." Royal Sissy also showed her joy, immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Sissy, see the master." Oh. Oh. Ogawa, see, your younger martial sister knows more etiquette than you. She is too sensible to learn more. Master Mulan's face was full of smiles and said, "The examination competition of core disciples is over?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Not yet." In fact, the disciple came to the herbal garden this time to ask for a prescription of Guiyuan pill from the master. The elixir of Guiyuan pill? Are you ready to refine Guiyuan pill? Master Mulan was delighted. Master Mulan knew that it was not long before Ning Xiaochuan broke through the realm of a great heart-nourishing master. It is reasonable to say that no matter how talented he is, he still needs to precipitate for a few more years before he can try to refine human-level pills. Now I want to refine man-machine pill, which is a little too hasty. However, looking at his expression, it seems that he is really certain. Can this boy really refine human-level Dan? Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's really difficult to refine human-level pills. Disciples spend a long time studying Guiyuan pills. Now, only 3 points are sure that they can refine Qingdan. Although Guiyuan pill is the simplest kind of human-level pill, it is still not a hairy boy who has just reached the level of great mental health master who can refine it. 3 points of confidence. Tut tut. Are you not bragging? Master Mulan didn't believe in the Tao. Master Mulan himself is a genius of Tianzong among the heart cultivators. However, it took 10 years to refine the first human-level pill after reaching the realm of a great heart cultivator. Ning Xiaochuan's talent is higher than him. According to his estimation, under his own training, Ning Xiaochuan will not be able to refine the first human-level pill until at least 5 years later. Therefore, Master Mulan naturally did not believe that Ning Xiaochuan could now refine a human-level pill, and held a skeptical attitude. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, if the teacher is willing to give some advice, maybe I can grasp more. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's serious appearance, Master Mulan immediately laughed and said, good boy, if you really have that skill, you will be sent to play tomorrow. Tomorrow? What is it? Ning Xiaochuan asked with some doubts. Master Mulan sat on the ground with his withered fingers, grabbed the messy hair on his head, and said, it's not the girl of Guanming Holy Land yet. That girl is too capable of tossing. She wants to challenge the best mental health teacher of the young generation of Baichaoyuan on behalf of Guanming Holy Land, and prove that Guanming Holy Land has better attainments in alchemy than Tiandi Mountain. For this matter, several old guys in Baichaoyuan are anxious to turn white. Ning Xiaochuan said, Herbal Garden should have many powerful heart trainers. Will it be lost to a young woman in Guanming Holy Land? Master Mulan shook his head and said, what you don't know is that she is going to challenge a young generation of mental health practitioners, who can't be more than 50 years old. That girl is a big mental health practitioner, while there are only 2 big mental health practitioners under the age of 50 in Baichaoyuan, and they are all over 40 years old. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's okay to have 2 senior brothers to fight. It shouldn't be difficult to win her. If it's so easy, we won't be in a hurry. The girl of Guanming Holy Land can refine human-level pills, which is already in the realm of great heart-nourishing master. However, your 2 elder martial brothers have never successfully refined human-level pills. Master Mulan sighed, if our herbal garden really loses to that girl, it will lose a lot of face. Xiaochuan, tell me the truth as a teacher, how sure are you to refine human-level pills? Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, well, I did deceive the master before, and I said it conservatively. If I refined Guiyuan pill, I have at least 5 points of confidence. I have already understood the control of fire and the formation of Danli. Now I have only a little doubt about how to form Dan Soul. There are still some small doubts. If I can make up for this doubt, I should be able to have 7 points of confidence. Master Mulan was even more stupid, and took Ning Xiaochuan and left. What are you waiting for? I'll explain Dan Soul chapter to you myself, sissy, you also come to watch. Master Mulan is one of the 4 chief heart-nourishing masters in Tiandi Mountain, which is located in the whole north. Xinjiang has a great reputation. If a mental health teacher can listen to Master Mulan's lectures, he can definitely benefit for a lifetime. After going out, it will also be quite face-saving to mention it to other mental health teachers. Master Mulan adjusted his skirt, sat upright on the top, holding a cup of tea in his hand, and said, Ogawa, I've explained it to you for so long, and now I know how to make the elixir produce Dan Soul? Disciples have roughly understood. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, people have 3 souls and 7 souls. Dan also have 3 souls and 7 souls. A man and a woman can conceive a new life with 3 souls and 7 souls. To make the pill produce 3 souls and 7 souls, we must conceive the pill as a fetus. When the fetus is born, it is the time to refine into a human Dan. Master Mulan patted his thigh and said with a smile, you boy, you have a good understanding. To give birth to a human-level pill, it is not to let men and women conceive together, but to conceive a heart-nourishing master and a heart-nourishing true tripod together. Take the heart-nourishing true tripod as your lever, pour your own efforts, and the probability of refining a successful human-level pill will be greater. Watermelon, how much do you understand? UCC sat next to Ning Xiaochuan in a dignified way, beautiful and dusty, gently shook her head and said, the disciple didn't reach the level of Elder Marshall Brothers' heart cultivation and alchemy, and he still couldn't understand the soul of the pill. It doesn't matter. You're also a senior cardiologist now. It's right to listen. Master Mulan added, in fact, it's quite difficult to make the pill pregnant with a complete 3 souls, even at the current level of the teacher. Master, can't you refine a human-level pill? Ning Xiaochuan said with some doubts. Master Mulan shook his head and said, human-level pills are divided into 5 grades, 1 soul human-level pills, 3 soul human-level pills, 7 soul human-level pills, 3 soul 7 soul human-level pills, and holy product human-level pills. Great mental health teachers are also divided into 5 levels, source-level great mental health teacher, soul-level great mental health teacher, soul-level great mental health teacher, king-level great mental health teacher, saint-level great mental health teacher. The 5 levels of the great mental health teacher correspond to 5 grades of human-level pills. That is to say, you can refine the 3 soul man-level pill, and you can be called the soul-level great spiritual trainer. You can refine the 7 soul man-level pill, and you can be called the soul-level great spiritual trainer. 3 souls are in front, 7 souls are in the back. 3 souls are easy to refine, but 7 souls are not easy to get. Ogawa, not long after you broke through the realm of great mental health teachers, you were called source-level great mental health teachers. Among the great mental health teachers, you are the lowest level and the largest number of great mental health teachers. The Guiyuan pill I gave you is the 1 soul human pill with the lowest grade among the human pills. There is only 1 Dan soul in the pill. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, that is to say, there is no need to completely conceive the 3 souls and 7 souls of the pill. Just conceive a pill soul, and it is already a human pill? You unlucky child. If you can conceive all the souls of the elixir, you can be called king-level great heart-nourishing master. The king of the great heart-nourishing masters can directly ask the immortal leader to make you the owner of the herbal garden. Do you know what the king-level great spiritual master stands for? It is already a person who can be on an equal footing with the leaders of all holy lands. Even the leaders of all holy lands will ask you to respectfully call you master. Master Mulan laughed. Ning Xiaochuan said, Master, what level of great spiritual master are you now? Master Mulan touched the white beard on his chin and said leisurely, I have studied pharmacology and Dan Dao for more than 500 years. Even if it is refining 7 soul human level Dan, it is also handy, and it is already the peak among the soul-level great mental health masters. Ning Xiaochuan said, so all the 4 chief mental health therapists in Tiandi Mountain are soul-level mental health therapists? Yes. Master Mulan said. Ning Xiaochuan said, do we have a king-level mental health master in Tiandi Mountain? Master Mulan shook his head and said, it has been 3,000 years since there was a king-level great spiritual trainer in Tiandi Mountain. Boy, every level of the great spiritual trainer is very difficult to cross. Although Lao Tzu is now the peak of the great spiritual trainer, it is estimated that he will not become a king-level great spiritual trainer even if he has practiced for another 500 years. Moreover, Lao Tzu may not have lived for 500 years. Your talent is very high, so you must work hard to become a soul-level spiritual trainer within 20 years, within 100 years, become a soul-level spiritual trainer, making those old guys silly. Haha. 20 years later, Ning Xiaochuan was less than 50 years old. It's really quite frightening to become a soul-level mental health teacher at the age of less than 50. It will definitely cause a sensation in mental health teachers. Cough. What's so happy? Outside the bamboo fence an old voice came. Hearing the voice outside, Master Mulan's face immediately became unhappy and said, I said Jin Sanfan, you are also hundreds of years old. How can you hide outside and eavesdrop on my lectures to disciples? Although your level of heart cultivation and alchemy is not as good as me, you won't come to steal the teacher? Fart. I need to eavesdrop on you? Where are you better than me? In terms of heart cultivation and alchemy, we can only be half a dozen. In terms of the ability to teach disciples, my disciples are all over the north. Xinjiang. In the Tianshu Empire, at least 5 of the 10 great heart cultivators are my students. In terms of wealth, I can't use up the shansher I have accumulated for 800 lifetimes. What do you think is better than me? Bang! The wooden door was pushed open with a palm. An old man with white hair and a young face came in from the outside, dressed neatly, dressed in gold silk robes and gilded boots. Every hair was combed neatly, every button was buttoned carefully, and his body was spotless. His body has a pressing noble spirit, elegant and clean, which is in sharp contrast to Master Mulan. Behind the old man, followed by 4 beautiful girls. Their heads are tied in bun and inserted with precious hairpins. All of them are dressed in clean white heart-nourishing robes and wrapped with gold belt, outlining slender waist, slender. Tut tut. Jin Sanfan, do you think you are disgusting or not? People who are hundreds of years old will take a few beautiful girls with them wherever they go. People who know think you are enjoying life, people who don't know think you have a few concubines. The whole herbal garden is polluted by you. What's it like, what's it like? Master Mulan shook his head hard, showing a disgusting look. The old man was so angry by Master Mulan that he shivered all over and said, your mouth is too smelly. Like you, they are all stones in the pit. All the 4 girls are extremely talented heart healers sent by the descendants of the clan. They just came to me to learn heart-nourishing alchemy. I just taught them casually for 2 or 3 years, and they all reached the level of senior heart healers. Can you compare them? What do you mean? What do you mean? Master Mulan was immediately unhappy, and suddenly stood up, with a pair of beads staring out of his eyes. Avenue, it took me 2 or 3 years to reach the level of senior cardiologist. Is it great? Watermelon, you tell him how long I taught you. Half a day. Half a day, I taught a senior cardiologist. Ogawa, you tell that old stick, how long do I teach you? Half a year. I teach a big cardiologist in half a year. The gap is many times it is impossible to make up. We are not at the same level. Why do you insult yourself? The old man looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai and sneered, you are too thick-skinned. I have heard that Ning Xiaochuan had become a great heart trainer before he worshipped you as a teacher. How much does it matter to you? The 4 girls behind the old man looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and there was a light of curiosity and envy in their 4 beautiful eyes. Do you have the guts to say another word? Master Mulan was also anxious and rubbed his palm, ready to fight with the old man. The old man did not give in at all and said, I said, what can you do to me? Seeing that the 2 old-timers were about to fight, Ning Xiaochuan hurried to the middle of the 2 old men and advised, Master Jin, now that the enemy is in front of you, can't you sit down and have a good talk? Think about your coping strategies? Both old people stopped. The old man adjusted his clothes, stared at Master Mulan, and said, the apprentice is more sensible than you, and you are so angry that he almost forgot his business. I have discussed with Master Shui Qing, and I will send Jin Fingyi and Mu Qing to fight against the talented female spiritual trainer of the bright holy land tomorrow. Master Mulan sneered and said, Jin Fingyi is your disciple, and Mu Qing is the grandson of old lady Shui. Neither of them has ever refined human-level pills. Send them too, and they will definitely lose tomorrow. At that time, it will be our Tiandi Mountain's face. Jin Sanfan, it's one thing for me to quarrel with you, but it's another thing for the reputation of Tiandi Mountain. The old man's name is Jin Pan, which is as famous as Master Milan. He is one of the 4 chief heart trainers in Tiandi Mountain. Master Jin Pan said, I naturally know how many defeats I will win tomorrow, but what can I do? Among the young generation of Tiandi Mountain, in addition to Jin Fingi and Mu Qing, can I find a third-grade heart trainer? Are you blind? Master Milan glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. Master Jin Pan stared at Ning Xiaochuan, with a gleam in his eyes. He immediately shook his head and said, I heard that Ning Xiaochuan was only in his 20s, and he has become a great spiritual trainer. Moreover, his martial arts cultivation is also very high, and he is known as a genius spiritual trainer that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. However, Ning Xiaochuan has only become a great spiritual trainer for half a year, and his level is definitely not comparable to that of Jin Fingi and Mu Qing. Master Milan shook his head and said, Say you are addicted to female sex. You don't believe it. Your head has been arched by pigs. Who do you say is addicted to female sex? Who do you say has his head arched by a pig? Master Jin Pan was so angry that his hair wanted to stand up, and he was going to quarrel with Master Milan. Royal Sissy has been silly for a long time. Is this the holy land of the spiritual master? Is this the respected chief mental therapist? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the 2 masters with great interest, and did not come forward to persuade them to fight again. Although they quarreled fiercely, they didn't really get angry. Obviously, this is not the first time for them to quarrel like this. Can you hear me out? Master Milan said, Jin Fingi and Mu Qingdu are more than 40 years old. Even if they win, they will also win disgrace. If they lose, our face will be even worse. However, Ning Xiaochuan is only in his 20s. Even if they lose, our face will look better. If they win accidentally, hey, don't you give us a long face in Tiandi Mountain? Hearing Master Milan's words, Master Jin Pan also showed a thoughtful look, and was a little moved. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, If you were allowed to refine high-level pills, how high is your success rate? Ning Xiaochuan said, Report back to the elder, when the younger generation was a senior cardiologist, there was a 70% success rate in refining senior pills. Now, if you reach the level of a big cardiologist, although you don't say that there is a 10% success rate, you are still sure of 95%. Master Jin Pan's eyes slightly coagulated, gently nodded, took out a yellow shandan the size of a thumb finger from the heaven and earth bracelet on his wrist, handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, Tell me the composition of this pill? Ning Xiaochuan took the yellow shandan, gently sniffed it, closed his eyes, and said, The best of the advanced shandan. There are 3 main drugs in total, flying dragon beard, 800-year-old lotus mustard, 800-year-old blood green wood. In addition to the 3 main drugs, there are 8 kinds of drugs, including heart-nourishing grass, cold heart spring, lotus mustard purple lotus root, tianlong grass, solitary een black stone, jiao scale, snake gall, and gastrodia elata leaves. The 4 girls behind Master Jin Pan were slightly surprised, and their beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan. It was too powerful. Just smelling it, they said the main medicine and dispensing of Longshu Dan, and even the year of each medicine. You know, Longshu Dan is a high-level shandan developed by Master Jin Pan. It is impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to know the prescription of Longshu Dan in advance. If it were for them, even if they were allowed to study for 3 days, they might not be able to understand Longshu Dan so thoroughly. He is also a talented heart trainer of the younger generation. Why is he so powerful? Even Master Jin Pan's face showed a happy look. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan actually told the main medicine and dispensing of Longzuden. This is not the level that an ordinary heart-nourishing master can have. Ning Xiaochuan continued, according to the collocation of various medicinal materials, the main function of this advanced pill should be to heal wounds and improve the physique of monks. The pill is cold, so when refining, you must first put the dispensing medicine, and finally put the main drug, flying dragon beard. I think the most important thing in refining this pill is to control the flame, especially when putting the flying dragon beard. The temperature of the flame is slightly weak, and the whole pot of pills will be destroyed. Master, I don't know what the younger generation said, is it correct? Before Master Jin Pan spoke, Master Mulan looked up and laughed, saying, Jin San Fan, do you still want to test my apprentice? He just smelled it, and almost wrote your prescriptions. Does your disciple, Jin Fingyi, have this ability? Surprisingly, Master Jin Pan didn't argue with Master Mulan, but showed a fox-like smile and narrowed his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan, what do you think of the 4 female disciples behind me? If you are willing to come to my door, I will give you all 4 of them. Master Mulan's whole face was black, and he cursed and said, I'll go to your uncle's, and I'm not as straightforward as you are in digging the foot of the wall. I'm standing here, and you think I'm dead? Master Jin Pan said with a smile, people go up, and the water flows down. Ning Xiaochuan, if you come to my door, you need xianxue, beauty. If you want to refine pills, you can supply you with psychic miracles at any time. Moreover, I can also send the top experts of the clan to protect you. I forgot to tell you that I am a member of the Jin clan, one of the 3 aristocratic families of the Tianshu Empire. The current king of the Jin clan is my brother. Haha. It turned out that Master Jin Pan was the brother of the king of the Jin family. No wonder he was so rich. Master Mulan is also anxious. Master Jin Pan's influence background is indeed very strong, rich and powerful. What if Ning Xiaochuan is really interested? Ning Xiaochuan, with a smile on his face, leisurely bowed to Master Jin Pan and said, Master is in love with me. Since the younger generation has already worshipped Master Mulan as a teacher, it is impossible to betray the master. Master Mulan was overjoyed and looked at Ning Xiaochuan with new eyes. He liked Ning Xiaochuan more and said with a smile, Old man Jin, not everyone is rare for basalt and beauty. If you want to dig my disciples, get out of here as soon as possible. Master Jin Pan was not disappointed, but showed a look of appreciation and said, yes. Mulan, you are not as good as me in everything in your life, but you have accepted a very good disciple, which makes me lose heart and mouth. Well, you can send him to fight against the bright Holy Land tomorrow, but you have to discuss this with Master Xueqing. Okay. I'll go with you to discuss with her. Master Mulan also became serious, attached great importance to this matter, and went out with Master Jin Pan. Master Jin Pan suddenly stopped and looked at the 4 girls behind him, with a sly look in his eyes, and said, Don't follow the 4 of you, and stay and chat with young Master Ning about the knowledge of heart-nourishing alchemy. Young Master Ning has become a great heart-nourishing master at a young age, so you should learn more from him. Master Jin Pan and Master Mulan are not only powerful spiritual masters, but also very deep cultivation. In a flash, they turned into 2 streamers and disappeared into the sky. The 4 girls who were extremely beautiful stayed. They were all senior mental health practitioners. They were extremely intelligent and naturally understood Master Jin Pan's meaning. They looked very young, as if they were only 16 or 7 years old, with bright eyes and teeth, light body and soft body, and immediately surrounded Ning Xiaochuan. A girl with a dusty temperament, pure and pleasant, Sure Ran saluted with a soft voice, Elder Martial Brother Ning, my name is Jinyushu, can you tell me how to refine Longshu pill? Another girl, with slender legs, gently leaned against Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, emitting a faint fragrance. She held a scroll of Danjing in her hand, blinked her eyes, and said delicately, Brother Xiaochuan, my name is Jin Yuan, but you should remember my name. Can you help me point out the Danli chapter? The other 2 girls also gathered around Ning Xiaochuan, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with an expression of worship, as if looking at their lover, and also raised various questions about alchemy, wanting to talk to Ning Xiaochuan. Yusasai stood aside, grinding her teeth in anger, tightly clenched her fists, and her eyes were about to burst out flames. It was too much. what are you doing? Is Brother Ogawa what you can call him? All are fox spirits, Royal Sissy said. The four girls all quieted down, stared at Cece, and looked at her all over. Jin Yuan slightly stood up the towering twin peaks, showing that she was more talented than Cece. She stood beside Ning Xiaochuan pitifully and said softly, Brother Xiaochuan, your younger martial sister is too uneducated to swear. Don't worry, for your face, we won't argue with her. Hee hee. Ning Xiaochuan showed a wry smile on his face, gently touched the bridge of his nose and said, Go back first. I may stay in Baichao Garden for a long time in the future, and we still have a lot of time to discuss and study. For senior sisters, please. Elder Martial Brother Ning, don't ignore me next time you come. Brother Ogawa, I will often come to see you in the future. If you need any rare mysterious medicine, tell me, and I will help you find it. Elder Martial Brother Ning, you can accompany me to collect medicine next time. I have a lot of things to ask you. The four girls reluctantly left, and the charming fragrance remained in the air. Royal Sissy stood on the corner, her eyes a little blurred, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Ning Xiaochuan walked over and said softly, What's the matter? Jealous? Yusasai plunged into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, hugged Ning Xiaochuan tightly, and said, I'm so scared, really scared, what if one day you don't want me? How can it be? There will never be that day. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were firm. Yusasai shook her head hard, Avenue, how can it be impossible? There are so many excellent women than me, and Zehanyan is more beautiful than me. Even the four little fox spirits just now are no worse than me. Your talent is so high, and there will only be more and more women who like you in the future. I'm not that I can't tolerate other women, but I'm afraid that one day, there will be more and more excellent women around you, but I'm forgotten by you, and I'll be left in the corner by you and never look again, just like that corner mud and dust. Ning Xiaochuan hugged Yusasai's slender jade waist, smelled the fragrance between her hair, stared at the distant sky, and said, There are countless beauties in the world, but there is only one Yue Tourmaline. The next day, a huge white jade temple flew out of the clouds and suspended over the herbal garden. The spiritual master of Guangming Holy Land flew out of the white cloud temple and fell outside the herbal garden. All of them spread white spiritual master robes. Under the leadership of the battle general of the giant spirit, the spiritual master of the Holy Land of Light entered the herbal garden and came to the arena that had been prepared for a long time. The heart-nourishing master of herbal garden has been waiting in the competition field. 3 of the 4 chief heart-nourishing masters, including Master Mulan, Master Jinpan and Master Xueqing, have been present. They are all old people who have lived for hundreds of years, representing the top level of alchemy in Tiandi Mountain. In addition to the 3 chief mental health practitioners, there are dozens of white-haired old mental health practitioners and young mental health practitioners. There are a large number of them, either senior mental health practitioners or talented young talents. Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai also stood in the crowd. In Tiandi Mountain, only the herbal garden can accept disciples alone. As long as they are liked by the heart-nourishing master in the herbal garden, they can take back to Tiandi Mountain without taking the Tianmen exam. Of course, disciples who enter Tiandi Mountain in this way can't get the Holy Land Order of Inner Disciples unless they reach the level of Great Heart-Nourishing Master. As long as you become a Great Heart-Nourishing Master in Herbal Garden, you can break the rules and become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. Guangming Holy Land, a total of 5 mental health teachers came. All of them are great mental health teachers. Their eyes are sharp and imposing. You don't have to guess. It's definitely a bad comber. 4 of them are wrinkled old people. Only the woman with a white veil walking in the center looks very young, slim, with waist-length black hair, slender neck and delicate skin, giving people a fresh and refined feeling. Her eyes were very bright, just like 2 bright stars. Shirsha Ran bowed to the 3 chief heart therapists in Tiandi Mountain, and her voice was as clear as Oriole. Jr., Lin Yueji, meet the three masters. Master Jin Pan laughed and praised her a few words, so he told her not to salute. Today, I came to the herbal garden to learn the art of nourishing the heart and refining pills. I take the liberty of sending a small gift. Please accept it. Lin Yueji's words are very appropriate, and every action shows elegance. Her voice is like a clear spring flowing in the mountains. It's sweet and pleasant, giving people a feeling of not eating human fireworks. She waved her hand gently. A staggering old man, holding a month-old wooden box, presented it to Master Jin Pan. Everyone's eyes gathered on the white wooden box of that month. Not to mention the items contained in the box, it's just a half-foot square moon white wooden box, which is a priceless treasure. Moonlight wood. Moonlight wood, a kind of shanling wood, ranks 9th in the shanling wood classic. Even a small piece of nail cap can sell 1,000,000 shancher at a price. It is said that in the era of apotheosis, there was a moonlight fairy who reached the level of a secondary god, which was cultivated by a moonlight wood absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. It has a great magical power of overturning rivers and seas, and is famous in later generations. Of course, this is just a myth. The month white wooden box sent by Guangming Holy Soil is made of moonlight wood. The value of this box is simply unimaginable. Then, how precious will the things in the box be? Elder Jin Pan lifted his eyes and opened the moonlight wooden box. There was a red dragon scale in it, only as big as a palm. However, the dragon scale was engraved with dense lines, like a map. Seeing this dragon scale, Elder Jin Pan's face changed slightly, and he immediately closed the moonlight wooden box. His eyes were cloudy and sunny, and he said, "It's extraordinary for you to give this treasure to Tiandi Mountain." What does that mean? Lin Yueji said with a smile, "The Holy Land of Light has an ancient heritage and profound heritage. Naturally, there are countless treasures. Sending one or more treasures also wants to increase the friendship with Tiandi Mountain." Master Mulan snorted coldly and said, "I think you Guangming Holy Land didn't have the ability to get that thing, so you made a handy favor and gave the red dragon scale map to Tiandi Mountain." Lin Yueji calmly responded and said, "Everything can't hide from Master Mulan. The red dragon scale map is placed in the Holy Land of Light, and its value is indeed buried. Tiandi Mountain has always been friendly with the dragon family. If Tiandi Mountain comes forward, it will be able to get that thing back. My younger generation's words have come to this point, so next, can I ask the young talent of Herbal Garden for the magic method of alchemy?" "Ogawa, you come to discuss the knowledge of alchemy with Miss Yueji. After all, you are a man, but you should let Miss Yueji have some." Master Mulan said impolitely. "Yes, disciple." Ning Xiaochuan, dressed in a neat blue heart-nourishing master robe, walked to the arena, clasped his hands, bowed to Lin Yueji, and said, "Your Highness, your martial arts cultivation has reached the peak in the young generation. I didn't expect that you are still a great heart-nourishing master with extreme talent. I really admire you." Lin Yueji took the veil and changed her temperament. Even her eyes exposed outside the veil changed a lot with special drugs. The purpose of her doing so is not to let people see through her identity. Everyone didn't recognize her true identity. However, Ning Xiaochuan has a 7-hole demon heart. She doesn't need to see it with her eyes at all, but just feels it with her heart. Even if she can change, she can't cheat Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. When Ning Xiaochuan told Lin Yueji's identity, even the 4 older generation of spiritual therapists of Guangming Holy Land were slightly shocked and stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, with an incredible look in their eyes. What a great young man! Those mental health teachers in Baichao Garden were even more surprised, and even the 3 masters were shocked for a moment. Those young heart therapists talked about it one after another. "I heard that the martial arts cultivation of the bright saint has been perfected in the younger generation." When taking the Tianmen exam, she was the first to walk out of the Tianmen. I heard that in the young generation of Guangming Holy Land, Guangming Saint has ranked second only in terms of martial arts cultivation, defeating hundreds of millions of geniuses, and the martial arts cultivation is very amazing. Is it? Is she still a great heart trainer? If it's true, the talent of the bright saint is too terrible. This is the real genius spiritual trainer that can't be seen in 10,000 years. Our young spiritual trainer in Tiandi Mountain is thousands of miles away from her. You owe smoke, don't you? Dare you say that? It is. Ogawa, do you say she is the saint of the Holy Land of Light? Master Mulan rubbed his eyes and felt it was incredible. Master Mulan has seen the bright saint and Lin Yueji, but the breath on the two women is completely different. How can they be the same person? Even if it's the same person, can't you see from Master Mulan's cultivation? Lin Yueji smiled, gave Sher Shiran a bow, and said, Lin Yueji apologized to your predecessors and hid her identity. It was really a last resort. I don't blame you, but the three of us have lived too long. Our eyes are old and dim. We can't see people clearly. Master Mulan's heart was very bad, and he kept sighing. Master Jin Pan also shook his head and said, Today, if Ning Xiaochuan hadn't recognized the identity of Her Highness, we wouldn't have to compete at Baichaoyuan at all. If no one could recognize it, we would have lost everything. The three masters did not blame Lin Yueji, but understood the reason why she did so. Just think, if there is Lin Yueji, such a supreme genius in Tiandi Mountain, she will also be allowed to hide her talents. For example, divide her into two people, one is the Saint of Light, and the other is the genius heart trainer, Lin Yueji. In this way, her talent will not be so conspicuous. After knowing that Lin Yueji was the Saint of Light, the three masters had lost their confidence to continue the competition. Master Xueqing sighed, the Holy Land of Light can cultivate such a shocking girl of heaven. The herbal garden has been defeated to nothing. I think there is no need to compare it today. Lin Yueji glanced at Ning Xiaochuan with beautiful eyes, and said with a bright smile, Master Xueqing's words are bad. There is a genius like Brother Ning in Baichao Garden, which also makes the younger generation marvel and admire. Master Mulan said, Your Highness, you don't have to be so modest. Everyone knows that if you want to become a great heart-nourishing teacher, martial arts cultivation and heart-nourishing alchemy must go hand in hand. Ogawa can really compete with you in heart-nourishing alchemy, but martial arts cultivation is very different from you. In fact, we Tiandi Mountain have lost. Lin Yueji's eyes were slightly lifted, like the stars and the moon, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, and said with a smile, Elder Martial Brother Ning, you are also very deep hidden. You have the cultivation of heaven and man realm, and you don't even know Master Mulan, which makes the little woman admire. Boom. After Lin Yueji's words came out, her jaw fell off, and many people's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Even the four older generation of spiritual therapists of Guangming Holy Land were surprised, staring at Ning Xiaochuan again, and their eyes became different again. If Ning Xiaochuan had seen through the identity of the Saint of Light before, it just made some small waves in their hearts, then now, their hearts have a tumbling vibration. Is it possible that Mount Tiandi also hides Ning Xiaochuan's talent? Master Mulan rubbed his ears and said, Your Highness, what did you just say? Ogawa has the cultivation of heaven and man? Ning Xiaochuan was also surprised that he hid so well that even Master Mulan, who had deep cultivation, did not see through his true cultivation. Unexpectedly, I was seen through by the Saint of Light. She must also have a special constitution. Ning Xiaochuan bowed to the three masters sitting above and said, Master. Two masters. Disciples, please apologize. The disciples did hide their martial arts accomplishments, but the disciples were also forced. Please punish the master and the two masters. Cultivation of heaven and man. Master Jin Pan's expression was greatly shaken up. It was completely different from the sad look just now. He laughed and said, "What are you punishing?" "Well done. I'm very glad that the young man can be so thoughtful and know how to hide his strength. You young people have to learn more from Ning Xiaochuan. You will know to be in the limelight in one day, and you will be counseled as soon as the key time comes." Cut. Ning Xiaochuan is my disciple, and it's none of your business? Master Mulan showed a pair of white eyes. Immediately, he laughed and said, "Ogawa, in fact, when I accepted you as an apprentice, I already saw that you had your martial arts cultivation. However, young people always have their own, so I naturally didn't ask more questions." Behind them, all the young heart therapists rolled their eyes, saying it shamelessly. However, Master Mulan has a high status, and no one dares to say the words shameless. The four girls standing behind Master Jinpan brightened their eyes and worshipped Ning Xiaochuan more. In their view, Ning Xiaochuan is the real king of the younger generation. Master Xueqing sighed, "These two young people are really great. They can see through each other, but we can't see through them. Their future achievements must be above us." A soul-level spiritual master of Guanming Holy Land came out and said, "I didn't expect that Tiandi Mountain is so arrogant. So it seems that today's war must be the top duel of the younger generation of spiritual masters." Master Jin Pan said, "Since it is your Holy Land of Light that is better than the test pill, then the problem is up to you, Holy Land of Light." The soul-level spiritual master of Guanming Holy Land was not polite. He took out a piece of brown-yellow turtle shell from the storage shuanqi and said, "This is a piece of oracle bone Dan Fang I accidentally got in Songming Sea area. According to my research, the Dan Fang recorded on the tortoise shell is an ancient Dan Fang of one soul human Dan in the period of apotheosis. I swear by the reputation of a heart trainer that no one has seen this Dan Fang except me. It can definitely be used as today's topic." Master Jinpan nodded and said, "Master Yuzi can swear on the reputation of a heart-nourishing master, and I naturally believe it. However, there is a great difference between ancient alchemy and current alchemy, and it is difficult to refine. In addition, Saint Guanming and Ning Xiaochuan are only young heart-nourishing masters, so it is not easy to refine a human-level pill. It is even more difficult to refine a human-level pill with ancient Dan Fang." In fact, Master Jinpan wanted to say that it was absolutely impossible. The soul-level spiritual master of Guanming Holy Land laughed and said, "With their strength, refining human-level pills is indeed very reluctantly. However, if they are allowed to refine high-level pills, it is too simple for them. Therefore, I used a compromise. In fact, what is recorded on this tortoise shell is not a complete Dan Fang originally, and it only records about half of the content of Dan Fang. My question is to ask them to complete the Dan prescription. I don't ask them to refine the human-level Dan, but who can refine the higher-grade Dan medicine after they complete the Dan prescription?" Master Jinpan's eyes lit up and said, "This is a good topic." The soul-level spiritual master of Guanming Holy Land used the power of mind to pass the Dan square on the tortoise shell to Lin Yueji and Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. Then he handed the tortoise shell to the three masters of Baichao Garden. A complex, incomplete Dan Fang appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Lin Yueji and Ning Xiaochuan both showed a thoughtful look. Then, they stared at each other at the same time, and there was a sense of needle tip to weed on. The soul-level spiritual master of Guanming Holy Land took out two identical medicinal materials and gave them to Ning Xiaochuan and Lin Yueji, respectively. Ning Xiaochuan counted the medicinal materials, which were exactly the 11 kinds of drugs recorded in Gudan prescription. Lin Yueji also received the same 11 drugs. Master Jin Pan asked, "After you finish studying Dan Fang, you can go to the medicine field to pick the necessary drugs." Half an hour later, the bright saint first opened her eyes, had thoroughly studied the Dan prescription, and went to take the remaining medicine. After a moment, Ning Xiaochuan had finished the analysis, and he had a clear idea in his mind, and planned to refine a high-level pill. With his current attainments in alchemy, if he forcibly refined human-level pills, 100% would fail. Refining advanced pills is the most conservative. He believed that the bright saint holding a piece of incomplete ancient Dan square would never produce a human Dan. What she refined should also be high-level pills. There are also high and low levels of high-level pills, depending on who can refine the pills with better efficacy and higher grade. Of course, the most critical thing is to be able to refine the pills. After all, it is incomplete Dan Fang, and the medicinal materials on the original Dan Fang must be added. In other words, they are now almost like creating a new high-level Dan Fang. Not to mention their two young great heart healers, even those who have studied Dan Dao for hundreds of years. It is absolutely impossible to create a new high-level Dan in half an hour. Only those at the level of Master Jinpan and Master Mulan can innovate a refining method of advanced Dan in a short time. Of course, they also need to refine many times and constantly modify in order to create a high-level Dan prescription. However, Ning Xiaochuan and the Bright Saint only have half an hour, so it is necessary to innovate a refining method of high-level pills. First of all, the time is too short. Secondly, they also have to refine the pill successfully at one time, and there is no chance of refining it a second time. This is an impossible topic. Even if I am allowed to refine it, it is impossible to refine a new high-level pill at one time. A white-haired soul-level spiritual master kept shaking his head, thinking it was impossible. He has studied alchemy for more than 200 years, and can be called a famous figure in the world of mental health practitioners. However, to create a high-level pill, he needs at least a month of research, continuous refining and modification, and it is possible to refine the high-level pill. Alchemy is not like cultivating martial arts. It requires gradual progress, accumulation of experience, extensive reading of the classic of alchemy, and continuous growth and failure. A mental health teacher, no matter how talented, also needs to accumulate slowly, and it is impossible to become a fat man in one bite. Therefore, in his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan and Lin Yueji are too young to refine high-level pills at one time. Since they are all talented mental health teachers who are difficult to meet in thousands of years, ordinary people naturally cannot complete the test for them. However, they may not be unable to complete it. Another old man said. Anyway, as long as one of them can refine the pill, it will be a victory. There are more than 10,000 kinds of mysterious drugs planted in the medicine field of herbal garden. Almost all the mysterious drugs that exist in the world can be found here. It didn't take long for Lin Yueji and Ning Xiaochuan to complete the collection of the needed Xianyao and return to the center of the Baiducheng again. Lin Yueji collected a total of 12 kinds of medicinal materials, all of which are precious high-grade Xianyao. Ning Xiaochuan picked a total of 11 kinds of medicinal materials, including both rare Jiupin Xianyao and ordinary Yipin Xianyao, all of which were placed in 11 jade cups and bowls on the table. Lin Yueji wore a white veil to cover the fairy face of Qingqing. Her jade hands were slender, her black silk was like a waterfall, her waist was as thin as a soft willow, and her apricot eyes looked at Ning Xiaochuan's desk with smoke, and her voice was beautiful. Young Master Ning unexpectedly picked tianmi fruit, which seemed to be a high-level pill to improve the monk's accomplishments. Ning Xiaochuan also glanced at the table of the Bright Saint, slightly surprised, and said, Ape Ming Chao, Open Wisdom Ling Quan, it seems that the Saint's Highness is to refine the high-level pill that helps newborn babies wash their bone marrow and open their wisdom. Lin Yueji said with a smile, I don't know how competent young Master Ning is to refine the pill. 10%. Ning Xiaochuan said impolitely. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan is less than 30% sure. The reason why I am 100% sure is that I want to create a psychological pressure on Lin Yueji. If a mental therapist has psychological pressure, he will be distracted when refining pills. A little negligence will lead to the destruction of the whole furnace of pills. It can be said that from the very beginning, the fight between the two has begun, fighting all the time, not just as simple as alchemy. Alchemy is just a form. The psychological battle between the two of them began as early as when Ning Xiaochuan first shouted the word bright saint. Whoever can suppress the opponent psychologically will have a greater chance to win. I'm also 100% sure. Young Master Ning, I can start first. Lin Yueji's determination was firm, and she was not affected by Ning Xiaochuan's words. A small white jade-shaped tripod flew out of her heart palace and turned into a 3-meter-high white jade medicine tripod. The glow was swirling, and the light and rain were shuttling, emitting a powerful force of the soul, which turned out to be a spiritual tripod of the supreme level. Her jade hand twists gently in the void. A blue flame appeared in her palm and turned into a 9-petaled lotus. With a gentle wave of the jade arm, the blue fire lotus fell under the white jade tripod, lifted the white jade tripod and suspended in the void half a meter high. Those heart healers in the herbal garden were shocked beyond measure. A young heart healer said, "The green lotus flame. It is said that only the evergreen lotus seeds can be bred. The green lotus seeds that have grown for thousands of years are rare in the world and can be called the king of medicine and the king of medicine." The Saint of Light actually accepted this kind of mysterious fire, which is really enviable. Those older generation of mental health teachers stared at the white jade medicine tripod tightly, and their hearts shook and felt a strong shock. One of the elders said in a trembling voice, That is the heart-nourishing tripod of the supreme device level." Hearing the words supreme weapon, everyone was shocked, like being hit by electricity. If it were just a supreme instrument, it would not shock these ancient directors with high status. However, the meaning of a heart-nourishing tripod at the level of supreme wear is completely different. The expressions of the 3 chief mental health practitioners in Baichao Garden were slightly surprised, and their eyes stared at the white jade tripod suspended in front of Lin Yueji. Sure enough, it's the supreme weapon. With the power of the Saint of Light, it is impossible to refine the supreme instrument into a heart-nourishing tripod. We must have a peerless master behind her. Master Jinpan thought so. In Tiandi Mountain, there are more than a dozen soul-level grade heart-nourishing masters, but only Master Jinpan and Master Milan can be called the chief grade heart-nourishing masters, because they all refine the heart-nourishing master's real tripod into inferior supreme weapons. If you do this, your level of alchemy will be far higher than that of other soul-level mental health masters. Master Jinpan spent more than 200 years refining the heart-nourishing master's true tripod 6 times before refining the heart-nourishing master's true tripod into an inferior supreme weapon. He was very aware of the difficulties. Therefore, he can be sure that there must be an expert behind the bright saint to help her. Only when she is so young, can she practice the inferior supreme weapon into a heart-nourishing tripod. The bright saint not only owns the green lotus flame, but also has the supreme vessel-level heart-nourishing tripod, which has far exceeded Ning Xiaochuan. Today, I'm afraid the herbal garden will fail. Master Jinpan and Master Milan looked at each other, and their eyes showed helplessness. This is like a genius born in an aristocratic family and a genius born in a poor family. Everyone's talent is not much different. However, talents born in aristocratic families will naturally have more advantages if they use more advanced utensils. The advantage of the supreme device level heart-nourishing tripod is even more obvious. Because the supreme instrument has produced an instrument spirit. If the bright saint wants to control the heart-nourishing tripod, she is even more handy. She doesn't even need to control the fire of alchemy in person. The spirit can help her refine pills, which greatly reduces the risk of failure. Maybe the bright saint can really refine a new high-level pill. The old man who previously firmly believed that the Saint of Light and Ning Xiaochuan couldn't refine high-level pills also began to waver after seeing the heart-nourishing tripod at the supreme level. Ning Xiaochuan didn't have psychological pressure because the bright saint had a heart-nourishing real tripod of inferior supreme level, adjusted her state, and called out her heart-nourishing real tripod, which was turned into a 9-meter-high bronze ancient tripod. Inborn 9-grade, Xuanqi level heart-nourishing tripod. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't need to mobilize Xianhua at all, because the yin-yang open fire has long been integrated with the heart-nourishing true tripod. Two kinds of flames, one yin and one yang, wrap the heart-nourishing true tripod and turn it into open fire after gathering together. Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing tripod is not the supreme weapon. However, inside the heart-nourishing tripod, there is a martial spirit of Ning Xiaochuan. It can be said that Yang Xinjinding has become a part of Ning Xiaochuan's body, just like an organ in the body, completely controlled by Ning Xiaochuan. To some extent, the bright saint, who has the highest level of spiritual cultivation, may not be better than Ning Xiaochuan in her ability to control drugs and heat. As time went by, the two put all the herbs into the medicine tripod, and they didn't fail in the middle. Now it just depends on who can really cultivate the pills. Master Jin Pan nodded and said, Ning Xiaochuan's control of the fire is very exquisite. Even an old man who has studied alchemy for hundreds of years may not be better than him. Even without the heart-nourishing tripod at the supreme level, he may be able to refine pills. The light saint's understanding of Danli is also beyond ordinary people, and she dares to put Simian Mingqiao and red snake gall into the medicine tripod at the same time, which improves the grade of Dan medicine. Other great heart healers may not have the courage. Master Shuiqing exclaimed. It is easy to refine pills, but difficult to accumulate them. Yundan is a long process. For the past 8 hours, a fragrance of Dan came from the heart-nourishing tripod of the bright saint. Wisps of white Dan qi came out of the medicine tripod and condensed into a white immortal cloud in the sky. Become Dan so soon? An old man said with some surprise. The heart-nourishing tripod at the supreme level, coupled with the green lotus flame, Yundan's speed is naturally several times faster than other heart-nourishing masters. I guess that Ning Xiaochuan can refine Dan medicine, and it will take 3 days to become Dan. That's the gap. A great spiritual master of Guangming Holy Land said proudly. However, as soon as the smile on his face overflowed, he immediately froze. Because Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing tripod also emits a fragrance of Dan, emitting a colorful Dan gas, which turns into a colorful auspicious cloud. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have a heart-nourishing tripod at the supreme level. How can Yundan's speed be so fast? The great spiritual master of Guangming Holy Land didn't believe in the Tao. The great spiritual master of the Holy Land of Light, Meaningful Way. Do you remember that Ning Xiaochuan put the heart-nourishing real tripod into his heart before? If I'm not wrong, Ning Xiaochuan should have a heterogeneous heart palace to speed up Yundan with the power of heart fire. Therefore, he doesn't have a supreme heart-nourishing real tripod, but Yundan's speed is not slower than that of the Holy Lady. I'm really curious about what kind of heterogeneous heart palace he has. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing tripod gave birth to Dan Qi, the 3 chief heart-nourishing masters of Baichao Garden also relaxed, and their faces showed joy. Today, they got so many surprises that the hearts of the 3 old people who have lived for hundreds of years are very restless. Ning Xiaochuan is simply too proud of them. Under the condition that she is not as good as the bright saint in all aspects, she can withstand the pressure and refine the pills. This is simply too valuable. Even if I lose today, the herbal garden is not a disgrace. On. Lin Yueji's beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and the tripod cover of the white jade tripod immediately opened. Inside the cauldron, white brilliance shot out, turned into a dazzling column of light, and rushed to the sky. 2 white shandan, the size of longan, fly around the light column and rotate constantly, emitting a strong fragrance of medicine. Lin Yueji took out 2 glass trays and put them on the table. The two mysterious pills that originally flew above the sky immediately fell down and gently fell into the tray. Please verify Shandan. Lin Yueji's sleeve waved gently, and a piece of white Tianwu vitality flew out, holding two glass trays, flying to the heart cultivator of Tiandi Mountain and Guangming Holy Earth respectively. Master Mulan caught the tray, just glanced at the white Shandan, and said, "The best of the high-level Shandan. It is twice as powerful as the ordinary marrow-washing high-level Dan, and there are no side effects. Her Highness, the Saint, is really powerful, and in just one day, she created a high-level Dan. Even the legendary Yang Shenong, it is estimated that it will not be stronger than this." Master Jin Pan nodded and said, "The marrow-washing pill is for newborn babies. It is inherently more difficult to refine than other high-level pills. Her Highness the Saint can use the incomplete ancient pill to refine a pill with better efficacy than the ordinary marrow-washing pill. It is really valuable. Newborn babies are still in a state of ignorance, and they will gradually learn to speak until they are 1 or 2 years old. Some people with brain defects have not learned to speak even at the age of 6 or 7. However, if a newborn baby takes the marrow-washing advanced pill that opens up intelligence, he can have several times more wisdom than ordinary people just after birth. It only takes 1 or 2 days to learn to speak. Even less than a month after birth, you can begin to cultivate Xuanqi independently. Those children of aristocratic families began to cultivate when they were 1 month old. And the children of poor families will not know what is cultivation until they are 4 or 5 years old at the earliest. Even some poor children, until their teens, did not worship into the martial arts house to practice martial arts. It can be said that at the starting line, it has been far behind others. Therefore, the advanced marrow-washing pill is very precious. Only those ancient people who are rich and powerful can afford to buy it. It is specially used for the descendants of the family, so that they can have stronger cultivation than adults in their youth. The grade of the 2 marrow-washing pills refined by the Bright Saint is already very high. It is almost impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to surpass her. Those spiritual masters of the Holy Land of Light showed a look of victory on their faces. On. Ning Xiaochuan drank for a long time. When the bronze medicine tripod was opened, a colorful glow rushed out of it, emitting a rich colorful light fog. 12 colorful high-level Shandans suspended in the colorful light fog, like 12 stars suspended in the nebula. 12 high-level pills are refined at one time. The great spiritual masters of the Holy Land of Light were shocked. Looking at the 12 high-level pills suspended in the void, the Bright Saint was also slightly surprised that Ning Xiaochuan was able to refine so many high-level pills at one time, which was exactly 6 times the high-level pills she refined. What does this mean? This shows that Ning Xiaochuan's use of drugs has reached a superb level, and there is no waste of medicinal materials. Ning Xiaochuan, alone, is simply comparable to 6 mental health teachers in the same realm. Even if the quality of the pills refined by Ning Xiaochuan is not as good as her, the number of pills refined by him can turn defeat into victory. The 12 high-level pills refined by Ning Xiaochuan are all used to improve the cultivation of monks. They look regular. However, when the soul-level great spiritual master of the Holy Land of Light squeezed the pill in his hand, his face was slightly stunned and said, "How could this happen?" Master Mulan, Master Jin Pan and Master Xue Qing also found some abnormalities in the pill at the moment. "Ogawa, why are there array lines carved in the advanced Shandan you refined?" Master Mulan said in surprise. Ning Xiaochuan said, "This is the disciple's own understanding of the pill. I've studied it for a long time to try to integrate the array with the pill. According to the disciple's research, carving the array into the pill can indeed improve the quality of the pill. For example, carving Shumi array into the pill can store more Dan Qi and double the efficacy of the pill. For example, carving Zhuqi array into the pill can lock the Dan Qi of the pill. Even if the pill is stored for 100 years, the efficacy of the pill will not be reduced. 12 high-level mysterious elixirs refined by disciples, in which Shumi array and Standing Qi array are burned. After listening to Ning Xiaochuan's words, Master Mulan's face was mixed, and said, "In fact, the sages have long studied burning arrays in pills. However, the size of pills is too small, and pills are also very fragile. If you burn arrays in pills, the probability of failure will increase greatly, which is not what ordinary people can do. Moreover, while studying alchemy, you are also distracted from studying arrays. No one can have so much energy. Maybe in the end, you will accomplish nothing." Master Mulan is the master of Ning Xiaochuan. Of course, he knows that it's a great thing to be able to burn an array in the elixir. However, he had to tell Ning Xiaochuan about the disadvantages. On the face of the soul-level great spiritual master of Guanming Holy Land, he shook his head with a dignified expression and said, "I don't think so. The way of alchemy has been improving since the era of apotheosis. Integrating arrays into pills is an innovation and progress. Maybe in the future, this will become the mainstream of alchemy." Ning Xiaochuan, at a young age, has been able to carve the array into elixir. In the future, he may really be able to do things that previous generations cannot do, and lead a major reform in the field of mental cultivation. Although, Ning Xiaochuan carved an array into the pill, which improved the medicine of the pill. However, no one has been successful before, so it is impossible to judge how much grade he has improved the pill. Therefore, in terms of the grade of pills, the 2 marrow-washing pills refined by the bright saint are superior. However, if the pills refined by the 2 people are sold, the value of the 12 pills refined by Ning Xiaochuan must be higher. So, who wins? Master Yuzi, who do you think wins and who loses? Master Jin Pan laughed. Master Jin Pan originally thought that Ning Xiaochuan would lose, but Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly refined 12 high-level pills against the sky, and also engraved the array in the pills. Now, if anyone wants Master Jin Pan to admit defeat, Master Jin Pan will fight with him. The soul-level spiritual master of Guanming Holy Land stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and sighed. It's true that the hero made a boy. Ning Xiaochuan was able to burn an array in the elixir and refine 12 elixirs at the same time. Among the young spiritual masters, no one can do better than him. Today, your herbal garden is one of the best, and we Guanming Holy Land are willing to lose. Those young heart therapists in Baichaoyuan were excited, looking at Ning Xiaochuan like heroes, and those young female heart therapists were making eyes at Ning Xiaochuan secretly. This is an exciting moment. Master Jin Pan laughed and said, "Ogawa is really outstanding, and his attainments in alchemy are not comparable to ordinary people. However, the marrow-washing pill refined by Her Highness, the Saint, is of high grade, which is not lost to him. I think today is a draw. Master Yuzi, what do you think?" Now that the other party has conceded defeat, the herbal garden has occupied the top, there is no need to be aggressive. The soul-level spiritual master of Guanming Holy Land seemed to have expected that Master Jin Pan would say so, laughing. They are both young Shenong. A draw is good, and they can also generate momentum between each other. Maybe there will be another war in the future. The battle between the 2 holy lands ended in a draw. The party of Guanming Holy Land did not stay in the herbal garden for a long time, and left one after another in an atmosphere of disappointment. When leaving, Lin Yueji invited Ning Xiaochuan to discuss the skills of carving arrays into the elixir. Ning Xiaochuan naturally promised to visit Guanming Holy Land in the future. Everyone in the herbal garden was happy. Not only those young heart healers were extremely excited, but also those old-fashioned heart healers showed joy. After those spiritual masters of Guanming Holy Land left, the psychic magic medicine that was originally watching in the distance rushed excitedly towards Ning Xiaochuan, lifted Ning Xiaochuan up, and made a cry of joy in his mouth. These miraculous drugs also belong to the herbal garden. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan win face for the herbal garden, they are naturally very excited. The three masters glanced at each other, and their faces showed joy. Later, Master Mulan said meaningfully, "I feel that Ning Xiaochuan's outstanding talent is enough to be described as against the sky. Maybe I can say hello to the real leader." Master Jin Pan understood the meaning of Master Mulan's words and said, "Master Zhang Jiao is also very concerned about today's duel. It is estimated that even he did not expect to see a genius like Ning Xiaochuan. I will go to see Master Zhang Jiao with you." At the same time, the three chief heart-nourishing masters left the herbal garden and met the head teacher of Tiandi Mountain in front of them. Standing in a towering ancient palace, the three men looked serious and worshipped an ancient painting 3 feet wide above. On the ancient painting, a faint brilliance appeared. The old man in the painting actually came to life and spoke. His voice was very vague, as if he was close in front of him, as if he were far away from the horizon. Ning Xiaochuan's talent was so high, and his martial arts cultivation actually reached the realm of heaven and man. This is a real young Shenong. If he didn't block the news, I'm afraid he would be killed endlessly. Master Jin Pan shook his head and said, there was no way to block the news. There were too many people present at that time. Even if he issued a password, the news would be spread. He and the bright saint were tied. The news was so shocking that within 3 days, Ning Xiaochuan must be famous. Master Xueqing also said, even if we deliberately suppress the news, the people of Guangming Holy Land will deliberately spread the news. At that time, the whole north, the land of Xinjiang will know that there is a young Shenong in Tiandi Mountain, and other lords of 5 civilizations will surely send experts to assassinate him. Master Mulan coughed twice and said, how to protect Ning Xiaochuan is what the leader should care about. If you can't even protect the genius of the Holy Land, it's the leader's face, not ours. He added, what I am more concerned about is that if Ning Xiaochuan's current talent can't become the top 3 of the new generation of disciples, I'm afraid the people of Guangming Holy Land will laugh at our unfairness. The old man in the ancient painting showed a wry smile and said, Brother Mulan, you can't let go of the top 3. Don't worry. When the core disciple selection competition is over, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. As for the protection of Ning Xiaochuan, I'll definitely arrange someone to do it. Just relax. Hey. Master Mulan suddenly showed his joy. Master Jin Pan thought for a moment, took out the month-white wooden box sent by Guangming Holy Soil, and said, Master Zhang Jiao, Guangming Holy Soil sent the red dragon scale map to Tiandi Mountain. What medicine are they selling in their gourds? Now that they've sent it, take it. There's nothing to worry about. The old man in the ancient painting appears calm. It seems that even if the sky falls, he can hold up the sky with his hands. The news that Ning Xiaochuan has the martial arts cultivation of Tianrenjing caused a sensation in Tiandi Mountain. This news spread more and more widely, and also spread more and more God. Some people said that he was able to draw with the Saint of Light. He fought for 3 days and nights, but he didn't fall into the bottom. Some people also say that his attainments in alchemy are mysterious and divine. He has obtained the true legend of Master Mulan and can carve arrays in the elixir. Various rumors spread in Tiandi Mountain, alerting several palace masters of Wanjian Palace, and rushed to Baichao Garden to confirm this. After meeting Master Mulan, they returned to the 10,000 Sword Palace Taoist Center. Master Jin Pan was very optimistic about Ning Xiaochuan, dug out the good wine that had been stored for 500 years, and specially invited Master Mulan to drink with him. They fought many times for this jar of wine, but they didn't expect Master Jin Pan to finally take it out to drink. After 3 rounds of drinking, Master Jin Pan finally showed his fox tail. Smiling, he said, Mulan, Ning Xiaochuan's talent is indeed rebellious, but there is no big power behind him, and he will certainly become the assassination target of many people. Although the leader immortal promised to protect him comprehensively, after all, the leader immortal is busy, and it is impossible to focus on a younger generation. I think we should find him a big power that can protect him. You don't want him to join the Jin clan, do you? Although Master Mulan drank a little dizzy, he was very conscious and said, Jin San Fan, don't make a wrong idea. Am I the kind of person who digs the bottom of the wall? Master Jin Pan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I just want to introduce him to a marriage. If he becomes the son-in-law of the Jin family, we Jin family still don't fully protect him and cultivate him? This is not a matter of huge profits? Haha. Master Mulan also showed a thoughtful expression, slightly moved. If Ning Xiaochuan can marry a proud daughter of the Jin family, it is indeed beneficial for him. Ning Xiaochuan lived in the herbal garden for half a month, and sometimes listened to Master Mulan's lectures with UCC. Sometimes, one can understand the martial arts sutra alone. Sometimes, Master Jin Pan's 4 female disciples came to him to discuss his doubts about alchemy, or asked Ning Xiaochuan to accompany them to collect medicine. Their eyes are always red. Naked. Naked love, every time I see Yusasai very angry. In Yusasai's view, they are 4 little fox spirits, specially to seduce Ning Xiaochuan. On this day, Ning Xiaochuan laughed in the alchemy room. After half a month of refining, he finally successfully refined a furnace of human-level pills. Wang Suxing and Xia gave him 2 materials, but Ning Xiaochuan did not successfully refine the human-level pill at the first time. Later, he went to discuss with Master Mulan the reasons for the failure of refining pills. After continuous summary and correction, he finally succeeded in refining pills for the second time. A total of 7 one-soul human-level Guiyuan pills were refined. Although Guiyuan pill is only the simplest and most basic of the one-soul level pills, it marks that Ning Xiaochuan has taken a huge step in the cultivation of the great heart-nourishing master. He has become a source-level heart-nourishing master who can refine human-level pills. Ning Xiaochuan successfully refined Guiyuan pill the next day. A giant spirit general came to the herbal garden and told Ning Xiaochuan, Great spiritual master, there are 2 inner disciples outside asking to see you. What a coincidence! Ning Xiaochuan went to see the 2 inner disciples with the great spirit battle general. Don't guess, it must be Wang Suxing and Xian. In the past half-month, Ning Xiaochuan has gained a reputation in Tiandi Mountain. Naturally, Wang Suxing and Xian have also heard of it. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, they knelt down and saluted. You 2 get up quickly, please. What are you doing? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Wang Suxing said, Elder Martial Brother Ning is not only a disciple of Master Mulan, but also has cultivation at the level of heaven and man. He is also a noble spiritual master. He is the existence we need to look up to. If we don't salute Elder Martial Brother Ning, it will be a great disrespect. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, I'm not so particular about it. Get up. I finished refining the Guiyuan pill you want. Please check it. Ning Xiaochuan took out 2 jade boxes containing Guiyuan pills and handed them to Wang Suxing and Xian. Don't check. If we can't even trust Elder Martial Brother Ning, there will be no one we can trust in the world. After taking over the jade box, Wang Suxing and Xian were extremely excited and knelt down to Ning Xiaochuan again, grateful to Ning Xiaochuan. With this human-level pill, they have a great chance to break through the realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan said, with your materials, I have refined a total of 7 Guiyuan pills, and the remaining 5. Before Ning Xiaochuan finished speaking, Xian immediately said, 1 Guiyuan pill is enough for us to break through the realm of heaven and man. The remaining 5 will naturally return to Senior Brother Ning. If the 2 of them want the remaining 5 Guiyuan pills, Ning Xiaochuan will also give them. It's a big deal to refine them slowly in the future. With Ning Xiaochuan's current level of alchemy, it is not difficult to refine Guiyuan pill. If so, Ning Xiaochuan has nothing to do with them since then. However, since they gave 5 Guiyuan pills to Ning Xiaochuan, the fate between them was connected again. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Your potential has almost been exhausted. Even if you reach the realm of heaven and man, you will only be trapped and die in the first level of the realm of heaven and man, Chu Tianjing, forever. That is to say, even if you take Guiyuan pill and reach the realm of heaven and man, you can only live for 30 or 40 years at most. Now, there is an opportunity in front of you. If you are willing to help me do something, I can guarantee that in the next 50 years, you can use Dan medicine to help you cultivate to the 3rd level of heaven and man, which is equivalent to giving you a 200-year young show. I wonder if you two will." If others say this, they naturally don't believe it. However, this word came from Ning Xiaochuan's mouth, but it made the two people burst into tears. At the same time, he said, "Don't say it's one thing, even if it's 10 things, 100 things, we two will definitely agree. Let's go up the knife mountain and down the sea of fire. It's not that serious." Ning Xiaochuan stopped, took out 2 jade boxes and said, "I just hope you two go to the Jade Haze Empire and send these 2 Guiyuan pills to the Marquis House of Jiang'a and give them to the old Marquis of the Marquis House. Also, this matter must be kept confidential and can't be known by anyone." Wang Suxing and Xia and put away the 2 jade boxes and said, "Don't worry, Elder Martial Brother Ning. We will send Guiyuan Dan to the old Marquis in person." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Go." Wang Suxing and Xia and naturally knew the location of Yulan Empire. After saying goodbye to Ning Xiaochuan, they immediately left Tiandi Mountain and rushed to the distant Yulan Empire. "I hope Grandpa and second uncle can impact the realm of heaven and man after they get the Guiyuan pill." Ning Xiaochuan stood in place, looking at the direction of the Jade Haze Empire. Instead of returning to the herbal garden, he went to the 10,000 Sword Palace Taoist Center and planned to give the remaining 3 Guiyuan pills to Zi Hanyan and Ning Shiner. The last Guiyuan pill, which he planned to take by himself, was used to impact the Middle Heaven. Ning Xiaochuan's return to Wanjian Palace Taoist Center naturally caused a great sensation, and many martial brothers rushed to watch. Ning Xiaochuan only said hello to a few people who were familiar with him, and then rushed to Mingjianqi to see if Zihanyan had cleared the pass first. He passed the Extermination Sutra and Earth Sutra to Zihanyan, and also wanted her to combine the strengths of hundreds of families, understand various martial arts sutras, and cultivate her own martial arts. If there is no accident, with the talent of purple and cold smoke, once you leave the customs, you must step into the realm of heaven and man. Sure enough, when Ning Xiaochuan returned to Mingjianqi, Zihanyan had passed the pass, reached the beginning of heaven, cultivated Zixia Daoyuan, and was wrapped in purple glow, outlining a graceful and moving posture. Sitting on the water surface of Mingjian Lake, she is like a beautiful purple lotus, which is not stained with smoke and dirt. Just looking at it from a distance, it makes people relaxed and happy. In fact, at the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan's love for purple smoke was only a faint feeling, not as much as his love for Yucici and Yuningxing, but only an appreciation at most. When Ning Xiaochuan stepped forward to save her at the burial of Shinshan, he just wanted to repay her kindness. When Jiuyue Tiancheng saved her and her father, in fact, he only knew her and didn't want to see her refined into a cauldron. Sometimes, fate is invisible. After meeting and saving each other again and again, Zi Hanyan deeply fell in love with Ning Xiaochuan, and did not hide his love at all. The so-called men chasing women across the mountain, women chasing men across the veil. When a woman treats you wholeheartedly, and that woman is particularly excellent, beautiful, and kind, any man will be moved by it. Ning Xiaochuan is not a eunuch with incomplete body, so he naturally has feelings for her. However, it is because of a volume of Zixia Sutra that they really strengthen their feelings with each other. Feelings can be divided into 2 kinds. One is the feelings generated after being moved. One is the feeling after the heartbeat. The feelings between Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan belong to the former. Ning Xiaochuan's feelings for Yusasai actually belong to the former. Perhaps only the feelings for Yu Ningxing can be regarded as a heartbeat. When Zihanyan could tolerate Yusasai to practice the Zixia Sutra, Ning Xiaochuan was really moved by her and really accepted this feeling. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan passed on the Book of Extermination and the Book of Earth to her because Ning Xiaochuan regarded her as his true lover and trusted her completely. Even if she passed on the Book of Extermination and the Book of Earth to the descendants of the Z nationality, Ning Xiaochuan would not mind at all. Zihanyan was consolidating his realm. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming back, he immediately stopped practicing. He stepped on the lake and walked to the bank and said, "If the Destruction Sutra and the Earth Sutra are really broad and profound, I'm afraid they are also two kinds of nerves? Maybe it's not just nerves." Ning Xiaochuan added, "However, these two martial arts classics have certain cultivation restrictions, which can be used to comprehend. However, if you really want to practice alone, I'm afraid most people are even difficult to get started." Zihanyan glanced at Ning Xiaochuan bitterly and said, "Therefore, you passed the Zixia Sutra to Yusasai, because the Zixia Sutra is easier to practice." Still hating this? Ning Xiaochuan laughed. "I don't hate her, only you. You passed my martial arts sutra to my rival. What's your heart?" Purple cold smoke, apricot eyes with smoke, mouth with a charming smile. "Cece won't be your rival in love. When you really get along with her, you will find that she actually needs your help and love more." Ning Xiaochuan took out a Guiyuan pill, handed it to Zihanyan, and said, "You have just broken through the realm of heaven and man, and the realm is still unstable. After taking this Guiyuan pill, you should be able to equal your 3 years of hard cultivation, and it is not difficult to hit the peak of the primordial realm." "Thank you." Zihanyan took Guiyuan pill and said softly, "And say thank you to me?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at Zihanyan, just in time to see her plump radiant in front of her chest, white skin, simply beautiful. His pupils couldn't help but enlarge a little, smelling the faint fragrance from the purple smoke, and the blood in his body became hot, like a flame burning in his body. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to be addicted to female sex, but recently, in Baichaoyuan, he was teased by the 4 female disciples of Master Jinpan every day. As long as it was a man, he would definitely not stand it. But in the herbal garden, Ning Xiaochuan lived with Master Mulan, and it was impossible to really make out with Yusasai. Naturally, he was very uncomfortable. Zihanyan is definitely a woman among women, with a full figure and a slender waist like a willow, long and round. The most important thing is that her relationship with Ning Xiaochuan has been identified. Some things that should happen seem to happen. "You. What are you looking at?" Zihanyan naturally felt Ning Xiaochuan's burning eyes, and immediately knew what Ning Xiaochuan was thinking. When he was ashamed, his white face immediately turned pink, turned around, and flew away into a purple streamer. "Why did you run away?" Ning Xiaochuan caught up. I'm not ready. Moreover, it's still day. We are people who cultivate martial arts, and we should restrain our desires. Hope, pursue the unity of heaven and man, and naturally make friends with heaven and earth. Huan, why can't we fall in love with spirit?" Zihanyan winked at Ning Xiaochuan playfully. Her eyelashes were long and warped. Her beautiful eyes were full of spirituality, just like the Lingbo fairy. "It's like a goddess in the painting." Ning Xiaochuan's heart actually gave birth to a feeling of only appreciating, not blaspheming. Cough. "Are you kidding? I've restrained myself for nearly 2 years, and you still call me spiritual love? Well. In that case, I'd better go back to Baichaoyuan to find Princess Cece. Speaking of it, the girl's skin is very white and her body is very fragrant." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "You and she have." Zihanyan's heart beat very fast, and her eyes widened, staring at Ning Xiaochuan in shock. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, if that didn't happen to Princess Cece and me, do you think it's normal? Do you think I'm normal? The purple smoke whitened Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, and there was a feeling that the little white rabbit was cheated by the big gray wolf. Men are really… You want… Just at that moment, Ning Xiaochuan pushed the purple smoke against the wall and forced it into a corner. Purple smoke clings to the wall. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan close at hand, his heart beats faster. Looking at her exquisite and beautiful face, the glittering and ready lips are like red cherries, which are particularly attractive and constantly attracting Ning Xiaochuan to her. Purple smoke has just reached the realm of heaven and man. Every inch of skin emits a faint purple vitality, which is in sharp contrast to white skin. A pair of clear star eyes stare at Ning Xiaochuan with tenderness, some longing and some fear. Ning Xiaochuan's blood became hotter and hotter, and her throat was thirsty. She kissed her soft lips, pushed open her white shell teeth with her tongue, and soon found that smooth sweet tongue. At the same time, his hands also began to become irregular, probing into the purple skirt, along the smooth skin, and finally caught a group of towering milk. Fang is like holding a soft cotton. Whimpering. Zihanyan's mouth made a messy noise, and her delicate body seemed to have been shocked. Her bones and flesh were crisp and numb. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't held her waist, she might have fallen soft on the corner. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was about to ask for more, suddenly, his mind moved and he felt that someone came to Ming Jianqi. He immediately stopped further movements, retracted his lips and looked in the direction of the door. Who comes to Ming Jianqi at this time? Zihanyan also has the realm of heaven and man. When he realizes that someone is coming to Ming Jianqi, he becomes more shy and guilty. If he lets others see his embarrassment, what should he do? She immediately tidied up her messy clothes, stared at Ning Xiaochuan bitterly, and ran the Tianwu vitality in her body. The purple haze came out, enveloping her in a layer of unreal purple fog, leaving only a graceful figure. Senior brother Ning. Senior brother Ning. A pretty little Taoist rushed into Ming Jianqi breathlessly, her face red and her expression was very urgent. When she saw Ning Xiaochuan, she immediately said, Ning Xiaochuan, things are bad. Xiner, she was hurt. What? Desire in Ning Xiaochuan's body. The fire disappeared cleanly, replaced by a more vigorous anger, and said eagerly, younger martial sister Mingzhu, what's going on? Where's Shiner? Chaotic footsteps sounded. Several young talents from Wanjian Palace rushed in from the outside, carrying Ning Shiner, who was seriously injured, and put him in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, please help Shiner. Her heart seems to be punctured. I have used my strength to help her heal, but I still can't stop the blood. Situ Jing was sweating heavily, and his strength was consumed greatly, but he could not control Ning Shiner's injury. Ning Xiaochuan immediately came forward to check Ning Shiner's injury, and his heart was indeed gushing blood. The heart was stabbed and almost punctured the left atrium. Ning Xiaochuan's face was full of anger, and the killing opportunity was exposed. However, he temporarily controlled his anger, immediately picked up Ning Shiner, rushed into the room, and placed it on the ice stone bed. Fortunately, the heart palace was not broken, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Xiaochuan drops a drop of colorful dark water on Ning Shiner's wound. Chi. However, when the multicolored Xian water dripped down, it did not make the wound repaired, but emitted wisps of black smoke at the wound. How could this happen? Ning Xiaochuan kept calm and immediately mobilized his mind to carefully investigate Ning Shiner's injury. When his mind entered Ning Shiner's body, he was attacked by an unknown force, which was actually devouring his mind. Soul-eating Luo. Ning Xiaochuan pinched his hands tightly and clenched his teeth, sending out a cold evil spirit on his body. It's all right to hurt Ning Shiner. Unexpectedly, she was poisoned to death. Who is it? Those young monks standing outside clearly felt a chill coming out of the room, and they could feel Ning Xiaochuan's anger. Soul-devouring luo is an extremely powerful strange poison. It is said that this poisonous herb only grows in water. Once a monk is poisoned by the soul-devouring rose, he will be constantly devoured by the toxin, and finally his whole body will rot and turn into black blood. Even heaven and man, if they are poisoned by the soul-eating rose, they are almost dead. The poison of soul-eating rose has fused with the soul of Ning Xiaochuan. If you want to detoxify her, it will hurt her soul. If you don't detoxify her, I'm afraid she won't live for 3 hours. Ning Xiaochuan has only one way to detoxify her, that is to suck the poison of soul-eating luo into her body. Xiaochuan, you must hold on. Without hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan pressed his palm on Ning Xiaochuan's heart, mobilized the power of the magic sword, condensed a small vortex in his palm, and sucked black air into his body. Half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan's whole arm turned black, just like coke, without any vitality. The toxin of soul-eating rose entered Ning Xiaochuan's body, which was like an evil spirit entering the body, and began to attack Ning Xiaochuan's body and soul madly. How dare you hurt my body? Ning Xiaochuan has the supreme body of gods and demons, which contains the 3 supreme powers of kendo, magic and the way of life, and can be called invincible. Even the soul-devouring luo, which heaven and man are afraid of, can be dissolved by the supreme body. Ning Xiaochuan ran the blood in his body for 3 weeks, and then automatically purified the toxin of soul-eating pineapple. He once again dropped a drop of colorful mysterious water on Ning Xiaochuan's wound. The wound, which was still bleeding, was wrapped by colorful brilliance and healed with the naked eye. Before long, the wound disappeared completely, and the white and tender skin grew again without any scar. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Xiaochuan, can you hear me? Ning Xiaochuan's face was quite pale and weak, because of too much blood loss. She slowly opened her eyes, and squeezed out a faint smile after seeing Ning Xiaochuan sitting beside her, saying, "Brother, I'm fine." Cough. Your soul and soul have been injured, and a lot of blood has been lost in your body. Have a good rest first. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the room with a gloomy face and gently closed the door. Zihanyan immediately greeted him and said with concern, "Xiaochuan, are you all right?" Those young monks from the Wanjian Palace also rushed over and wrapped Yumingsong, Hanli, He Mingyuan and others. It's all right for the time being, but it will take some time to cultivate. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Situ Jing and said with gloomy eyes, "Brother Situ, what's going on?" Situ Jing said, "What happened on the stage, the other party is one of the kings of the young generation, Li Chonglu. Li Chonglu's cultivation has entered the realm of heaven and man, and he is the top hero of the young generation. Xiaochuan is not his opponent at all, but he didn't expect that he would kill Xiaochuan. Today, Ning Xiaochuan's opponent is Li Chonglu. As early as a few years ago, Li Chonglu has entered the realm of heaven and man. The young generation in Tiandi Mountain has a great reputation and has the strength to compete for the top 3. When Ning Xiaochuan learned that his opponent was him, she didn't really want to win at all. She planned to go on the stage and say hello to the other party, so she took the initiative to admit defeat. Unexpectedly, before she admitted defeat, Li Chonglu had already shot, using the trick of taking her life. Although Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is not bad, there is a big gap with Li Chonglu. With only one move, she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He is deliberately trying to kill Li Chonglu. Ning Xiaochuan read the name mercilessly and said, "Han Yen, help me take care of Xiaochuan. I'll see this Li Chonglu." Luo Wu came in from the outside, stopped Ning Xiaochuan's way, and said, "Younger martial brother Ning, I already know what happened. I'm the eldest martial sister, so I'll deal with it. Li Chonglu is the first pride of Li nationality, and has a high status in Li nationality, so you can't mess around." Li nationality, Luo nationality, and Jin nationality are the three ancient aristocratic families of the Tianshu Empire. They have a very deep foundation. The strong are like clouds, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers, which are like three unbreakable mountains. Luo Wu knows the position of Li Chonglu in the Li nationality better than anyone else. If Ning Xiaochuan goes to avenge him, let alone whether Ning Xiaochuan is the opponent of Li Chonglu. Even if Ning Xiaochuan really helps Ning Xinar revenge and kills Li Chonglu, Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Xinar are definitely dead. She knew the seriousness of the matter, so she came to stop Ning Xiaochuan. My sister's affairs should naturally be handled by myself, and I don't need to worry about it. Ning Xiaochuan is a rational person, but he absolutely cannot tolerate anyone harming his family. Even if his background is too strong, he should return blood with blood and pay for life with life. Listen to me first. Luo Wu still wanted to persuade him, but Ning Xiaochuan turned into a colorful streamer and rushed out from her side. No. Luo Wu thought that Ning Xiaochuan was a calm person who could do everything without disturbing his heart, but he didn't expect that Ning Xinar's weight in his heart was so heavy that he even lost his mind. She immediately caught up, for fear that Ning Xiaochuan would make things uncontrollable. Prince, that Ning Xinar is just a small role. Why kill her? Even if you want to kill her, you can send an expert at will and take her life. Why do you want me to kill her? Moreover, you still kill her in front of everyone on the platform. Li Chonglu was puzzled. Li Chonglu thought he had killed Ning Xinar, even if the sword didn't pierce her heart and she dodged the key. However, if she is poisoned by the soul-eating rose, she will die without doubt. Wearing a golden dragon armor, the crown prince sat on the scarlet chariot, stared at the distant battle platform, and said, Ning Xinar is really not a big man, but she is Ning Xiaochuan's sister. What? Is she Ning Xiaochuan's sister? Li Chong Corridor. Recently, in Tiandi Mountain, the name of Ning Xiaochuan has been widely spread. Li Chonglu naturally heard his name. However, in the view of Li Chonglu, Ning Xiaochuan may really be a genius heart trainer, but it is not true to say that his martial arts cultivation has also entered the realm of heaven and man. It should be just rumors. The crown prince naturally saw the contemptuous look in Li Chonglu's eyes and said, Don't underestimate Ning Xiaochuan. Even I can't see through him completely. He is definitely not a simple role. Li Chonglu, who was also extremely clever, said, Your Highness the prince asked me to kill Ning Xinar. Is it because he wants to lead Ning Xiaochuan out? Do you want me to try his true cultivation? The crown prince of the emperor laughed and said, Yes. If you want to try out his cultivation level, you must irritate him. Isn't killing his sister the best way to irritate him? Qua qua. What do you think? It's too unkind for the prince to let me be this bad person. Li Chong Corridor. The crown prince said faintly, With your cultivation, your identity, and the forces behind you, will you still care about Ning Xiaochuan? Don't worry. Our royal family and Li are always the best allies. In front of our two families, even if Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation of martial arts really reaches the realm of heaven and man, he can't turn over any waves. That's natural. Li Chong Corridor. Suddenly, Li Chonglu felt a murderous breath coming, with a chilly chill, making his hair stand up. Where did the murderous spirit come from? Li Chonglu looked in the direction of the murderous spirit, and saw a young man in a heart-nourishing robe standing in the distance, staring at him with sharp eyes. Shwa. A flash of brilliance. The young man in a heart-nourishing robe moved sideways, stood within 10 feet of him, and stood under the stone stairs. Those young talents in the Wang Sun mansion naturally felt the murderous spirit of Ning Xiaochuan and stared at Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. One of the sons of an aristocratic family pointed to Ning Xiaochuan and scolded, How dare you show murderous spirit in front of the crown prince? Get away, I'm not looking for you. Ning Xiaochuan's cold voice. What? Do you know my identity? How dare you tell me to get away? Wang Yangming has the cultivation of the fifth step Tianti realm, and has entered the finals of the core disciple selection competition. He is a top 10 young master in Wang Suanfu. Who dares to speak to him like this? His body sent out the sound of tiger roaring and elephant howling. One arm turned into a tiger claw, and the other arm turned into an elephant palm. Both arms attacked Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. The overwhelming force seemed to tear Ning Xiaochuan to pieces. He swallowed the blood of all animals from urination, and cultivated the body of all animals. His body was incomparably strong, comparable to heaven and man. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan struck with his palm print and immediately made a click sound, which unexpectedly broke Wang Yangming's hand bone, broke his flesh and blood, and backed out. Wang Yangming's face was pale and he was sweating with pain. He looked at his bloody arm and stared at Ning Xiaochuan in shock. Li Chongluo's mouth gave a light sigh, and his face showed a smile. He came to me, Wang Yangming, you are not his opponent, back down. The power Ning Xiaochuan just showed surprised those talented heroes in the Wang Sun mansion. Except for a few people who had seen Ning Xiaochuan, others did not know the identity of the young man in front of them. Ning Xiaochuan lifted his eyes up and said, "Are you Li Chonglu?" "Yes, I am." Li Chonglu looked very relaxed and said with a smile, "It is said that Ning Xiaochuan has the cultivation of heaven and man. I used to think that was bragging. Now it seems that you have indeed reached heaven and man." Ning Xiaochuan said, "In other words, Ning Xiaochuan was really hurt by you?" "That's right." "Isn't she dead?" "Oh. I forgot, you're a great heart healer. Maybe you can really save her." "What a pity." Li Chonglu grinned. Luo Wu caught up and fell beside Ning Xiaochuan. Her eyes glanced at the crown prince sitting above, and her heart secretly said, "I guessed right," and it really had something to do with the crown prince. When Li Chonglu saw Luo Wu coming, he laughed and said, "It's normal that death and injury will inevitably occur in the competition on the battle platform. Younger martial brother Ning, don't take him too seriously. Luo Wu, take him back. Lest younger martial brother Ning do something unwise when he is angry. It would be a pity if the talented heart trainer of Tiandi Mountain died young. Li Chonglu, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is far inferior to you. You can easily win her. Why do you want to kill her?" Luo Wu murmured. "Luo Wu, are you accusing me?" Li Chongluo's cold voice. "Ning Xiaochuan is a member of Wanjian Palace. I'm the eldest martial sister of Wanjian Palace. She almost died in your hands. Can't I get justice for her?" Luo Wu said. "Elder martial sister Wu, don't worry about it. It's between me and Li Chonglu." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Li Chonglu and said, "Since it's normal for you to say that there are deaths and injuries in the competition on the platform, now I challenge you. I don't know if you dare to fight." Ning Xiaochuan. Luo Wu knew that Li Chonglu was strong and wanted to persuade Ning Xiaochuan, but he was blocked by Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Elder martial sister Wu, you don't need to persuade me. There are some things I have to do. Today, I will have a war with Li Chonglu." "Good." Sitting above, the crown prince suddenly stood up. He was tall and heroic, and patted his hands. "I've heard that younger martial brother Ning is a dragon and phoenix among people for a long time, but it's a pity that he has unpredictable accomplishments, but he didn't participate in the core disciple selection competition. It's really a pity to see younger martial brother Ning show his magic power today. Li Chonglu, younger martial brother Ning invited you to fight, which has given you a lot of face. Not everyone has this opportunity. Since younger martial brother Ning wants to ask for Li's magic power, Li naturally wants to accompany him. Younger martial brother Ning is a spiritual master after all, and it is estimated that he is not very proficient in fighting magic power. What if younger martial brother Ning is accidentally injured by Li Chongluo's gloomy and strange way? Life and death have destiny. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Well, life and death have their own destiny. With younger martial brother Ning's words, Li won't have to be so tied up. Li Chongluo's body rushed out a blue flame, wrapped his body, turned into a blue streamer, and flew to a battle platform not far away. Ning Xiaochuan, haven't you seen that this is the game they set up? Even if it wants to lead you to the stage. Luo Wu used her mind to remind Ning Xiaochuan that she didn't want to see Ning Xiaochuan die. I've already seen it. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Luo Wu deeply and said, Elder Martial Sister Wu, if your close relatives are seriously injured, can you be indifferent? Phew. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan turned into a colorful streamer, moved horizontally to the battle platform, and stood opposite Li Chonglu. The battle platform is the size of a football field, covered with black boulders. The surface of the boulder is carved with array lines, which is enough to withstand the attack of heaven and man. In Tiandi Mountain, there are dozens of such platforms, on which the core disciple selection competition is held. Ning Xiaochuan takes revenge on Li Chonglu, duels on the battle platform, and even wants to distinguish between life and death. The news soon spread, and those young talents who came to watch the core disciple selection competition came one after another. This is simply an explosive news. Li Chonglu is the first pride of Li nationality and the king of the younger generation. At a young age, he has built Daoyuan and become the venerable of heaven and man. Every move of this kind of character has been concerned by everyone. What's more, the person who wants to duel with him is Ning Xiaochuan, who has recently become famous. Many people know Ning Xiaochuan's taboo, but they have never seen Ning Xiaochuan fight. Unexpectedly, he dared to challenge Li Chonglu for the first time. Is Ning Xiaochuan crazy? How dare a heart-nourishing master find Li Chonglu for revenge? Li Chonglu is the first pride of the Li nationality. If he is irritated, he will definitely kill Ning Xiaochuan. Hearing that Li Chonglu killed Ning Xiaochuan's sister, Ning Xiaochuan was mad, so he desperately wanted to duel with Li Chonglu and avenge his sister. So it is. Ning Xiaochuan wants to avenge Li Chonglu and fight for life and death? Hearing the news, the bright saint was a little surprised, and her beautiful star eyes became bright. Your Highness, although Ning Xiaochuan is gifted, after all, he is only a son of a poor family. If he challenges Li Chonglu so rashly, he may be in danger of life. Even, this itself may be the game set by the Wang Sun Fu. An old man from the Holy Land of Light came out and stood below, very respectful to the Saint of Light. The bright saint shook her head and said, Ning Xiaochuan can hide his cultivation for so long. The city is very deep. Do you think he will be a rash person? This. The Saint of Light pondered for a moment and said with a smile, I've long wanted to explore Ning Xiaochuan's true cultivation, but he has always lived in the herbal garden, so I can't find the opportunity. Li Chonglu has an innate magic eye, and is definitely a first-class strong man in the young generation. If he takes action, it's impossible to test Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation. If Li Chonglu gets rid of Ning Xiaochuan, it would be best. The old man laughed. Get rid of Ning Xiaochuan? The Saint of Light said, instead, I hope Ning Xiaochuan will kill Li Chonglu. In this way, Tiandi Mountain will lose a young master. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan has no place to live in Tiandi Mountain, and we Guangming Holy Land can easily attract him. Your Highness, the saint is extremely intelligent, and I'm far from it. The old man said. I also go to see what powerful means Ning Xiaochuan has besides alchemy. The Saint of Light turns into a beam of light, and when her body moves, she disappears in place. Li Chongluo's eyebrows have a vertical eye, and his eyelids are closed. However, Ning Xiaochuan can feel a trace of danger. If he opens that vertical eye, it will definitely show terrible destructive power. Younger martial brother Ning, after all, you are a spiritual master. Even if you have the cultivation of heaven and man, you can't be my opponent. For the sake of fairness, I'll let you do 3 moves. What do you think? Li Chonglu carries his hands on his back and stands in the mountain sitting style of martial arts. It seems simple to stand there, but the vitality of the body is connected with the earth, like a towering mountain standing there. You're welcome. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't be polite. He came to revenge, but he didn't really want to compete with Li Chonglu. Wow. Ning Xiaochuan launched the rainbow shift at a fast speed, which was extremely fast. Li Chonglu saw a flower in front of him. Before he could figure out what was going on, he felt his body flying. A sharp pain came from his chest, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. Ning Xiaochuan's speed is so fast. I'm too big to despise him. I can't let him do it anymore. Li Chonglu just wanted to fight back, but he just turned over and twisted his waist. A bolt of thick lightning fell from the sky and directly hit his head. Boom! Li Chonglu fell to the ground, his whole body was emitting black smoke, his skin became scorched, his hair stood up, and every hair was flowing with lightning. Fortunately, he had Lanny fire protection. Although he looked very embarrassed, he did not hurt the source. Damn! Li Chonglu is a magnificent figure. From small to large, only others were trampled by him. He has never been so embarrassed as now. He slapped his hand on the ground and just wanted to take off, but in the void, a big hand wrapped by lightning stretched out and hit him on the ground again. His skin was torn, and his robe was torn apart. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, face down, was up, the bridge of his nose was broken, and hot blood flowed from his nostrils. The onlookers standing under the battle platform were all dumbfounded. The duel had just begun. Was the invincible Li Chonglu beaten so badly? Even Luo Wu was slightly stunned. She knew the power of Li Chonglu better than anyone. Even if Li Chonglu intended to let Ning Xiaochuan do 3 tricks, there was no need to let Ning Xiaochuan attack him. The only explanation is that Li Chonglu is not letting Ning Xiaochuan, but that he doesn't even have a chance to fight back. Since Luo Wu met Ning Xiaochuan, he has always thought that Ning Xiaochuan is a talented heart trainer with weak combat power, and he plans to protect him during the Tianmen exam. She did not expect that Ning Xiaochuan had hidden such a powerful cultivation. Do you still want me? Ning Xiaochuan stood on the battle platform, with his hands on his back and his eyes staring coldly at Li Chonglu lying on the ground. Li Chonglu got up from the ground, clenched his teeth, stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and an increasingly powerful sense of war emanated from his body, saying, "Don't be complacent too early, it's just beginning now." Wow! Lanny fire escaped from the pores of Li Chonglu, and the flame became more vigorous, burning the air, distorted. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than just now, and he breathed out a breath, as if he could blow down the mountains. This is the real strength of Li Chonglu. Ning Xiaochuan also became serious, and he was just able to beat Li Chonglu so embarrassed, because Li Chonglu despised the enemy. He wants to make Ning Xiaochuan 3 tricks to humiliate Ning Xiaochuan and make everyone feel that he and Ning Xiaochuan are not at the same level at all. Ning Xiaochuan was naturally impolite, and launched the fastest speed. He made a series of shots to completely suppress Li Chonglu, so that Li Chonglu didn't even have a chance to fight back. Therefore, Li Chonglu was beaten so embarrassed just now. Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't use his strongest strength just now, Li Chonglu's ability to resist his 3 moves and stand up from the ground shows that Li Chonglu is definitely not a simple role. Li Chonglu no longer gave Ning Xiaochuan a chance to attack on his own initiative. A blue sword stabbed out of the flames. On the edge of the sword, there is a soul, devouring Luo toxin. The sword light is extremely bright, making the light of the sun dim. 10,000 swords melt into rain. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his hands, and countless lights flew out of his chest. 10 war swords rushed out of his body and turned into a magnificent sword rain. 10 battle swords, strong crazy cut in the past, the blue sword light to defeat. The blue sword of Li Chonglu is a 9-grade xuanqi, but the 10 concrete magic swords called by Ning Xiaochuan are all 9-grade xuanqi. When Ning Xiaochuan became the supreme body, he had already refined 10 war swords with the supreme blood in his body. Later, when crossing the sky robbery, the 10 war swords were refined by the sky robbery, and finally all turned into 9-grade xuanqi. After 10 swords are formed into a sword array, the power displayed is absolutely comparable to that of an inferior supreme weapon. 10 pieces of 9-grade xianware, and all of them have been refined into concrete magical powers. Luo Wu was surprised again and looked at Ning Xiaochuan standing on the battle platform, as if he knew him again. Too strong. She also practiced kendo, but she only refined 3 9-grade xuanqi level war swords into concrete magical powers. If she wants to forcibly refine the 4th 9-grade xuanqi level sword, she may be in danger of exploding and dying. How can Ning Xiaochuan's constitution be so strong? My God! Some ancient families that have been handed down for thousands of years have only 1 Jiupin xuanqi, which is the treasure of the town family. Elder martial brother Ning actually has 10 Jiupin xuanqi, and it has been refined into a concrete divine power. I only knew elder martial brother Ning was strong before. Unexpectedly, he was even stronger than I expected. A little Taoist in Wanjian Palace was stunned and admired Ning Xiaochuan to the extreme. Elder martial brother Ning has no ancient background, and he doesn't know where he got the 10 9-grade xian tools. The curious way of a proud woman. Yu Mingsong pointed to himself and said triumphantly, Elder martial sister, in fact, I forged his swords for him. Hey! Who calls us brothers? By you? The proud woman disdained a smile. She knew that Yu Mingsong liked to boast, so she didn't care about Yu Mingsong. In her opinion, Yu Mingsong didn't deserve to lift Ning Xiaochuan's shoes, and the gap between them was too big. Yu Mingsong shook his head angrily and said to himself, it's sad to be so handsome. No matter what you say, no one believes you. After Ning Xiaochuan offered 10 war swords, the power also climbed to a level of terror. Li Chongluo's eyes showed a bit of surprise, but he was only surprised for a moment, and said coldly, is that all you have? With so many skills, it's enough to deal with you. End the battle. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the center of the battle platform, his clothes flying, communicated with his mind about the sword, mobilized 10 swords to plunge into the ground, turned into a sword array, and surrounded Li Chonglu in the center. Shua shua. The battle of 10 swords rushed out thousands of sword qi. All sword qi are connected together to form a huge spherical cover, which turns into a sword qi cage. Originally, Luo Wu was still worried about Ning Xiaochuan, but after seeing Ning Xiaochuan's strong strength, she began to worry about Li Chonglu again. If Ning Xiaochuan really kills Li Chonglu, the Li nationality will never give up. The Li nationality's influence in Tiandi Mountain is quite strong. If the wrath of thunder falls, Ning Xiaochuan can't resist it. The god of Lani. Li Chonglu gave a grim smile, and the vertical eye in the middle of the eyebrow slowly opened a gap. Wow! A blue brilliance was emitted from his eyes, and the light was extremely sharp. It punctured the cage of sword gas, and the light rushed several kilometers away. A faint blue shadow appeared behind the heavy building of Li, wearing a battle armor, up to 3 feet high, very much like a god holding a war sword. The vertical eye in the eyebrow of Li Chonglu is a natural magic eye, containing blue nirvana fire. With the power of the magic eye, you can awaken a trace of the power of the god of Lani, and increase his combat power 3 times in a short time. Break it. Li Chonglu borrowed the power of the god of Lani, which was like the god of war. His power increased wildly. He waved the sword and broke the sword array, composed of 10 9-grade mysterious weapons and swords. He turned into a blue light, holding a sword in both hands, and cut down a sword towards Ning Xiaochuan, dragging out a gorgeous sword light. The blue sword has been soaked in the poison of soul-eating rose all the year round. Once it is stained with the monk's skin, the flesh and blood will be corroded by the poison of soul-eating rose, and the soul will be swallowed by the poison. The vertical eye in the middle of Li Chongluo's eyebrow emits a sapphire blue glow, forming a field burning with blue flames, which is used to suppress the power of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, you can force me to use the power of the god of Lanny. Even if you die in my hands today, you will die well. Li Chonglu sank his voice. What a joke, just because you want to kill me? Ning Xiaochuan has seen that Li Chongluo's cultivation is also the peak of Chu Tianjing. Even if he borrowed the power of Lanny's god to increase his combat power several times, Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid of him at all. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to continue fighting with Li Chonglu. He plans to make a quick decision, mobilize 10 war swords, and guard his body in the center. Heaven's seal. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows showed a light spot, and a mysterious mark appeared, emitting white holy light. The whole battle platform was covered with holy light, and even the blue brilliance emanating from the eyebrows of Li Chonglu was completely suppressed. In the white holy light, Ning Xiaochuan was suspended in the void, standing with his hands down, just like a young god looking down at all creatures in the world. Li Chongluo's mind was shocked, and he was completely suppressed by the power of the Emperor's seal. His body seemed to be in a quagmire, and it was extremely difficult to move his fingers. Ning Xiaochuan put one hand behind him and pressed the other hand down towards the top of Li Chonglu. Boom! A huge handprint pressed on the top of Li Chonglu. It was as heavy as a 5-finger mountain, which made people breathless. I don't lose. Li Chonglu is also worthy of being the king of the young generation. He has an extremely strong physique and even supports his fingerprints with both hands. Kneel down. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth gave a sharp drink, spit out the sound wave river, hit Li Chongluo's body, and beat Li Chonglu to spit blood. Dong. Under the huge pressure, Li Chonglu was knelt on the ground by the power of Heaven's seal and handprint. His humiliation made him feel worse than killing him. He was the first pride of the Li nationality and the king of the younger generation. How arrogant he was that he was beaten to his knees. He wanted to stand up under the pressure of the seal of heaven, but that terrible force made every pore of him bleed. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't allow him to stand up. Pa! The leg bones of Li Chongluo's legs were broken, and he almost fainted in pain. However, the sense of humiliation in his heart made him more ashamed, and he wanted to get into the ground. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Li Chonglu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, "My sister and you are both disciples of Tiandi Mountain. You deliberately killed her, and you must receive the punishment you deserve for doing this kind of cruelty to your fellow disciples. Just kneel here for 3 days. It's an atonement. Ning Xiaochuan, if you dare to insult me like this, you're dead." Li Chonglu gritted his teeth. "I'm dead? If it weren't for my sister's death, you would be dead today." Although Ning Xiaochuan was very angry, he didn't lose his mind. Now he can't kill Li Chonglu. Even if you want to kill Li Chonglu, you can't let people know that the person who killed him is Ning Xiaochuan. Making Li Chonglu kneel in front of everyone is more painful and humiliating for him than killing him. That's the seal of heaven. The crown prince stared at the mark on Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, and finally moved. Even if Ning Xiaochuan mobilized 10 9-grade Xian weapons and swords, the crown prince didn't care at all, but even he felt incredible when the Zun seal appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows that day. Since ancient times, several people have cultivated the seal of heaven. Each of them is an earth-shattering figure, just like the existence of myths and legends. Heaven's seal. So this is Ning Xiaochuan's most powerful card. The bright saint's eyes were wonderful, but there was also some disappointment that Ning Xiaochuan didn't kill Li Chonglu. Of course, this is also in her expectation. Those young talents have seen the seal of heaven on the Taoist scripture, which is the symbol of heaven and one of the most mysterious marks of Taoism. However, who could have thought that the mark that used to appear only on books should appear in the middle of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows? It's too powerful. It's so oppressive that Li Chonglu kneels down. Is Ning Xiaochuan the reincarnation of the emperor? A highly gifted heart-nourishing teacher, who also has the mark of the emperor, my God. Against the sky. Against the sky. It seems that the descendants of the emperor and the crown prince of the emperor may not be the strongest of the emperor mountain. Everyone stared at Ning Xiaochuan on the battle platform and felt the strong breath emanating from him. Bold. Above the sky, a sound sounded, brilliant atmosphere, like thunder. The wind roared, the clouds flew, and the lightning flashed. An old man in a Taoist robe fell from the sky and fell on the battle platform, with anger in his eyes. Uncle. Ning Xiaochuan deceives people too much, and he must be killed. Li Chonglu knelt humiliated on the ground. After seeing the Taoist-robed old man, his face showed a ferocious expression, and he wanted to see Ning Xiaochuan killed. The old man stared at Li Chonglu, sighed, turned around, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with cold eyes, and said, "Young generation, you've gone too far. Li Chonglu is your fellow apprentice brother. You've violated unforgivable rules by humiliating him so." Ning Xiaochuan had expected that the elders of the Li nationality would appear. Such peerless Tianjiao as Li Chonglu must be cultivated as the future king of Li nationality. The future king of the Li nationality was suppressed and knelt on the ground, which was a shame to the Li nationality. Ning Xiaochuan said humbly, "I violated the door rules?" "Then excuse me," Li Chonglu deliberately slaughtered his fellow disciples, "isn't it a violation of the door rules? I didn't kill him, and I'm already giving you Li's face." "What an arrogant young man, we Li people need you to give us face. Since you know your mistakes and don't correct them, the Taoist priest will abolish your cultivation as the deputy venerable of the law enforcement hall and drive you out of Tiandi Mountain today." As soon as the Taoist priest became angry, the clouds and clouds changed color, as if heaven and earth were angry together. However, as soon as he raised his palm and wanted to play the divine power, someone came again. "Li Wendian, how dare you even move my disciples?" After hearing the news, Master Mulan came immediately, turned into a streamer, fell on the battle platform, and stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan. "Master Mulan, your disciple has committed a heinous crime. Can't I punish him as the deputy venerable of the law enforcement hall?" Li Wendian withdrew his palm and said with an unhappy face. Master Mulan's attitude was also very firm, and he said, "Is the law enforcement hall great? I don't think you can move him today? Can you protect him for a while and for a lifetime? If you offend our Li nationality, even if you are a soul-level mental health master, we will make him pay a heavy price." Li asked the way of heaven. Although the Li nationality will respect a soul-level great spiritual master, they will even try to win over that soul-level great spiritual master at all costs. However, if the soul-level spiritual master dared to fight against the Li nationality could easily kill him. Li Wendian is in red. Naked threat Master Mulan. "Haha. Junior, are you threatening me?" Master Mulan blew his beard and stared, and a rage burst out. Master Mulan, as a soul-level spiritual master, naturally has his own pride. How can anyone be allowed to threaten him? Li asked heaven with a smile, "What if it's a threat? If we Li people are willing, we can naturally decide the life and death of a soul-level mental health teacher." "Li Wendian, you should be responsible for what you said today," Master Mulan said. Li asked heaven, "Master Mulan, you are old. You should stay in the herbal garden to provide for the elderly. Don't provoke trouble for yourself." What a big tone. "Li Wendian, is this a threat to the chief heart-nourishing master of Tiandi Mountain?" An old voice sounded, with a little chill in it, turning the whole battle platform into ice and snow. At this time, a beautiful woman helped Master Jean Pan to the battle platform. What he just said was from Master Jean Pan's mouth. That woman is the first proud daughter of the Jean family, Jean Ling. Master Jean Pan's arrival was beyond Li Wentian's expectation. He can be tough with Master Milan, but he doesn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Master Jean Pan, because Master Jean Pan is the brother of the king of the Jean family and has a high status in the Jean family. In the clouds in the distance, there are many old figures standing, all of whom are the old people of Tiandi Mountain. However, they all stood in the distance and did not take the initiative to come forward. The old people of the three families are fighting against each other, and no one wants to get involved. Master Jean Pan, I'm afraid it's none of your Jean family's business? Is it because you're still involved? Li Wentian can only call himself a junior in front of Master Jean Pan. Master Jean Pan said, why is it none of our Jean family's business? Don't you know that I'm very optimistic about Ning Xiaochuan? I've discussed with Master Milan and plan to match him up with Jean Ling girl. One is a genius heart-nourishing master, a proud daughter of heaven. If they can make a pair, it's also a worry for me. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and looked at Jean Ling. Jean Ling was also staring at Ning Xiaochuan. A pair of beautiful eyes gently blinked. The willow eyebrows were slender, the eyelashes were long, and a charming smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, flattering her to the bone. In fact, Master Jean Pan had already arrived. His initial plan was to marry one of the 4 female disciples to Ning Xiaochuan in order to win over Ning Xiaochuan. However, seeing that Ning Xiaochuan actually cultivated the seal of heaven, he immediately changed his mind. At the same time, he also made a more firm decision to bring Ning Xiaochuan to the Jean family anyway. Jean Ling is the most outstanding woman of the younger generation of Jean nationality. She has not only the beauty of the country and the city, but also the talent beyond ordinary people. She also has a pair of natural divine eyes, and her future achievements will be absolutely extraordinary. With her qualifications, she should have married into the royal family, or married with other big forces, in order to consolidate the power of the Jean family. However, since Ning Xiaochuan cultivated the seal of heaven, he is completely worthy of Jean Ling. If he really married Jean Ling, there would be a genius with infinite potential for the Jean family. 100 years later, when Ning Xiaochuan really grows up and cultivates to the realm of the 9 heavenly lords, even the realm of real people, it will be of great help to the Jean family. It's really an old fox. Everything is watertight. When he saw the birth of a young Shenong, he immediately attracted him to the Jean clan. The master of the 3 palaces of Wanjian Palace stood in the distance and cursed secretly. The leader of the 3 palaces is a big man of the Luo nationality. He has already noticed Ning Xiaochuan and wants to win him over to the Luo nationality. Ning Xiaochuan was originally a member of Wanjian Palace, so he didn't worry. He planned to wait until the end of the core disciple selection competition, and then think about what kind of interests to win over Ning Xiaochuan. Originally, when Ning Xiaochuan showed his seal of heaven, the lord of the 3 palaces had planned to marry Luo Wu and Ning Xiaochuan and tie the supreme Tianjiao to the chariot of the Luo nationality. But I didn't expect to kill a gold 3 times on the way. The master of the 3 palaces naturally regretted it very much. He had known that he should have done it first. Qua. Okay. Since Master Jean Pan interceded for him, I will let him live today. Li Wentian stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. Master Jean Pan said unhappily, wait a minute, you have to figure out one thing. I'm not pleading for Ning Xiaochuan, but presiding over justice for him. I think he didn't do anything wrong from the beginning to the end. Instead, Li Chonglu broke the door rules and should be held accountable. I think it's a punishment to let him kneel here for 3 days. This punishment is too heavy. Li Wentian naturally wouldn't agree. His face sank and said, besides, even if Li Chonglu is to be punished, it should also be handled by our law enforcement hall. Well, let's go to see the law enforcer now. I remember deliberately killing my fellow disciples, but I have to be punished by skinning, that is, I don't know how the law enforcer will deal with it. Master Jinpan's face wore a faint smile. Li Wendian is only the deputy venerable of the law enforcement hall. Above him, there is also a respected law enforcement master. The law enforcer was born as a disciple of a poor family. He couldn't get used to the evil deeds of the disciples of the aristocratic family. If this matter came to the law enforcer, it was estimated that Li Wendian's life would not be saved. Master Jin Pan said, the three aristocratic families are linked together. I don't want to make things out of control. Li Wendian, think it over for yourself. Haha. Li Wendian stared at Li Chonglu, through his sleeves mercilessly, spit out an angry gas cloud, and then drove the cloud away. To uncle. You can't leave me alone. Li Chonglu shouted Li Wendian's name, but Li Wendian had already left, so naturally he couldn't hear his cry. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked at the distant platform. The crown prince, who was originally sitting on the platform, did not know when he had left. This must have something to do with the crown prince of the emperor. The mastermind behind it must be him. Li Chonglu is only a knife in his hand. Ning Xiaochuan knows this very well. In the future, we will naturally settle this account with him slowly. Master Jinpan, thank you for helping me out. Ning Xiaochuan made a deep bow to the two old people. Master Jinpan smiled and said, Ogawa, you heard what I said earlier. I have discussed this matter with your master. What do you think? Ning Xiaochuan said, Jinling girl is extremely talented. She is more beautiful than flowers. She can be called a stunning beauty. Her younger generation is not worthy of Jinling girl. Master Jin Pan showed an unhappy look on his face and said, what is not worthy of it? Even Li Chonglu is not your opponent. Why is it not worthy of Jinling? Jinling stands behind Master Jin Pan, with gorgeous clothes and impending wealth, but it does not give people a sense of mediocrity, but with a noble temperament. She smiled and said, Grandpa Taizu, in fact, Linger and younger martial brother Ning have known each other for a long time, but Linger likes younger martial brother Ning very much. Oh. That's great. Since you two have known each other for a long time, you should communicate more and cultivate feelings. Hey. Brother Mulan, we won't disturb their young people, or we should go back to the herbal garden first? Master Jinpan's eyes laughed like a crack. That's right. It's really difficult for us to intervene in the affairs of young people, so let them cultivate their own feelings slowly. Master Mulan laughed. Master Jinpan and Master Mulan have left. Ning Xiaochuan was a little speechless. He took a long breath out of his mouth and said, Jinling, are you all right? Am I familiar with you? Of course not, but can't you cultivate it slowly? Jinling's eyes blinked and said with a smile, Master Mulan has said, let's cultivate our feelings slowly. Don't you even listen to the master's words? Marriage is a big deal, you are too trifling. Ning Xiaochuan is a little unhappy. Jinling had a high chest, and her apricot eyes were full of smoke. She said bitterly, as a child of an aristocratic family, many times, marriage is not up to her to decide. Besides, your martial arts talent is really high, and you are also a genius heart trainer. You look like a human being, and your personality is also good. You are my favorite type. If you count it up like this, I also earn. Hee. Are you sick? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. If he didn't really owe Master Jin Pan a favor, he didn't want to say so much to her at all. Jinling said, don't you see the good intentions of Master Mulan? He asked you to marry me, just to protect you with the power of the Jin clan, and found you an umbrella to protect you from the wind and rain. Besides, what's not good for you, Miss Ben? You're making a lot of money. We'll talk about it later. Ning Xiaochuan turned and left. Jinling stared at Ning Xiaochuan's leaving figure and said with a smile, Ning Xiaochuan, since Grandpa Taizu has spoken in front of everyone, unless you escape the territory ruled by Tiandi Mountain, you can't hide this marriage. Yu Mingsong chased up and said with a smile, hey. Ning Xiaochuan, Miss Jean is an absolute beauty. She needs to look like and have a figure. Why don't you see her? Is it hard to get, Gaga? You're too bad. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, the power of the Jin clan is too huge. Moreover, Jin Ling is still the best Tianzhigio daughter of the younger generation of the Jin clan. If I really marry her, the Jin clan will allow me to marry another woman? In that case, what about Smoke? What about Sissy? What you said seems to be reasonable. Yu Mingsong picked his eyelids, touched his chin and said with a smile, if you don't want to marry her, why don't you go and discuss with Master Jin Pan? What do you think of me marrying her? Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head, turned into a colorful streamer, and left quickly. However, it was not long before Ning Xiaochuan returned to Wanjian Palace Taoist Temple. He took another drop of colorful Xian water to Ning Shiner to help her heal. Then, he left another Guiyuan pill before leaving the 10,000 Sword Palace Taoist Temple and going to the herbal garden. After returning to the herbal garden, Ning Xiaochuan immediately met Master Mulan. Master, you must persuade Master Jin Pan to take back my marriage with Jin Ling? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Master Mulan was a little surprised. Immediately, he seemed to understand something and said with a smile, Jin Ling is the best woman of the younger generation of the Jin family. If you can marry her, it will definitely help you a lot. Whether it's cultivation resources or the great power of the Jin family itself, it's a great support for you. Ning Xiaochuan said, what about Sissy after marrying Jin Ling? Master Mulan said with a smile, so you're worried about this, man. It's impossible to hang from a tree. As long as your future cultivation is strong enough, can the Jin family prevent you from marrying more women? It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I think that in those days, my husband also had 23 wives and concubines, each of whom is a beautiful beauty, but it's a pity. Alas. Master, there were 23 wives and concubines? Ning Xiaochuan looked Master Mulan up and down, but he couldn't see that he was such a passionate person. 23 wives and concubines, Ning Xiaochuan felt terrible just thinking about it. But compared with those emperors, Master Mulan has only 23 wives and concubines, which seems to be nothing at all. With the identity and status of Master Mulan, he is much higher than those emperors, stronger, more noble and richer. Why can't he have 23 wives and concubines? Master Mulan straightened his shabby robe, widened his eyes, and said, smelly boy, don't you see that I'm dressed sloppily now, old and ugly? When I was young, I was also a handsome genius spiritual trainer. I don't know how many proud women were fascinated by my supreme demeanor. Only when everyone is old, will you be the same in the future? Ning Xiaochuan said curiously, what about my teachers? Master Mulan looked gloomy and said, hey. They are all dead. How can they all die? Ning Xiaochuan puzzled. Master Mulan said, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will always grow old and die. What's strange? I have lived for more than 500 years, but they don't have such a long lifespan. I use pills to help them extend their lifespan, but I only let them live for another 100 years. Except one of them, everything else has gone back to dust and earth. Is there another teacher's wife not dead? Ning Xiaochuan said, why isn't that teacher's wife by the master's side? Master Mulan said bitterly, this is the most painful thing. 500 years ago, I was young and handsome, and my talent was amazing. However, 500 years later, you see me, now I have become old and ugly. However, over the past 500 years, her appearance has never changed, still young and beautiful. The gap between me and her is also growing, and finally, I was left far behind by her and became a person of two worlds. Ogawa. If you really want to be emotional, you'd better find a woman with the same cultivation talent as you. Otherwise, in the future, you will either watch her die or watch her leave. Therefore, Jinling is really good. If you marry her, it won't do you any harm. Besides, Jin Sanfan's old stick is very stubborn. Since he has been eyeing you, he can't let you go. If he doesn't bring you to the Jin clan, he can't sleep and can't eat well. So don't even think that he will change his mind. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, well, then, disciples won't disturb the master. Wait a minute. Before the end of the core disciple selection competition, you should stay in the herbal garden and study the Dan Sutra well, so as to reach the level of soul-level great spiritual master as soon as possible. When the core disciple selection competition is over, I have a very important thing to do. Master Mulan said. What is it? Ning Xiaochuan felt that Master Mulan's eyes were a little different. I'll naturally tell you then. Go down first. Master Mulan said. After Ning Xiaochuan left, Master Mulan stared out of the window. His eyes were very cold. Li Wendian dared to threaten Lao Tzu. He really thought that the mental health teacher was easy to bully. If he didn't know a little bit, he wouldn't understand how much energy the mental health teacher had. Although Master Mulan has never been angry with anyone, it does not mean that he has no anger. He also has the dignity of the chief heart trainer. Since Li Wendian dared to threaten him, he naturally had to make Li Wendian and the Li people pay a heavy price. Like Ning Xiaochuan, he always looks friendly and kind at ordinary times, and seems to talk well with anyone. However, once someone really provokes him, he will definitely make that person regret. After returning to his residence, Ning Xiaochuan stopped thinking about the marriage with the Jin family, sat on the ground and began to adjust his state of mind. At the same time, he was also thinking about the chain reaction that would be caused by his exposure of the seal of heaven. Li Chonglu must die. He dares to kill Xin'er. If I hadn't saved her immediately, Xin'er would certainly be dead. Behind Li Chonglu, there must be the crown prince of the emperor. In the future, we must be more careful of him. After this failure, the crown prince and the Li nationality will never stop. The storm will only come more violently. I must try to improve my cultivation. Although Ning Xiaochuan now has the umbrella of the Jin nationality, Jinling itself is a member of the Wang Sun mansion. If she was allowed to choose, she would definitely prefer to choose the crown prince of the emperor, who is extremely cultivated, respected and powerful, rather than his Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must not completely believe in Jin clan and Jinling, and his own strength is the most important. Ning Xiaochuan took out a Guiyuan pill, put it in the palm of his hand, and looked at the light shining on the pill. After refining this Guiyuan pill, I should be able to reach the second realm of heaven and man, Zhongtian realm. Ning Xiaochuan took Guiyuan pill into his mouth and began to refine it. After refining Tao Yuan and reaching the realm of heaven and man, there is a great difference between each small realm. Even, each small realm can be divided into 3 smaller realms. In other words, the span from early heaven to middle heaven is equivalent to the span of the 3 small realms of Earth Zune, and the span from the 1st to the 4th of Earth Zune. Therefore, unless it is really the Tianjiao of demon level, otherwise, the Tianren of Chu Tianjing cannot be the opponent of the Tianren of Zhong Tianjing at all. The gap between the 2 small realms is too big. Precisely because there is a big gap between the 2 small realms, it is extremely difficult to improve each small realm. With Li Chonglu's outstanding talent in the younger generation, there are a lot of resources available to him. It took several years, and he still did not break through the middle heaven. The reason why Ning Xiaochuan is sure to use Guiyuan pill to attack the middle heaven is that he drank a mouthful of 9-flower nectar when breaking through the heaven and human realm. The medicinal power of Jiuhua Qiongjiang had already made him reach the peak of Shidianjing. The reason why he did not reach Zongtianjing was that Ning Xiaochuan's realm was not stable at that time, and he deliberately suppressed his cultivation at the peak of Shidianjing. Now, his cultivation has been completely stable. Just taking a Guiyuan pill, he has full confidence to impact the middle heaven. 9 days later, Ning Xiaochuan completely refined the Guiyuan pill, and the cultivation of martial arts reached the middle heaven smoothly. Other geniuses spend years to break through the realm, which is so easy for me to break through. However, if you want to impact the high heaven realm, you can't do it in a moment and a half. You need to practice step by step. Just as Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to leave the pass, the magic sword in the blood orifices throbbed. Ning Xiaochuan immediately separated a mind, entered the blood hole, stood under the magic sword, looked at the cold woman's shadow on the sword, and said, "Disciple, see the master." The shadow of the cold rain, projected on the magic sword, said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you have completed the practice of world-destroying sword, but world-destroying sword is only one of the 3,000 world-destroying ways. From now on, I want to pass on your second world-destroying way, world-destroying magic fire." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Among the 5 elements, fire is the most destructive and difficult to control. Why does the master want me to cultivate the magic fire first?" Sui Hanyu said, "Do you still remember the 3 death scrolls you realized? The painting of corpse mountains and blood sea, the painting of fire burning the world, and the painting of tide sinking." Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Sui Hanyu nodded and said, "The painting of corpse mountain and blood sea corresponds to the sword of annihilation. The painting of sky fire burning the world corresponds to the demon fire of annihilation. Since you can understand the fire burning the world map, it proves that you already have the foundation to cultivate the world-destroying demon fire road, and it is easier to practice successfully. Now, I will teach you how to cultivate the kindling of magic fire. You have yin-yang open fire, which lays a foundation for you. As long as you practice according to the magic formula of the world-destroying magic fire, you will naturally be able to convert yin-yang open fire into the fire of magic fire." Sui Hanyu directly introduced the Dharma formula of the evil fire path of destroying the world into Ning Xiaochuan's mind. In Ning Xiaochuan's mind, there appeared a piece of abstruse and obscure words, as well as a group of marks shaped like magic fire. According to the Dharma formula, mobilize the chi of destroying the world in the body, integrate with the yin-yang open fire, and begin to cultivate the evil fire of destroying the world. Now, what he wants to cultivate is the kindling of the world-destroying demon fire. Time passes day and night. Ning Xiaochuan stayed in the herbal garden without leaving home, and practiced in seclusion without seeing anyone. After a month, Ning Xiaochuan's magic qi became stronger and stronger. In the air around his body, there were particles of fire, which was like lights in thousands of homes. Every fire point has a powerful magic gas, which contains terrible destructive power. When a fire falls to the ground, it can ignite a wasteland and burn a territory. Close. Ning Xiaochuan drank softly. Those dense magic fire points all converged between Ning Xiaochuan's hands and condensed into a gray fire, which was very similar to the impression of winter rain in his mind. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the fire of the world-destroying magic fire with one hand, can clearly perceive the world-destroying gas contained in it, which is more destructive than the yin-yang open fire. Has it been successful? Sui Hanyu said, "This is just the fire of the evil fire. If you want to cultivate the evil fire to Mahayana, you need to find at least 3 kinds of mysterious fire, namely, the evil fire of silence, the golden fire of hell, and the flame of phoenix nirvana. To integrate these 3 kinds of mysterious fires into the fire and completely integrate them is to complete the cultivation of the world-destroying demon fire. You are now the cultivation of the middle heaven realm. If you can find any of the 3 kinds of dark fire and refine it into the fire, then you can use the power of magic fire to impact the high heaven realm. Ning Xiaochuan said, every time I melt a mysterious fire, my realm can also be improved? That's right. However, these 3 kinds of dark fire are very difficult to find, and the flame of Phoenix Nirvana is the most difficult to find. Because this kind of dark fire will appear only when Phoenix Nirvana. The Cold Rain Path. In northern Xinjiang, there are almost no legends about the phoenix, not to mention the phoenix that is about to nirvana. That's not right, it doesn't seem that there is no trace of the phoenix. In Ning Xiaochuan's mind, he suddenly thought of the mysterious woman he met in the Tiandi Academy. She once left a phoenix feather, which is not necessarily a unique phoenix. However, after the mysterious woman left the Tiandi Academy, there was no news anymore, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't know where to find her. Maybe, she has left north Xinjiang. I have passed on the evil fire path to you. How to find 3 kinds of mysterious fire is your own path of cultivation. After saying this, Sui Hanyu disappeared from the magic sword again. Don't wait. Go again. The master of Mishideo is too irresponsible. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, withdrew his mind from the blood orifices, and reopened his eyes. Evil fire to destroy the world. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his palm, and a magic fire appeared in the palm, emitting a scorching temperature. Look at the flames. In his mind, there was a picture of fire burning the world, the whole world was burning, countless creatures were crying, the sea was boiling, the stars were burning, and everything was turned into ashes. What a terrible picture. Ning Xiaochuan took the evil fire back into his heart, suspended beside the Dao Yuan, and rotated around the Dao Yuan, emitting strange brilliance, illuminating the magic heart palace of the 7 orifices. Jia. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, opened the door and went out. After being closed for more than a month, I finally breathe fresh air. My whole body's essence is integrated with heaven and earth. Heaven and man are one, and I can sense the changes of the weather and the flow direction of the earth's vein. This is the realm of Zhongtian realm. Ning Xiaochuan's perception of heaven and earth is more acute. Ogawa, you're finally out. UCC, dressed in a white robe, with picturesque green silk, a happy face and a fragrant wind, walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, followed by a snow-white goose. That big-headed goose, which was transformed from a miraculous psychic drug, was full of spirituality. When walking, it shook its head like an old man. Recently, it has become familiar with UCC. Ning Xiaochuan was in a good mood and said with a smile, Royal Watermelon, has anything happened recently? Of course. The selection competition for core disciples is over. A total of 7 people in Wanjian Palace have become core disciples. Their comprehensive strength ranks second among the major forces in Tiandi Mountain, second only to Wang Suanfu. A few days ago, the masters of the 3rd and 6th palaces also held a celebration banquet. When they came to the herbal garden to invite you and the master were in seclusion, so I went instead of you. I also met Miss C at the celebration banquet. She has also become a core disciple, ranking 12th among the core disciples, which greatly enriched our Wanjian Palace and was named Purple Fairy. It is precisely because Elder Marshal Sister Wu and Miss C rank high among the core disciples of the younger generation that the Wanjian Palace can surpass the Chuanjian Taoist Temple and become the 2nd largest force in Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan is not surprised that Zihanyan can rank 12th among the young generation of Tiandi Mountain. After taking Guiyuan pill, with her strength, it is not difficult to enter the top 10. However, in Yusasai's view, it was quite a great thing. Somehow, her heart was not only not jealous, but also a faint joy, happy for her. This is an unspeakable joy. Ning Xiaochuan said, where is the Saint of Light? This is the real big deal. The battle between the spiritual virtual venerable and the Saint of Light was simply a peak battle. There were a large number of monks who rushed to the onlookers, and there were a large number of people. Even many spiritual masters in the herbal garden rushed to watch the battle. With an excited look on her face, UCC said, "That war lasted a whole day and night. Although I didn't understand what was going on, at last, the Saint of Light said that she was defeated, and then the people of the Holy Land of Light left Tiandi Mountain. With the cultivation of Yue Tourmaline, it is naturally impossible to understand the level of battle between the Saint of Light and Xue Lingxiu. Presumably, that battle was absolutely earth-shattering and mysterious. It can be called the peak duel of the young generation." Ning Xiaochuan felt very sorry that he didn't go to watch the duel in person. Xue Lingxiu is indeed worthy of being a proud woman of heaven. She definitely has the talent to become a god. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. It's natural. The spiritual and virtual venerable is the first person of the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain, and is called Goddess. Royal Cece was extremely envious. When she mentioned the name of Xue Lingxiu, she did not hide her worship and admiration in her heart. Ning Xiaochuan said, "The crown prince of the emperor was also defeated in her hands?" That's not true. However, the crown prince admitted that he was inferior to her without fighting with the spiritual virtual venerable at all. Therefore, the crown prince ranked second and was awarded the Son of God. Royal Sissy said. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "He's a good calculation. He must know he's not sure of winning after seeing the battle between Xue Lingxiu and the Bright Saint, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. In this way, everyone will only think that he is modest, and will not think that he is really inferior to Xue Lingxiu. By the way, who is Tiandi Mountain, the third person of the young generation?" Referring to the third person of the young generation, UCC's eyes became a little bored, and she was very unhappy. The cheap woman Niao Lanqin, who was originally ranked third, could be called Spirit Woman. However, some people said that the third position should be you, and you should be called Spirit Sun. For this matter, the top level of Tiandi Mountain also couldn't make up their minds, and it is said that they would have to discuss it. With Niao Lanqin's cultivation, it's really worthy to be granted the title of spiritual daughter. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Niao Lanqin and Queen Wanyin are the same soul, and have jade crystal body. Once at night, how strong her cultivation can be, even Ning Xiaochuan can't guess. She didn't want to be sharp, so she only won the third place. Ning Xiaochuan is not interested in the title of Lingzi, but just wants to find 3 kinds of Xianhua as soon as possible and improve his cultivation to high heaven. There should be records about Xianhua in the Danshu Pavilion in the herbal garden. Ning Xiaochuan rushed to the Danshu Pavilion, ready to look for the records of 3 kinds of mysterious fires in ancient books. Ning Xiaochuan is not interested in the title of Lingzi, but Wanjian Palace and Jin clan are very interested in this title and are helping him fight for it. Anyway, they want him to become the Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain. In the eyes of those big powers, this is not only a title, but also a symbol of status. Once it becomes the top 3, its position in Tiandi Mountain will rise in the future, and it will be able to mobilize more resources and power. Niao Lanqin and Ning Xiaochuan are extremely arrogant. It's unfair to abandon any of them. Why can't there be the coexistence of Lingzi and Lingv? Someone put forward such an idea. Finally, after the game, all parties reached a consensus that Lingzi and Lingv coexisted. Ning Xiaochuan was named Lingzi and Niao Lanqin was named Lingv. It marks that after Xue Lingxiu and the crown prince of the emperor, Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqin will also become one of the future rulers of Tiandi Mountain. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan has just entered the Danshu Pavilion. He doesn't know that he has become one of the great figures in Tiandi Mountain. There are a large number of books stored in the Danshu Pavilion, including the Dan Sutra carved from iron sheet, the Pharmacopoeia made of bamboo slips, the general collection of channeling and strange drugs, the Xianling Wood Code, the Dan Li. There are all kinds of books, more than the books included in the Tiandi Academy Palace. It took more than half a day for Ning Xiaochuan to find a copy of Xianhuiji. This book, Xianhuiji, was compiled by a chief mental health practitioner of Baichaoyuan 6,000 years ago, and has been continuously improved by later generations. The above records more than 300 kinds of Xianhua, including the source of Xianhua, the characteristics of Xianhua, the power of Xianhua, and the ways to subdue Xianhua. Extinguish the demon fire. Ning Xiaochuan was excited. On the last page of Xianhuiji, he finally saw the introduction of silencing magic fire. Extinguish the demon fire, cultivate the fire of the demon body, burn the body with fire, cultivate the body of the demon fire. Unexpectedly, someone really found the extinguished magic fire, and successfully cultivated the body of magic fire, reaching the level of the 9 heavenly venerable, becoming a generation of great demons. According to the books, the man's name was Yegue Man, and he had died more than 1,000 years ago. When Yegue was alive, he caused endless killing. For human civilizations were destroyed by him. Each human civilization was burned into thousands of miles of scorched earth by magic fire. All vitality was extinct, causing the destruction of life. Later, the ancestors of the Jin clan suppressed him. Finally, I returned at night and died in the prison of the Jin family. A generation of great demons finally turned into less. It's really terrible to return at night. It's no wonder that he has been cultivated to the realm of the 9 heavenly venerable. No wonder he can reign over the world for hundreds of years. This kind of person is in the whole north. Xinjiang is already at the top level. A real person is not born, and no one can suppress him. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. You know, when you reach the 3rd realm of heaven and man, high heaven realm, you can be granted the elder of Wanjian Palace, and have an extraordinary status. However, the cultivation of returning to man at night can reach the 9th realm of heaven and man, the realm of heaven outside the sky, which is absolutely invincible in heaven and man. There is no law in heaven. No one can compete with it without a real person. But how rare is the number of real people? Cultivation reaches the realm of human beings, which can be called earth immortals. They live for thousands of years, live forever, and have wonderful methods. Many people of this level have gone to heaven. In the north. In Xinjiang, in addition to the fact that there are real people in the sacred places, there is no trace of real people in those human civilizations. Unless there is a shocking accident, it is impossible for a real person to appear. Even the real leader of Tiandi Mountain is closed all year round. Even the high-rise of Tiandi Mountain can only see his part in the painting. Therefore, the 9 heavenly lords are the strongest in the secular world. As long as they don't provoke the Holy Lands and some hidden immortals, they are invincible. Although Yegue people have died, the magic fire has never been extinguished. If you can find the bones of Yegue people, you should be able to find the silent magic fire. Since Yegue people died in the prison of the Jin family, the Jin family should know where the bones of Yegue people are buried. At last, Ning Xiaochuan was very excited when he found the news about extinguishing the evil fire. When he returned to his residence in the herbal garden, Master Mulan had been waiting for him for a long time. Master Mulan's old face was full of wrinkles, and with a smile, he handed a sacred earth order to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Xiaochuan, this is your sacred earth order. Now you have officially become the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain." Ning Xiaochuan prize white token received. On the front of the token, there are 3 ancient characters, Tiandi Mountain, and 2 small characters beside it. After seeing these 2 small characters, Ning Xiaochuan's pupils contracted and said, "Lingzi." Master Mulan nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, you are now the Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain, one of the leaders of the younger generation. In the future, you will become one of the rulers of Tiandi Mountain, and even have the opportunity to compete for the position of teaching. This year's situation is somewhat special, not only the Lingzi, but also a Lingv. I can become a Lingzi. It should be the master who helped me win it. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Master Mulan said, if your own strength is not enough, you can't win it for the teacher to help you. In fact, you can become a Lingzi, and the Jin family and Wanjian Palace have made great efforts. Master Mulan took out a black wooden box and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, last time, you fought against the bright saint on behalf of the herbal garden and won glory for the herbal garden. This is the reward you deserve. Open it and see if you like it. Ning Xiaochuan opened the black wooden box and saw a cobalt blue bracelet in it. The surface of the bracelet is carved with ancient lines and inlaid with 3 reddish grains, like some kind of precious gem. After looking at a bracelet, Ning Xiaochuan's heart was overjoyed. Heaven and earth bracelet. Although this is just a small bracelet, the space in it is thousands of times larger than the Qiankuan cloth bag. As long as your cultivation is strong enough, you can easily take away a spirit mountain with Qiankuan bracelet. If you count by grade, this cobalt blue bracelet is definitely a Jiuping Xuanqi, and it is more rare and valuable than other Jiuping Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan immediately refined the heaven and earth bracelet, and then put it on his wrist and put his heart into the heaven and earth bracelet. The space inside is really large, and it can even be said to be a small world refined very regularly. There are more than 100 square small spaces, with a length of 10 meters and a width of 10 meters. Each small space is like a huge room. In some spaces, there are long refined medicine racks, medicine bottles, and wooden boxes. In some spaces, there are special containers for food and water. There are various weapon racks in some spaces. In addition to these small spaces, there are many large spaces, all of which have their own special purposes. Inside the storage bracelet, there are thousands of large and small space grids, and all kinds of containers. The largest space grid is as big as 100 miles. It's no problem to take a mountain. No wonder the price of heaven and earth bracelet is much higher than that of ordinary Jiuping Xuanqi. It turns out that its inside is not just as simple as a big space, but it is refined so accurately. With heaven and earth bracelets, it's much more convenient to pack things in the future. You don't need to carry a dozen heaven and earth cloth bags with you at any time. Ning Xiaochuan put the heaven and earth bracelet on his wrist and liked it more and more. Master Mulan laughed and said, in the Tianmen examination, you won the 3rd place and became the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. Naturally, there are also rich rewards given to you by Tiandi Mountain. In addition to 100,000 meritorious points, you are also rewarded with a greenwood heaven coat. 100,000 meritorious points are stored in your Holy Earth Order. When you need to use it, take the Holy Earth Order with you. Master Mulan took out a fist-sized Qingmu bead and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. A layer of metallic luster flows on the surface of Aoki beads, but it is very light in hand, only 2 or 2. Ning Xiaochuan once heard of Qingmu Tiani. According to the legend, it grows on a kind of 10,000-year green wood, blooms once 1,000 years, bears fruit once 1,000 years, and matures once 1,000 years. The Qingmu beads in Ning Xiaochuan's hand are the mature seeds of Wanyan Qingmu. He dropped a drop of blood on the surface of Aoki beads. Wow! Aoki beads absorbed that drop of blood, emitting a faint circle of blood light, and then began to melt, like a cyan liquid, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan's whole body. Finally, a light cyan light curtain is formed, which integrates with Ning Xiaochuan's skin. If you don't look carefully, you can't see that Ning Xiaochuan's skin emits a faint green light. This is the legendary seamless heavenly garment. Ning Xiaochuan was also a little surprised. Master Mulan laughed and said, Qingmu Tiani's current defense is comparable to the defense of the innate 9 mysterious weapons. Moreover, Qingmu Tiani is the seed of Wanyan Qingmu. Wearing it on your body is like planting the seed of Wanyan Qingmu in your own body. As your blood irrigates it, the seeds will sprout, grow, and the defense will become stronger and stronger. The stronger your blood is, the stronger the defense of Qingmu Tiani will be in the future, even reaching the defense of the supreme weapon level. There are only 2 pieces of green-wood heavenly clothes in the whole Tiandi mountain, which are awarded to you and the spirit girl Niao Lanxin respectively. Now I have the innate defense of 9 Xuanqi levels, and I can't see Aoki Tiani with the naked eye. It's really a good baby. Lingzi and Ling can reward such precious treasures. I really don't know how precious the rewards of the Holy Sun and Goddess are. Master Mulan looked solemn and said, Ogawa, do you still remember what I said to you last time? The master said that after the core disciple selection competition, there is one thing I want to do. I don't know what it is. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Master Mulan took out a letter and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, I want you to help me send a letter to the great wilderness and give it to the Brahma demon emperor. You should remember that in the great wilderness, it is very dangerous. If you are careless, you will be doomed. Take my keepsake and go to it. After seeing the Brahma demon emperor, give the letter to it, and then you can leave. Master, do you know the Brahma demon emperor? Ning Xiaochuan was very surprised. The Brahma demon emperor, but a mysterious master in the wilderness, is extremely powerful. Even the king of Qing, the king of 3-tailed Song Fox, the king of Holy Fish. These overlords in the wilderness must obey the orders of the Brahma demon emperor. Master Mulan narrowed his eyes and said, when I was young, I saved his life, and he owed me a favor. He said that as long as he took the keepsake with him, he would do something for me. In fact, I am not familiar with him, and I haven't met him for hundreds of years, and I can't guarantee that he still remembers the favor he owed. I will definitely remember. Ning Xiaochuan said, no matter people or monsters, the higher their cultivation, the more unwilling they are to owe others. If it really owes the favor of the master, it will definitely remember forever and return the favor. Master Mulan nodded and took out a gold tooth more than 1 meter long and put it in front of Ning Xiaochuan. After you see the Brahma demon emperor, give this keepsake to it, and it will not hurt you. On the golden teeth, it exudes a powerful evil spirit, which frightens people's souls. Just looking at it, you can be sure that the owner of the tooth must be an extremely powerful creature. That tooth is extremely sharp. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is wearing Aoki Tiani now, if he is stabbed by this golden tooth, his body will certainly have a blood hole. Ning Xiaochuan didn't ask the content of the letter, put his golden teeth into the heaven and earth bracelet, and then stepped back. However, his heart was still very confused. Master wrote to the Brahma demon emperor, must be to want the Brahma demon emperor to return his favor, and I don't know what master is going to do. Ning Xiaochuan naturally didn't know that Master Mulan's idea was actually very simple, that is, he planned to ask the Brahma demon emperor to teach the Li nationality a lesson. Although the battle effectiveness of the great spiritual master is not strong, there are many powerful creatures who owe them human kindness. As long as they say a word, even the existence of the level of Brahma demon emperor can be mobilized. This is the destructive power that soul-level great mental health masters can play. Master Mulan also has his own pride, and no one is allowed to offend him. This time, he was really irritated. This time, it was a long and dangerous way to send letters in the wilderness. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan went on the road alone. Obviously, Master Mulan also wanted to experience Ning Xiaochuan, and did not tell Ning Xiaochuan how to find the Brahma demon emperor. Everything needed Ning Xiaochuan to find the answer in the wilderness. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan left Tiandi Mountain, the news immediately reached Wang Sun's mansion. It's really abnormal that Ning Xiaochuan left Tiandi Mountain just after the examination competition of core disciples. The crown prince of the emperor was dressed in dazzling gold armor. He was tall, with his hands on his back and a thoughtful look on his face. In the hall, there are other monks of Wang Sun Mansion, men and women, all of whom are high-level officials of Wang Sun Mansion. Li Chonglu said coldly, if he hid in the herbal garden, he might still be able to survive, but since he took the initiative to leave Tiandi Mountain, he was looking for his own death. He was suppressed by Ning Xiaochuan to kneel in public, which was the biggest disgrace of his life. He hated Ning Xiaochuan to the bone and vowed to tear him to pieces. After learning that Ning Xiaochuan left Tiandi Mountain, Li Chonglu couldn't wait and wanted to hunt down Ning Xiaochuan immediately. Li Wentian has several white silk on his temples. As the deputy venerable of the law enforcement hall, he shouldn't have appeared here in his noble identity, but he came to the Wang Sun mansion with his mind and sat at the top. He reprimanded, knowing impulse, it is not a simple thing for Ning Xiaochuan to leave Tiandi Mountain at this time. I heard that the Saint of Light sent the Red Dragon lean-to the herbal garden. I'm not sure that Ning Xiaochuan left Tiandi Mountain and took the Red Dragon lean-to find the ancient dragon treasure. The Crown Prince of the Emperor knew that there was a big secret hidden in the Red Dragon Lin map, which could never be obtained by Ning Xiaochuan. If the Red Dragon Lin map is really on Ning Xiaochuan, then I must go out in person. The Crown Prince of the Emperor also wants to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. He doesn't want to see Ning Xiaochuan grow up. He will be relieved only if he takes action in person. Your Royal Highness, your cultivation is about to break through, so you'd better stay in Tiandi Mountain to practice. For Fu Ning Xiaochuan, leave it to me, and he will be on the road to heaven and know where to go. Dada. A gorgeous woman in rich and gorgeous clothes came in from the outside, wearing a shawl, graceful, round with 2 peaks, snow-white skin as jade, with pearly jade hair ornaments on her head and a long golden skirt behind her. She is the real sister of the Crown Prince of the Emperor and the Huanhua Princess of the Tianshu Empire. Princess Huanhua has not only the noble temperament of the princess, but also a charming and touching style of familiar women. 100 years ago, she entered Tiandi Mountain for cultivation. Now, her cultivation is unfathomable. The Crown Prince nodded and said, Sister Huang's mind is meticulous. If you are willing to fight, Ning Xiaochuan naturally can't escape from your palm. However, Ning Xiaochuan is now the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain, and his identity is special. If you want to kill him, you must not leak any information, otherwise it will cause a huge shock. Huanhua Princess smiled and said, if you don't have full confidence, how can this princess easily do it? It's just a Ning Xiaochuan. If you can't turn over any waves, this princess must let him die silently. I will go with your Highness Royal Highness Princess. Lichong Corridor. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know much about the situation in the wilderness, let alone where the Brahma Demon Emperor was. Therefore, he decided to go to the king of Qingxi first, and by the way, he could go to see Xiaoheng and Xiaolinger. Before leaving Tiandi Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan exchanged a large number of mysterious drugs with merit in the treasure house of Wanjian Palace, including the medicinal materials for refining Guiyuan pill. The mysterious medicine he exchanged was enough to refine 2 heats of Guiyuan pills. The 100,000 merit points awarded by Tiandi Mountain have also been used up. Now, we can only hope to successfully refine Guiyuan pill, otherwise, he will really be poor. On the way back to Zhantian Barren Ridge, Ning Xiaochuan has been studying the Dan Sutra and improving his level of alchemy. Half a month later, Ning Xiaochuan crossed hundreds of thousands of miles, walked out of the territory of Tiandi Mountain and entered the territory of the Tianshu Empire. Help! Help! In the forest, a woman's cry for help rang out. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. How could there be a voice in the desolate forest? Besides, when he was thinking, the cry for help became more urgent, accompanied by screams. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved and flew in the direction of the call for help. Soon, he saw a beautiful Taoist-robed girl escaping from the jungle, covered with blood, staggering, as if she would fall in a pool of blood at any time. Ow! An 8-meter-high explosive ape rushed out of the forest, broke a bucket-thick tree, opened his mouth, and quickly chased the girl in the robe. The Taoist-robed girl was badly injured, and the root of her thigh was scratched by the explosive ape. The blood flowed, and she couldn't run fast at all. The explosive ape spits out a mouthful of blood gas, grabs a 10,000 gene boulder, raises it over his head, and smashes it at the Taoist-robed girl in front of him. Bang! The Taoist-robed girl was hit in the back by a heavy stone, rushed forward and flew out, and fell to the ground in confusion. Wow, spit out a mouthful of blood. Finished. Dead. The Taoist-robed girl lay on the ground, watching the sharp claws of the explosive ape stretch out to her, and the claws became bigger and bigger. She knew that she would die today, so she closed her eyes. However, death did not come. Instead, there was the scream of explosive apes. When she opened her eyes in surprise, the explosive ape, who had been killed, fell heavily beside her, splashing countless mud and dust. It was a young man who killed the explosive ape. He looked very weak, like a scholar. He actually killed the 7-level Shan beast-level explosive ape? Thank you for saving your life, young master. I don't know your name? The Taoist-robed girl was pale and angry, so she had to stand up and salute Ning Xiaochuan. However, she was too badly hurt. Just a move affected her body. She made a stuffy sound in her mouth and fell to the ground again. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the woman in the Taoist robe. Unexpectedly, the woman was surprisingly beautiful. In terms of beauty, it was not under purple smoke at all. Although she looks only 16 or 7 years old, her skin is like a curd, and she looks like a green girl in the age of Kodo. She is surprisingly well developed, and her chest is particularly full, because her skirt is cut by the claws of the explosive ape, revealing a large amount of snow-white skin, and half of the jade bowl-shaped tender meat, which is simply fragrant and charming. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, the girl in the Taoist robe showed a shy expression on her face and immediately covered her chest with her hand. Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice, immediately withdrew his eyes and said, "The girl is badly hurt. Let me help you heal first." A drop of colorful Xian water flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's fingertips, fell on the lips of the Taoist girl, and automatically flowed into her mouth. The colorful brilliance wrapped her body. Under the treatment of Xian Shui, the Taoist-robed girl's injury soon healed. In fact, what she suffered was all trauma, and she didn't hurt Ben Yuan, so the injury was not serious. The Taoist-robed girl was very shocked. It was amazing that she recovered from such a serious injury between the fingers. She immediately knelt in front of Ning Xiaochuan, with a look of reverence on her beautiful cheeks, bowed down and said, "Young master, is a noble spiritual master?" "Yes." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Taoist-robed girl bowed respectfully again and said, "Lin Shuer, I'll see the great heart healer. Thank you for saving my life." "You're welcome. Now that your injury has healed, I have to leave." Ning Xiaochuan had something important to do, and didn't want to delay. Seeing that Lin Shuer's injury had healed, he left immediately. "I haven't asked your name yet?" Lin Shuer caught up. Ning Xiaochuan stopped and didn't look back, saying, "Ning Xiaochuan." After saying this, Ning Xiaochuan strode away. However, Lin Shuer closely followed Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan accelerated her pace, so she accelerated her pace. Ning Xiaochuan slowed down, so did she. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan stopped, turned around and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing with me?" Lin Shuer was a little nervous. She knelt on the ground again and shook her head vigorously, whispered, "Don't get me wrong, Grandpa. I have no other intention. It's just. I came out to experience with the elders of the school, but was attacked by the Xian beast. The elders have died in the belly of the Xian beast, and now I'm alone. This desolate forest is 10 points dangerous, and there are ferocious Xian beasts everywhere. Before I go out, I've died in an unnatural way, and I can only. Ning Xiaochuan nodded suddenly and said, "Where is your school's ashram?" Lingji View. Lin Shuer's face showed a happy look. Eunuch is a great good man. If she can send Shuer back, Shuer can't return. She can only ask the elders of the school to give Eunuch some more basalt as a reward. Let's go. How far is Lingji Temple from here? Ning Xiaochuan thought to himself that although he saved her, with her little cultivation, it was impossible to get out of the mountains covered with fierce beasts. Before tonight, he would die. Since all the rescues have been saved, if it's on the way, it's a ride for her. Less than 30,000 li. Lin Shuer pursed her red lips and whispered. Men are like this. They have a natural desire to protect. The more weak and beautiful a woman is, the more eager a man is to help her and protect her. This is man's nature. Ning Xiaochuan has the cultivation of Zongjingxian. In human civilization, he is a powerful person who frightens the secular world, and is called the Venerable of Heaven and Man. With his current cultivation, even if he just walked on foot, he was as fast as a fast-moving streamer. In only half a day, he took Lin Shuer to the outside of Lingji Temple. This is an ancient Taoist temple built in deep mountains and forests, which exudes an ancient charm. I'm afraid it has a history of thousands of years. In the Taoist temple, there are blue rays rushing up and connecting with the clouds in the sky, like divine roads to the sky. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. The concept of spiritual opportunity was built above a vein of the earth. After becoming a spiritual place, it was very suitable for cultivation. The Tianshu Empire is indeed a high-level 5-level civilization. Even if it is just a Taoist temple in the mountains, it also has an awesome heritage. Lin Shuer invited Ning Xiaochuan into Lingji Temple to show her appreciation. Entering the Lingji Temple, mysterious lines flickered on the ground, and every inch of soil emitted spiritual brilliance. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped, glanced around and said, "What a powerful murderous spirit." At this time, Lin Shuer, standing beside Ning Xiaochuan, flashed a chill in her eyes, which was not as weak as before. She was cold and gorgeous, and the surging vitality of Tianwu rushed out of her body. Between the two slender fingers, there was an extra 3-inch-long white needle. With extremely skilled hands, it stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Between the lightning and flint, the white needle stabbed into Ning Xiaochuan's robe. She can shoot so skillfully. Obviously, she has been strictly trained and stabbed more than 100,000 times. Once she shoots, she will definitely kill the other party. Dang. However, when the white needle stabbed down, Ning Xiaochuan's skin surface showed a layer of cyan brilliance, blocking the white needle and making the sound of gold and stone collision. Aoki Tianni. Lin Shuer was slightly surprised. She didn't succeed in one blow and immediately retreated. She is also a strong person in the realm of heaven and man, and her speed is extremely fast, just like a ghost shadow. How could Ning Xiaochuan allow her to escape? Faster than her, her fingers turned into claws, clasped her shoulders, and forcibly dragged her back. Lin Shuer's body was delicate, just like a swimming fish. Under Ning Xiaochuan's capture, she twisted her body in an unimaginable way and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Her fingers were as thin as jade, and her fingernails were long, like a flash of lightning passing through the void, stabbing the air with a crackling sound. She knew that after wearing Aoki Tianni, only eyes were Ning Xiaochuan's weakness. She pointed at it, and Ning Xiaochuan would surely retreat to defend. Only in this way could he win the chance to escape. However, she still underestimated Ning Xiaochuan. Click! Ning Xiaochuan's 5 fingers emitted purple lightning, which slid from her shoulder to her wrist, breaking her whole arm and breaking her bones. Lightning rushed into her flesh and blood, breaking the blood of half of her body. Lin Shuer's face showed a look of pain. She resisted the pain, and half of her body became numb, as if she didn't belong to herself at all. Go to hell. The other hand was wrapped by Tianwu Yuanqi and hit Ning Xiaochuan's chest with an assassination magic power. A strange pattern appeared in the palm of his hand. That's palm thunder pattern. Put the thunder and lightning into the palm of your hand and refine it into a tattoo. Once the tattoo is activated, it can erupt into the power of dying together. Only killers can cultivate this kind of magic power. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan also slapped a palm, and dozens of lightning bolts hit out from the palm, tearing the palm thunder pattern in Lin Shuer's palm, and curbing her idea of dying together. Lin Shuer's other arm was also broken, and her delicate body was beaten so that it flew out and hit a tree trunk not far away, breaking all the tree trunks. Poof! Lin Shuer's arms were broken, and the corners of her mouth were full of blood. She just wanted to escape, but she saw a magic sword pointing at her neck. As long as she dares to move, that magic sword will cut her neck mercilessly. With excellent camouflage, superb acting skills, and 3 times the speed of monks in the same realm, I'm afraid only those ancient people who have passed on for thousands of years can cultivate killers of your level. Are you a killer cultivated by the Li nationality? Or a killer cultivated by the royal family? Ning Xiaochuan's indifferent way. Lin Shuer didn't speak and was very determined. Even if Ning Xiaochuan killed her, she wouldn't tell Ning Xiaochuan anything. Our Li's heavenly killer can't even kill you. It's worthy of being the new generation of Lingzi adults in Tiandi Mountain. A cold voice sounded. Li Chonglu came out of an antique Taoist temple, followed by more than a dozen elders, all of whom were the worshippers of heaven and man of the Li nationality. Each of the auras is very powerful. It has an insight into the truth of heaven and earth and locks Ning Xiaochuan in, just like pressing more than a dozen mountains on Ning Xiaochuan. Once Ning Xiaochuan moves his finger, more than a dozen heavenly beings will kill Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. Shua shua. In the Taoist temple, out of a large group of heavily armed warriors, all of them are above the 7th weight of the Lanzun territory, with more than 100 people. They activated all the arrays in the Taoist temple, and bright pillars of light rushed out from the ground one by one, wrapping the whole Taoist temple. Li Chonglu, are you here to die? Ning Xiaochuan stood among dozens of arrays, with a very calm expression on his face, and his eyes stared coldly at Li Chonglu standing on the stone ladder. Bold. Ning Xiaochuan, do you think you can get out of Lingji Temple alive today? An old man with white hair drank in a deep voice and made a huge sound like thunder, which shattered the boulders in the Taoist temple. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan waved the magic sword and cut off Lin Shuer's head. Chi. The blood of heaven and man in her body was absorbed by the magic sword, and her pearly body quickly shriveled and turned into an ugly skeleton. After absorbing the blood of heaven and man, the magic sword emitted a more demonic brilliance, and a demon gas was emitted from the sword, forming a blood-red cloud, covering the whole Taoist temple. What a powerful evil spirit! Li Chonglu's face sank and said, Ning Xiaochuan, your cultivation is obviously very strong, but you have to hide it. You have long felt that you have a problem. You must have ulterior motives to worship Tiandi Mountain? What are you doing with so much nonsense? Don't you want to kill me? What other masters are there? Come out. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't believe that only Li Chonglu and Li people will kill him. There must be other masters in charge. Ha ha. Since Lord Lingzi asked the princess to come out, the princess came out. In the distance, the door of a 9-story Taoist tower opened wide, and a woman in a golden feather robe came out and stood on the 9-story tower, looking down below, like a 9-day Zuan standing on the cloud sky. Every hair of the woman in gold is flowing with golden light lines, and her skin emits a strong vitality. Affected by her powerful aura, the sky is changing color, condensed into a golden world. This is the real strong one. Heaven and earth are unified and integrated with the rules of heaven and earth. The whole Taoist temple is under her control. Her appearance gives people a terrible feeling, as if as long as she has an idea, she can kill anyone in the Taoist temple. In order to kill such a small role as me, I bother Princess Huanhua to come out in person. My face is really not small. Ning Xiaochuan naturally saw Huanhua princess, and his heart sank slightly. She is a high-level official in Wang Sun's mansion. She is not only beautiful, but also of high status. She is the real sister of the crown prince of the emperor. Young Master Huanhua smiled and said, Ning Xiaochuan is not a small role. You are the soul of Tiandi Mountain. It's natural for me to go out in person. You've already done the layout here. Just wait for Lin Shuer to lead me here. It seems that I'm going to die today. Sometimes it's really hard to be a good person. Ning Xiaochuan rode. If you offend the Li nationality, you still want to live? Give it to me, and tear him to pieces. Li Chongluo's face was a little ferocious, and he hated Ning Xiaochuan to the bone. After a kill order, the Li strongmen who were dispatched by him rushed forward, some playing mysterious weapons, some displaying magical powers, some displaying Taoist methods. All of them fought towards Ning Xiaochuan. All of them are strong, and the lowest cultivation is the 7th weight of the Earth Zun territory. Dozens of xuanqi are played at the same time, like rain, thunder, and lightning, giving people a strong sense of suffocation. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan called out 10 9-grade xuanqi level war swords, formed a sword array, and guarded himself in the center. Cut. Ning Xiaochuan spits a word out of his mouth. 10 9-grade xuanqi level war swords flew out at the same time, leaving 10 long sword gas tails, emitting countless sword lights, harvesting the lives of the enemy. Just a wave of sword gas rushed past, puncturing the bodies of more than a dozen friars in the region, making a scream, and all of them fell into a pool of blood. Ning Xiaochuan didn't escape, holding a magic sword, and killed Li Chonglu. Li Chonglu dared to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Last time, because he had some scruples, he just punished him for kneeling for 3 days. This time, Ning Xiaochuan will take his life. Li Chonglu, today is your death. Even in the face of more than a dozen heavenly and human beings, Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid and cut down with a sword. Bold Jr. Behind Li Chonglu, 2 old men and 2 middle-aged men and women, all of whom are the venerable of heaven and man, flew out. Their profound cultivation and momentum blocked Ning Xiaochuan's sword. Among them, an old man with white hair played a concrete magic power. A white sky-turning seal flew out of the dry palm and turned into an iron mountain up to 17 meters high and weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms, crashing down towards Ning Xiaochuan. It was a 9-grade mysterious weapon, which was hit by the god and man, and its power was completely stimulated, enough to destroy a city. Another god and man in yellow robes offered a 9-grade xuanqi level war sword, which stabbed the ground, tearing the earth out of a huge crack, and red magma rushed out of the ground. The magma rushed out of the ground turned into a river of flames and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. They all know that Ning Xiaochuan wears Qingmu Tiani and is most afraid of fire. Therefore, he deliberately tears the earth and mobilizes the underground magma to suppress Qingmu Tiani. Break it. Ning Xiaochuan was brave and intimidating. He strode forward and cut off the lava river with a sword, like catching a dragon and subduing a dragon. No one could stop him. When a sword was shot, the magic qi was vertical and horizontal, like lightning flying across the sky, stabbing at the heaven and man venerable in yellow robes, and making a clank sound of the sword. Poof! The blood-red magic sword stabbed through the right rib of the heaven and man venerable who was wearing a yellow robe and pierced his body. The man in yellow changed his face and immediately retreated. However, the magic sword seemed to be fixed on him, and was frantically absorbing the blood in his body. He thought of Lin Shuer's tragic death before, and his heart was filled with fear. Boom! The 17-meter-high white overturning print fell on Ning Xiaochuan, carrying a sharp wind, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's back. If hit by the white sky-turning mark, a city will sink in half. Even if Ning Xiaochuan wears Aoki heavenly clothes, he will certainly be seriously injured. Ning Xiaochuan had to take back the magic sword, suddenly turned around, held the sword in both hands, and chopped down towards the huge white sky-turning seal. Bang! The white Fantion seal was blasted out, and a crack appeared on the surface, and wisps of mysterious essence were lost from the crack. The white-haired old man was extremely distressed and immediately took back the sky-turning seal. This is a mysterious weapon of 9 grades, which is the strongest soldier awarded by the Li nationality to him after he took refuge in the Li nationality. I didn't expect that it would be damaged just by a sword, and I don't know how much basalt it would take to repair and improve. The celestial being in yellow robes picked up a life and immediately retreated. He secretly thought that Ning Xiaochuan was worthy of being the spirit son of the new generation of Tiandi Mountain. His cultivation was really terrible, and no ordinary celestial being could compete with him. He is not a disciple of Tiandi Mountain, but a doorman recruited by the Li nationality. His combat effectiveness is not comparable to that of the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain. Poof! The god and man in yellow robes finally did not escape and was stabbed in the heart by the magic sword. His body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a grayish-brown mummy. Ning Xiaochuan took the magic sword out of the corpse's body, and the magic gas on his body was a little stronger, even the pupils flashed blood, and all the magic gas around his body was wrapped. 2 middle-aged heavenly beings, a man and a woman, rushed behind Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. Their skin was silver, just like the flesh made of silver. What they cultivate is a kind of double martial arts sutra, immortal sutra. A man and a woman practice at the same time. When they practice Mahayana, they can practice silver is not bad for the body. Practice to the realm of Mahayana, you can practice into King Kong immortal body. Obviously, this man and woman are the cultivation of Zhongtian realm, and cultivate the immortal sutra to the realm of Mahayana. They cultivate silver is not bad for the body. Once the skill is operated, the body will turn silver, with infinite power and amazing defense. In the same realm, no one can compare with them. Because they are yin and yang. Repair, therefore, with incomparable tacit understanding. Together, the 2 men were as good as 5 masters in the Middle Kingdom, killing Ning Xiaochuan. If other celestial beings in the Middle Heaven, under the joint efforts of the 2 of them, they will die if they can't hold out 3 moves. However, what they met was Ning Xiaochuan. No matter how fierce their attack was, they could not hurt Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! 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 Ning Xiaochuan also fought with them. It hit them like an ancient metal clock, making a huge sound of metal collision. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly, slapped his hands out, and shot dozens of lightning, flying out the silver middle-aged man and the silver woman at the same time, knocking down the wall of the Taoist temple, leaving 2 huge holes. Both of them spit out a mouthful of silver blood at the same time, with a bit of surprise in their eyes. Their couple is also a little famous in the cultivation world. Together, even the heaven and man venerable facing the high realm can fight. I didn't expect to be beaten away by a young man. The couple turned over and flew up at the same time, suddenly kicked on the ground, turned into 2 silver lights, and killed Ning Xiaochuan again. Child, has Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation reached Gaojingsheng? A ferocious old woman said darkly. Li Zhong said, impossible. Ning Xiaochuan is just how old, and it's great to be able to reach the middle heaven. It's almost as good to practice for another 10 years if you want to reach the high heaven. However, Ning Xiaochuan has indeed become stronger again, and we must win this sun together. Li Chonglu knew that Ning Xiaochuan was powerful, so he opened the vertical eye in the middle of his eyebrows at the first time, emitting a bright blue flame. His body was wrapped by Lani fire, and a virtual shadow of the god of Lani appeared behind him. Holding a blue sword, he attacked Ning Xiaochuan. At the same time, the 8 heaven and man worshippers of the Li nationality simultaneously played Taoism, activating the spiritual acupoints in the air and blessing all their power on Li Chonglu. Boom! After Li Chonglu was blessed by the power of the god of Lani and the 8 venerable gods of heaven and man, there were 8 more shadows on his back, and his cultivation climbed rapidly to a very frightening level. The blue sword waved and chopped down, like a blue waterfall rushing down. Ning Xiaochuan felt that the strength of the sword was not like the power that Li Chonglu could have at all, but stronger than the two couples who practiced the Immortal Sutra. 10-9 grade Xuanqi level war swords turned into a sword array and chopped towards Li Chonglu. Bang! 10 battle swords were defeated by the blue sword gas, which did not stop the pace of Li Chonglu. Ning Xiaochuan, I am blessed by the power of the god of Lani and the 8 heavenly beings. Even in the face of the heavenly beings in the high realm, I dare to fight. With you, can you compete with me? Li Chonglu's whole body was burning with flames, showing the virtual shadow of the god of Lani and the 8 venerable gods of heaven and man behind. Stepping on the earth, the ground cracked countless cracks. Looking up at the long sky, the sky was pale. At this moment, Li Chonglu is almost like the integration of 9 heaven and man venerable beings. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan looked fearless and killed the white-haired old man with a magic sword. The blade of the sword stabbed into the old man's body and sucked the heavenly and human blood in the old man's body clean. The second god and man died under Ning Xiaochuan's sword. As long as you practice in the realm of heaven and man, you are a big man wherever you go. Li Chonglu led more than a dozen heavenly beings to surround and kill Ning Xiaochuan. He thought he could easily suppress Ning Xiaochuan and let Ning Xiaochuan kneel on the ground to beg for mercy. However, under the siege of so many powerful people, Ning Xiaochuan was able to kill 2 heavenly beings unharmed, which was simply arrogant to the extreme. Death. Li Chonglu stabbed out with a sword, emitting a gorgeous, blue brilliance. You are the one who wants to die. Ning Xiaochuan showed no weakness and stabbed the magic sword out. The 2 swords intersected and made a harsh impact. Their feet were broken and split, tearing all the arrays in the Taoist temple. The building collapsed, the boulder shattered, the Taoist temple turned into ruins, and the mountain was shaken to pieces. Both of them were extremely fast, waving their swords and cutting out destructive sword light. Just for a breath, the 2 fought more than 30 moves, and the sword chi flew out in all directions. Those martial friars brought by Li Chonglu were miserable, because the array was broken, and they lost their protection. The sword chi emitted by the 2 heavenly and human venerable beings cut many people's bodies in 2. Only a few people escaped. However, they did not dare to stay in the Lingji temple anymore, and immediately fled and disappeared into the jungle. This is a fight between heaven and man. It's not something they can join in at all. Even if only a sword gas escapes, it can kill them. Behind Princess Huanhua, a black figure appeared, his body twisted, just like a black fog of light, and his voice said hoarsely, Li Chonglu has been blessed by the power of 8 heavenly beings. Even if he can fight with the heavenly beings in Gaojingxian, he can't help Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's real card is Tianzunyan. If he exerts the power of Tianzunyan, I'm afraid Li Chonglu will lose. Huanhua Princess's eyes slightly picked up and sneered, it seems that we still need to do it. Longsher-san, you go to take Ning Xiaochuan's life, and you must not let Ning Xiaochuan escape. Yes. The black light fog slowly dissipated, completely disappeared, and silently sneaked towards Ning Xiaochuan. Li Chonglu was more and more frightened during the Vietnam War. Ning Xiaochuan's strength was beyond his expectation. He was blessed by 8 heavenly beings, and he was unable to win him. In the distance, the 8 old men's faces were sweating constantly, their bodies were trembling, and their mouths kept spitting white gas. Obviously, they added mana to Li Chonglu, which consumed their vitality. I thought that after Li Chonglu got their magic blessing, he could make a quick decision and win Ning Xiaochuan with the momentum of thunder. However, Ning Xiaochuan is too powerful. Instead of being suppressed, he shows signs of suppressing Li Chonglu. Those 2 couples, whose bodies exude silver brilliance, also constantly harass Ning Xiaochuan nearby, and want to help Li Chonglu suppress Ning Xiaochuan. The middle-aged woman, whose whole body exuded silver brilliance, lifted up a hill more than 100 meters high and fell on Ning Xiaochuan. The middle-aged man, who exuded silver brilliance all over his body, condensed silver light into a huge silver mirror and emitted a silver column of light. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan pointed out, and a destructive sword wave with a diameter of 3 meters flew out of his fingertips, puncturing the hill. The chaotic sword chi escaped from the world-destroying sword wave, completely shattered the hill more than 100 meters high, split into huge stones, fell towards the ground, and smashed into dense holes. At the same time, he hit a palm print and smashed the silver pillar of light displayed by the middle-aged man. The silver mirror was torn by Ning Xiaochuan's 5 fingers, leaving Wu Dao's bloody paw prints on the middle-aged man's chest, almost catching the middle-aged man's heart. The middle-aged man was shocked and inexplicable. Under the cover of the middle-aged woman, he retreated quickly. Ning Xiaochuan was alone, fighting with 11 heavenly and human beings at the same time, but he did not lose. Suddenly, in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, there was an extremely strong sense of crisis. His vest was cold, and his hair suddenly stood up, like being stared at by a highly poisonous snake. There is a killer hiding in the dark. That killer is more than 10 times terrifying than Lin Shuer. Ning Xiaochuan turned the supreme power in his body, and his body was wrapped by magic gas. There were all magic patterns on his arms. With a sword, Li Chonglu was blasted out. With the help of the anti-shock force of flying Li Chonglu, Ning Xiaochuan, like a big bird, took off backward and withdrew from the view of Lingji. However, the sense of crisis still did not disappear, but became stronger and stronger. Where to escape? Li Chonglu fought out the Lingji view, caught up, looked ferocious and murderous, held the handle of the sword with both hands, and chopped down with a sword. Boom! A huge sword shadow, more than 30 meters long, fell in the air, carrying earth-shaking power, and fell on Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan's mind at the moment is on guard against the terrorist killer in the dark. How can he pay attention to Li Chonglu? However, Li Chonglu cut out this sword and completely locked Ning Xiaochuan, which was powerful. Ning Xiaochuan had to fight against it. Otherwise, he will die under his sword. No sword to destroy the world. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold, and he showed the strongest blow of the world-destroying kendo, sending out a strong world-destroying gas in his body. Above the sky, the situation changes. The black magic cloud covers the sun, and the sky and earth become dim. In the air, there are only wisps of chaotic magic gas shuttling. The magic sword disappeared from Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Phew! A sword light flew by, and the speed of the sword was so fast that the naked eye could not see it, and the mind could not perceive it. Poof! Li Chonglu's abdomen was pierced by a magic sword, and blood flowed from his abdomen. At the wound, wisps of magic gas were flowing, invading his blood. Unexpectedly, I was dodged. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. Ning Xiaochuan intended to stab Li Chonglu's heart with that sword just now, but Li Chonglu avoided it and just stabbed him in the abdomen, which was not fatal. While Li Chonglu was still suppressing the magic qi in his body, Ning Xiaochuan flew over his head and struck the spirit cover of Li Chonglu with a palm. Pa! The skull of Li Chonglu was broken, and a blood line broke out on his face, like an eggshell. His eyes widened, and there was a blank in his mind. All his thoughts and nerves were wiped out by Ning Xiaochuan's just slap. The blue magic eyes in the middle of the eyebrows, emitting blue flames, all rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's palm and got into Ning Xiaochuan's body. This is blue nirvana fire. Blue nirvana fire is a kind of dark fire. After absorption, it can enhance the power of the world-destroying magic fire. The blue nirvana fire, contained in the magic eye of Li Chonglu, was all absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's inferno fire is stronger, and his cultivation has been improved, which is equivalent to the result of his hard cultivation for half a year. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's 5 fingers were closed, and Li Chonglu's head burst open, spilling blood and brains. Only a headless corpse fell to the ground with a bang. Cheap for you. Ning Xiaochuan took a hard look at the body on the ground. The 8 Taoist-robed elders of Li nationality, a couple with silver light all over, saw that the head of Li Chonlu was crushed by Ning Xiaochuan, and their faces changed dramatically, and their hearts sank violently. Ning Xiaochuan's courage is so great that even the peerless Tianjiao of the Li nationality dares to kill him. Ning Xiaochuan, you're dead. One of the old Taoist robes said fiercely. Ning Xiaochuan was fearless and said in a deep voice, the 8 of you have consumed so much energy. If you don't escape, you are the one who will die. You. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's threatening words, the 8 Taoist robes immediately retreated, formed an array, stood in 8 different directions, and began to quickly recover their consumed vitality. They formed a mysterious array, which can attack and defend in advance, and 8 people were integrated. Even Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help them in a short time. At this time, the force that made Ning Xiaochuan feel uneasy appeared again. Shua. The killer hidden in the dark shot at a thunderous speed. A long flame spear stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's vest, less than 10 meters away from Ning Xiaochuan. The killer's method of concealing his breath is really too clever, which is more difficult to deal with than Lin Shuer. He has absolutely cultivated the invisible and invisible magic power. He hid Ning Xiaochuan's mind and spirit, hid within 10 meters of Ning Xiaochuan, and suddenly shot, which is to kill with one blow. Ning Xiaochuan had been on guard for a long time. At the moment when the other party shot, he immediately turned back and held the magic sword flat to resist the past. Bang! Flame spear hit on the magic sword. A powerful force rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's arms, numbing Ning Xiaochuan's arms, lifting his feet off the ground and flying backward. It is conceivable that if the spear is stabbed on Ning Xiaochuan's back, even if Ning Xiaochuan is wearing Aoki heavenly clothes and has a strong supreme body, he may be seriously injured. Gao Jingtian's killer. Ning Xiaochuan landed on his feet and stared at the twisted black shadow not far away. Although Gao Jingshan is only 1 level higher than Zhang Jingshan, the gap is more than 10 times. The killer seemed to have no actual body at all, but an illusory ghost, without any breath of life, like a black air. Shua. The blow failed, and the black shadow disappeared into the air again. All the breath disappeared without a trace, leaving only a faint cold air. Ning Xiaochuan used the mental power of the 7 orifices demon heart to find the killer. However, the other party was obviously proficient in the hidden art of anti-mind, invisible, and his body was constantly changing, and the speed was extremely fast. He could change the orientation 7 times in every moment, and he could not be locked at all. It's worthy of being a killer cultivated by the royal family. It's really clever, like a ghost, like a demon. Ning Xiaochuan no longer paid attention to the killer hidden in the dark, but was on guard in his heart, staring at the distant Taoist tower. I saw the gorgeous Huanhua princess, flying down from the tower, her gauze clothes floating, walking in the air, her feet like jade lotus, stepping on a light layer of night fog. She was dressed in gold gauze, with ribbons around her waist, standing in the void, like a fairy Ji on the 9-heaven palace, and said with a smile, Ning Xiaochuan, you killed Li Chonlu, and the Li clan will take your life. Don't you run away? If I don't kill Li Chonlu, the Li nationality will let me go? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the top and said, Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, don't you want to kill me yourself? Princess Huanhua shook her head, showing her white teeth, and said, There is no need for this princess to take your life. Lord Mu, don't you take your life? Boom. A flying sword wrapped in flame flew out of the clouds thousands of feet high and cut to the earth, such as an extraterritorial meteor hitting the ground, tearing the whole Taoist temple apart. The mountain where Lingji Temple is located is divided into 2 parts by sword qi, and a huge rift appears. Ning Xiaochuan spread out the rapid movement of the rainbow, moved out sideways, and avoided the earth-shaking sword just now. Looking at the rift valley on the earth, the sword light was flowing on every rock, and every leaf was crushed into powder. The sword chi will not disappear for a long time. The wooden lord of the burning sword sect flew out of the cloud, stood proudly in the void, and took back the sword just now, like an immortal sword fairy falling from the sky, with two light pillars in his eyes and a loud voice. Ning Xiaochuan, you destroyed my disciples, and today, I killed you myself. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution has come. Dongfang Xing, the genius of the Burning Sword sect, is the disciple of Lord Mu. Unfortunately, Dongfang Xing was abandoned by Princess Qinyu of the Demon Moon Palace. In the final analysis, it was because he was calculated by Ning Xiaochuan that he ended up in such a miserable end. Therefore, Lord Mu counted this account on Ning Xiaochuan. Lord Mu, Princess Huanhua, you are all famous and powerful people in Tiandi Mountain. It's too reckless to deal with my younger generation at the same time, aren't you? In case this matter is found out, it's impossible to save their lives. Ning Xiaochuan can perceive the strength of the Wooden Lord and the Huanhua Princess. The combination of the Li Chonglu and those heavenly and human venerable figures of the Li nationality is not as good as their fingers. Ning Xiaochuan, your deadline has come. Don't even think you can escape. Lord Mu locked Ning Xiaochuan with his mind. A powerful idea pressed against Ning Xiaochuan, and countless sword chi rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan, converging into a torrent of sword chi. Lord Mu is a kendo monk with strong combat power. He is controlled by his sword intention within a radius of dozens of miles. An idea can kill any living creature within a radius of dozens of miles. Li Chonglu died, and Ning Xiaochuan did not intend to continue to fight with them, looking for opportunities and preparing to retreat. Facing the surging torrent of sword chi, Ning Xiaochuan no longer retained it. He activated the power of 10 mysterious weapons and turned them into 10 huge war swords. Each war sword is more than 30 meters high, like 10 huge sword mountains. Boom! 10 giant swords attacked at the same time, blocking the sword power sent by the Wooden Lord. In the dark, the killer of Gao Jingtian is ready to move again. As long as Ning Xiaochuan is a little careless, he will hit again with the momentum of thunder to achieve the effect of one hit. Those heavenly and human worshippers of the Li nationality also began to adjust their positions, surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in the center, and sealed all the escape routes to prevent Ning Xiaochuan from escaping. Ning Xiaochuan and Lord Mu hit each other, and immediately withdrew, turned into a colorful streamer, and fled to the distance. Poof! With a wave of the magic sword, it sent out gorgeous blood light. One of the Li people, who was ready to stop him, was hit by the sword and flew out, leaving a 3-foot-long sword wound on his chest. The man of heaven fell in a pool of blood, and most of the blood in his body was absorbed by the magic sword, leaving only one breath hanging his life. Still want to escape? The Wooden Lord snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and the wooden sword on his back flew out, marking a red sword light, like a sword river more than 10 miles long, majestically hitting Ning Xiaochuan, who was running for his life. More than 10 miles away, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped to mobilize the supreme power in his body. The power of supreme body and world-destroying kendo is displayed incisively and vividly, turning into a supreme sword. The magic sword, which became dozens of feet high, chopped the yellow wooden sword back. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan took back his magic sword, glanced coldly at Lord Mu, and immediately hid under the ground. Boom! Just when Ning Xiaochuan just escaped into the ground, a huge handprint slapped down on the sky, leaving a 5-finger huge pit with a diameter of more than 60 meters on the ground, which was like a palm print made by a god, which shook the whole earth violently. The power of palm print spread in all directions. All the plants and trees within a few kilometers around turn into ashes, and all the creatures turn into blood fog. Young Master Huanhua withdrew his palm, his face sank, and ordered, Ning Xiaochuan has been injured, fled to the north, and go after him with all your strength. Whoever takes Ning Xiaochuan's head on his neck will be rewarded with 1,000,000,000 pieces of basalt, and the land will be sealed for thousands of miles. All the heavenly and human venerable figures of the Li and imperial families appeared. Some of them fled to the ground to pursue the breath left by Ning Xiaochuan, and some of them summoned Xian beast mounts to pursue the north. The wooden lord took back the yellow wooden sword, looked at a small gap on the wooden sword, and frowned slightly. What a powerful sword, what strength is this? The wooden lord's finger pressed on the gap of the wooden sword, and a flame appeared at the fingertip. He hardened the wooden sword again, and the gap on the blade healed again. Phew! His sword flew into the sky, turned into a streamer, flew over the sky, and chased north. 800 miles away, Ning Xiaochuan came out of the ground, covered his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood in his mouth. The cultivation of Princess Huanhua is even stronger than that of Lord Mu. She is worthy of being a high-level official in Wang Sun's mansion. Ning Xiaochuan wiped the blood on the ground, held back the injury, gathered his breath, turned around, and rushed to the northeast. Although Ning Xiaochuan has the supreme body, the cultivation of Lord Mu and Princess Huanhua is too much higher than him. Even if he uses all his means, he can only compete with one of them at most. Together, the two of them, as well as the heavenly beings of Li and imperial families, were eyeing covetously. Ning Xiaochuan was never sure of winning and had to flee. Tianshu Empire is the territory of Huanhua Princess. As long as she gives an order, she can mobilize the power of all nearby clans and families. In the past 3 days, more and more people have chased Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was besieged for 6 times before and after, and was killed by him and escaped from Xingtian. However, his injuries were becoming more and more serious. After nightfall, Ning Xiaochuan sat by the bank of a fast-flowing river, cleaned the blood on his clothes, and immediately began to recuperate from his injuries. These days, he has been diving. Only in this way can he leave no traces and breath. If Princess Huanhua wants to find him, she must spend more time. If you want to return to Zhangtian Barren Ridge, you must cross the whole Tianshu Empire. However, in the Tianshu Empire, Princess Huanhua was able to mobilize the power of all major gates and ancient tribes. It is estimated that I would have died before I passed through the Tianshu Empire. In recent days, there are more and more monks besieging Ning Xiaochuan. At the beginning, there were only a few hundred. Now there are tens of thousands of monks, and the lowest accomplishments are all in Dezunjing. Ning Xiaochuan is also a narrow-minded life to fight a way out. In the Tianshu Empire, Princess Huanhua's energy is too great. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know how many more people are chasing after him. 20,000 monks? 100,000 monks? Only by taking a detour and escaping into the wilderness can there be a glimmer of vitality. Ning Xiaochuan detected that the voice of the pursuer came from 100 miles away, so he immediately dived into the river and fled upstream along the river. Half an hour later, Princess Huanhua and a group of heavenly and human dignitaries of the royal family came to the place where Ning Xiaochuan had just healed. An old Taoist holding a dust brush inquired into the place where Ning Xiaochuan had just healed and said, "Ning Xiaochuan has just left." Huanhua Princess stood by the bank of the river, dressed in white as snow, with long hair flying in the wind, and her chest was very full, outlining a charming arc. A pair of phoenix eyes showed a smile. Ning Xiaochuan fled upstream. How can it be? This is completely the opposite direction of Ning Xiaochuan's previous escape. He can't escape upstream. A general in armor said. Huanhua Princess pinched the orchid in her hand and said with a soft voice with a smile, "Ning Xiaochuan is so smart that if you can guess his idea, he won't escape from him 3 or 4 times. There are all the experts in the 8 counties and 17 prefectures, and the mysterious beast army of the empire helped investigate. He will definitely not stay in the Tianshu Empire anymore. If I guess correctly, he should flee to the wilderness." "Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, why do you have to catch Ning Xiaochuan?" the general in armor asked. Princess Huanhua stared at him and said coldly, Ning Xiaochuan is likely to leave Tiandi Mountain with a treasure. There must be a secret task on him. We must seize the treasure on him. This is also the meaning of the crown prince. Princess Huanhua thought that the red dragon lean-to was on Ning Xiaochuan, but she didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan just went to send a letter to Master Mulan. It was Niao Lanqin who left Tiandi Mountain with the red dragon lean-to. Not long after Ning Xiaochuan left Tiandi Mountain, Niao Lanqin left Tiandi Mountain with red dragon lean-to and rushed to the wilderness. After changing the direction of escape, there were fewer pursuers behind. Half a month later, Ning Xiaochuan recovered from all the injuries on his body, and finally fled into the wilderness and into the primitive barren forest with towering ancient trees. Although he did not see the pursuers again, there were countless ferocious monsters and dangerous places left over from ancient times in the wilderness. If he ventured into those dangerous situations rashly, even if he had the cultivation of Zhongtian realm now, he would die undoubtedly. Why are most of the dangerous places left over from ancient times distributed in the wilderness? In fact, this problem should be viewed in reverse. It is precisely because that place has a terrible danger left over from ancient times, so no one dares to approach it, nor dare anyone establish human civilization there. Over time, it will become a vast wilderness. In ancient books, there are records, in the north. There are 2 forbidden areas and 16 dangerous places in the wilderness of Xinjiang. Among them, the 2 forbidden areas have left a lot of fierce history, and even the secondary god dare not easily break into them. 16 dangerous places are also terrifying places. For example, Burial Mountain, which buried the once powerful Emperor Zijin, is one of the 16 dangerous places. In the final analysis, in fact, North Xinjiang is the territory of monsters. 99% of the territory is covered by Meng Huang days. All the territories of human civilization add up, and there is no north. 1% of the territory of Xinjiang. Human beings are in the north. The forces in Xinjiang are actually very weak. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan fled into the wilderness and concluded that those human monks who chased him behind did not dare to catch up easily. The distribution of power in the wilderness is more complex than that in human civilization. It is the safest to take a detour to cut the barren mountains. Ning Xiaochuan caught an 8-level Xian beast and asked it. He learned that the master of the wilderness, with a radius of 600,000 miles, was the king of 3-tailed Songhu. The 3-tailed Song Fox King is also one of the 36 animal kings under the Vatican demon throne. However, Ning Xiaochuan has a problem with her. If you go to her to introduce the Brahma demon emperor, it is estimated that if you don't see the Brahma demon emperor at all, you will die. Therefore, he decided to go to chop the Sky Barren Ridge to find the King of Green, although he also offended the King of Green, but after all, the King of Green is only a little girl, and should not have the revenge of the King of 3-tailed Songhu. After sending the 8-level Xian beast away, Ning Xiaochuan's mind moved, felt a dangerous breath, and looked toward the west. Huanhua Princess unexpectedly came after her again, but it seems that the number is not large. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a chill. This time, he did not intend to run away immediately, but wanted to meet Princess Huanhua for a while. Anyway, it's in the wilderness. Even if you can't fight, you'll run away immediately. Before Princess Huanhua came, Ning Xiaochuan hid in the water and gathered all his breath into his body. He is like a stone in the water, without any breath of life. Before long, Princess Huanhua and a general in armor turned into 2 light shuttles and came to the bank of the water. Strange, just now I clearly felt Ning Xiaochuan's breath. Did he escape again? Huanhua Princess is red. Naked with a pair of flawless jade feet, he walked towards the water, stood on a blue stone by the bank of the water, and looked around. She used her mind to find Ning Xiaochuan's breath. Ning Xiaochuan hid in the water under the feet of Huanhua Princess. Raising his head, through the water layer, he could see the snow-white slender of Huanhua princess. The spring light under the skirt can be seen at a glance. Even, you can see the bright red fur pants between your legs. Ning Xiaochuan tried to control his breath, maintain inner peace, and let himself reach the realm of the unity of heaven and man, and integrate with the stream. No matter how strong Princess Huanhua's mind is, it is difficult to find his breath. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, we'd better go back. There are so many dangers in the wilderness. If the three-tailed Song Fox King is disturbed, there will be great trouble. The general in armor stared at the graceful figure of Huanhua Princess, and there was an invisible color in his eyes. No way. Ning Xiaochuan's talent is too high. If he is allowed to escape, his cultivation is estimated to improve by a large margin next time he sees him, and it will be even more difficult to kill him. Princess Huanhua is very determined and must get rid of Ning Xiaochuan as soon as possible. Princess Huanhua searched for a long time, but she didn't find Ning Xiaochuan's breath. She sighed, it seems that he really escaped. Just when she relaxed a little, the general in armor standing not far from her suddenly cut her neck with a knife, pulling out a knife gas more than 10 meters long. How could Princess Huanhua expect that her servant would attack her? Poof! Huanhua Princess suddenly turned around and slapped out. Although she beat the general wearing armor out, her chest was also hit by the knife gas, and her clothes were scattered, and blood gushed from her chest, dyeing her robe red. She immediately turned her strength, closed the wound to the blood, stopped the flowing blood, and said angrily, "Wu Qing, how dare you attack this princess? Who lent you the courage?" The general in armor turned up, stood with a horizontal knife, and the blade was still dripping blood. He laughed and said, "Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, your beauty was spread all over the world. I don't know how many young talents miss you so much. Even I regard you as a fairy, that is, I respect you and love you very much. However, I made love to you, but you refused, and also insulted me that I was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat, and ordered people to beat me out of the princess's house. Unexpectedly. It has only been 100 years, and you have not recognized me." Princess Huanhua carefully glanced at the general wearing armor, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "There are so many people who love Princess Ben, how can I remember you as a nobody? To be honest, I really can't remember you." Her smile was mingled with anger. "Haha. Whether you really can't remember it or not, today I will return all the humiliation you gave me back to you." The general in armor burst out arrogant laughter and stared at the wound on Princess Huanhua's chest, as if Princess Huanhua had been a slave at his feet. Although the Huanhua princess was injured, she was still fearless. She gently pulled the scattered skirt and said in a cold voice, "How dare you? Anyway, this is a desolate wilderness. Even if I kill you, or humiliate you, no one knows." Haha. The general in armor took action against the Huanhua princess. Naturally, he not only wanted to kill her, but also wanted to catch the Huanhua princess. Only by ravaging the body and soul of the Huanhua princess at the same time, could he revenge the humiliation of that year. A woman is likely to commit suicide after being insulted. However, after being insulted, a man will try his best to return all the insults he has received. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing, but he didn't appear immediately and continued to observe, in case it was Princess Huanhua and the general in armor. Above the water, the sound of battle sounded. The man in armor fought with Huanhua princess. The battle lasted not long. The man in armor was killed by Huanhua princess, and even his head was smashed. "It's so ignorant. Goods like you are only worthy of being the running dog of the royal family. I thought this princess would like you. It's extremely stupid." Although Princess Huanhua killed the general in armor, she was wounded by the dying counterattack of the other party, leaving a deep knife wound in her abdomen. The man in armor had obviously premeditated, and the blade had been soaked by highly toxic. I don't know what toxin it is. It makes it difficult for the wound on Princess Huanhua to heal, and it is still bleeding. Princess Huanhua went to the blue stone hidden in Ning Xiaochuan, untied her golden belt, took off her torn robe full of blood, and revealed a delicate snow-white body, only wearing a layer of close-fitting pink embroidered phoenix bra and short lace fur pants. Sexy neck, flat and slender waist, slender and round, all exposed outside the bra, adding a bit of seduction. Anyway, it was a desolate wilderness, and Princess Huanhua didn't have so many taboos. She washed the wounds on her chest and abdomen with stream water, and then took out a jade porcelain vase and wiped the antidote liquid inside on the wound. The antidote is refined from the juice of a miraculous psychic medicine. The medicine is extremely powerful. The pain from the wound makes Princess Huanhua unable to help but ponder. It's strange, what kind of poison did Wu Qing smear on the blade, and why did the antidote liquid have little effect? After wiping the antidote, the wound on Princess Huanhua did begin to heal, but she could clearly perceive that one of the toxins entered the blood, and even her deep Tianwu vitality could not force the toxin out. Gradually, Huanhua Princess felt something wrong. The body is getting hotter and hotter. It seems that there is a flame burning in the lower abdomen, the throat is becoming more and more thirsty, and the legs are becoming more and more itchy. The original white face also shows two rosy clouds, like being drunk. Wu Qing had premeditated that Princess Huanhua should submit to him and be bullied by him. Humiliation. Therefore, the natural poison smeared on the blade is not ordinary poison, but the demon dragon and beast poison he spent a lot of money to buy. You know, Lady Yinqi was poisoned by dragon, so she became a man's fool. Women, and can't extricate themselves. Wu Qing knew that Princess Huanhua's cultivation was profound, so the demon dragon and beast poison he bought was dozens of times more powerful than the dragon poison in Lady Yinqi. Even if the Huanhua princess's cultivation is so profound and her will is so strong, it is absolutely difficult to resist the toxicity. She will change from a cold and noble princess to a trampled by him. Women. This is Wu Qing's real revenge. At this moment, Princess Huanhua has felt the horror of demon dragon and beast poison. In her mind, there are all kinds of pornographic pictures, and the wheezing sound from her mouth has become more and more urgent. A pair of bright and slender kept rubbing in her fur pants, rolling the water in the stream, clattering. It must be demon dragon poison. Princess Huanhua clenched her teeth, and her two sexy red lips were trembling. Her eyes were like silk, and it was difficult to suppress the desire in her body. Look. She didn't expect that she would capsize in the gutter and be attacked by a man who once didn't even want to look at her eyes. If she couldn't suppress the toxicity in her body, she was afraid that she would lose her mind and get angry when she saw wild animals. Affection. That's too sad. This is something she will never allow to happen. When necessary, she would rather end her life by herself. Poop. She immediately jumped into the stream, trying to keep herself sane with the help of the cold water. At the same time, she immediately operated the vitality in her body and guarded her heart. As long as the toxin did not enter the heart, there was still a chance to detoxify it. Princess Huanhua's cultivation was really deep, and she really suppressed the toxin slowly. However, at this moment, a very fast sword gas suddenly flew out of the water and unexpectedly stabbed Princess Huanhua's heart. How could Princess Huanhua expect a person in the water? Ning Xiaochuan waited for a long time, just planning to kill with one blow, and could not give Princess Huanhua any chance to react. Ning Xiaochuan didn't care why Princess Huanhua jumped into the water, only knowing that this was the best chance to kill Princess Huanhua. Boom! The fierce sword gas hit the Huanhua princess's heart. A white light curtain rushed out from the heart of Huanhua princess to form a light array, blocking the sword gas. The sword chi didn't stab Princess Huanhua's body, but it beat her out and landed on the shore. How could this happen? Knowing that Princess Huanhua's cultivation was strong, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to give her a chance to breathe. He fought out of the water, called out the magic sword, and cut it down again. Princess Huanhua only wore a pink embroidered phoenix chest clothes, hip-length fur pants, because they were soaked by water. The bra and fur pants were close to her skin, a pair of jade peaks loomed, and the fur pants also showed a light dark, outlining the jade-white sexy hip flap. It's like nothing. Ning Xiaochuan. She had already reflected it, and whether her previous ugliness had been seen by Ning Xiaochuan or not, at the moment, she had only one belief in her heart, that she must kill Ning Xiaochuan. She mobilized the vitality in her body and made a huge handprint to block the sword cut by Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the supreme power in his body, cut down with a sword, and smashed the handprint of Princess Huanhua. Although Princess Huanhua wanted to divide some of her strength to suppress the demon dragon toxin in her body, her cultivation was there. She was not just a heavenly person in the middle of heaven, and could compete with her. Therefore, she has absolute confidence that even if she is poisoned by the demon dragon, she can kill Ning Xiaochuan. However, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power can't be compared with that of ordinary people in Zhongjingshan. Ning Xiaochuan killed Princess Huanhua in front of her and pressed her step by step. With every step, she could step on the rocks and sweep across with a sword. Wow! Huanhua Princess's figure is slim and graceful, like a white water snake, turning over from Ning Xiaochuan's sword edge, and a slender jade carving kicked Ning Xiaochuan's chest. At the same time, her arms attacked Ning Xiaochuan's legs and turned into a beautiful half-moon arc. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that Princess Huanhua's close combat was so powerful. Her movements were sensitive and her body was flexible, as if she had no bones at all. Pa! Ning Xiaochuan slapped her hand on her calf, slid it down, and grabbed her snow-white ankle with 5 fingers, trying to break her whole leg. Ning Xiaochuan's every finger emits electric light, which is powerful. Not to mention Princess Huanhua's calf, even an iron bar, can twist into fried dough twist. However, at this time, Princess Huanhua showed her catching skills, grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's legs, and tripped him to the ground. The two were entangled again, and all kinds of killing methods were used to kill each other. Princess Huanhua's cultivation has surpassed Gao Jing Tian, and she has practiced the magical martial arts of close combat. Her bones are flexible and her skin is tender and smooth. Every time Ning Xiaochuan locks her joints, she will slip away. Ning Xiaochuan cultivates the supreme body. Her body is a little stronger than Huanhua Princess. She is powerful and can fight across the realm. Even in the face of heaven and man beyond the high realm, she can also fight. When fighting with Ning Xiaochuan, the demon dragon poison in Princess Huanhua's body was stimulated again and rushed to her heart. Poisonous fire attacks the heart. Princess Huanhua's body became hotter and hotter, and the thoughts in her mind became more and more chaotic, and her will became weaker and weaker. She was originally going to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but at the moment, she wanted to be as far away from Ning Xiaochuan as possible. She was afraid that when the toxin entered her heart, she would not be able to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but would do something more ugly. This is something she must not allow to happen. Where to escape? Seeing that Princess Huanhua wanted to escape, Ning Xiaochuan moved, grabbed her long hair and dragged her back. He swept out with one foot and swept the Huanhua princess to the ground. The poison in Princess Huanhua's body vibrated and completely entered her heart, rendering the heart palace of martial arts into strange colors. It's worthy of being an expert who has reached the 4th level of heaven and man. Close combat is so powerful. If it weren't for the sneak attack by a general of the Tianshu Empire, it wouldn't be easy for me to defeat you. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the magic sword and wanted to kill Princess Huanhua with a sword. This woman is ruthless and thoughtful. It's better to get rid of her. However, just as Zhang Jian was about to stab, Ning Xiaochuan changed his mind again. Princess Huanhua is the real sister of the emperor's crown prince. She has an extraordinary position in the royal family and the Wang Sun mansion. Wouldn't it be better to take her as a slave and use her to deal with the emperor's crown prince? Ning Xiaochuan expected that the crown prince of the emperor would be his great enemy in the future. Instead of passively waiting for him to deal with himself, he might as well add some chips to himself now. There is no doubt that Princess Huanhua would be an extremely important piece for Ning Xiaochuan if she could obey his orders. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a touch of joy. However, he did not find that the Huanhua princess who had been knocked to the ground by him suddenly got up, with her hair disheveled, and her beautiful face turned into spring. The heart is rippling, and the beautiful phoenix eye is proud. Chaos. Affection. Fans. Prick. Her speed was so fast that she tore Ning Xiaochuan's robe to pieces, like a hare. The bitch of love climbed up, grabbed the small river, and sucked it in her mouth. Allow it up. Bravo! Bravo! Ning Xiaochuan was also surprised. He only felt his lower body cool, and Xiaochuan entered a warm and humid place. He immediately held his breath and stared at the Huanhua princess moving in and out of his robe. She knelt on the ground, pursed, seemed to enjoy it, and made a rapid gasp. What the fuck? Pa. Ning Xiaochuan slapped the Huanhua princess and flew out. With a plop, she fell into the stream and splashed a lot of water. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Xiaochuan, who was wet by Princess Huanhua in his robe, and felt a chill. Suddenly, he reacted that he had been violated. Princess Huanhua, you are too shameless. You are still a princess of the great Tianshu Empire. Do you really think that if you please me like this, I will let you go? Damn, returning the princess is simply a coquette. Ning Xiaochuan felt a burst of nausea, thinking, like Huanhua princess so lewd. I don't know how many women I've slept with. She even refused that powerful general. If she had nodded her head and promised, she would not be retaliated by that person today. Ning Xiaochuan only knew that Princess Huanhua was seriously injured by the general wearing armor, and seemed to be poisoned. However, in his opinion, after Huanhua princess smeared the understanding poison, the poison in her body should have been completely eliminated. He didn't know that the Huanhua princess was poisoned by demon dragon and beast at all, and thought that Huanhua princess was born to be a whore. Dang, knowing that she couldn't beat him, took the initiative to please him with her body, so as to let Ning Xiaochuan spare her life. Ning Xiaochuan is a good man with strong bones. Even if she takes the initiative to please, she will never let her go. This time, Ning Xiaochuan really misunderstood. Princess Huanhua flew out of the stream with a pink chest on her body. Her clothes and fur pants were torn to pieces by her. Her long wet hair spread all over her body, and she threw Ning Xiaochuan to the ground again. A slightly cold jade hand grabbed him again. A pair of white tender meat in front of her chest pressed on Ning Xiaochuan's chest, rubbing on Ning Xiaochuan's body in great pain, and her mouth made a strange sound. Ning Xiaochuan also saw something wrong. Did he eat spring medicine? He turned and pressed back, immediately grabbed the wrist of Huanhua princess, followed his fingers, and introduced a mind into her body for exploration. Sure enough, it was poisoned, and it was dragon poison. Ning Xiaochuan once found dragon poison in Lady Yinqi's body, and he is very familiar with this kind of animal poison. However, the dragon poison in Princess Huanhua's body is 10 times stronger than that in Lady Yinqi's body. That general in armor was also cruel enough to give her such a powerful dragon poison. Now, the dragon poison has entered the heart and cannot be detoxified at all. Huanhua princess is ruined in her life. Even if she survives, she will only play by herself. Woman. The royal family will never allow such a princess who discredits the royal family to live in the world. What a wicked man. He will be punished. Ning Xiaochuan slapped the Huanhua princess, who jumped up again and flew out. He was very ruthless and did not have any pity for her. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't think he is Luxiaoui, who sits still. If there is a beautiful woman who takes the initiative to throw herself into her arms, he is likely to accept it. However, Huanhua princess can't. Although Ning Xiaochuan is not an absolute good person, he also knows that once he decides to be good with a woman, he must be responsible for her. On the contrary, if he cannot be responsible for her, Ning Xiaochuan will not have a relationship with her, whether she is an enemy or takes the initiative to send her to the door. It's like Niao Lanqing once. Once he has a relationship with her and wants to kill her again, there will always be a barrier in his heart. Although Princess Huanhua was poisoned by demon dragons and beasts, she became proud. Chaos. Affection. Fang, however, his cultivation is still there. He is very fast and powerful. He pounced on Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, soared into the air, and mobilized the power of the heavenly seal. A white column of light shot out of the center of the eyebrow, and a white bone bead flew out, suppressing it above the head of the Huanhua princess, making the speed of the Huanhua princess become slower and slower, like falling into the mud. Ow! At this time a black bear more than 6 meters high rushed out of the jungle. It smells the smell of human beings, and plans to come out to look for food. However, as soon as it rushed out, it was knocked down by a slender and slim shadow, which made it difficult to move, and it was still groping for it. Body, it seems to invade it. The demon dragon poison in Princess Huanhua's body has entered her heart, making her completely degenerate. If she can't satisfy the desire in her body. Look, not to mention seeing a man, even a black bear, can't escape her clutches. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and slapped the black bear to death. Princess Huanhua has just caught the giant black bear. The body of the black bear turns into a blood mist before it is ready to vent. The bath in her body. The fire became stronger and stronger, but he couldn't vent and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to kill Princess Huanhua for the time being. Princess Huanhua is an important pawn for him to deal with the crown prince of the emperor, and must not be destroyed. Golden Needle Heart Sealing Formula. Ning Xiaochuan really couldn't stand it anymore. With a wave of his arm, dozens of golden ox hair fine needles flew out of his sleeve, all sealed into the heart of Princess Huanhua. The golden needle entered her heart and immediately suppressed the demon dragon and beast poison in her body. However, Princess Huanhua has to endure the pain of the golden needle stabbing her heart. It's tragic. She gradually regained consciousness. The sharp pain from her heart made her shiver all over, and she looked extremely humiliated and weak. She sobbed, "Ning Xiaochuan, you killed me." Half of it was the pain brought by the golden needle, and the other half was the sense of shame in her heart, which made her feel ashamed, and it was worse than death. She is such a proud woman that she will never allow herself to become degenerate. Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground and said, "Princess Huanhua, I have no grievances with you, but you have to kill me. Killing you is too cheap for you." Ning Xiaochuan slapped her on the head of Huanhua princess, and 7 spirits flew out of her body. It took half an hour to subdue the spirit of Huanhua princess. From then on, she was Ning Xiaochuan's heart slave. "See your master." Huanhua princess got up with difficulty, knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to Ning Ogawa. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Although you were poisoned by demon dragon and beast, I suppressed the beast poison with the golden needle sealing heart formula. Within 8 years, the beast poison will not happen again. The golden needle heart sealing formula will accelerate the consumption of your vitality. Within 8 years, if your cultivation has not broken through, 8 years later, it will be your death. Go back." When I want to use you in the future, I will naturally find you. After Princess Huanhua left, Ning Xiaochuan gently sighed, and then, alone, continued to walk towards the middle of the wilderness. For the enemy, Ning Xiaochuan will never be soft-hearted. Princess Huanhua will end up like this. It's entirely her fault, and she has no sympathy for her. Lord Mu, this account will be settled with you slowly when it returns to Tiandi Mountain. There were indeed 3 waves of monks pursued and killed by Ning Xiaochuan behind the middle of the great wilderness, but they were all heaven and man venerable figures of the Li and royal families. All of them were killed by Ning Xiaochuan, and none of them survived. Both Lord Mu and Princess Huanhua are the 4th realm of heaven and man Zuan Jingshan, also known as Shantian Venerable. When Ning Xiaochuan dealt with Princess Huanhua had been injured and poisoned by demon dragons and beasts. Therefore, he was not defeated by a Shantian Venerable. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan also planned to verify his strength with the help of the Wooden Patriarch. Can he compete with Shantian Zun? Unexpectedly, Lord Mu didn't chase him up, but rather let Ning Xiaochuan be quite disappointed. Ning Xiaochuan didn't wait any longer, and went straight to cut the sky barren ridge. After sending the letter, he planned to go to the Jin family immediately to find Silence Demon Fire. He walked in the wilderness, deliberately avoiding the territory of those monsters, but he did not encounter too much danger. Along the way, Ning Xiaochuan improved his cultivation with the help of 9-flower nectar. Ning Xiaochuan knew very well that if he killed Li Chonglu, he would certainly irritate the Li nationality and send more powerful figures to deal with him. He must work hard to cultivate. If he can achieve a higher level of cultivation, he can have more chances to save his life. At the same time of cultivation, he is also refining various pills, at least high-level pills. 2 materials for refining Guiyuan pill, one of which failed to refine, and the other was successfully refined. 6 Guiyuan pills were refined. This is 6 human-level pills, which are invaluable. They are several times more precious than ordinary psychic miracles, and are collected by Ning Xiaochuan as a treasure. He has taken a Guiyuan pill. If he takes the second pill, the efficacy will be halved. Now taking the second pill can indeed make his cultivation reach the peak of Zhongjing heaven. However, it is not difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to reach the peak of Zhongjingshan. Therefore, he plans to wait until the impact of Gaojingshan, and then take the second Guiyuan pill. Only in this way can he maximize the efficacy of Guiyuan pill. Wow! The cover of 9-flower nectar was opened, emitting 9-colored spiritual fog. Petals flew in the spiritual fog and converged into the spirit river, emitting an intoxicating fragrance of medicine. Ordinary monks, even if they just breathe, will get drunk and sleep for 7 days. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground and was wrapped in the 9-colored spirit fog, emitting the power of the heaven and earth Daoyuan and world-destroying Daoyuan in his body, and feeling the rules of heaven and earth. Tiandi Daoyuan, located in the middle of the eyebrow, seems to be just a white air bead the size of a grain of rice. In fact, the white air bead envelopes everything, like a tiny world hidden, unpredictable, like the early universe. Inside the white air beads, there are 208 glittering filaments of light flowing. That's 208 rules of heaven and earth. To be exact, Ning Xiaochuan cultivates the Earth Sutra, and the rules of earth that he cultivates are only half of the rules of heaven and earth. After reaching the realm of heaven and man, the cultivator is no longer just practicing qi, but more importantly, cultivating the power of rules in the universe. Martial artists practice martial law rules. Taoist monks practice Taoist rules. The universe is vast, and there are thousands of ways, and rules are more than hundreds of millions. Every kind of Taoism can achieve the Great Road. Therefore, every monk has different rules. Ning Xiaochuan cultivates the Earth Sutra, so what he cultivates is the earth rules. Xuelingshu cultivates the Sutra of Heaven, so what she cultivates is the rules of the way of heaven, and what she realizes is the most orthodox way of heaven. She takes heaven as her teacher. Ning Xiaochuan takes earth as his teacher. Friar, if the number of rules understood is different, the realm is also different. The person who understands one rule is naturally far inferior to the person who understands 10 rules. Therefore, the first cultivator divided heaven and man into 9 levels. A monk who cultivates a rule can be regarded as a monk who touches the threshold of heaven and earth, and is known as the ladder of heaven. Monks who cultivate 18 rules can condense Taoyuan, which can be regarded as entering the house and reaching the first realm of heaven and man, the first realm of heaven. Cultivating 180 rules can be regarded as reaching the middle heaven. Cultivate 1800 rules, which can be regarded as reaching the high level of heaven. Cultivate 18,000 rules, which can be regarded as reaching the Xianjing heaven, and can be called Shantian Venerable. Only by cultivating 1.8 billion rules can we reach the 9th level of heaven and man, which is called the 9 heavenly venerable. That is to say, the difficulty of cultivation increases 10 times with each level of improvement. Sometimes the difference is dozens of times. Therefore, it is almost impossible to fight across the realm of heaven and man. Only Ning Xiaochuan, who has the supreme body, dares to challenge the 4th realm of heaven and man with the cultivation of Zhongjing heaven. The number of rules in the main body of Huanhua Princess and Muzong is more than 20,000, and the earth rules and destruction rules practiced by Ning Xiaochuan add up to hundreds. Just because Ning Xiaochuan's rules of cultivation are more powerful and he has the supreme body, he can compete with people dozens of times more than himself. There are only 208 rules of the earth, which can be regarded as the initial stage of Zongjingxian. There are 400 rules of extermination, which is about to reach the middle stage of Zongjingxian. The reason why the rules of extermination are cultivated so quickly is that Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the blue nirvana fire in Li Chonglu and the blood of several heaven and man venerable masters, and absorbed the rules they understood. Therefore, he cultivated 400 rules of extermination. The so-called rule of extermination is actually derived from the spirit of extermination. Cultivating the number of rules to 600 is the middle stage of Zongjingxian. Cultivating to 1200 is the peak of Zongjingxian. Only when you cultivate 1800 pieces can you reach the high realm sky. After reaching Gaojingxian, the monks will undergo great transformation. Silkworm chrysalis will turn into butterflies, flying fish will turn into dragons, and their accomplishments will advance by leaps and bounds, far exceeding those of Zongjingxian monks who have cultivated 1799 rules. Ning Xiaochuan is not worried about the cultivation of the rules of extermination. He can quickly improve by using blood and xianhua. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan cultivated the rules of the earth very quickly, and it was not long before he broke through Zongjingxian that he cultivated the rules of the earth from 180 to 208. Depending on such cultivation speed, he can cultivate to the peak of Zongjingxian in 3 years, which is faster than that of many people in heaven. However, Ning Xiaochuan still felt that it was too slow, because the Li and royal families would not give him so much time to grow up. Therefore, he must practice faster and race against time. If only I could cultivate to the 11th floor of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. After getting the Earth Sutra, Ning Xiaochuan knew that the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth was actually the general outline of the Earth Sutra, which could increase the speed of understanding the rules of heaven and earth. For example, Ning Xiaochuan cultivated the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth to the 10th level, and he can understand a rule of the earth every day. If he can cultivate the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth to the 11th level, he can understand 2 earth rules every day, and the cultivation speed can be doubled. It used to take 3 years to reach the peak of Zongjingxian. After doubling the speed, it only took 1.5 years. In fact, you can practice in the vein of the earth, which can improve the speed of your understanding of the rules of the earth. If you can find a bead in the vein of the earth and take a bead, I'm afraid it can be equivalent to your practice for half a year. Heaven and Earth Blade said. Ning Xiaochuan said, how do you know? Cut. The Emperor of Heaven practiced the rules of the earth in that way. How could I not know? In addition to the earth beads, there are some underground treasures that may also improve your speed of understanding the rules of the earth, but they are too difficult to find, which are rarer than miraculous drugs. The Emperor Blade said. I'd better send the letter to the Brahma Demon Emperor first, and then try my best to cultivate the rules of the earth. Now, I'll cultivate the rules of destroying the world first. If I cultivate the Dao Yuan of destroying the world to the peak of Zhongjing Heaven, my combat power can also be increased by 1 or 2 times. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan has double Dao Yuan, and he can't break the world-destroying Dao Yuan to the high realm heaven alone, but he can cultivate the world-destroying Dao Yuan to the peak of the middle realm heaven first. Ning Xiaochuan, while practicing, rushed to the Beheading Mountains. The great wilderness is very vast. It is full of high mountains and covered with vegetation. Even Ning Xiaochuan, who has a strong mind, only knows a general direction and cannot judge the exact location of the cutting wasteland. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds and an overcast wind rose. In the northern sky, countless electric snakes flickered and made a boom sound of lightning. A lightning fell from the sky and fell to the ground, splitting a 100-meter-high ancient tree and burning it. Then it rained cats and dogs, falling from the clouds. It's raining strangely. Ning Xiaochuan noticed something and looked up at the sky. He saw that there seemed to be a huge creature flying in the dark clouds, but it was already suffocating with only a small claw exposed. Its body is extremely huge, like an ancient beast, emitting a thick and frightening breath. All kinds of creatures on the ground, except Ning Xiaochuan, who converged his breath, were scared and trembled, prostrate on the ground, like mortals kneeling before the gods. A huge creature with golden scales flew away from the clouds, and its body was extremely huge. Even a single scale was bigger than Ning Xiaochuan's body. After it flew away, the lightning and on the sky also disappeared and turned into a clear sky. Is it Holy Fish King? The breath of the huge golden creature on the sky just now is very similar to the Holy Fish King, one of the 36 animal kings under the Brahma demon throne. However, the breath emitted by that creature does not seem to be as strong as that of the Holy Fish King, but is a level weaker. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was confused, he suddenly noticed the smell of human beings. Moreover, there were not 1 or 2 people, but a large number, and they were coming in this direction. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what had happened, so he gathered his breath again and hid it. Before long, a huge number of Xian beasts drove away a large number of ragged human friars in the direction of the previous horrible golden creature. Where are you going to escort us? I'm the Grand Marshal of the army of the Dragon Dynasty, holding 300,000 troops. I'm the head disciple of Baishir Taoist Temple. The Lord of the Temple will surely come to save us. Pa. Pa. An 8-level mysterious beast turned into a human shape, with a tiger back and a heavy waist, showing a ferocious face, holding a whip covered with thunder and lightning, whipped on the marshal of the army, beat the marshal of the army into flesh and blood, rolled all over the ground, and kept begging for mercy. A group of lowly human beings, give it back to my mother. To tell you the truth, your civilization has been destroyed. Except for the monks who cultivate Xuanqi, all other human beings have become our blood food. The 8-level Xian beast took back its whip and said coldly, only a Grand Marshal of the 4th-level human civilization, who is the first to respect the territory. Here you are, drag it down and eat it. Lupingxuan beast, who was waiting next to him at both ends, made an excited cry, immediately rushed up, dismembered the marshal of the army and horse, swallowed it into his stomach, and didn't even leave a bone. Other human monks saw it and were scared all over. Some of them were scared to collapse. Some were crying, some were kneeling on the ground shaking, and some ran desperately towards the forest. However, just as he ran into the forest, he was swallowed alive by a python with 3 heads, spitting out a bloody dress. Those escorted human beings no longer dare to escape or resist. Hurry up, it's you. What are you looking at? Get smoked, isn't it? That 8th-level Xian beast held a lightning whip and issued a ferocious smile, looking at these human monks like looking at animals. A group of lowly human beings, you will die sooner or later, but you will die more valuable. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was a little shocked, because the number of escorted human beings was very large, and there were people walking with their heads down all over the mountains, including men and women, old and young, Taoist and vulgar. Moreover, they are all monks who cultivate xuanqi, and none of them is mortal. After walking for a full day and night, the escorted human friar completely walked past Ning Xiaochuan. The number of people, absolutely more than 3 million, has become a long dragon with a sea of people, which is almost like a human civilization moving. However, it is not human civilization moving, but being escorted by Xian beasts, which is like driving away a group of animals. Even the Grand Marshal, Emperor, and concubines of human civilization, once caught by the Xian beast, will become inferior to slaves, just like captive animals. A 4th-class human civilization can never have so many monks. I'm afraid many human civilizations have been destroyed by Xian beasts. It has long been said that in northern Xinjiang, monsters are the real masters. Almost every day, human civilization is destroyed. Today is the real experience of the living jungle law. If human beings are not strong enough, the whole race may be destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the human prisoners and the mysterious beast army who had come to the distance. He originally wanted to rescue them, but after seeing the number of those mysterious beasts and monsters, he shook his head again. The number of mysterious beasts and monsters is several times greater than the number of human escorted. The ground, sky, and underground are all the advance of mysterious beasts, which are countless. Even if they all stand there and are killed by Ning Xiaochuan, it will take several years for Ning Xiaochuan to finish. This is a race-to-race battle, not a personal force that can be changed. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was greatly touched. If he was not strong enough, he might one day become a prisoner escorted by monsters. No. Once the Xian beast destroys a human civilization, it will eat all humans, or imprison them and eat them slowly. I have never heard that so many human monks will be escorted to another place. Moreover, the escorts are all elites in human beings, all practitioners. There must be a problem. Ning Xiaochuan immediately catch up, we must find out the reason. Where will these humans be escorted? What are you escorting for? When Ning Xiaochuan caught up, the accident happened again. Above the sky, a purple cloud spread for dozens of miles. The clouds became thicker and thicker, and the fierce wind roared, blowing the bucket-thick ancient wood upside down. On the ground, those escorted human friars and Xian beast armies were shocked, stopped and looked at the sky. Suddenly, purple thunder and lightning fell from the sky and fell into the mysterious beast army. Boom! Dozens of electric pillars fell from the sky, like purple electric dragons, frantically killing the army of Xian beasts. Each electric pole will take the lives of dozens of Xian beasts, which is like the punishment of the gods in the sky, like the picture of the coming of the disaster, which is extremely shocking. The thunder and lightning lasted for a quarter of an hour, cutting down thousands of electric poles, leaving a large piece of mysterious beasts' remains on the ground, and the whole mountain became scorched earth, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Those human monks who were chased away as beasts were stunned and did not know what happened. Ning Xiaochuan saw some clues and looked up at the clouds. More than a dozen bright spots of light, flying from a distance, gradually magnifying, turned out to be more than a dozen young monks in white robes. Among them, the man who flew in the front, with the most powerful cultivation, was holding a white jade staff, handsome, beautiful, with a child bun, and spitting out the vitality of Taoism in his mouth. Langxing said, "Fellow human monks, I am the Holy Land of Light, Hua Qinglian, specially came to save you. The mysterious beast army in the northeast corner has been destroyed by the Jiu cloud thunder array I arranged, tearing a gap. If you want to survive, you can break through from the northeast corner. His voice is incomparably vast, resounding through the heaven and earth, and can be heard 500 miles away. He absolutely uses some powerful sound wave Taoist method. Those human friars knew that the Holy Earth sent someone to save them. All of them were excited and rushed to the northeast to fight with the mysterious beast army. On the ground, the fighting was a grand scene, like a battlefield of 100 ethnic groups. Human beings and mysterious beasts of all ethnic groups were fighting, and fresh blood flowed into a river. In order to survive, we have to work hard at last. The bright holy land is so brave that even our holy fish clan dare to rob the sacrifice to the demon emperor. A huge golden shadow appeared on the sky, revealing ferocious eyes and emitting a terrifying evil spirit. Its eyes are like sun and moon hanging in the sky, illuminating the earth and emitting dazzling brilliance. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the huge shadow in the clouds and felt the evil spirit. It was the creature that flew across his head before. Its body exudes a powerful evil spirit, which makes all the human beings on the ground who are ready to escape kneel down, and even the strength to escape disappears completely. Some people with fragile hearts knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the creature above, asking for forgiveness. Unless the Holy Fish King comes, otherwise, depending on how many minions you come, I'll cut Hua Qinglian. Hua Qinglian's voice was sonorous and powerful, and spread all over the world. The magic wand in his hand emits white brilliance, which is more dazzling than the light of the sun. The breath emanating from his body suppresses the evil spirit of the huge creature. Damn! I'm the brother of the Holy Fish King. I'm called a minion by your generation. You're too brave. You're looking for death. That terrible creature made a furious sound, like a divine thunder, shaking the mountains. Hua Qinglian looked calm and calmly commanded, I'll deal with this demon, and you go to help those human monks retreat. More than a dozen young monks in white robes, each with strong accomplishments, are absolutely the inner disciples and core disciples of the Holy Land of Light. Hearing Hua Qinglian's order, they flew in more than 10 directions, rushed into the Xian Beast army, and resisted those Xian Beast armies that were ready to hunt down human monks. Hua Qinglian stands in the sky, heroic and independent. It seems that his body is only as big as a grain of rice. The body of the demon flying in the clouds is bigger than the mountains. If you breathe out, it will form a hurricane. It's like an ant and a giant elephant in confrontation, but the smell of the ant is not weaker than that of the giant elephant. This is an earth-shaking battle. Wow! Hua Qinglian was covered with glow, and the staff in her hand pointed to the sky, which opened the strange space and forced the huge creature into the strange space. Young generation, just because you want to seal the seat to the market world? That big demon spits out a golden mist, turns into a big hand, breaks the door of different space, and breaks free again. In that case, I'll kill you. A circle of white holy light appeared behind Hua Qinglian, wrapped him, and looked extremely sacred. Between heaven and earth, fairy sounds and divine joy sounded. Influenced by the breath on his body, the mysterious chi of heaven and earth condensed into white petals, like a sacred light rain falling from the 9 days, purifying all demons and evils in the world. The golden demon was also unwilling to be outdone, flying in the clouds, showing the magic power of overturning rivers and seas, drinking all the water in a big river 300 miles away and spitting out a mouthful of moisture. Voila! Above the sky, light golden demon rain fell immediately. All human monks who were drenched by demon rain had their scalp cracked and their skin melted. Even the mysterious martial spirit they cultivated could not resist the corrosion of demon rain. My hair. Ah. A 16 or 17-year-old girl was wet by the demon rain, her scalp melted, her hair fell, and her head was covered with blood, making a scream. My body, my bones. Another elderly human monk was corroded by the demon rain. A drop of demon rain can drop through his body, leaving a blood hole the size of a finger. 100 drops of demon rain fall, and the body becomes a sieve full of holes. The demon rain caused great panic to the human monks on the ground. Roar! Ow! In the distance, an endless army of mysterious beasts came to kill, and a large black area, completely countless in number, erupted into earth-shaking animal roars. The two inner disciples of Guanming Holy Earth came forward to stop, but thousands of ORC magic powers attacked, and in a moment, the two inner disciples with strong cultivation were smashed into blood mist. In front of the Shan Beast army, the strength of a single person is insignificant, like a mantis arm in the cart, hitting stones with eggs, which can't stop the steps of the Shan Beast army at all. Seeing that the human friars who had just escaped were to be surrounded by the mysterious beast army, those friars in the bright Holy Land immediately attacked them, with a determined look in their eyes and a generous spirit to die. Even if you know it's death, you must fight and stop the Shan Beast army. This is a race-to-race battle. To retreat is to exterminate the family, only by entering can we survive. The ancestors of human beings, from the great wilderness, fought against the sky, the earth, and monsters, before they established civilization and multiplied their descendants, relying on a spirit that never retreated. As descendants, no matter how fierce the internal battle is, once fighting with monsters, they must also move forward bravely, fearless in heart, and unite with the outside world. Only in this way can human beings survive tenaciously under the pressure of the major demon families. As a cultivator, the elite of human beings should have such a spirit. Those young friars of Guanming Holy Land clearly saw that two fellow disciples were torn to pieces by the Shan Beast army, but they still wanted to stop the Shan Beast army and buy time for more human friars to retreat. As long as you hold the Shan Beast army for one more minute, you can escape tens of thousands of human monks. They all hold the belief that they will die, even if they can only hold the Shan Beast army for half a minute. Brother Liu, I'm a little afraid. A youngest female disciple stared at the Shan Beast army that rushed over, with a look of fear in her eyes, and felt that she was getting closer and closer to death. Since ancient times, all those who are afraid have been eaten by Shan Beasts. Those who can survive and eat the meat of Shan Beasts are people who are not afraid of them. A bald fat man, bare chest and breast, patted his round belly with his palm, and burst into a hearty laugh. If only Elder Martial Brother Hua were here, he would certainly be able to resist the Shan Beast army. Only he can have such powerful power. The youngest female disciple stared at the sky, looking for the figure of Elder Martial Brother Hua, like a lost man walking in the night, looking for the star above the sky. However, that Elder Martial Brother Hua is fighting against the monstrous demon, which has no regard for the mysterious beast army on the ground. This is bound to be a tragic battle, and it is likely that everyone will die and become bones buried in the ground. On top of the crushing of the Shan Beast army, the inner disciples of the bright Holy Land standing in front of them died miserably. Even if they showed their strongest magic power, it was difficult for the Shan Beast army to resist a breath. The mysterious beast army finally impulsively faced the elder Martial Brother Liu and the youngest female disciple. The monster that rushed to the front is comparable to the god and man. With a black body and 18 tentacles, it is very much like a squid living in the sea. Wow! Just when the two of them were ready to fight, a huge sword flew down from the sky, killed the monster like a squid, nailed it to the ground, and splashed fresh blood more than 100 meters away. Boom! Boom! A series of 10 war swords fell from the sky, and the swords spiked into the ground. Each handle is more than 30 meters high, like 10 towering sword mountains, forming a sword gas barrier more than 10 miles long, blocking thousands of mysterious beast armies. 10 huge war swords tore the earth open, cracking a ground fissure more than 10 meters wide, and constantly spread to the distance. Those mysterious beasts and monsters were shocked and looked at the 10 huge swords. Break it! A Lanyo monster with the cultivation of heaven and man, with a body of more than 30 meters high and 3 sharp horns, broke through the sword barrier, jumped over the cracks on the ground and continued to kill human monks. Then, all the Xian beast armies launched attacks, and some played Xian weapons, and some showed their natural powers, and soon flew out 10 huge swords. Roar! A loud dragon sing sounded. A 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex with a body as high as a hill rushed out, caught the thunder cow monster with the cultivation of heaven and man, tore it into 2 parts, and shed a bright red rain of blood. The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex's body is more than 200 meters high, and its whole body is covered with dragon scales. Each dragon scale is as big as a dustpan. Each dragon arm is frighteningly thick. When the dragon arm is waved out, it can beat dozens of ferocious mysterious beasts away. Ow! The 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex roared and burst out an earth-shaking dragon chant, which scared many low-level Xian beasts to kneel on the ground. 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex drank a mouthful of 9-flower nectar. After several months of refining, it had completely absorbed the medicinal power of 9-flower nectar and was the first to wake up. Its cultivation is the highest, its constitution is the strongest, and it naturally wakes up the earliest. After the refining of Xuanzhou Jian and Jiuhua Qiongjiang, the combat power of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex rose rapidly, and even its body became larger and powerful. One mouthful of dragon breath vomited out, and a hurricane full of fishy smell blew a large number of mysterious beasts out. I wipe it. It's so fierce. The naked elder martial brother Lu looked straight, his eyes wide and round, and shouted, "Dare you ask which road friend came to help?" Ning Xiaochuan stood on the shoulder of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, dressed in a green shirt, like a weak scholar. With the power of his mind, he controlled 10 9-grade Xuanqi level swords, and strongly fought into the Xuanwu army. Shua shua. 10 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords, each of which has become 30 meters long, shuttle through the Xuanwu army, leaving only white sword light. Thousands of sword qi rushed out, taking the lives of dozens of Xian beasts in every moment. The screams kept ringing, and the ground was full of blood. Blood collects into streams and lakes. The mouth of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex spits out a dragon fire, and in an instant, it burns the body of a large mysterious beast into fly ash. Some Xian beasts that were far away also lit their bodies, turned into red lanterns, screamed and rushed out in all directions, igniting more Xian beasts' bodies and burning them into a piece. In the air, the smell of blood and scorching smell is like a purgatory. At first, Ning Xiaochuan didn't plan to take action, because even if he took action to save those human monks, he couldn't save them with his own strength. However, the friars of the Holy Land of Light arranged the array, tearing a hole in the formation of the Xian beast army, and human friars have continuously escaped. As long as these mysterious beasts can be dragged down, more human monks will escape. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan naturally made a decisive move. Even if he just dragged out the Xian beast army for a few minutes, tens of thousands of human monks could escape. There are more and more creatures coming, and they are becoming more and more powerful. Only there are more than 10 monsters, each of which is particularly strong, comparable to the combat power of heaven and man. Moreover, monsters that can condense demon yuan have stronger physique and basically have the blood of ancient fierce beasts. More than a dozen monsters surrounded the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex and attacked from all directions. A black centipede, more than 40 meters long, drilled out of the soil. Each foot of the centipede is as long as a sharp sword, which is extremely sharp. It entangles the left leg of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, spits out poison fog in its mouth, and corrodes the dragon scale. A giant with a height of more than 50 meters, with a ferocious lion's head and long golden hair all over, hit the abdomen of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, with ancient ferocious beast magical powers. Enraged, the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex waved its claws and beat the giant with a lion's head away, leaving 3 blood holes the size of a water tank on the giant with a lion's head. Creak! Creak! Above the sky, 3 huge demon birds with red feathers, like dragon eagles and tiger eagles, issued dragon and tiger howls. They attacked Ning Xiaochuan, standing on the shoulder of the 6-armed explosive ape at the same time. After Ning Xiaochuan and 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex were entangled, those mysterious beast armies rushed under them and continued to encircle the human monks who wanted to escape. Damn, die! Ning Xiaochuan raised in anger, took off from the shoulder of the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, used his hand as a sword, and chopped it down. He cut a huge demon bird in half with his arm, splashing crimson demon blood all over his body. Smelling the bloody smell, Ning Xiaochuan's fighting spirit and murderous spirit were more intense, and the heavenly mark in the middle of his eyebrows emerged, emitting a white column of light. Jia! A cry of demon birds. The second demon bird was killed, and the white light column in the center of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows broke its body into a blood mist. Its bones were gone, and only red demon feathers fell to the ground. Happy Valentine's Day to all book friends. Notice, because of the New Year's reason, I want to go back to my hometown to celebrate the New Year with my parents. My hometown is not connected to the internet, so it's very inconvenient to update. It is depressing that the update time may be unstable from tomorrow, but it will not be changed continuously. At least 1 chapter is guaranteed every day. Of course, under normal circumstances, Lao Jia will try to achieve 2 chapters of stability. After the new year, I will decide whether to have 2 chapters a day or 3 chapters a day. I hope you will forgive me. By the way, I wish you a happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. The third demon bird was startled by Ning Xiaochuan's terrorist means, like seeing a human-shaped ghost, making it afraid. It felt that Ning Xiaochuan was even more terrible than monsters. The monster's overlord who shocked the party was like a captive animal in front of him, and he could kill it at will. Ning Xiaochuan and 6-armed Tyrannosaurus rex have killed nearly 10 monsters, and countless ferocious Xian beasts have been killed, with corpses everywhere on the ground. The third demon bird turned and fled, spread a pair of huge wings, and rushed into the sky. Can you escape? Ning Xiaochuan's killing intention completely broke out, stood in the void, took a step forward, and immediately appeared a huge rainbow bridge. When Ning Xiaochuan fell, he was already standing at the other end of the rainbow bridge, stepping on the back of the demon bird. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan stepped down, and the demon bird immediately made a loud wail, spitting out a mouthful of demon blood. After suppressing the third demon bird, Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Xuanzhou army on the ground again. His heart was tight, and the Xuanzhou army was about to close the gap. Ning Xiaochuan immediately closed his eyes and mobilized the 208 earth rules in his body into 208 light beams rushing into the ground. Change the earth pattern with the earth rules. His hands were flat and slowly lifted up. Boom! The ground shook violently. In front of the Xian beast army, a thick wall rose, and it became higher and higher, thicker and longer, as if the earth had turned over. Finally, a stone wall dozens of miles long appeared out of thin air, more than 300 meters high, which was like a small mountain, blocking the vast majority of Xian beasts. The younger martial sister of Guangming Holy Land and elder martial brother Lu were stunned, and their chins were about to fall to the ground. This kind of Taoism is simply inhuman. He's so powerful. I'm afraid that only elder martial brother Hua can compare with him. That little girl stuttered. I don't know what Taoist scriptures he cultivates. Unexpectedly, he can build a mountain dozens of miles long from the ground out of thin air. He's going to worship. No. He's obviously a sword cultivator. How can he master Taoism? Brother Lu was shocked. Ning Xiaochuan just used the power of the Earth rules, which comes from the Earth Sutra. Naturally, it is the category of Daomen magic. Ning Xiaochuan fell from the sky and sat cross-legged on the shoulder of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex. He kept panting and was very weak. His strength in his body was almost exhausted. He didn't expect that the power of the Earth's rules was so powerful that it caused huge geomorphic changes. Between waving, a towering small mountain rose from the flat ground. However, the exertion of the Earth rule also consumes a lot of energy, almost fainting because of excessive energy consumption. In the past, there has never been exhaustion of vitality. It can be seen that the move just now is Ning Xiaochuan's limit. Even the speed of absorbing Xuanqi, which is 512 times, can't catch up with the consumption speed of vitality, and he is almost evacuated. At the same time, the battle between Hua Qinglian and the huge golden creature in the sky is over. Voila! Above the sky, a rain of blood fell, reddening both the earth and the sky. The smell of blood filled the air, making people sick. Bang! The body of a huge golden strange fish fell from the sky and hit a huge pit on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's recovery speed was very fast. In a short time, he had recovered some vitality, and stared at the white-robed man out of the clouds with some shock. It's so powerful that he killed the brother of the Holy Fish King. That's a terrible demon, and the young generation of the bright Holy Land has such a terrible existence? Hua Qinglian naturally also found Ning Xiaochuan. She glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and showed a kind smile. His smile is very approachable, just like the spring breeze, blowing on his face, giving people a particularly comfortable feeling. When he smiled, even Ning Xiaochuan's mood was affected by him in a short time. However, it was only for a moment that the time was affected, and then Ning Xiaochuan immediately controlled his mind and guarded his original heart. Good firm mind, so quickly recovered. Hua Qinglian was a little surprised, and her evaluation of Ning Xiaochuan was higher. Previously, although he was fighting with the elder brother of the Holy Fish King, he also noticed the battlefield on the ground and knew that Ning Xiaochuan was extremely powerful. He killed more than a dozen monsters and was definitely the leader of the young generation. Of course, he didn't show his mind, turned into a white shadow, and continued to deal with the Shan beast army. The white staff in his hand emits a bright brilliance, which is brighter than the light of the sun. Chi-chi. In the light of white light, all the Shan beast army spontaneously ignited, sending out a sad animal roar, and their flesh and bones were burning. The number of Shan beast army is very large, so we must restore cultivation as soon as possible and leave immediately. After Ning Xiaochuan recovered his vitality, he collected the demon corpses and demon blood on the ground through the heaven and earth bracelet. The corpses of those powerful high-level mysterious beasts were also collected by spontaneous combustion. Although these monsters and mysterious beasts have died, their blood has not lost its activity, which can be used to help Ning Xiaochuan practice the Sutra of Destruction and refine the rules of destruction. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not take away the golden holy fish that was killed by Hua Qinglian, because it was Hua Qinglian's trophy. He won't take what doesn't belong to him. After taking away the bodies of most monsters and Shan beasts, Ning Xiaochuan immediately left with the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex and rushed into the jungle. In the distance, more mysterious beasts came from killing. Among them, there are even several very terrible smells, comparable to the brother of the Holy Fish King who was killed by Hua Qinglian. After Ning Xiaochuan left, the people of Guangming Holy Land also left immediately. They have done their best, and then they can only listen to fate. The six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex's body became smaller and smaller, and finally became only 6 meters high. It followed Ning Xiaochuan and ran away quickly. I don't know how far I escaped until I got rid of the monsters that chased after me. Ning Xiaochuan stopped and continued to recover. The vitality in his body is less than 10%, and he is very weak. Only a firm will can keep him awake. Even if he has 512 times the speed of absorbing Xuanqi, he doesn't feel fast enough. He needs a faster recovery speed. I knew it was time to refine some pills to recover quickly. Ning Xiaochuan had never thought that he would run out of vitality before, so there was no Shandam refining to quickly recover his vitality at all. In his opinion, the speed of absorbing Xuanqi on the 10th floor of Heaven and Earth Xuanqi is 512 times, which is completely enough to make up for his consumption speed. However, he forgot that as his cultivation became stronger and stronger, the grade of Tianwu vitality in his body would be higher and purer. If we say absorbing 10,000 strands of Xuanqi can condense a strand of earthly martial vitality of the friars of the territory, then it is possible to absorb 1,000,000 strands of Xuanqi in order to condense a wisp of Tianwu vitality of monks in the realm of heaven and man. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation becoming higher and stronger, in the future, it is estimated that 2,000,000 strands of Xuanqi and 3,000,000 strands of Xuanqi are needed to cultivate a wisp of Tianwu vitality. Moreover, the higher the cultivation is, the stronger the magic power will be, and the greater the consumption of vitality will be. Therefore, the speed of absorbing Xuanqi is 512 times, which is not very fast for Ning Xiaochuan's current state. It can only be regarded as much faster than the monks in the same realm, but it is worse than the top figures of the younger generation. Unless, he can cultivate into the 11th layer of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. On the 11th floor of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, the speed of absorbing the mysterious Qi is 1,024 times. If he can cultivate the 11th level successfully, he can leave his peers far behind. The way of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Other talented heroes are trying to improve themselves. If Ning Xiaochuan still stays in the original realm, he will naturally be left behind by others. If you want to cultivate the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth to the 11th floor, you can't do it for a while. You'd better practice the Sutra of Destruction first. Ning Xiaochuan took out a demon corpse with a thick breath and absorbed the demon blood and the demon corpse into the demon sword by using the power of the demon sword. After absorbing the blood from the demon corpse, Ning Xiaochuan's vitality recovered to 20%, and 20 rules of extermination were added to the extermination Dao Yuan, reaching 420. It can not only improve cultivation, but also quickly recover vitality. He took out the second demon corpse and refined the blood. After that, his vitality recovered to 30%, and there were 18 more rules of extermination in the extermination Dao Yuan. Reach 438 rules of extermination. Then, Ning Xiaochuan refined the blood of 2 demon corpses, absorbing 16 rules of extermination and 17 rules of extermination, respectively. There are 471 rules in Dao Yuan, and Tianwu's vitality has been restored by half. Sure enough, it's still refining the blood of demons. It's faster to cultivate. In just an hour, 71 rules of extermination have been added. Other young geniuses may not be able to cultivate so many martial arts rules after a year of cultivation. The blood of a creature with the first level of heaven and man can probably add 15 to 20 rules of extermination to me. In other words, to cultivate to the peak of Zhongjing heaven, you need to kill at least 40 monsters in the first level of heaven and man. How can you find so many monsters? Suddenly, a strange movement spread in the distance, and unknown creatures were approaching. Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing, stood up, looked warily into the jungle, and said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Roar. 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex also issued a low-pitched roar, somersaulted and climbed up from the ground, guarding Ning Xiaochuan behind. It knows that Ning Xiaochuan's vitality has not fully recovered. Bright Holy Land, Huaqinglian. A thin man in white came out of the jungle naturally and calmly, his feet off the ground, and a light white light held his feet, like stepping on a layer of white yarn. He was followed by a man and a woman. The man is a big bald head, fat ears, bare chest, and always with a smile on his face. Female, quite young, 17 or 8 years old, wearing a ponytail. However, her cultivation is not low, and there is a strong vitality fluctuation in her body. That handsome man with his feet off the ground is Hua Qinglian, who has met once before. The people behind him are the younger martial sister of Guangming Xingtu and elder martial brother Liu. In order to save those escorted human monks, Guangming Holy Land suffered heavy casualties, and only the 3 of them survived. Ning Xiaochuan became vigilant and didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Although they had fought with the Xuanzhou army together before, it was to treat aliens, and naturally they were consistent with each other. However, the struggle among human beings has never stopped, and sometimes it is more cruel than treating other races. Holding a white staff, Hua Qinglian had an elegant manner and a soft voice, which was very pleasing to the ear. She said, "Thank you, Taoist friends, for helping tens of thousands of human monks escape from heaven. Hua is very grateful. Don't thank me, I'm doing what I should do." Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and always felt that Hua Qinglian's voice was delicate. Although it is pleasant to hear, it is not as rough and thick as a man should be. After the previous war, Ning Xiaochuan originally thought Hua Qinglian was a very bloody real man, but now. Ning Xiaochuan was a little confused. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Hua Qinglian closely, and saw that he had slender eyebrows, clear eyes, and almost flawless lines on his face, which also gave people a rather feminine beauty. Anyway, Junlang is too much. He doesn't look like a man. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help looking at Hua Qinglian's neck. At first glance, it was more amazing. The lines of the neck were particularly beautiful, and the skin was crystal white, slender and round. The most important thing is that he doesn't have an Adam's apple. Ning Xiaochuan strengthened his heart's judgment and said, "Hua Qinglian. Gorgeous, spotless as Qinglian, holy and flawless, what a good name." Unexpectedly, in addition to the bright saint, there is also such a peerless beauty as Miss Hua. Hua Qinglian was slightly stunned. Immediately, she showed an extremely thoughtful smile and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not disguised as a man. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet? You seem to know the saint of our bright holy land? Is it not that women dress up as men?" Seeing Hua Qinglian's serious appearance, Ning Xiaochuan looked at him again. He couldn't help taking a breath, and an inexplicable cold came up under his feet, which was even more frightening than seeing a ghost. There is such a handsome man in the world. Ning Xiaochuan is really ashamed of himself. Such a man can definitely eat on his face and charm thousands of women every minute. However, his cultivation is unpredictable, and even the demon can be beheaded, which is called against the sky. Are there any shortcomings in this kind of person? People can only sigh that God cares too much for him. Ning Xiaochuan laughed twice and said, "Ning Xiaochuan once met the bright saint in Tiandi Mountain. So you are a disciple of Tiandi Mountain." With Master Ning's cultivation, the young generation in Tiandi Mountain are at least the top 3? Hua Qinglian is not lonely and indifferent, but gives people an easygoing feeling. His voice was like a woman, ethereal and sweet, which made Ning Xiaochuan a little unbearable, and his hair stood up all over. Moreover, when he laughed, he also had a faint tenderness, which was like a gorgeous woman smiling at Ning Xiaochuan. Fortunately, it's Ning Xiaochuan. If he had been another man, I'm afraid he would have been fascinated. Who cares whether Hua Qinglian is a man or a woman? It's too dangerous. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was cold, and he tried to control his emotions, and calmly said, "My minor accomplishments are nothing in front of young Master Hua. If there is nothing else, I'll leave now." Wait a minute. Don't you want to know where the Holy Fish clan escorts those human monks? Hua Qinglian frowned slightly. She didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to be so lonely. Before she said anything, he was going to leave? He wants to continue to talk with Ning Xiaochuan, because this is a very important thing. Ning Xiaochuan can feel that Hua Qinglian is not hostile. At the same time, he is really curious about what the Holy Fish clan is doing. Ning Xiaochuan stopped and said, Master Hua knows what's going on. Why don't you sit down and talk slowly? Hua Qinglian waved the white staff, and a piece of white holy light flew out of the world at the top of the staff. When the white light disappeared, a white jade temple appeared out of thin air, carved railings, and jade masonry, rockery spirit pool, waterfalls flew, and even the columns and walls emitted soft baoguang. Little Hall of Light. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the white jade temple flying in the void, with a look of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that Hua Qinglian had an extraordinary position in the Holy Land of Light. Hua Qinglian laughed, yes, this is indeed one of the 8 small Guangming halls in Guangming Holy Land. Ning Xiaochuan, please. Hua Qinglian invited Ning Xiaochuan into the Guangming Hall, took out a pot of baoquan, filled a cup, handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, and said with a smile, Master Ning, please taste the spring water I treasure. This is not an ordinary lingquan can compare. Ning Xiaochuan took the jade cup he handed over, put it on the tip of his nose, smelled it, and his face showed joy, saying, Kailingji Spring. It is said that this kind of spring flows from the ancient Kailing mountain, which can help people understand the Tao, and is extremely precious. However, it is said that the spring of Kailingu mountain had dried up 1,000 years ago. Hua Qinglian said with a smile, young Master Ning really deserves to be the leader of the younger generation. Just smelling it gently, he knew that this was Kailingzi Spring. Although the spring of Jichuan had dried up 1,000 years ago, there were always some treasures preserved. Fortunately, Hua collected 8 pots. Ning Xiaochuan took a sip, the blood all over his body became boiling, and his pores automatically opened, giving people a very comfortable feeling, and all blood vessels seemed to have been washed once. Just a sip of it will add 3 rules of extermination and 3 rules of the earth. As expected, it can help people understand the Tao, clear their minds, and all kinds of confusion they have encountered in practice will suddenly open up. This is a very wonderful feeling. Ning Xiaochuan put down the jade cup, calm, and said, Master Hua, now, can we talk about business? Don't worry, don't worry. It's rare to meet a person who knows how to drink spring. Let's continue to taste it slowly. Hua Qinglian was very intoxicated. After drinking Kailingzi Spring, she was radiant all over, and a sacred aura appeared behind her. Hua Qinglian is indeed a person in a very calm state of mind, like a spirit lake without ripples, which makes people unable to see through him. I don't know what's good about that man in Tiandi Mountain. Elder Martial Brother Hua actually invited him to drink the precious Kailingzi Spring, which is too despised. The younger martial sister stood in the distance and muttered, very jealous of Ning Xiaochuan. In Guangming Holy Land, Elder Martial Brother Hua has always lived in seclusion, understood the way of heaven and nature, and few people are qualified to talk to him. I don't know how many senior sisters regard him as the lover of their dreams. Seeing him from a distance, they are already flushed with excitement. It's the first time for the younger martial sister to see someone who can be on an equal footing with Elder Martial Brother Hua, and can also drink the Kailingzi Spring, collected by Elder Martial Brother Hua. Naturally, she is very envious. Elder Martial Brother Lu laughed and said, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is indeed very strong. Few people in the younger generation can compare with him. Moreover, he can control the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex and mobilize the rules of the earth. He is already qualified to be equal to Elder Martial Brother Hua. The boy in Tiandi Mountain is really strong. I'm afraid that only Elder Martial Brother Hua is stronger than him, the younger generation. Younger martial sister, Hua Qinglian, is an almost blind worship, and she doesn't believe that anyone in the world can compare with Hua Qinglian at all. While drinking the open Lingji Spring, Hua Qinglian said cautiously, the struggle between the human race and the major monster races has never stopped since ancient times. Although many human civilizations are peaceful and prosperous now, as long as a certain master in the wilderness makes an idea and issues an order, within a month, a human civilization will collapse. Not long ago, I saw with my own eyes the collapse of more than a dozen human civilizations, and hundreds of millions of human beings died miserably, becoming the flesh and blood food in the stomach of Xian beasts. Human beings who cultivated Xian qi were arrested. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was a little heavy, and he said, "Are those human monks we saw earlier?" Hua Qinglian nodded and said, "Originally, I didn't want to save them, because I knew there was little chance of success. However, I didn't have the heart to see so many human monks being sacrificed and dying in the mouth of monsters." Ning Xiaochuan said, 11 inner disciples of Guangming Holy Land died miserably, and each of them was a hero of the younger generation. However, they only saved more than 200,000 weak human monks. Moreover, those human monks who escaped may not escape from the wilderness at all and will still die in the mouth of Xian beast. Do you regret it? Hua Qinglian stared at Ning Xiaochuan with slender eyelashes and clear eyes. She shook her head with a smile and said, "There must be sacrifices in the struggle between races. Only going forward bravely is not worth it. I never do anything I regret. Even if I die in the belly of a monster today, I will never regret it." Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly, smiled and said, "Have a drink." "Drink." They drank another cup of Kailingzi Spring. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Are you going to kill monsters? Are you going to save people?" Hua Qinglian shook her head and said, "You can't kill it or save it. Master Ning, do you know where the Holy Fish clan escorts those human monks? Those human monks are all sacrifices offered by the Holy Fish King to the Brahma Demon Emperor. Not only the Holy Fish King, but also the 36 Beast Kings will collect a large number of human monks as sacrifices to the Brahma Demon Emperor." Ning Xiaochuan felt very depressed and said, "Just a Holy Fish King has destroyed more than a dozen human civilizations, and hundreds of millions of human beings have died in vain. If the 36 Beast Kings go to look for sacrifices, how many human civilizations will be destroyed? How many human beings will die miserably?" Hua Qinglian said with a smile, "So I said that I can't kill or save. This is only a small disaster. Although the major beast kings are looking for sacrifices, they have not attacked the 5-level human civilization. They are all attacking the 4-level civilization and the 3-level civilization. What I worry about is why the 36 beast kings sacrifice to the Brahma Demon Emperor at the same time. Is it breeding a more terrible storm?" Ning Xiaochuan thought carefully, naturally understood the meaning of Hua Qinglian, and said, "It seems to follow up and see what happened in the wilderness. The Brahma Demon Emperor is the youngest demon emperor in northern Xinjiang and one of the most powerful demon emperors. I've long wanted to see him. Come on, have another drink." Even when it comes to the master in the great wilderness, Hua Qinglian also appears to be light-hearted, with a smile on her face, which is very relaxed and natural. His smile gives people an unspeakable elegance. Ning Xiaochuan immediately turned his eyes and scolded secretly in his heart. He wanted to give Hua Qinglian advice to cover his face and don't talk so feminine. However, he was not too familiar with him, and it was better not to say some words. Ning Xiaochuan swallowed what he was going to say. Hua Qinglian suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "There's no good gift for you when you meet for the first time. I'll give Prince Ning a corpse." With that, he pulled his sleeve, revealing half of his slender arm, which was as smooth as jade without sweat, and more beautiful than a woman's arm. His hands are also flawless. Every finger is slender, neither fat nor thin, without defects. The arc is beautiful. Just one hand can kill many Tianzhijia women who think they are very beautiful. A golden strange fish appeared in the palm of his hand. It looked only an inch long and had fine scales. The body of Brother Holy Fish King. Ning Xiaochuan clearly remembers that the corpse of a monster, hundreds of meters long, crushed a mountain. How can it become only an inch long in Hua Qinglian's hands? Is this the legendary Taoist heaven and earth palm print heaven and earth? Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. Hold heaven and earth with 5 fingers, and one palm is heaven and earth. This Taoist method has been lost for many years, and I learned it by chance. If Prince Ning wants to learn it, I can pass it on to you. Hua Qinglian rode. No. Each has its own way and opportunity. Ning Xiaochuan ran the rules of the earth in his body, gathered it in the palm of his hand, turned it into the earth, took the body of the demon in Hua Qinglian's hand, and put it into the heaven and earth bracelet. Come and don't be rude, I also give Hua Gongzi a return to Yuan pill. Hua Qinglian took the human Dan, presented by Ning Xiaochuan, and thanked him politely. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't be polite, because the corpse of that big demon is really helpful for his cultivation, and may help him break through the middle of Zongjingxian, or even the peak of Zongjingxian. Hua Qinglian said, Prince Ning collected the bodies and blood of monsters and xian beasts. Should it be used to practice kung fu? Ning Xiaochuan didn't hide it and said, that's right. I don't know what martial arts classic Prince Ning cultivates. Hua Qinglian rode. Ning Xiaochuan stared at him and said, everyone has their own secrets, child Hua, you have too many problems. It's getting late, so I'll leave first. Ning Xiaochuan didn't plan to go on the road with the people of Guangming Holy Land, because he also had to send a letter to the Brahma Demon Emperor. If it was known by the people of Guangming Holy Land, it wouldn't be a good thing. In case of being misunderstood by the people of Guangming Holy Land, they think that he has collusion with the demon clan, which is quite detrimental to Ning Xiaochuan and Tiandi Mountain. This man is too rude. He dares to be so arrogant in front of senior brother Hua. The younger martial sister stared at Ning Xiaochuan's leaving figure and said unhappily. Hua Qinglian narrowed her eyes and became more curious about Ning Xiaochuan. Don't talk nonsense. Everyone has their own secrets. Since Ning Xiaochuan chose not to talk, he has his own reason. Don't criticize others behind his back. Oh. I see. Elder martial brother Hua taught me a good lesson. The younger martial sister said. The Holy Fish clan escorts a large number of human monks. Although some of them escape, millions of human monks are escorted. Therefore, they couldn't walk fast at all, and it didn't take long for Ning Xiaochuan to catch up. Ning Xiaochuan hid in the dark and followed the Shan Beast army. These human friars were sent to the Brahma Demon Emperor as sacrifices. As long as they followed them, they would certainly be able to see the Brahma Demon Emperor, and there was no need for Ning Xiaochuan to go to chop the sky-barren ridge to find the king of Qinghe. Besides, all the big beast kings have to offer sacrifices to the Brahma Demon Emperor, and the king of Qing is sure to go too. At that time, you can also see Xiaohong and Shaolinger. So many human monks have been captured and slaughtered, and I don't know what strategies will be taken by major civilizations and holy lands. Of course, those things are considered by the big people and human beings, and it is not Ning Xiaochuan's turn to worry about them. Ning Xiaochuan practiced and followed. It took Ning Xiaochuan 3 days to refine all the collected bones and blood, and finally reached the middle stage of Zongjingxian, cultivating 609 rules of extermination. Now there is only the body of brother Xingyu Wang, and I don't know what level I can cultivate. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was very excited. He took the body of the big demon out of the heaven and earth bracelet and put it on the ground. Call out the magic sword and cut a knife on the body of the big demon. The crimson demon blood gushed out, emitting strong blood gas fluctuations, and the blood light was a little dazzling. It is worthy of being a big demon. It has a strong breath. It should have the cultivation of the 4th realm of heaven and man Shantian Venerable. Unfortunately, most of its blood gas has been lost, leaving less than 1/3. Ning Xiaochuan checked the body of the golden monster fish, and the blood gas loss was heavy. It should be that when it was killed by Hua Qinglian, a large amount of blood gas was lost, which turned into a rain of blood falling from the sky at that time. Even if only 1/3 is left, it is quite considerable. Every drop of blood contains powerful blood gas, which is not comparable to ordinary monsters. The magic sword was suspended on Ning Xiaochuan's head and kept rotating. The blood in the golden strange fish turned into 3 streams, rushed towards the magic sword and rushed directly into the sword. For half a month, the body of the golden strange fish was completely shriveled, and 99% of its blood was absorbed by the magic sword and transformed into the rules of destruction. The rules of extermination increased by nearly 1,000 to 1621. The rules of martial arts, up to 1200, is the peak of entering the middle heaven. Ning Xiaochuan not only hit the peak of Zongjingxian, but also was not far away from Gaojingxian. Plus the earth rules, the number of rules in Ning Xiaochuan's body has been close to 2,000. Although it is still the realm of the middle realm of heaven, the number of rules cultivated can be compared with that of the high realm of heaven friars. Compared with a month ago, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has more than tripled. If he meets Lord Mu again, Ning Xiaochuan will never run away again and has full confidence to fight him. Ning Xiaochuan completely took back his blood gas in his body and felt that he was full of strength. His body moved and turned into a red column of light, flying towards the sky. In less than half a day, he caught up with the Xian beast army again. The Holy Fish clan really strengthened their vigilance. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the top of a snow peak and looked out at the vast team in the distance. He could clearly feel that the strong and evil spirit from the Xian beast army was definitely dominated by the monsters with terrible cultivation, and there was more than one. More human monks were escorted. On the way, Ning Xiaochuan saw a slaughtered Sanpin human civilization. It is estimated that those more human prisoners came to that Sanpin civilization. Where the mysterious beast army passed, the ground was full of white bones and bloody clothes, giving people a sad feeling. Without a strong heart, it is difficult to be so red. Keep calm under the naked jungle law. In the army of Xian beasts, Ning Xiaochuan saw the figure of Yu Jingshu, the 4th prince of the Holy Fish clan. Yu Jingshu kept a human shape, dressed in gorgeous armor, sat on the back of a 9-level Xian beast, with an overwhelming pride, and kept giving orders to the Xian beast army to speed up. A month later, there will be a memorial ceremony for the demon emperor. If you can't get to Demengza at that time, all creatures will become sacrifices for the demon emperor. Yu Jingshu said coldly. The 4th prince, those human friars walk too slowly and can't speed up at all. I'm afraid they can't reach Daong's in a month, said a 9-level Xian beast of the White Scale clan. Yu Jingshu's face was cold and said, from today on, go at full speed. The speed must be 3 times that of yesterday. All the people who walk in the back die. After the order of Yu Jingshu was passed down, the speed of the whole team really accelerated a lot, and those escorted human monks rushed forward one after another. The human friars who fell behind were constantly caught and became food in the mouth of the Xian beast. Yu Jingshu looked at the scene in front of him, with a sneering smile on his face. Stupid human beings, even if they run ahead now, won't they still die when they reach Daong's? Woo. Mom. Wow. A little boy of only 7 or 8 years old accidentally fell to the ground, and countless human monks stepped on him. His clothes were trampled in rags, and his mouth kept spitting blood. He fell at the back of the team and looked back. A huge black lizard came towards him, revealing a terrible bloody mouth and claws as sharp as a knife edge. The little boy's face gave birth to a look of despair, his eyes full of fear, crawling on the ground, like a lamb abandoned by his peers. Just when the black lizard, Xian beast, pounced on the little boy. Phew! A man in a green shirt, like a sword fairy, flew down from the sky and lifted the little boy from the ground. He dropped a drop of 5-colored dark water into the little boy's lips. The little boy was immediately protected by colorful brilliance, and the injury in his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan waved and beheaded, and the head of the black lizard, Xian beast, flew 3 feet high. A lot of smelly blood rushed out of the broken neck. Ning Xiaochuan was originally going to kill Yu Jingshu, but when he saw a little boy crying in despair in front of him, he couldn't be indifferent at all, and finally he took the first step to save that little boy. Unexpectedly, someone dared to kill Xian Beast in the Xian Beast army of the Holy Fish clan, and dared to save people. Yu Jingshu was furious. When Yu Jingshu saw the man's face clearly, he immediately recognized Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Jingshu almost shouted the name from between his teeth, and a raging anger burst out of his body. I haven't found you yet, but you took the initiative to send it to the door. Today, even the king of Qing can't protect you, and I'm going to break you into pieces. In the burial mountain, Yu Jingshu suffered a great loss in Ning Xiaochuan's hand and lost face. When I saw Ning Xiaochuan again, my anger finally burst out, and my whole body was covered with golden scales, like wearing a gold armor. The evil spirit in its body was very thick. With a hand knife, it cut off towards Ning Xiaochuan. Shua! A palm chi cleaves out. Yu Jingshu's talent is already very high. Coupled with the resource cultivation of the Holy Fish family, it has reached the cultivation of Zhongjingshan. It has enough confidence to tear Ning Xiaochuan to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan held the little boy in his left hand and hit Yu Jingshu with a palm. Countless lightning bolts rushed out of his body, making a crackling sound, chopped on Yu Jingshu and knocked Yu Jingshu back. Your Highness, the fourth prince, I haven't seen you for several years. Your cultivation hasn't improved much. Ning Xiaochuan's faint way. Yu Jingshu was more angry and shouted, Immortal Flame. It displayed its natural powers, spit out golden flames in its mouth, and turned into a vast cloud of fire. In the cloud of fire, wisps of lightning are shuttling, making a roaring sound of thunder. It did not know that Ning Xiaochuan was coming for the immortal flame. Immortal holy fire is the divine power of the Holy Fish family, and it is also a kind of dark fire, which is very helpful to cultivate the world-destroying magic fire. It's alarming the old guy of the demon clan so soon. Ning Xiaochuan looked into the distance and saw a large demon cloud rushing towards this side. In the chaotic demon cloud, there was a large demon figure, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He must take down the fish net book before the arrival of the demon of the Holy Fish clan. Ning Xiaochuan ignored the golden flame spit out by Yu Jingshu, called out 10 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords, turned into a sword rain, beat Yu Jingshu out, and fell into the Xian Beast army. 10 swords of 9 Xuanqi levels. Yu Jingshu was shocked, felt Ning Xiaochuan's strength, and immediately ran away towards the Xuanzhou army. Ning Xiaochuan actually has 10 9-grade mysterious weapons. How can he be so powerful? How is that possible? How is that possible? Yu Jingshu felt the murderous spirit on Ning Xiaochuan, and did not fight with Ning Xiaochuan to death. He planned to drag Ning Xiaochuan down. As long as the elders of the clan came, he would be able to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Can you escape? Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows showed the mark of the emperor, and a white column of light rushed out, dispersing the immortal flame spitted out by Yu Jingshu, and a large piece of golden fish scales were knocked off his body. Yu Jingshu was beaten out again. A group of high-level Xian beasts rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan, issued an animal cry, exposed sharp claws, and opened sharp teeth. They stopped Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to save Yu Jingshu. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan rushed across and blasted a row of mysterious beasts, breaking bones and tearing flesh, leaving only a large bloody carcass. Die! Yu Jingshu rushed out from behind Ning Xiaochuan. Between his palms, a golden ball of light condensed. The virtual shadow of a huge golden ancient fish appeared behind it, emitting golden rays. The golden ball of light smashed down with overwhelming power. Ning Xiaochuan looks like he has eyes on his back and hits the lightning palm with his backhand. The huge lightning palm print, not only the golden light ball flew out, but also the fish netbook fell to the ground, making the whole body smoke. The sound of thunder and lightning shook hundreds of mysterious beasts, bursting their eardrums and lying on the ground wailing. It is also the cultivation of Zhong Jingshan, but Ning Xiaochuan, who has been cultivated into the supreme body, can finish abusing fish and cleaning books once the supreme power is mobilized. Even if Yu Jingshu has the blood heritage of holy fish, it is far from his opponent. Boom! When the demon cloud fell, Ning Xiaochuan had captured Yu Jingshu and disappeared at the end of the sky. Above the sky, a huge sound close to roaring sounded, "Chase me." A huge demon chased Ning Xiaochuan in the direction of escaping. On the ground, a huge shadow was projected. The evil spirit it sends out causes great changes in the sky. Where it flies, black clouds roll, lightning and thunder, and the wind and rain cover 100 miles. That huge demon finally failed to catch up with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan is hidden in the wilderness, like a stone sinking into the sea. Even if you have a high cultivation, it is difficult to find him. It took Ning Xiaochuan a day and a night to absorb the demon blood and immortal flame in Yujing Book, and his cultivation went further. The number of rules for destroying the world has reached 1799, reaching the absolute peak of Zhong Jingshan, and there is only 1 foot away from the realm of Gao Jingshan. The little boy saved by him has been sent to a first-class human civilization in the wilderness, that is, a primitive tribe. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan passed him some cultivation methods. Whether he can survive depends on his own nature. According to the memory of Yu Jingshu, the Brahma demon emperor lived in Damongs, less than 100,000 miles from where I am now. After catching Yu Jingshu, Ning Xiaochuan controlled his mind and learned a lot from Yu Jingshu's mind. Daongs is north. As one of the dangerous places in Xinjiang, it is called the Holy Kingdom of the Demon Race, and has an extraordinary position in the minds of the major monster races. However, in the eyes of human beings, Demengza is an absolute forbidden area. Once you break into it, it will be a dead end. The Brahma Demon Emperor is already the 48th Demon Emperor of Damongs. In the history of the Demon Clan, each generation of Demon Kings in Demengza is an earth-shattering demon. Among them, the first generation of Demon Emperor Tianming Demon Emperor is the most powerful existence. Tianming Demon Emperor and Zijin Emperor are in the same era. In that big era, only the Tianming Demon Emperor could fight with the Zijin Emperor. He once received the 3 moves of the Zijin Emperor. Although he was beaten by the Zijin Emperor and vomited blood, he did not die in the hands of the Zijin Emperor. You know, at that time, the Purple and Gold Emperor was already in the realm of secondary gods, let alone in the north. Jiang, and even Tian Ting, could not find a person who could catch his move. Therefore, it is a great achievement for Tianming Demon Emperor to be able to catch the 3 moves of Zijin Emperor without death. If there was no Zijin Emperor in that era, it should be the strongest in that era, which can suppress the supreme lords of the heaven out of breath. According to the memory of Yu Jingshu, Ning Xiaochuan passed through the vast virgin forest and came to the edge of Daongs before the Xuanwu army of the Holy Fish clan. He didn't rush into Daongs, swam on the edge, and carefully explored this dangerous situation. Demengza is definitely not a good place to be as famous as the Burial Mountain. Be careful, it will not do any harm. It is said that Demengza is a vast wilderness, full of marshes, dotted with thousands of lakes, with faraway ancient vegetation, and can find the extinct psychic miracles of the outside world. Many great mental health practitioners will risk their lives and come to Daongs to collect medicine. Demengza is covered by demon fog all year round. Human monks enter the days. If they breathe the demon gas, they will have hallucinations, just like falling into a dream and can't extricate themselves. Finally, it becomes a wandering corpse and night soul in the big dream. Because there are many rare psychic drugs and demongs, Ning Xiaochuan has seen the introduction of demongs in ancient books. However, the ancient books do not record that this is the holy land of the demon clan. Not long after Ning Xiaochuan entered Daong's, he heard a loud drink from the demon fog, which distorted the white fog and formed a fierce wind. Ning Xiaochuan was just about to catch a psychic drug that turned into a golden rabbit. He was surprised by this roar. The golden rabbit immediately sensed the danger, turned into a golden light, got into the soil, and disappeared in an instant. Ning Xiaochuan stood up disappointed and looked in the direction of the explosion. What a powerful demon! Shua! He restrained his breath and rushed in the direction of the explosion. In the distance, a big battle was going on. Hua Qinglian's white wand was flying in the demon fog, constantly shooting out white pillars of light. The diameter of each light column is more than 1 meter thick. When it falls on the ground, it can make a huge pit 100 meters deep. A golden strange fish flew over his head. The golden fish whiskers turned into dozens of miles of whips, entangled Hua Qinglian, and refined Hua Qinglian with the immortal flame. Break it! Hua Qinglian played the magic power of heaven and earth palm print heaven and earth. A huge palm print slapped out, which was like a 5-finger mountain, trying to repel the golden creature. Holy Fish King, you are also the master of the great wilderness for thousands of years, and you actually took action against a young generation. Don't you feel ashamed of the Vatican Demon Emperor? Hua Qinglian spread out her body method and quickly turned into a white streamer, flying above the demon cloud. His body method is green clouds chasing the moon and heaven's secret step. It is unpredictable and contains heaven's secret. Sometimes it flies above the clouds, sometimes it falls to the ground, and sometimes it stops in the void, like thousands of human figures. You may wonder why a secondary god like the Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperor stayed in the north. Xinjiang has doubts. The Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperor is already a secondary god, which is more powerful than the power of heaven. Why do you condescend to live in a north? Xinjiang? In fact, this can refer to the journey to the west, like the Avalokitesvara in the purple bamboo forest in the South China Sea, the Erlang god in the Guangjiangku, the Zenyuanzi, the ancestor of the earth immortals, and the Bodhi ancestor in the West Nuhezu. Anyone who comes out is a big figure who crushed the heaven. However, they are not in heaven, but live on all continents and seas, guarding their own 1/3 of an acre. So, in the north, it is quite normal for Xinjiang to have a secondary god every hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years ago. They are just a symbol of the times, and they will still die of old age. And since they were born in the north, Xinjiang, reclusive in the north. Isn't Jiang normal? As for the heavenly court in this book, it is definitely different from the journey to the west. Tianting, in fact, is the name of the 7th civilization. The 3rd civilization is called kingdom, and the 4th civilization is called dynasty, 5-level civilization is called empire. 7-level civilization is called Tianting. Of course, the universe is vast, and there is more than one heaven. These are later words, and the map will slowly unfold. That golden creature is one of the 36 animal kings under the Vatican demon throne, the Holy Fish King. The 4th prince of the Holy Fish clan, Yu Jingshu, caused a huge shock after being captured and killed by Ning Xiaochuan. The Holy Fish King was furious and ordered to look for human monks everywhere in the wilderness. Anyone who saw human beings would be killed. In order to let the 2 younger martial brothers and sisters escape, Hua Qinglian stopped the Holy Fish King alone and fought while walking until he reached the big dream Zay of the demon holy country. As the king of the family, the Holy Fish King was flashing gold all over, like a golden god. He said in a deep voice, "For sons is my most outstanding heir, and will be the king of the holy fish family in the future. Since it died miserably in the hands of your human monks, this king will use 10 human civilizations to bury it. Holy Fish King, are there still few human friars who died in your hands? Your offspring died in the hands of human friars, which is also retribution. Hua Qinglian carried her one hand behind her, dressed in white as snow, with an irresistible cold tone. If you dare to bury your children with 10 human civilizations, I will take your life within 10 years. Qua qua. 10 years. Haha. Son, do you think you can survive today? The Holy Fish King turned into a human shape, and his whole body was wrapped in golden light, so he couldn't see his true face. However, the breath of the great wilderness domination emanated from him, but it gave people a strong pressure. Yu Jingshu was killed by me. If you want to revenge for it, you can find me. If you dare to bury it with 10 human civilizations, I will destroy your Holy Fish clan within 10 years. Ning Xiaochuan came out of the clouds and calmly looked at the Holy Fish King in the distance. Holy Fish King, since you want to force me out, now I come out. Your revenge, find me. My revenge, naturally, will also find you. Ning Xiaochuan knows that the Holy Fish King is forcing him to appear. If he doesn't appear, the Holy Fish King will certainly destroy 10 human civilizations to vent his anger. This is never false. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid. Since he dares to kill, he dares to admit it. You want revenge on me? After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, the Holy Fish King immediately showed his ferocious face. Ning Xiaochuan said, the human beings who died in your hands have achieved more than 10 million accomplishments. Isn't this a blood feud? Yes, of course. If you want to avenge your blood, count me. Hua Qinglian rode. The Holy Fish King has a deep memory of Ning Xiaochuan and knows that he is the man of King Qinghe. Ning Xiaochuan, don't think you are the man of King Qinghe, so the king dare not kill you. Today, even if King Qinghe comes, he can't save your life. The Holy Fish King opened his mouth and spit out. A golden column of light spit out, straight into the blue sky, into a skyfire snake. The golden light column is wrapped with the immortal flame, condensed into a golden flame river, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan, emitting a hot temperature, which is more than 10 times stronger than the immortal flame displayed by Yu Jingshu. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword, stood horizontally, and spit out a sentence, destroy the world sword soul. Thousands of rules of extermination surged out of his body, and behind him, a huge female demon shadow appeared. The shadow of the female demon, accompanied by the magic sword, took off and turned into a sharp bloody sword light, cutting off the golden flame river. Boom! The long river of flames broke into a dense rain of fire, falling towards the ground and burning the earth to holes. The Holy Fish King shot very quickly. In a flash, he hit a golden palm print on Ning Xiaochuan's head, which was more than 80 meters long. His fingerprints were like a river, and his 5 fingers were like 5 cloud pillars standing in the sky and earth. Ning Xiaochuan didn't panic. He stood in the void, stabilized his body, and shot a white column of light from the center of his eyebrows, breaking the golden palm. The attack of the Holy Fish King wave after wave did not give Ning Xiaochuan a chance to breathe at all. Between the lightning and flint, he made a 77-49 attack. Ning Xiaochuan turned into a colorful streamer, changing 49 directions in a row, avoiding the 49 consecutive murders of the Holy Fish King. Just when the Holy Fish King gathered the power of the 50th fight, Ning Xiaochuan called out 10 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords to form an ancient sword array. This sword array is understood by Ning Xiaochuan from the strange door Duanjia left by the Emperor of Heaven. It has a great reputation in the era of gods, and is called Jushin sword array. At the beginning, there was an ancient great god, who gathered the earth vein, the spiritual cave in the sky, the dark wind of the universe, and the yellow spring of hell, forged 4 peerless divine swords to form the prestigious Zhu Shenjian array, which was unparalleled in the era of gods. Ning Xiaochuan found the record of Zhu Shenzhian array from Jiu Dang Jia, understood some array concepts of the sword array from above, and used it on his 10 concrete magic swords. Although the legendary Excalibur sword array is only 4 main swords, there are thousands of subordinate swords. Once the sword array is formed, it has the power of killing gods. Although Ning Xiaochuan only understood some of the fur of the Excalibur sword array, it also greatly increased the power of the 10 concrete magic swords, which was a bit stronger than the power of an inferior supreme weapon. 10 swords are waved and cut down at the same time. Bang! Bang! 10 war swords were chopped on the Holy Fish King at the same time, making a sound of metal collision, and sparks flashed. At the position 3 meters away from the Holy Fish King, the 10 war swords were blocked by a layer of spherical golden light cover. The 10 swords became motionless, as if they were fixed in the void. The little mole ant also wants to compete with the master? The Holy Fish King burst out and flew back 10 swords. The cultivation of the Holy Fish King is extremely terrible, and even the supreme weapon is difficult to hurt it. It turned into a golden cloud and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. In the cloud, a demon hand was stretched out and hit Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan merged his hands and made the sun and moon mark. With one hand holding the red flame and the other holding the bright blue moon, he blocked the demon hand. A huge force came from his arm, shaking Ning Xiaochuan's blood gas tumbling. The bones of his body made a crackling sound, and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Quack, 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 quack. The Holy Fish King laughed loudly and suppressed downward. Wow! A white streamer flew across the sky. The white staff hit the back of the Holy Fish King and knocked down more than 10 golden scales. The Holy Fish King roared, turned around and cut, and his golden arm was cut on the white staff, breaking the white staff into hundreds of jade pieces. Hua Qinglian was injured by the attack of the Holy Fish King just now, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. However, he didn't retreat but stepped forward and played the Taoist method of heaven and earth palm print heaven and earth. With one palm, the broken jade pieces flew out into hundreds of beams, all of which crashed into the body of the Holy Fish King. Poof! The broken jade pieces left hundreds of blood holes in the Holy Fish King. Hua Qinglian's hands were sealed, and the regular power in her body rushed towards the Holy Fish King, integrated into those broken jade pieces, and read in a deep voice, "Destroy the rune, burn both jade and stone." More than 100 pieces of jade inlaid in the Holy Fish King's body emerged at the same time, emitting destructive light. Boom! More than 100 pieces of jade burst at the same time, blowing the Holy Fish King's body into pieces and turning into a golden cloud. Be careful! Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly, took off from the ground and knocked Hua Qinglian out. Wu Dao's magic power, the monument of the god of destruction, was displayed and smashed at the golden cloud, smashing a golden hand just stretched out. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, Hua Qinglian might have been hit by the golden hand just now. Even if she didn't die, she would lose a layer of skin. Hua Qinglian secretly rejoiced and sighed in her heart, Ning Xiaochuan's mind is really powerful. Even I didn't notice the palm print hidden in the golden demon cloud, but he noticed it first. His mind power is above me, and almost no one in the younger generation has such a strong mind. The Holy Fish King is not dead yet? Hua Qinglian also knew the danger just now and threw a grateful look at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What you just destroyed is only an idea of the Holy Fish King, not its real body. Even if you use the talisman to break it apart, it can still condense its body again. However, every time the mind-body is broken, the damage to the Buddha will be greater. The Holy Fish King should no longer use the mind-body to deal with us. Because it knows that just relying on the mind-body, it can't kill us at all, but will only make his own statue more seriously injured. With a somewhat dignified look, Hua Qinglian said, "We'd better leave here as soon as possible. If the real body of the Holy Fish King arrives, we can't be its opponent." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. He had seen the Holy Fish King in the Burial Mountain and knew the horror of the Holy Fish King. "Still want to go?" A lazy female voice came from the clouds. Just when Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian were in doubt, the king of Qing came out from the clouds, stepping on a blue demon fog at his feet, wearing a bright blue feather coat, with long hair like a waterfall, slender waist, slender, and looks only 15 or 6 years old. However, her cultivation gives people a deep feeling. Hua Qinglian stared at the king of Qinghe like a great enemy. He could feel that the demon girl in front of him was more terrible than the idea of the Holy Fish King. The king of Qingyu seemed to have just woke up, stretched his waist, and said with a smile, "You're okay. At a young age, you can actually kill the mind of the Holy Fish King. Ning Xiaochuan, it's not long before, your cultivation is good." Ning Xiaochuan also kept alert to the king of Qingxi and said, "King of Qingxi, why are you here?" At the time of Fengshan Cave, Ning Xiaochuan tied the king of Qingyu with a trapped dragon lock, and saw this young and unreasonable queen again. His heart is also a little scared. I solemnly recommend Jiyu's fantasy novel, Dragon Blood Boiling, author, if you rest in peace. Get a mysterious stone tablet containing dragon blood from my brother's body, and the days when Long Tian was a dandy will end. A very good novel. Why can't I be here? I was watching you fight, and I fell asleep. As soon as I woke up, you were finished. Qing Wang's eyes looked at Hua Qinglian, and his eyes lit up and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, this girl is pretty good-looking, very discerning." Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice and said, "He is a man, not a woman." This time it was the king's turn to be shocked. He looked at Hua Qinglian all over, and his eyes stayed on Hua Qinglian's neck and chest for a long time. After a long time, she added her lips and said, I said, Ning Xiaochuan, when did you start to like men?" "You misunderstood." Ning Xiaochuan just wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by the king of Qing. She added, "Needless to say, I understand. My king is catching human friars everywhere recently and sending them to the Brahma demon emperor as sacrifices. There are just 2 short of them. You two can make up." Ning Xiaochuan's face changed slightly and said, "King Qingyu." King Qingyu raised his eyebrows and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, saying, "Do you have a problem?" "Ning Xiaochuan, you are an asshole, do you know? I treat you like a family, help you take revenge, help you take care of your children, introduce you to someone, and at least I have saved you 2 or 3 times. However, you bastard, who is above the mark, brazen and deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors, even if you use me to help you kill Emperor Yulan, and dare to tie the king with a trapped dragon lock, it's really annoying to me. It's really outrageous. Don't say that you are now in Demongs, even if you are in Tiandi Mountain, the king will catch you as a sacrifice. Hey! You are too vindictive." Ning Xiaochuan rode. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan is still a little apologetic. After all, the king of Qinghe really cares for him. However, he didn't make full use of her. At least he told her the location of Fengshan Cave, which was also a repayment of her kindness. Yes. King Ben is revenge. Bite me. Come. Call me. Bite here. With his hands on his hips and a playful smile on his face, the Green King showed a mouth of white shell teeth, like a little girl who didn't grow up. Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian were finally taken away by the king of Qinghe and went to the depths of the Great Dream to the holy kingdom of the demon clan. Ordinary human monks, when they come to the Great Mingzi, can't find the demon holy country at all. Only when a big demon like King Qinghe leads the way, can he enter the depths of the Great Dream, find the holy gate and enter the holy kingdom of the demon family. The demon holy kingdom, a blue spirit lake, with thousands of miles of water, can't see the edge at a glance, just like an ancient ocean. Countless islands of different sizes are arranged on the lake. On the island, magnificent ancient halls, monstrous towers, and long bridges across the waters are built. In the water, sometimes dragons stick out their heads and spit out a mouthful of clouds, swallowing a large amount of lake water into their belly, forming a huge vortex. In the center of the demon holy kingdom, build a sacrificial platform made of human bones, not only the bones of the primordial, but also the human bones of all ethnic groups, including the giant, the jade crystal beauty, the golden armor and iron. Even the foundation of the sacrificial platform is made of bison's skull. That altar is extremely huge and towering like a cloud. It's almost like it has been built to the ninth heaven, made of hundreds of millions of human bones. Any human monk who comes here will have a feeling of sadness. Looking from a distance, the beasts waved their whip and drove the human friars along the road made of white bones towards the top of the altar. Men and women, young and old, regardless of their accomplishments, regardless of their beauty or ugliness, were pushed into the demon fire melting pool in the center of the altar. Countless screams, wails, sad cries, and desolate cries came from the melting pool, full of cruelty and despair. This is the legendary human bone altar. Hua Qinglian's eyes were cold, her hands were pinched tightly, and her 5 fingers were trapped in flesh and blood. Ning Xiaochuan also heard that the sacrificial platform built by human bones in the great wilderness has gathered the bones of various human races, and has existed since ancient times. After hundreds of millions of years of construction and sacrifice, the sacrificial platform has become higher and more magnificent. Among them, there are even human bones, eternal supreme bones, and bones of Holy Earth Palm sect. The bones of the strongest human beings are the pillars of the human bone altar. The blood of human monks turns into a molten pool of fire and will never die. It is said that there is not only one human bone altar, but many, all over the north. The major demon kingdoms in Xinjiang are presided over and guarded by the major demon emperors. Every day, human monks must be put into the altar to sacrifice to the demon god. Every 100 years, a large-scale demon emperor memorial ceremony will be held. Presided over by the demon emperor himself, he wantonly captured human monks, offered sacrifices to heaven and earth, and prayed to the demon god. According to legend, the white bone altar has an extremely important role in addition to communicating with demons and gods and suppressing the aura of the human race. When human friars came out of the peerless heroes at the level of sub-gods, in that era, which was the era of human beings, all major demon families had to avoid their sharp edges. The white bone altar will use the power of the demon god to hide the holy kingdom of the demon family, isolate from the world, and avoid the suppression of the human secondary god. When the human secondary god dies of old age, the demon holy kingdom will reopen and suppress the Terrans again. At that time, the Zijin emperor was extremely gifted and cultivated into the great realm of the secondary god, which was to suppress the arrogance of the demon clan by virtue of his cultivation at the secondary god level, kill the supremacy of countless demon clans, and even push down 9 white bone altars. However, after the demon clan opened the power of the white bone altar, the demon clan holy country was completely hidden. Even with the cultivation of the Zijin emperor, it was impossible to find the demon clan holy country, and finally failed to push down all the white bone altar, which became the regret of the Zijin emperor's life. The purple gold emperor knew that after his death, the demon clan would surely make a comeback, and human beings would be in deep water and become a race oppressed by the demon clan. Therefore, the Zijin emperor unified the whole north in his lifetime. Xinjiang has opened up the first prosperous civilization in history, the Purple and Gold Kingdom. The Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor thought that the existence of the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom could condense the power of all human beings, and even if he died, it could also intimidate the major demon families. The Emperor of Zijin didn't expect that although the Zijin Divine Kingdom was strong for a time, no one except the secondary god could control such a huge civilization. After his death, the internal struggle of the Terran was fierce, which eventually led to the fragmentation of the Purple Gold Kingdom. At this time, the major demon clans, who had been suppressed by the Emperor Zijin before, also took the opportunity to retaliate and launch bloody massacres. The huge Purple Gold Divine Kingdom has vanished, and even the descendants of the Purple Gold Emperor have almost died. There is only one vein of the 9 Yujiangzi clan, and it has not fallen badly. A generation of ancient and peerless sages ran all their lives for the human race, fought in all directions, and opened up territory. However, when he died, he was brutally retaliated, almost a peerless. After hundreds of thousands of years of development, North Xinjiang has once again become a vast wilderness and the territory of the major demon families. Human monks can only survive in the cracks. Even the great holy lands and ancient families can only protect themselves. 10,000 years ago, the Emperor of Heaven was born in the sky, which shocked all the demon families again, and opened the power of the white bone altar one after another, hiding the holy kingdom of the demon family, and avoiding the edge of the Emperor of Heaven. However, it only took the Emperor of Heaven 300 years to become a secondary god and 800 years to become a true god. After becoming a god, he left this world and did not have much impact on the major demon families, and even did not take the initiative to deal with the major demon families. In the past, every human secondary god was born, which would surely lead mankind to prosperity for tens of thousands of years. Second god, one day on Earth, human beings can be proud of all races. Even under the aftershock of the secondary god, even after the death of the secondary god, the disciples and descendants of the secondary god can still lead the Terrans to suppress the major demon families. Now this era is different. Although the Emperor of Heaven is more amazing than the human secondary gods in previous dynasties, the speed of becoming a god is too fast, and he has left before he has had an impact on humans and the major demon families. Although Tiandi's eldest disciple founded Tiandi Mountain, it has been a deterrent to the north thousands of years ago. The major demon tribes in Xinjiang. However, the first disciple of the Emperor of Heaven has not appeared for thousands of years. Some people say that he has died, while others say that he has left the north Xinjiang. It is precisely for these reasons that in recent thousands of years, demon clan activities have become more and more frequent, and they began to suppress the Terrans to recapture the north Xinjiang has absolute right of control. The king of Qing dynasty with Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian flew to a scorpion-shaped island. When they boarded the island, they were immediately greeted by monsters and high-level mysterious beasts transformed into human shapes. They saluted the king of Qing dynasty one after another, showing extra respect. Your Majesty, those other animal kings have sent sacrifices to Demengza one after another. If there is no sacrifice, I'm afraid it will cause the wrath of the demon emperor. A graceful silver snake demon girl, with long silver hair, white skin, plump chest, slender jade waist, dressed in silver armor, revealing a flat abdomen and lovely navel, greeted the King of Green. The silver-haired woman is a 1,000-year snake demon with deep cultivation and has reached the level of a big demon. In the demon clan, it has a high status. The king of Qing dynasty stared at the silver-haired witch and said, "Who said there was no sacrifice?" The king didn't just bring back 2. Plus the one he caught a few days ago, there are already 3. The silver-haired witch glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian, her eyes fixed on Hua Qinglian, and her heart trembled slightly. What a handsome man. With the beauty of Hua Qinglian, it is difficult for other women not to be attracted to him, except for the nervous bird King Qinglin. Even if you only see one side, it's hard to forget. Ning Xiaochuan is naturally not ugly, but he is much worse than Hua Qinglian. Hua Qinglian is almost as beautiful as a demon, not like a man. Even women will envy him. He can be called a demon man who kills both men and women. The silver-haired witch was fascinated for a moment, and immediately withdrew her mind and said, "King, we only caught 3, and the other animal kings arrested millions of human monks. Are we too shabby? On New Year's Eve, I wish you all a happy family. In addition, I solemnly recommend Gio's fantasy novel, Dragon Blood Boiling, author, if you rest in peace. Get a mysterious stone tablet containing dragon blood from my brother's body, and the day when Long Tian became a dandy will end." A very good novel. The way of the king of the Qing dynasty, my king never pursues quantity, but quality. I've caught these 3 people, which is enough to cover the 3 million people they arrested. Yin Su, take the 2 of them down and lock them up with the monk who was caught a few days ago. When the demon emperor ceremony is held, send the 3 of them to sacrifice. Ning Xiaochuan, my king knows that you are very cunning. Don't run away from me, or break your legs. The silver-haired witch didn't say much anymore. She took Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian into a demon tower wrapped by the array and shut them in. Entering the demon tower, I heard the sound of wooden fish and the sound of monks chanting scriptures. Ba. Benefactor Ning, why are you locked up? When the big monk saw Ning Xiaochuan, he stopped tapping the wooden fish, folded his hands, and read the Buddha's name in his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan took a closer look. The big monk sitting in the weeds looked familiar, wrapped in a monk's robe full of pudding, wearing a pair of broken straw sandals, fat ears, and a treacherous face. It's Monk Tanqian. Master, why have you been locked up by the king of Qing? Ning Xiaochuan surprised. Monk Tanqian sighed and said, "Don't mention it. King Qinghe said that you offended her. She wanted to capture all the people you know as sacrifices. I was going to chop the barren mountains to spread the teachings of Buddhism, but she captured me without saying a word. It's too violent and barbaric. Ba Buddha. By the way, Benefactor Ning, how did you offend her? I'm also curious about this question. Young Master Ning, how on earth did you offend the King of Youth? I heard her say that you were reckless before. Did you do anything unruly to her? Hua Qinglian asked, curiously. Cough. Nothing. King Qinghe is a king of beasts in the wilderness. Even if I want to do something irregular to her, I don't have that chance. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and began to meditate. How should he get away? Although King Qingyu looks harmless to humans and animals, she is not human after all. Maybe she will really send Ning Xiaochuan and others as sacrifices. Ning Xiaochuan said, Master, where did Zen Toad go after you were caught? Master Tanqian sighed, King Qinghe has caught all the poor monks. I'm afraid my disciple is also unlucky. It's all right. It's all right. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? If you take me as a sacrifice, you can kill a few people less. It's not a good thing. Ba. Master Tanqian has a righteous face and a solemn treasure image, just like a Buddha in suffering, whose whole body is flashing Buddha light. The master is worthy of being a Buddhist monk, and his state of mind is indeed not comparable to my younger generation. Hua Qinglian sighed and bowed to Master Tanqian. Master Tanqian stared at Hua Qinglian for a long time, took a half-moon-shaped short knife from his sleeve, handed it to Hua Qinglian, and said with a smile, Little benefactor, I'm surprised at your bones, which contain huaguang, and your cultivation is still above Benefactor Ning, which is really rare in the young generation. I have a half-moon butcher's knife that can break the demon tower array. It's quite predestined for you. After you come, it flickers constantly. Well, I'm a person who pays attention to fate. Now I'll sell it to you at a low price of 1,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt. With your cultivation and the power of half-moon butcher's knife, you will definitely be able to take the 3 of us out of the demon tower and avoid a fatal accident. Hua Qinglian was slightly stunned and said, Master. Didn't you say that if you don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Yes. I really don't want to go to hell. Master Tanqian said seriously. Hua Qinglian was stunned again. She looked at the half-moon butcher knife in Master Tanqian's hand and felt that this master was a little unreliable. He said, if the younger generation is not mistaken, the half-moon butcher's knife in the master's hand is just a second-class xuanqi. A second-class xuanqi will sell 1,000 pieces of ground-class xianqi, which is too high. Moreover, how can a second-class xuanqi break the array of the demon tower? If it really has the power of breaking the array, Master, why don't you break the array and escape yourself? Master Tanqian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Benefactor, you don't know. Although this butcher's knife is only a second-class xuanqi, its former owner was a great Buddhist sage. That Buddhist sage once killed a dragon with this half-moon butcher's knife. After drinking dragon blood, the butcher's knife's power is far from that of ordinary second-class xuanqi, and it can be called the king's soldier of second-class xuanqi. However, my cultivation is limited. Even if I hold the dragon-killing sword, I can't break the demon tower array. I have to bother my little benefactor. Isn't the soldier of the king in the second-grade xuanqi still the second-grade xuanqi? Ning Xiaochuan stared at Master Tanqian with disdain. The old bald donkey is going too far. He has been imprisoned by the king of Qing, and he has not forgotten to cheat people and money. When a second-class xuanqi arrived in his hand, it became a dragon butcher's sword. Unexpectedly, it sold 1,000 pieces of ground-class xianqi, equivalent to 1 billion pieces of inferior xianqi, which was comparable to the value of a congenital 9th-class xuanqi. However, what made Ning Xiaochuan speechless was that Hua Qinglian actually took out 1,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt and bought the half-moon butcher knife in Monk Tanqian's hand. Even Monk Tanqian was stunned there, holding a piece of ground xianqi larger than a water tank from Hua Qinglian in his hands, like a stone Buddha in a Buddhist temple. Obviously, Monk Tanqian didn't expect Hua Qinglian to be so generous. He took out such a large piece of ground xianqi without even blinking his eyes. If Hua Qinglian bargained with him, even if he was given only a ground-grade basalt, Monk Tanqian would be very happy. A whole piece of ground xianqi, which is larger than the water tank, emits extremely dazzling light, just like a divine stone. There is shuangguang precious liquid flowing inside, not to mention Monk Tanqian. Even Ning Xiaochuan has never seen it. If this piece of ground product basalt is cut into a unified size, more than 1,200 pieces of ground product basalt can definitely be cut out, which is invaluable and rare in the world. Ning Xiaochuan said, Master Hua, that monk is a god who swindles money and money. Don't be cheated by him. Hua Qinglian was elegant and calm, as if she didn't take 1,000 pieces of ground xianqi as one thing at all, and said, it doesn't matter, just 1,000 pieces of ground xianqi. Master, now you can tell me how to break the array of demon tower? Monk Tanqian made a windfall. Naturally, he was very happy. He immediately put away the ground basalt, which was larger than the water tank, for fear of being robbed. He pretended to study in the demon tower, and suddenly, his face was happy. I have studied it, and the bottom of the demon tower is the weakest part of the array, right, here. Monk Tanqian drew a cross with his finger somewhere on the ground and said, Little benefactor, if you stab the half-moon butcher knife from this position, you will certainly be able to break the array under the ground, and we can escape from the ground unconsciously. Although Hua Qinglian was a little skeptical, she stabbed down the second-grade xuanqi Banyue butcher's knife. The blade really stabbed in, and the array stirred up circles of fine ripples, with obvious cracks. Boo! The array of guarding the demon tower was really broken. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and looked at Monk Tanqian again, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Naturally, he didn't believe what the half-moon butcher's knife in Hua Qinglian's hand was, but Monk Tanqian's research on the array was indeed very powerful. The point he drew just now was the weakest eye of the whole array. It was precisely because Hua Qinglian stabbed the weakest eye of the array with a knife that the array at the bottom of the demon tower could be broken. After the array was broken, the three immediately launched their magic skills to escape to the ground, and escaped from the demon tower. In the holy kingdom of Demon Clan, on the calm lake, suddenly, there was a rough sea. The water waves rose hundreds of meters high, turned into a turbulent water wall, and rushed towards the scorpion-shaped island where King Qingmin was located. The holy fish King Shui stood on the top of the water wall, and behind him stood dozens of powerful demon and beast worshippers, who carried a general trend and forced him to pass. King Qing, hand over the people. The holy fish king stood at the top of the water waves, his face full of anger, and shouted at the Scorpion Island, just like the roar of dragons and tigers, shaking the whole Scorpion Island. The king of green fish sat in an ancient hall, frowning with a pair of black eyebrows. The next moment, she turned into a blue glare and flew to the top of the ancient hall, staring at the surging waves in the distance, saying, "Holy Fish King, what are you doing? Is this going to war with the king?" The Holy Fish King said, "I and you are the king of beasts under the demon emperor, so naturally we will not fight easily. However, Ning Xiaochuan killed my fourth son, and I will take his life. If you want to protect him, I will fight continuously. Even if this matter comes to the demon emperor, I believe that the demon emperor will make decisions for my son." The king of Qingyu glanced at the king of Holy Fish and said, "Which eye of yours sees me protecting Ning Xiaochuan?" The Holy Fish King said, "Someone saw you bring Ning Xiaochuan back to the island with their own eyes. Dare you say you weren't protecting him? If you hadn't saved him, my king would have sacrificed my fourth son with his blood. Well, the king will protect him. What can you do to me?" The way of the king of green. King Qing, don't go too far. For a humble human being, you are an enemy of this king, and you are not afraid of being punished by the demon emperor? Although the Holy Fish King did not dare to offend the king of Qinghe easily, it did not mean that he was afraid of the king of Qinghe. If you are anxious, everyone is the king of beasts. Who is afraid of who? However, the king of green fish was more unreasonable than it. After hearing this, he was furious, widened his apricot eyes, and said, "Holy Fish King, are you threatening me? In that case, I will come to experience your holy fish immortal flame. Don't be angry, King Qinghe. This is the holy kingdom of the demon clan. You two are the animal kings under the throne of the demon emperor. You command a vast wasteland. You can't go to war because of such a small thing." Another animal king Wolf Yuan came, countless animal shadows shuttled in the void, and the earth-shaking wolf howling sounded. It came with its real body, and came to persuade the quarrel. "In the new year, I wish you all a happy new year. In the new year, I wish you all the best. I solemnly recommend Gio's fantasy novel, Dragon Blood Boiling, author, if you rest in peace. Get a mysterious stone tablet containing dragon blood from my brother's body, and the days when Long Tian became a dandy will end. You are worth seeing. Holy Fish King, to offend another animal king for a lowly human, is it really worth it?" The three-tailed Song Fox King also came, enchanting and charming. Stepping on the water waves of the lake, he walked out of the mist, and the white silk skirt dragged on the water, leaving drops of water on the round-shaped. The Wolf Evil King and the three-tailed Song Fox King arrived at the same time, each standing on one side to dissuade the King of Green and the King of Holy Fish. If in peacetime, they naturally hope that the two beast kings will fight to the death. However, this is the holy land of the demon clan, and there are many unpredictable secrets, even the great demon emperor can't fully understand. If the war between the two beast kings touches some ancient secrets, it will be a disaster for the demon holy kingdom. Even if two beast kings came out to dissuade, the anger of King Qingyu and King Xingyu still did not subside. At this moment, the Holy Fish King is already riding a tiger, and his outstanding offspring were killed, and he came personally to ask questions. If he stopped like this, he will surely become a joke of all demon families. The king of green fish is more face-saving than the king of holy fish, and it is impossible to give in. Instead, he brazenly shouted, "War, we must fight. The magic power of our king has been greatly cultivated, and we are trying our skills. Since the king of holy fish came to the door to die, our king naturally has to fulfill him." She didn't give the holy fish king face at all. She looked bold, fearless, and taboo-free, and fought with the holy fish king. The holy fish king's hands were wrapped in golden armor, his fingers were pinched, his face was ferocious, and he was extremely angry. If it weren't for the taboo of the Liao behind the king, he would have broken the king to pieces. Liao is so strong that the holy fish king feels taboo. It's too arrogant. Why should the king of Shizu take action? I'll try the powerful magic power of Lord Qingyu. Behind the holy fish king, out came an old man with fish scales on half of his body. His left head was covered with pale and sparse hair, emitting a powerful evil spirit. This old man is the uncle of the holy fish king. He competed with the father of the holy fish king for the family king of the previous generation of the holy fish family. Although the competition failed, being able to compete for the position of the family king has proved his strength. The father of the holy fish king has died of old age, but the old man is still alive, and his cultivation is better than before. The holy fish king nodded, and it should be more than enough for his uncle to deal with the king of Qinghe. After all, the king of Qinghe is still relatively young, and his cultivation cannot be compared with other beast kings. The old man of the holy fish family spit out a bead of fire, burning a golden holy fire, covered with dragon patterns on the surface, rotating in the void, rolling up the lake hundreds of feet high, turning into a huge water dragon, rushing towards the scorpion-shaped island. That fire bead is the dragon's inner alchemy. It is forged with the immortal flame to make soldiers, flying in front of the water dragon and crashing down towards the scorpion-shaped island. The king took out a blue feather, and the flowing red fire turned into a feather fan 3 feet long. He fanned the water dragon into a mist towards the void, and rolled it back, blowing a small island not far away for hundreds of meters. Boom! The bead of fire fell into the lake, burning a piece of water red, and the lake water within dozens of miles boiled, emitting fist-sized bubbles. The old man of the holy fish clan was also fanned back, almost unable to resist the wind, and was fanned out. The Qingyu ancient fan in the hand of the king of Qinghe has a great origin. It is a feather taken from a powerful creature. If the cultivation is strong enough, a fan can fan people to 90,000 miles away. If you can't resist the vigorous wind on the Qingyu ancient fan, a fan may fan thousands of troops into ashes and turn into corpse powder. Oh! No fan flying? Another fan. The king of the Qing dynasty swung a huge feather fan, which kept emitting flames and fanned towards the void. Ah! The old man of the holy fish clan finally failed to resist the strong wind, and was fanned out by the Qingyu ancient fan, turned into a black dot, and disappeared in the sky. Hurricanes are really terrible. The vast and boundless waters of the demon kingdom were blown up by the hurricane, and more than a dozen islands were submerged. Even dozens of monsters of the Holy Fish King and the Holy Fish Clan were fanned to the distance. With their joint resistance, they were not fanned to 90,000 miles away. All the creatures of the major monster races were stunned, because they all knew that King Qing was the youngest and the weakest among the 36 beast kings. However, the two fans just now were extremely strong, which turned the whole demon holy country upside down. In fact, before going to Fengshan Cave, the cultivation of King Qing was indeed at the bottom of the 36 beast kings. Only with the deterrent power of Liao, she could be equal to the 36 beast kings. However, she got a great chance in the Immortal Cave. In the past 2 years, her cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Among the 36 beast kings, few creatures can suppress her. Holy Fish King, there is a kind of war with my king, and I promise not to kill you. Holding a blue feather fan, the king of Qing dynasty stood on the top of the Vermilion Temple, with long hair floating, really like an lawless demon king. Even if she just stood there motionless, there was a violent hurricane revolving around her in the air, causing great pressure on the monster of the Holy Fish clan. The king of Holy Fish doesn't believe that the king of Green Fish will really be so powerful and become the real body. Wow! With a flash of golden light, a huge golden strange fish flew out of the void, and two claws similar to dragon claws, with the immortal flame, grabbed it at the king of Green. The king of Green Fish was also unwilling to be outdone. His graceful body was wrapped in blue light and fog, and took off to attack the king of Holy Fish. This is a king of beasts level battle. Other monsters can't intervene at all, and retreat one after another, for fear that if they are stained with a little by the aftermath of the battle, they will be destroyed. Other creatures wanted to persuade the fight, but they were shocked back by the powerful battle wave, and they couldn't get close to the two beast kings at all. King Qinghe and King Xingyu seemed to break through the holy kingdom of the demon clan, and all kinds of magical powers and mysterious tools were beaten out, causing the terrifying momentum of overturning rivers and seas. With a wave of his arm, the king of Qingyu fanned an island up into an island mountain more than 300 meters high, and crashed towards the king of Holy Fish. The rocks were jagged and made a whooshing sound of breaking the wind. The Holy Fish King roared and called out a golden spear. The spear is full of fish scales with ancient marks, which is a powerful supreme weapon. The spear was shot out, and the huge island was pierced into huge pieces of gravel, which fell into the turbulent lake and splashed with huge spray. Boom! As soon as Ning Xiaochuan, Hua Qinglian and Tan Qian escaped to the bottom of the demon tower, they felt that the earth was shaking, and even the secret technique of hiding was useless. They were attracted by a strange force and fell into the depths of the earth. No! There was a violent battle wave on the ground, which woke up something deep underground, and we were all dragged to the depths of the earth. Hua Qinglian's face coagulated slightly, and he felt the terrible fluctuation of the battle on the ground, but the danger under the ground made him more palpitating. Although he was afraid of the unknown, he still seemed calm and did not panic. I also feel an unusual breath deep underground, which seems to be waking up, which is very disturbing. Ning Xiaochuan tried to control his body, keep his balance, and summoned out 10 concrete magic swords to deal with possible dangers at any time. The most relaxed person is Monk Tanqian. He looks heartless and heartless. It seems that he is reciting the Buddhist scriptures and closing his eyes. The suction from the ground is getting stronger and stronger, and even Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian can't keep their balance. They are falling in the harder and harder mud and stones, and the pressure they bear is increasing. It feels like falling into a dark hell. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan only felt that his eyes were dark, like hitting an impregnable iron wall. If it weren't for the Aoki Tani body protection, his bones would be broken. Bang! Bang! Monk Tanqian and Hua Qinglian also hit it. Binding Ogawa was no better than that. They hit the black underground wall and hit 7 meat and 8 vegetables, with stars all over their eyes. Ah! Me! Mitha! Buddha! What a hard stone! Monk Tanqian's bald head directly hit the underground wall and made a loud sound like a Buddha bell. It's not a stone, it's like a door. Ning Xiaochuan fumbled in the dark and found a cold door handle with mysterious lines carved on it. In the depths of the demon holy kingdom, there is a door, and I don't know how many years it has been buried. Ning Xiaochuan's body was stuck on the cold underground ancient door, and he was attracted by a strange force and couldn't move. To be exact, all 3 of them were sucked on the ancient underground door. Is this the door that sucked us to the ground? Monk Tanqian felt very surprised and felt very strange. It should be something inside the door. Hua Qinglian pressed her palms on the ancient gate and slowly separated from it. His body emits a bright divine light, his black hair is flying, and there is a white divine aura behind it. Every ray of divine light rushing out of his body takes on the shape of dragons and white tigers, emitting the shriek of dragons and tigers. The divine light on the body illuminates the darkness. Sure enough, it was an ancient bronze door facing the ground, 12 feet high, carved with countless mysterious lines, and at the intersection of each line, inlaid with a dark yellow bead. In the center of the ancient bronze gate, a ferocious bronze statue of an ancient beast was cast. The door handle that Ning Xiaochuan touched was the left paw of the bronze statue of the ancient beast. Ning Xiaochuan's attention was attracted by the dark yellow beads inlaid on the door, and his eyes lit up, showing a look of ecstasy. Dijou. The dark yellow beads inlaid on the ancient bronze door are the earth beads mentioned by the Emperor Blade. The earth bead is a very rare treasure of heaven and earth. It must be bred in the earth vein for millions of years before it can condense and take shape. It can help Ning Xiaochuan practice the Earth Sutra and understand the rules of the earth. Each one is invaluable and rare in the world. Old Nine's New Year, it should be that my hometown doesn't have a computer or something. Let me help. I'll say sorry for Old Nine to all book friends. Recommend your own novel, Now your left hand is temporarily disabled and is still recovering, so the update will be slow, please forgive me. Title: 100 Battles Demon God. Introduction: Xiaoyu was originally the waste master of the Xia family. He was blinded and humiliated, and was called the waste material of the Xia family, rarely seen in 100 years. By chance, he got the inheritance of the ancient Dongyi king. From then on, he was reborn, the divine body awakened, turned into a demon, and swore to fight for 9 days. What is God? I can be God. What is magic? I am also a demon. 9 days of thunder destroyed all the sources of evil in the world. The eastern barbarians of the demon world are unified, slaughtering the world and sacrificing the common people. Palm the sky, or crouch on the ground? It's all in my mind. To say a word, I'm not from this website. I'm starting, clicking, shoo. Hundreds of earth beads are inlaid on the bronze ancient gate, flashing brilliantly, just like the stars in the universe, emitting a strong air of the earth. Ning Xiaochuan cultivates the Earth Sutra and is very sensitive to the qi of the earth. He can clearly see the earth vein in the earth bead, and light yellow filaments flow in the earth bead. For Ning Xiaochuan, earth pearl is a priceless treasure, and it is extremely difficult to find one at ordinary times. At the same time, the brilliance on Hua Qinglian's body is more bright and dazzling, and a divine power flows out of her body, looking for a way to open the ancient underground door. Monk Tan Qian stared at Hua Qinglian, who was full of sacred brilliance. His face was slightly stunned, and he immediately showed a look of shock. Monk Tan Qian folded his hands and said, "Ba. The little benefactor is a reincarnated god. Please accept my worship." He folded his hands and bowed to Hua Qinglian. At the moment, Hua Qinglian, with long hair flying, crystal skin, red lips and white teeth, is simply holy and gorgeous to the extreme. If he is a woman, he is definitely more gorgeous than the bright saint, which makes countless proud women feel inferior. Hua Qinglian looked straight and said solemnly, "Master, there is no need to salute. Since I have reincarnated, it means that this is a new life. Even the gods in the previous life have vanished, and we must start practicing again in this life. Now, we are all human beings, and there is no difference between dignity and inferiority. If a god comes to the world, it will surely make all the people in the world kneel to the ground. Naturally, a reincarnated god is no small matter. If he was born in an ancient family, at the moment of birth, everyone must salute him, even the ancestors of the family must kneel down. Burn incense and worship, and kneel down. This is the awe of gods. It is worthy of the reincarnation of the true God, and the state of mind is far beyond the poor monk. Monk Tanqian's very serious way. Reincarnation of gods? Ning Xiaochuan's attention was originally attracted by the dark yellow beads inlaid on the ancient bronze door, but after hearing Monk Tanqian's words, he immediately stared at Hua Qinglian, showing a somewhat surprised look. He had known the legend of reincarnation of gods for a long time, but those legends were too vague and only recorded in ancient books. Moreover, some legendary reincarnated gods showed extraordinary talents, but in the end, they were proved to be not real reincarnated gods, but just speculation. Just like the crown prince of the emperor, when he was born, he brought changes in the sky. Everyone felt that he was a reincarnation of gods and had a great previous life. However, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the crown prince of the emperor was mostly not the reincarnation of gods, otherwise he could not have dared to fight with Xue Lingshu in the top 3 competition. With the mind of reincarnated gods, no matter how powerful the enemy is, he will never shrink back. In reality, meeting a reincarnated god is actually quite shocking. It's like you suddenly know that a friend around you is actually the reincarnation of Buddha. That kind of shock is absolutely amazing. Moreover, the reincarnation of gods is not a trivial matter. It will not only retain thin divine power, but also retain the memory of some gods. With the improvement of cultivation, the memory will become clearer and clearer. With the memory of gods, even heaven and man and real people will benefit a lot as long as they are given a random instruction. Isn't it a reincarnated god? You have cultivated the supreme body of gods and demons now, and your future achievements may be higher than the reincarnated god. The Emperor Blade said. Ning Xiaochuan is quite curious about reincarnated gods and wants to know how powerful they are. Ning Xiaochuan has absolute confidence in himself and really fights. In the same realm, reincarnated gods may not be his opponents. Take Earth Bead first. For Ning Xiaochuan, nothing is more important than improving his cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the Tiandi blade and dug out the earth bead on the door. The ancient bronze gate was guarded by a powerful force. Even with the Supreme Emperor's blade, it was very laborious to excavate. Ning Xiaochuan spent most of the day digging down an earth bead. Even if it's just one, Ning Xiaochuan is very happy. If you take it, you can save half a year of practice time. Hua Qinglian and Monk Tanqian are both studying the way to open the ancient bronze door. They conclude that there is definitely a great secret behind the door. It may also be an ancient treasure, with priceless treasures, which is very exciting. However, even with the divine power of Hua Qinglian, they can only reluctantly leave themselves a meter away from the ancient bronze gate. The force inside the gate is still pulling them. If they move their fingers, they will also consume a lot of energy. Young Master Ning, what are you digging for? Hua Qinglian noticed Ning Xiaochuan and asked, curiously. Monk Tanqian also glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, shook his head and sighed, it's so greedy that he won't let go of the jewel inlaid on the door. What a rich air of the earth. This jewel seems to be a earth bead bred from the vein of the earth. Tanqian's kind face also showed a look of ecstasy. He felt a diamond pestle with a sharp tail from his arms and began to dig the ground bead hard. This kind of treasure can't be found. If you dig one, you can sell it at a sky-high price. Make a lot of money. When Ning Xiaochuan dug down the second earth bead, he noticed a diamond gem the size of a fist above his head. He can clearly feel that the earth gas emitted from the diamond gem is extremely thick, which is dozens or even hundreds of times richer than the earth gas in the earth bead. The diamond-shaped gem, which is dark yellow and as big as a palm, is embedded in the eye socket of the bronze monster in the center of the ancient bronze gate. A diamond gem is also embedded in the other eye socket of the bronze monster. 2 yuan altogether. That's Daijing. It's a good baby. It's more precious than Diju. There are actually 2 pieces inlaid here. Ning Xiaochuan, you must dig one piece down, which will be of great help to your practice of the Earth Sutra. Tiandi Blade's excited way. There is no need for Tiandi Blade to remind. Ning Xiaochuan has already climbed towards the head of the bronze monster and began to dig for that diamond-shaped gem. Monk Tanqian saw Ning Xiaochuan digging for the diamond gem in the left eye socket of the bronze-cast monster, and immediately climbed up. His action was very vigorous. He soon squeezed beside Ning Xiaochuan and dug the diamond gem in the right eye socket of the bronze-cast monster with a diamond pestle. I'll go. Why are you a monk digging for precious stones? Ning Xiaochuan squeezed to the right and pushed Monk Tanqian away. Monk Tanqian bit his teeth, squeezed back, and pushed Ning Xiaochuan away with his ass. Bang bang. Both of them were digging for the ground crystal in the eye socket of the bronze-cast monster with war weapons. Monk Tanqian exposed a pair of fat arms and worked very hard to dig sparks, and soon dug out the ground crystal. The monk was also really good. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dig the earth crystal as fast as he did with the Supreme Emperor's blade, and he dug it out one step later than him. Monk Tanqian pinched the piece of ground crystal in his hand, kept touching it, and smiled like Maitreya, good thing. Tut tut. What a good baby. After being sold, many temples can be built again. My Buddha is merciful. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Monk Tanqian's Vajra pestle and said, Monk, is the Vajra pestle in your hand a supreme imperial instrument? Monk Tanqian dug the ground crystal too fast. If he didn't hold the supreme imperial weapon, how could he be faster than Ning Xiaochuan? Monk Tanqian widened his eyes, stuffed the Vajra pestle into his arms, and said on guard, Benefactor Ning, your eyes are too poisonous. This Vajra pestle is the treasure of the Western Buddhist Holy Land, the Great Sun Blissful Palace, called the Buddha New Holy Pestle. It is indeed a supreme imperial weapon. After being soaked in the Buddha Dharma of the past generations of eminent monks in the Great Sun Blissful Palace, it can not only kill demons, but also clear your heart and calm your nerves. It's not the boast of the poor monk. Once attacked, the Buddha Anger Holy Pestle can destroy a human civilization. With this Buddha Anger Holy Pestle, you can dominate the north. Xinjiang, no one can be enemy. Almsgiver Ning, this Buddha Anger Holy Pestle has a lot of fate with you. If you really want it, I can also bear the pain to give it up. 10,000 pieces of ground xianxue are sold to you at a low price. Monk Tanqian kept shaking his head, showing a very reluctant expression. Don't be fooled by the old bald donkey. It's not a supreme imperial instrument at all, but an ordinary Vajra pestle, not even a mysterious instrument. This old bald donkey is very problematic. With an ordinary Buddhist instrument, he can dig out the earth crystal, and his cultivation is definitely not simple. The Emperor Blade said. Tiandi Blade is the Supreme Emperor's weapon, and he is very sensitive to the weapon. It is naturally clearer than anyone whether the Vajra pestle in Monk Tanqian's hand is the Supreme Emperor's weapon. After hearing the words of Tiandarin, Ning Xiaochuan scolded Monk Tanqian dozens of times in his heart. The old bald donkey was too good at pretending and was honest. However, he only did dishonest things and deceived people without even blinking his eyes. Cough. Master, I don't have so many xianxue in my hands, so I can't afford to buy the supreme imperial weapon. It seems that I have no fate with the Buddha New Holy Pestle. Ning Xiaochuan smiled. It doesn't matter. I'm not a greedy person. Since Donor Ning doesn't have enough xianxue, I'll write an IOU and give it back to me slowly in the future. Monk Tanqian said with a smile. No. Really no. Ning Xiaochuan dodged. Tanqian and Shang said, take it. Buddha New Holy Pestle and Benefactor Ning are really predestined. It's hard for others to have an opportunity to wait for 1,000 years. If Benefactor Ning thinks the price is too expensive, we can discuss it. While Monk Tanqian was constantly promoting the Buddha New Holy Pestle, hundreds of earth beads on that ancient door began to work and rearrange along the lines on the door. It's like pieces on a chessboard, scattered, moving, and changing positions. Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian's Diju and Daijing kept beating, which made their hand bones ache and wanted to fly out of their hands. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the depths of the earth. The ancient bronze door suddenly opened, and there was a vast, cold fog emanating from the door, which covered Ning Xiaochuan, Tan Qian monk and Hua Qinglian with ice. What the hell happened? Ning Xiaochuan and monk Tan Qian tightly suppressed the ground beads and ground crystals in their hands and looked into the ancient bronze gate. They could see nothing, deep, dark and full of unknown. Without allowing them to think more, a powerful suction came from the door, pulling the three of them into the boundless darkness. Boom! Earth-shaking changes have also taken place in the holy land of the demon family. All creatures have been pulled into the depths of the earth by a force of attraction. The dragon, which is more than 200 meters long, has become a powerful animal king, the demon birds flying in the sky, and the demon women turning into human shapes. All fell to the ground and flew into that ancient gate. The island sank and the ancient temple collapsed. The lake water pours into the ground, forming a torrent rushing into the ancient gate. There are countless creatures wrapped in the torrent, all of which are powerful Shan beasts and monsters. They were terrified to the extreme, thinking that it was the war between King Qinghe and the Holy Fish King, which touched the ancient taboo of the demon Holy Kingdom and triggered a catastrophe. The whole demon Holy Kingdom has collapsed. The door deep underground is like a huge black hole, sucking everything in the world. Ning Xiaochuan, Hua Qinglian and Tan Qian were the first monks to fly into the ancient gate. That suction made them unable to resist. The temperature in the space was getting lower and lower, and there was darkness around them, and nothing could be seen. Suddenly, a purple glow appeared ahead. A purple ball, the size of a fist, suspended in the distant void. Flying close again, the purple ball became as big as a millstone, and then as big as a mountain. God! Which is a purple ball? It is clearly a planet emitting bright purple light, huge and boundless, tens of thousands of miles in diameter, wrapped by a thick purple atmosphere, emitting a cold breath. Deep underground, inside an ancient bronze door, there was a huge purple star. All creatures were sucked to the ground by purple stars, and the whole demon Holy Kingdom collapsed. The closer it is to the purple star, the lower the temperature is. There are still 100,000 miles away from the purple star. Ning Xiaochuan's body has been covered with a thick layer of solid ice, like being frozen in a huge ice stone. If it really falls on the purple stars, even if Ning Xiaochuan's current state, he will certainly be frozen to death alive. Fortunately, 90,000 miles away from the purple star, Ning Xiaochuan's body stopped and fell on a boulder rotating around the purple star. Just like the Earth rotates around the Sun, there are also many meteorites and mountains rotating around the purple stars, forming a small celestial system, forming a shocking picture. The black meteorite at the foot of Ning Xiaochuan is more than 500 meters long, as hard as iron, covered by ice, and extremely cold. Through the ice, you can see some traces of battle on the black boulder. However, those traces are very old, at least tens of thousands of years old. Hua Qinglian and monk Tan Qian flew to the distance and separated from Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that they fell tens of thousands of miles away, Ning Xiaochuan was like two needles falling into the sea. It was extremely difficult to find them in the vast dark space. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the purple star in the distance. It was like standing on the moon and looking at the earth. He could clearly feel a familiar breath in the purple star. How can there be a star buried in the depths of the earth? How is this space formed? What secret is hidden above that purple star? That familiar breath is the breath of the purple emperor. Yes, the breath he felt on the purple stars was the breath of the purple king. The purple gold emperor was clearly buried in the burial mountain. Ning Xiaochuan had seen his body with his own eyes. Why did his breath appear in the Demon Holy Kingdom again? Did the Emperor of Zijin ever come to the Demon Holy Kingdom? At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's heart was full of questions, but that purple star was like an ice purgatory, separated by 90,000 miles, and could not be approached at all. Besides, although the space is silent, Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart perceives a hidden danger, which makes people feel very uneasy. Ning Xiaochuan tried to fly out, but the suction of purple stars on him was too strong to escape with his current cultivation. Who? In the dark, countless mysterious beasts and monsters rushed over and fell on those suspended meteorites. Ning Xiaochuan first thought that it was the strong man of the demon clan who chased him up, and immediately hid himself. However, then, small islands flew in, and a large amount of lake water surged from the void, forming icebergs. Is the whole Demon Holy Kingdom sucked here? Ning Xiaochuan stood on the black boulder and saw that the towering human bone altar also flew in, stopped at a position 120,000 miles away from the purple star, and slowly rotated around the purple star, like a mountain piled up by white bones. Those demon creatures who just came here were all shocked. They never thought that there was a vast world under the Demon Holy Country, locked in an ancient door. One of the monsters turned into a human shape, with a pair of white horns on his forehead. His whole body was wrapped by the evil spirit and fell on the black meteorite where Ning Xiaochuan was located. When it saw Ning Xiaochuan, it was stunned at first. Even if it laughed wildly, it said with a ferocious face, "Ning Xiaochuan, so you are hiding here? Follow me to see the king of the clan, otherwise, it will put you in a dilemma between life and death." This demon beast is a subordinate of the Holy Fish King. He has the cultivation of Zongjingxian. He wants to catch Ning Xiaochuan and ask for credit from the Holy Fish King. Ning Xiaochuan stared at it faintly and said, "Even the Holy Fish King can't help me, just depend on you? If the clan king made a move, a finger could crush you to death. If it weren't for the protection of the King Qinghe, you would live to this day?" Now, the holy kingdom of the demon clan has collapsed, and the strong of the major demon clans have come to this space, and the King Qinghe can't protect you. The monster said. The demon kingdom collapsed? Ning Xiaochuan roared. Boom. The monster didn't answer Ning Xiaochuan at all, and its palm turned into a scaly hoof, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Ning Xiaochuan slapped out and beat the monster upside down, bleeding in his mouth and almost splitting his body. It congealed with the flesh again, extremely shocked, and said, "You are also the cultivation of Zongjingxian. How can you be so powerful?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't talk nonsense with it at all, but hit out with a palm print. The monster was terrified, and immediately turned into a monster body, with fish scales, a pair of white horns on its head, and a pair of wings covering the sky and the earth on its back. Flap your wings and run away immediately. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't give it a chance to escape. His heart moved, and the magic sword flew out of his body. Shwa. The monster was punctured by the demon's sword, and its body was almost divided into 2 parts by the sword gas, and its body fell to a floating mountain in the distance. Ning Xiaochuan also flew up the mountain to collect the blood of the monster in the Zongjingxian realm, and at the same time, he took down the skeleton, leather limb, and horns of the monster. These are all treasures, which can be used for alchemy and calcination. They can be brought to human civilization, and a large number of basalt can be sold. The cultivation of the Sutra of Destruction of the World has reached the absolute peak of Zongjingxian, with 1,799 rules of destruction of the world. Even if you refine the blood of this demon beast, you can no longer improve the rules of destruction in the body. Unless you break through the realm and reach Gaojingxian. Ning Xiaochuan stored the monster blood in the heaven and earth bracelet, and planned to break through to the high realm and then refine it. If he can reach the high level of heaven, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation will be greatly improved and his life expectancy will be increased by 100 years. Even if he lives for 300 or 400 years, he will not die of old age. The more than 10 elders of Wanjian Palace are the realm of Gaojing Heaven. If Ning Xiaochuan reaches Gaojingxian and returns to Tiandi Mountain, he can also be granted the elder of Wanjian Palace, and he can get more resources. Now I just need to cultivate the rules of the earth. As long as I can cultivate the heaven, earth and yuan to the peak of the middle realm, I can use the Gui Yuan pill to impact the realm of the high realm. Ning Xiaochuan took out a earth bead, found a secret place, called out the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, guarded it by his side, and began to practice. Countless powerful demons came here, which made Ning Xiaochuan feel huge pressure. If his cultivation is not strong enough, he may become food for demons at any time. Since he can't leave for the time being, he must strive to improve his cultivation and strive to reach Gaojingxian as soon as possible. His left hand and right hand held a earth bead respectively, and ran the Earth Sutra, and the heaven and earth Daoyuan in the middle of the eyebrow began to absorb the earth rules in the earth bead. It took 7 days for Ning Xiaochuan to spit out a long yellow earthy breath. His skin was covered with a layer of stone skin. His eyes were open and closed, and his hands were spread out. The 2 ground beads immediately turned into mud powder and were blown away by the wind. Refine the 2 earth beads and add nearly 500 earth rules. Ning Xiaochuan Meixing's heaven and earth Daoyuan is obviously stronger and brighter. More than 700 earth rules circulate in Daoyuan. Each earth rule is like a mountain, containing a strong earth gas. Unexpectedly, I didn't reach the peak of Zongjingxian. Continue to cultivate. Ning Xiaochuan took out the palm-sized ground crystal, suspended it in the palm of his hands, extracted the air of the earth in the ground crystal, and condensed the rules of the earth. This piece of ground crystal seems to be only the size of a palm, but it weighs 100,000 jin. It is made of the air of the earth and the rules of the earth, which is comparable to hundreds of ground beads. After half a month of practice, Ning Xiaochuan's Tiandi Daoyuan also reached the absolute peak of Zongjingxian, containing 1799 earth rules. That piece of ground crystal did not change significantly, but became a little dimmed. Finally, we can start to attack Gaojingxian. Ning Xiaochuan took out both Guiyuan pill and demon blood, adjusted his state, and prepared to impact the 3rd realm of heaven and man. Guiyuan pill is a human-level pill, which is invaluable and equivalent to several thousand-year-old psychic miracles. The demon blood in the realm of Zhongjing Heaven is also a rare treasure in human civilization, which can enhance the blood and body strength of monks. Earth crystal is the crystallization of the earth, which needs to be nurtured in the vein of the earth for thousands of years to condense and form, which is extremely precious. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan will use these 3 kinds of treasure elixirs at the same time to impact the 3rd realm of heaven and man, the high realm of heaven. He took the lead in taking the Guiyuan pill. Boom! The human Dan exploded, and the Dan gas rushed out and filled the whole body, wrapping the space around Ning Xiaochuan's body for tens of meters into a Dan cloud. Ning Xiaochuan's bones, flesh, and viscera absorbed Dan qi frantically and injected Daoyuan. The world-destroying Daoyuan and the heaven and earth Daoyuan are like 2 lakes, which absorb a wisp of elixir gas, continue to grow, and emit dazzling light. Ning Xiaochuan's current realm is only a line away from the high realm of heaven. As long as the 1800th rule is born in Daoyuan, it can change and promote the 3rd realm of heaven and man. Heaven and man have 9 heavens, 1 heavy and 1 ridge. After all, he has just reached the peak of Zongjingxian, and he has no absolute competence to impact Gaojingxian. Many monks, who stayed at the peak of Zongjingxian for a lifetime, could not break through the shackles and reach Gaojingxian. The blood of the demon beast in Zhongjing Tianjing has been refined into its spirit of blood by Ning Xiaochuan. It is not bloody, but emits a faint fragrance, like spiritual liquid and medicinal syrup. The spirit of blood replenishes Ning Xiaochuan's blood gas, and his skin turns crystal red, just like the flesh cast by blood jade. That diamond-shaped ground crystal is suspended above the head, and the source of gas from the earth is pouring into Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows. The six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex stood by Ning Xiaochuan and was alert around, like an archaic dragon lying on the meteorite in the universe. A pair of longans were like two golden lanterns, emitting 2 kilometers of light. Roar! Suddenly, a roar of beasts came from the depths of the dark space. A demon bird with big green wings took off. Its body was more than 100 meters long, its wings covered the sky, its body was like an eagle, and its head was full of scales. This is a dragon eagle, a descendant of the real dragon, with thin dragon blood flowing inside. It found that Ning Xiaochuan, who was practicing in the mountains, felt the blood light emitted by Ning Xiaochuan and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. Roar! The six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex roared, shaking the meteorites and mountains in the void. It kept growling, warning the dragon eagle to stay away. That dragon eagle was not afraid of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, because the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex was not a real dragon, but a sub-dragon species, which could not deter it at all. The real dragon doesn't need to practice at all. As long as he grows up, his combat power is comparable to that of a real person. He can overturn rivers and seas, cast clouds and rain, and do everything. However, all real dragons live in the vast ocean and deep sea, and there are almost no traces of real dragons on land. Six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex, dragon, flying dragon, earth dragon. All belong to the Asian dragon species. They survive the thunder disaster, cultivate to the realm of real people, and can also become real dragons. The dragon eagle's cultivation was terrifying, exhaled like clouds, and its feathers and scales were emitting flames. It flew to the top of the six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex and kept circling, as if it would swoop down at any time. The six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex was also angry, and with a long cry, he picked up a stone mountain and threw it at the dragon eagle above his head. Bang! The claws of the dragon eagle, very like the claws of the dragon, flow fire, and grasp towards the void. The stone mountain is more than 80 meters away from it, breaking and splitting into stone powder. Protecting mankind is a dead end. The dragon eagle spits out a human voice in its mouth, with a fierce momentum. It is a big demon of the dragon eagle family. It has the cultivation of the fourth realm of heaven and man, which is comparable to the Shantian Venerable. Even if there is a six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex guarding Ning Xiaochuan, it will take Ning Xiaochuan's life. The rise of human beings is too fast. In ancient times, human beings were still very weak. However, in the last era of deification, human beings rose strongly, opened up territories, established ancient civilizations, continued to develop and expand, annexed territories originally belonging to the major monster races, and made the major monster races feel taboo. As a result, all the major monster races united to jointly suppress human beings, which blocked the pace of human expansion. After the era of apotheosis, there is the era of war between the Terrans and demons, which is known as the Disaster Ancient Era. In the Disaster Era, human and monster races fought repeatedly, with rivers of blood and mountains of bones, which lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, human beings failed to win because of their weak power. The ancient civilizations established were slaughtered by demons and beasts, countless monks died, and countless heroes became white bones. In the era of apotheosis, human beings rose. In the disaster era, mankind declined. The hatred between human beings and all races of monsters and beasts also accumulated in that era, and finally became mortal enemies. The hatred is as deep as the sea and cannot be compatible. Six-armed Tyrannosaurus rex refined 9-flower nectar, and got the nourishment of Shen beast Jian. His physique changed greatly, and his cultivation soared, and he even fought against the dragon eagle. They fought in the void, making dragon chants and spitting out flames, burning more than a dozen huge meteorites into magma. Dragon Eagle's gifted magic power is Qinglihuo, which is a kind of Xianhua. It has great power. If you fight on the ground, it is enough to turn 100 miles into scorched earth. Six-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex spits out dragon fire, and only the dragon clan can practice. Although the dragon eagle is the descendant of the real dragon, it is not a dragon after all, and it cannot cultivate dragon fire. Two kinds of terrible flames attacked each other and ignited the dark void. Many monsters noticed them and rushed in this direction. Although Ning Xiaochuan was attacking the realm, he could also see the demon cloud flying from a distance, and no less than 10 giant beasts flew over, making one after another howling. Tyrannosaurus Rex, with 6 arms alone, must not be able to resist. Ning Xiaochuan called his teeth and took 2 Guiyuan pills. Boom! The 2 Guiyuan pills exploded in the body, releasing a large amount of Dan Qi, rushing to the Tao Yuan in the eyebrows and the magic sword, and quickly impacting the high environment sky. Unexpectedly, a human came to this space and had to be killed. This space contains the secrets of our demon holy country. We must not let humans spread it out and kill him. Xian beasts and monsters came from all directions, and many of them flew towards the mountain where Ning Xiaochuan sat. 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed up and tore a demon beast that had been cultivated into a demon yuan alive, splashing blood and reddening half the mountain. It took out a fist-sized light mass from the demon corpse and swallowed it in its mouth to improve its cultivation. That light group is demon yuan. The dragon eagle with Xianjing heaven cultivation swooped down towards Ning Xiaochuan and spit out a blue flame in his mouth. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's body flew out 10 war swords, inserted in 10 directions, forming a guard sword array, which turned into a sword aura mask and shrouded him in the center. Qing Lihua, blocked by the sword array, burned a large area of the mountain under Ning Xiaochuan, and the stones were burned. However, the defense of the sword array became weaker and weaker under the burning of Qinglihuo. Finally, the flame entered the sword array and fell on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's skin surface showed a cyan halo, forming a shadow of a heavenly garment. Aoki Tianyi. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan shivered all over, his eyes were cold and fierce, and his fingers pointed to the sky. A blood-red sword light flew out of his fingertips, and the sword gas rushed to the sky, puncturing the left wing of the dragon eagle, leaving a huge blood hole. The dragon eagle was slightly surprised, clearly feeling the rapidly expanding power in Ning Xiaochuan's body, and immediately spit out a blue ancient sword from his mouth, which turned into a blue sword light and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's head. The blue ancient sword has extraordinary power, which is comparable to half of the supreme weapon. If you use Qingli fire to breed for thousands of years, you may become a real supreme weapon. Ning Xiaochuan slapped on the ground, and the 10 ancient swords that had been inserted on the ground immediately flew up, turning into a sword array. 10 war swords are combined into one, which is powerful enough to rival the real inferior supreme weapon and shake the blue ancient sword played by the dragon eagle. Longing was wounded by the sword chi cut by Ning Xiaochuan. He took back the blue ancient sword and retreated immediately. Where to go? Ning Xiaochuan chased up and bent his legs. With this force, he jumped more than 10 miles and cut out 10 war swords again, leaving 10 bloody holes in the dragon eagle. A monster from the Holy Fish clan attacked Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to unite with the dragon eagle to resist Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, it's time for you to die. The monster with fish scales roared wildly, stabbed out a trident, and 3 destructive forces flew out. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword, stepped on the colorful rainbow, strode forward, chopped off the sword gas, poof, and the head of the monster with fish scales was cut off. The demon blood of the whole body was absorbed by the magic sword and poured into the world-destroying Taoist yuan in the sword. Boom! After refining demon blood, Ning Xiaochuan finally broke through the last barrier, and the 1800th rule of extermination was born in the extermination Daoyuan. The vitality in the void surged towards Ning Xiaochuan like a tide, and finally changed, and the cultivation climbed rapidly. Driven by the rule of extermination, Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows showed white brilliance, and the 1800th rule of the earth was also born in Tiandi Daoyuan. Break through the high heaven and reach the third realm of heaven and man. His whole body was covered with glow, and the seal of heaven appeared in the center of his eyebrows. A white light column flew out of the center of his eyebrows, and the dragon eagle flew out again. His whole body was stained with blood, and his wings were broken. After Ning Xiaochuan reached Gao Jingshan, his cultivation increased greatly. He was fearless, and fought with 6 monsters at the same time. After a while, the 6 monsters were all killed, and their bodies floated in the void. The blood decomposed into a cloud of blood. Boom! Suddenly, a huge claw poked out of the void, sharp as a sword, with a monster spirit, and struck down on Ning Xiaochuan's head. It was a terrible force, like the collapse of the sky, which was definitely not an attack that ordinary demons could launch. Huge demon claws, like mountains. Ning Xiaochuan took back 10 9-grade Xuanqi level swords to form a sword array and cut them out. The 10 swords rotated, boom, and the huge demon claw was punctured by the sword array. Good boy, I can break the power of this seat. In the distance, an angry roar came, shaking the void. A demon creature with golden brilliance all over flew to Ning Xiaochuan. The huge demon claw just now was shot out from the air. Although thousands of miles away, the power is still extremely terrible. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't broken through to the high sky, he might not be able to resist that claw. I can't imagine how powerful it would be if its real body arrived. Go! Ning Xiaochuan took the 6-armed Tyrannosaurus Rex back to Xuanzhou, and then immediately fled to the distance. The big men of the demon clan arrived, and if they didn't leave, they couldn't get away. You can't leave. Longing was very happy when he saw the big man of the demon family coming. As long as he could stop Ning Xiaochuan for a moment, the big man of the demon family would be able to kill Ning Xiaochuan. It may not be able to defeat Ning Xiaochuan, but it is not difficult to hold Ning Xiaochuan for a moment. Dragon Eagle, turned into human shape, about 30 years old, wearing a blue robe, turned into a blue brilliance, cutting off Ning Xiaochuan's way. Ning Xiaochuan pinched his 5 fingers and punched out with one punch. Thunder and lightning rushed out of his fist and beat the dragon eagle to vomit blood. Although the dragon eagle is the cultivation of Zhu and Jingshan, there are also differences between Zhu and Jingshan. Some Zhu and Jingshan friars understand 18,000 rules, and some Zhu and Jingshan friars understand 100,000 rules. Their cultivation is simply a heaven and an earth, which cannot be mentioned and discussed together. Dragon Eagle only understood more than 19,000 rules, which belonged to the early days of Xinjing Heaven. Under the attack of Ning Xiaochuan, it had no power to fight back. Ning Xiaochuan, I took your life at the command of the family king. In the distance, the golden demon creature has caught up, and his whole body is covered by demon clouds, but he can still see a huge shadow of strange fish. It's the demon of Holy Fish family again. Ning Xiaochuan was blocked by the dragon eagle, and it was difficult to get away. Seeing that the big demon of the Holy Fish family was about to catch up, getting closer and closer. You're dead today. Long Ying's whole body was smashed by Ning Xiaochuan, and his blood flowed, but he still laughed wildly. It knew that as long as the big demon of the Holy Fish family arrived, Ning Xiaochuan would not even have the possibility to escape. You're dead. Ning Xiaochuan slapped the dragon eagle's head with a slap, and with a snap, the dragon eagle's skull broke and suffered heavy damage. Ning Xiaochuan called out the evil fire to destroy the world, held it in the palm of his hand, and absorbed the green fire in the dragon eagle's body. The evil fire of destroying the world continues to grow and burn more vigorously. No. I'm the demon of the dragon eagle family. You! The dragon eagle screamed, and could only watch a trace of cyan flame fly out of the body, which was refined by Ning Xiaochuan and integrated into the world-destroying demon fire. Bang! After absorbing all the green leaves the fire, Ning Xiaochuan smashed the dragon eagle's body with a palm. A cyan demon yuan, the size of a wash basin, flew out, like a huge cyan pearl, glittering and translucent, dazzling, emitting a strong evil spirit. The demon yuan of the demon beast of Xianjing heaven level. For human friars, it is absolutely the supreme medicine, which can be used as a medicine introducer for human-level pills, and can also be directly refined. Ning Xiaochuan just took away the blue demon yuan, and a golden demon fog rushed towards him behind him. The demon fog, using the forms of various monsters, holy fish, blood wolf, flying dragon, black ape, swept towards Ning Xiaochuan with a mighty force, as if to tear his body to pieces. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan stopped in the void, holding the magic sword in both hands, slowly raised his head, and chopped at the demon fog in the sky. All the virtual shadows of monsters were cut. A golden giant claw stretched out from the demon fog, and its strength was even more terrible. The demon wind was fierce, blowing Ning Xiaochuan back constantly. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stabilized his body, looked up at the giant claw above, and stabbed a sword into the void. Poof! The magic sword stabbed into the giant claw a foot deep, but it didn't break the golden scales. The scale of that golden demon was 3 feet thick, and the general Xian tool hit it, just like tickling it. No puncture. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan's face changed, he immediately mobilized his strength and drew a sword scar more than 10 meters long on the golden giant claw. His body suddenly fell on a black meteorite more than 300 meters long. The sword marks on the claws of the golden monster healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qua. Ning Xiaochuan, you are just in the realm of high heaven. I killed more than one human Shantian venerable. The golden creature turned into a man and came out of the golden demon fog. It was very old and wrinkled. However, his momentum is very sharp, wearing gold armor and holding a gold spear. He doesn't look old at all. Ning Xiaochuan held a bloody magic sword, wrapped in magic gas, and his body was surrounded by sword shadows. 10-9 grade Xuanqi level war swords revolved above his head, forming a powerful sword array. Come and take my life if you can. Facing the powerful demonic pressure, Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid at all, took off, turned into a demonic column of light, and flew towards the darkness. Jia. This space belongs to the holy kingdom of the demon clan. Just a human mole ant still wants to steal life? With a wave of his sleeve, the old man Jiu Dang Jia hit the black meteorite more than 300 meters long and flew out, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's back. Bang! 10 war swords flew backward, each of which was more than 30 meters long, emitting a powerful sword spirit, which cut that meteorite to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the other party's cultivation was strong and did not show off. He is just broken through the high realm, and the realm is not stable. If he forces a war with the demon, it is likely to cause the realm to retreat. The Golden Armor Elder is definitely not as easy to deal with as the Dragon Eagle. Step on the magic sword at your feet, display the rules of destruction, control the magic sword, turn into a blood-red streamer, and fly to the sky. The Imperial Sword flew into the air. The speed is more than doubled, as fast as a meteor. It's actually a sword repairman. The old man Jiu Dang Jia was slightly surprised, and spread a pair of golden wings on his back, catching up with Ning Xiaochuan. There are countless creatures practicing sword in the world. Human friars practice sword, and demon creatures also practice sword. There are few creatures who are really sword repair. Other monks have refined Dao Yuan into their bodies to strengthen themselves. However, the sword cultivation cultivates Dao Yuan into the sword, and cultivates the rules into the sword, so as to increase the strength of the sword and treat the sword as a part of the body. Therefore, the real sword cultivation is quite powerful. If in the same realm, sword cultivation's combat power is far higher than other monks, and it can be called the king of the same realm. Ning Xiaochuan's world-destroying sword cultivation is the cultivation method of sword cultivation, which belongs to the first of the 3,000 world-destroying ways. Unexpectedly, I caught up. Ning Xiaochuan glanced back and saw a pair of huge golden wings flying. In the center of the golden wings was a golden old man. The opponent's cultivation is strong, with wings on his back, and his speed is a little faster than that of Ning Xiaochuan's imperial sword. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the void, and the heavenly mark in the center of the eyebrow emerged. A white column of light flew out of the center of the eyebrow and hit the golden armor old man hundreds of miles away. The power of the seal of heaven is huge, and the whole void is shaking. With a long roar, the old man Jiu Dang Jia stabbed out the gold spear in his hand. 16 flame beams converged on the spear tip, emitting a hot flame, melting a huge meteorite not far away. Boom! Gold spear hit on the white light column. The two forces collided together, forming a huge circular yuan qi wave. The old man Jiu Dang Jia flew out of the vitality wave, spread out a pair of huge golden wings more than 100 meters long, and laughed wildly. Ning Xiaochuan, you have the means to show it. I let you die convinced. Inferior supreme device. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the golden spear in the old man's hand, and his face became dignified. If it were not for holding the supreme weapon, the golden armor elder would not be so easy to break the power of the heaven seal. Hey! The supreme weapon is good. Ning Xiaochuan, his gold spear belongs to me, and his body belongs to you. How about it? The Emperor of Heaven's blade measured with a smile. War. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were firm, slowly stretched out his left hand, and the Tiandi blade automatically flew out of the Xuanzhou Jian and fell into his palm. Tiandi blade, with a blood-red blade, is extremely weird and evil. It once hacked a secondary god to death, absorbed God's blood, and was contaminated with the evil spirit of evil gods. If it weren't for the mysterious beast Jian to suppress it, it would have been like an evil god born, causing chaos in the world. Flying out of the dark beast mirror is like an evil knife out of the body. Although it is hundreds of miles away, it also makes the golden armor old man have a sense of danger. The old man Jiu Dang Jia's face changed slightly, immediately folded his wings, stopped in the void, stared at the evil knife in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and said solemnly, Ning Xiaochuan, if you still have a killer mace, just use it. I'm afraid you can't catch it after it comes out. Ning Xiaochuan held the magic sword in one hand and the blade of the emperor in the other hand. The mark of the emperor in the center of the eyebrow was obvious and dazzling, like a round of stars growing in the center of the eyebrow. The body seems to be divided into two parts, and the other half is the evil spirit and evil spirit as black as ink, half is the white on of light and holiness. The whole heaven and earth, with him as the center, is divided into two parts, half is light, half is darkness. God-demon supreme body. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan really showed the power of the supreme body of gods and demons, half of which were demons and half of which were gods. Jiu Dang Jia old man has never seen such a strange picture. He originally thought he had eaten Ning Xiaochuan, but now he found that Ning Xiaochuan had a lot of cards, so he was not very sure. Holding the golden spear in both hands, the golden armor old man completely injected the demon yuan in his body into the spear to awaken the spirit of the supreme instrument. With the cultivation of the golden armor old man, it is also a very difficult thing to wake up the spirit of the supreme instrument. However, once the spirit of the instrument is awakened, the power of the supreme instrument can be completely stimulated, and earth-shaking power can erupt. The whole Holy Fish clan has only 3 inferior supreme weapons. One of them is a complete supreme weapon, which is placed in the clan and cannot be started easily. It can be said to be the treasure of the town clan, which is used to deter the major demon clans. The other two inferior supreme utensils, although pregnant with the spirit of the utensil, have deficiencies, and cannot be compared with the complete supreme utensil. The gold spear in the old man's hand is also missing. The golden spear once suffered a heavy blow, and the spirit was cut off in half. The Holy Fish clan used countless resources to keep the spirit alive. Even so, the spirit of this supreme instrument can only wake up 10 times at most, and one uses less. After being used up 10 times, the spirit will die. In the past years, the spirit of the golden spear has awakened 6 times, blocking 6 disasters for the Holy Fish family and killing countless creatures. The elder Jiu Dang Jia was also stunned by the power of Ning Xiaochuan's supreme body and Tiandi blade, so he had to wake up the spirit of the golden spear and use the power of the supreme weapon to kill the strong enemy. The evil knife in Ning Xiaochuan's hand is not ordinary. It must be a supreme weapon. After killing him, his supreme weapon naturally belongs to me, and it is not a loss. The old man Jiu Dang Jia thought so. Boom! The spirit of the golden spear woke up, like a god waking up from the abyss, blooming golden brilliance, extremely dazzling, covering up the brilliance of the purple star in the distance. If you want to wake up the spirit of the inferior supreme instrument and fully show the power of the inferior supreme instrument, you need at least the cultivation of Shantian venerable level to barely do it. Although the golden armor old man awakened the inferior supreme weapon, with his cultivation, he could only cast 3 strikes. After 3 blows, the vitality in the body will be exhausted. However, the 3 strikes of the supreme weapon are beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even the strong in the 5th realm of heaven and man may not be able to catch it. It is more than enough to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Just a golden killing light escaped and blasted hundreds of meters of meteorites. The golden armor old man soared up, and with the general trend of carrying the supreme weapon, the spear hit down directly, and his strength was simply terrifying. Phew! With the power of the supreme body, Ning Xiaochuan can borrow more power from the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and his combat power rises, such as the possession of evil gods, to fight. With a wave of the long knife, a flash of blood flashed. Bang! The golden armor old man was split and flew back, the golden armor on his chest was broken, and blood flowed out like a spring. How is that possible? The elder Jiu Dang Jia felt the sharp pain coming from his chest and couldn't believe that he would be cut by Ning Xiaochuan. There was a huge difference in his accomplishments. How could he be hurt by the other side? Ning Xiaochuan cut off again with a knife, and the evil spirit soared to the sky, with a breath of terror and awe, which made the golden armor old man afraid. It was a knife that killed God. It was originally an evil soldier. Once out of the body, it would certainly shock people's hearts. Boom! The golden spear stabbed out again, and countless flames converged, turning into a golden sea of fire, rushing past. Ning Xiaochuan cut down with a knife and cut out a bloody knife river. The old man's arm shook violently, and the tiger's mouth cracked. The gold spear flew out of his hand and fell onto a suspended stone mountain. With a bang, the corpse mountain split from it, almost nailed in 2. It knew that it was not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent. A pair of golden wings grew on its back and immediately ran away. I can't escape. There is no sword to destroy the world. Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly, and a bloody light flew out and stabbed into the dark sky. Poof! The golden armor old man uttered a shrill scream, and his body was pierced by the magic sword. After struggling for a long time, his vitality leaked out, and his vitality was exhausted. Finally, he turned into a huge holy fish body, lying dead in the void. Ning Xiaochuan immediately flew towards the giant corpse of the holy fish, and the blade of the Emperor of Heaven sent out a strange laugh, turned into a blood light, and flew towards the golden spear. After killing the great enemy, each takes what he needs. Ning Xiaochuan found a golden ancient ring in the belly of the giant corpse of the holy fish, which was engraved with demon text and wrapped with a light golden light. This is a heaven and earth ring. After refining the evil spirit left by the old Jiu Dang Jia on the heaven and earth ring, Ning Xiaochuan immediately put his heart into the space inside the ring. As expected, there are many treasures in it, just 1.1 billion pieces of basalt. In the heaven and earth ring, there are 5 demon yuan stored in a small box, all of which are the demon yuan of the demon beast in the primordial realm of heaven. Monsters fight each other and devour the flesh and blood and demon yuan of other monsters, which can improve their cultivation. In order to improve his cultivation, the golden armor old man certainly didn't kill other monsters less. Although there are many treasures in the heaven and earth ring, the biggest treasure is this huge holy fish skeleton. It is also the cultivation of Zhu and Jingshan, but it is much stronger than Dragon Eagle. Dragon Eagle only cultivates more than 19,000 rules, but this holy fish cultivates more than 100,000 rules, which is not a power level existence at all. If 2 monsters fight, the holy fish can easily kill the dragon and eagle. Even in the same realm, you can kill each other. The cultivation of this holy fish is estimated to reach the 5th realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan began to divide the body of the holy fish, scales, bones, blood, demon yuan, brain marrow, eyes. All of them are treasures. The scales of monsters at the level of Shantianzun can forge dozens of armor. Even the magic sword can't easily pierce its scales. If you really use its scales to forge armor, it will definitely make many heavenly and human dignitaries moved. The bones of the holy fish are cast and refined like gold. They contain the demon power of the great demon and are also the treasure of forging tools. Of course, only blood and demon yuan are really useful to Ning Xiaochuan. The blood of the demon can help Ning Xiaochuan practice the rules of extermination. The demon yuan of the big demon can be used to refine human-level pills to improve cultivation. It's a pity that I didn't have a chance to take away the body of the dragon eagle, wasting the blood of a big demon. Ning Xiaochuan knows that he can't go back now. Those powerful demons may have chased in this direction. The Emperor's blade completely refined the gold spear and became more evil. The blade yawned into the sky, and strange lines flowed on the blade. Shit, it's actually an incomplete supreme weapon, which is not complete. Its tone is very boring. It's like spending a high price on a woman, but it's not right. Woman, I'm so angry. How precious is the complete supreme weapon? It is estimated that there are no 2 pieces in the whole holy fish clan. How can it be mastered by a demon beast at the level of Shantian Venerable? The holy fish king should have a complete supreme weapon in his hand. Ning Xiaochuan rode. What are you waiting for? Go and kill it now, and its supreme tool will naturally belong to us. Tiandi Blade rode. Don't worry. When I reach the level of Shantian Venerable cultivation, I will naturally go to consult with the Holy Fish King. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Not long after Ning Xiaochuan left, the Holy Fish King came out of the void. After checking the residual breath in the void, his face became extremely gloomy, and he gave a roar like an avalanche. Ning Xiaochuan came to a rather hidden and remote meteorite, dug a cave, sealed the entrance of the cave with stones, and arranged a hidden array. At the same time, killing the big demon of the Dragon Eagle family and the big demon of the Holy Fish family will certainly drive the 2 big demon families mad. They are bound to take revenge on Ning Xiaochuan crazily. It's not too late to hide first and wait for the wind to pass before going out. Sitting in the cave, Ning Xiaochuan took out the blood of the holy fish demon, put it into the heart-nourishing tripod, and refined it with yin-yang open fire. It took half a month to harden a large amount of the demon blood into a small amount of the blood spirit. There is only a small can, which is concentrated tens of thousands of times. When Ning Xiaochuan quenched the blood of the great demon, he added the demon yuan of multicolored Xian liquid and holy fish into it. Even if it was just a drop of blood spirit, it would be invaluable and contain huge energy. Ning Xiaochuan began to refine the spirit of blood and transform it into the rules of extermination. The blood spirit of the demon is not comparable to ordinary monsters. The rules of destruction in the demon sword have increased rapidly: 1800, 1900, 2000, 2100. The magic sword is suspended on the top of Ning Xiaochuan's head, rotating constantly, and quickly absorbing the spirit of blood. The increasing speed of the rules of extermination is extremely fast. With the naked eye, you can see that there are dense rules flowing on the sword body. Moreover, with the increase of the number of rules, the market world in the magic sword is also growing, and the grade is also improving. Before long, the rules of extermination in the magic sword increased to 3,000, 3,100, 3,200. The number of rules of extermination continued to increase. I don't know how long it took to cultivate. The blood spirit of the demon was finally completely refined. The rules of destruction in the magic sword reached 6,500, and the ruins in the magic sword expanded dozens of times into a small world. The rules of destruction are like thousands of dragons flying in the ruins. Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath, and took the magic sword and magic qi back into his bloodstream. 6,500 rules of extermination are the middle stage of Gaojingxin. If you can kill such a powerful demon again, it is estimated that you can reach the peak of Gaojingxin. However, monsters as powerful as the great demon of the Holy Fish clan are already rare, and there are many ways to escape. It is not easy to kill another one. The level of the magic sword seems to have been improved a lot, but to be promoted to the level of inferior supreme weapon, you must first conceive the spirit of the weapon. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knows that it is not easy to raise the magic sword to the level of supreme weapon. However, for sword cultivation, this is the most critical step. If you can't let your sword breed a sword spirit, you will never become the legendary, peerless sword master. In other sword cultivation, it will take at least hundreds of years of sacrifice and refining to make the sword breed a sword spirit. However, Ning Xiaochuan can't wait that long and must find a shortcut. About the breeding of Jianling, I went back to Tiandi Mountain to ask Yu Mingsong. He had the deepest understanding of forging tools. Maybe from him, I can know the way to quickly cultivate Jianling. Now I'm not in a hurry. You can first improve heaven and earth, Daoyuan. Ning Xiaochuan took out Di Jing and held it in his palm to continue his cultivation. Although he reached the middle stage of Gaojingxin, Ning Xiaochuan was not satisfied with it. He continued to cultivate, hit a higher realm, and wanted to gain more powerful power. The earth crystal is pregnant with a large amount of earth gas, which is held in your hands like a mountain. Operate the Earth Sutra, absorb the chi of the earth, understand the rules of the earth, and time passes minute by minute. During Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, the demons of the major demon families, including the beast kings, all headed for the purple star in the center, trying to break through the purple star and uncover the secret of the purple star. They felt that there must be the treasure of the demon clan on the purple stars. However, without exception, all failed. Even 3 monsters fell and were frozen to death in the atmosphere of purple stars. The purple stars are too cold to resist with the cultivation of the demon. Once they encounter the purple cold current, they will be frozen into ice in an instant. Later, some powerful beast kings of the demon clan broke into the purple atmosphere with the help of the power of the supreme weapon, but they still didn't climb the purple star and immediately fled back. According to their narration, the purple stars seem to have no land at all, just a purple fog that will never disperse. Naturally, this result cannot be believed by everyone. People will still go to explore the purple star, but the news brought back is still the same: the purple star is simply a gaseous planet, without land and crust. Some beast kings also claimed that there must be a big secret in the center of the purple planet. However, the closer it is to the center of the purple planet, the colder it is. Even the beast king cannot reach the center of the planet. Other monsters are looking for ways to get out of this space? This space is really too strange and isolated from the world. If you can't go out, it will be a huge blow to all demon families. One of them is a demon who is proficient in space magic. In the vast space, he finds a road left by ancient times, which can reach the outside world directly. Some people analyzed that in the distant past, this space was the real demon holy country, but for some reason, this space was locked and sealed underground, and it didn't appear until now. In this space, there must be some taboos? Now that the ancient road leading to the outside world has been found, the major demon families will no longer panic and order will stabilize. Because the Brahma Demon King is practicing in seclusion, all matters, big and small, are presided over by the eldest son of the Brahma Demon King, King Jinyu, who leads the demon beasts and Xian beasts of all ethnic groups to rebuild the demon holy kingdom in this space. When the demon holy kingdom reappears and is established, it is the day of sacrifice of the demon emperor. I don't know how many days of cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan finally absorbed all the earth gas in that piece of ground crystal, transformed it into earth rules, and absorbed it into Tian Daoan. 14,000 rules of the earth. The peak of Gao Jingshan. Sha. The rhombic spar, the size of a palm, turned into yellow sand and slipped between Ning Xiaochuan's fingers. All the earth chi in the earth crystal is absorbed and transformed into earth rules. Add more than 10,000 earth rules, save Ning Xiaochuan 10 years of hard work, and directly reach the peak of Gao Jingshan. He roughly calculated the time. This practice will take at least half a year. However, it is worth it. The cultivation has been greatly improved. Even if other monks have practiced for 10 years, they may not be able to practice to the peak of Gao Jingshan from the early stage of Gao Jingshan. If only I could get the piece of ground crystal in Monk Tanqian's hand. After Ning Xiaochuan tasted the sweetness, he began to think about Monk Tanqian. Walking out of the closed pass, Ning Xiaochuan stood on the huge suspended meteorite and looked at the purple stars. He clearly felt the breath of the purple gold emperor again, which was exactly the same as the breath of the secondary god skeleton seen in the burial mountain. It must have something to do with the emperor Zijin. What's the secret? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. With his current cultivation, even if he went to the purple stars, the danger was quite great, and he would fall if he didn't pay attention. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes lit up and saw a small black spot looming in the purple mist around the purple stars. What's that? Ning Xiaochuan just hesitated a little, and immediately controlled the magic sword, turned into a streamer, and flew towards the purple stars. Although the purple stars hide infinite danger, he still dares to break through the periphery of the stars. Although he was tens of thousands of miles away, he was sure that he had never seen a wink just now. There was indeed a small black spot flying out of the purple mist. Although it flashed away, it was absolutely real. Flying to the periphery of the purple star, the cold rose more than 10 times. Ning Xiaochuan displayed the world-destroying magic fire and yin-yang open fire at the same time to form 2 flame war cloves, so as to resist the cold and avoid becoming an ice sculpture. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the magic sword and carefully shuttled through the purple fog to avoid the cold current that sometimes blew. Those cold currents were very terrible. Ning Xiaochuan even saw a large demon body frozen into ice crystals in the cold current. The demon body was more than 80 meters long, like a hill, like a demon bear. He wanted to take away the demon corpses and refine their blood and demon yuan. However, the demon corpses were frozen in the terrible cold current. Once he went to seize the demon corpses, he must break into the cold current. Don't be greedy. It's not worth the risk. It's not worth killing yourself for a demon corpse. Ning Xiaochuan weighed the pros and cons and felt that it was not worth the risk. After searching for 3 days, Ning Xiaochuan finally found the black spot. It was a broken iron tower, like a huge mountain peak, which was full of rust. I don't know how many years it had flown in the dark, with an ancient charm. Although it is only a remnant tower, it is also 16 stories high. If it's not broken, I don't know how many layers it must have. 2 layers of purple cold current wrap the tower to form 2 layers of barrier. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the huge iron tower and was shocked. I'm afraid this remnant tower has been suspended here for at least 100,000 years. What a powerful breath, and I don't know whose soldiers it used to be. It's a supreme imperial weapon, but it was cut off and turned into a remnant. It's still a good thing. A good thing. Tiandi Blade was so excited that he coveted that half of the tower. Supreme imperial weapon. Ning Xiaochuan's heart shook even more. How amazing the Emperor of Heaven is, but there are only 2 supreme imperial instruments left in the world, Emperor Blade and Emperor Clock. Of course, it's not that the Emperor of Heaven can't refine secondary artifacts, but because it took him only 800 years to cultivate into gods. He spent most of his time practicing and didn't spend too much energy on forging artifacts. For 800 years, even if his cultivation is all-round and he wants to forge a secondary artifact, it is impossible. Other secondary gods have lived in the world for at least 100,000 years, and have a lot of time to forge utensils. However, even so, not every sub-god has forged a sub-god war soldier. Seeing a supreme imperial vessel here naturally shocked Ning Xiaochuan. But what shocked Ning Xiaochuan even more was that this supreme imperial vessel was actually cut off. What in the world can cut off the supreme imperial weapon? Is it sub-god war soldiers? When Emperor Ren thought of this, he couldn't laugh at all. If there is a certain kind of soldier who can cut off the iron tower at the level of the supreme emperor, it must also be able to cut off the emperor's blade, which is a very dangerous signal. Has there ever been a sub-god level battle in this space? The Emperor Blade lost its previous arrogance and lowered its voice. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the huge remnant tower and said thoughtfully, "It's been so long that even the secondary god has fallen, so there's nothing to fear." However, the 2 layers of cold current around the remnant tower are a big trouble. It's not easy to break through the cold current and enter the remnant tower. What are you doing? Don't mess around. It's a supreme imperial weapon. Its owner was definitely a terrible existence of cultivation. It's not trivial to leave 1 or 2 simple means in the tower. If you rush in rashly, you'll die. Tiandi Blade felt that the remnant tower in front of him was not simple. If the spirit of the instrument did not die, it was mostly an earth-shaking war soldier. However, judging from its current situation, the spirit of the remnant tower may have died. Of course, Tiandi Blade wants to refine the remnant tower and absorb the soul and essence of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, but it taboos the means left by the secondary god. If there is a successor left by the secondary god in the remnant tower, once the remnant tower is refined, it will certainly cause great trouble. I think all secrets can be solved in this remnant tower. It's necessary to break into it. Ning Xiaochuan rode. For a demon corpse, it is not worth going through the cold current, but for a broken supreme imperial instrument, it is worth going through. Ba. Benefactor Ning is right. If we Terrans don't take away such a supreme imperial weapon, will we leave it to the demon clan? The Buddha said, "I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Even if I know that there is a lot of danger, the poor monk will take away this disaster soldier, and I will never let it fall into the hands of the demon clan." Monk Tanqian didn't know when he had stood behind Ning Xiaochuan, flushed and excited, but he spoke righteous words and had the spirit of sacrificing his life for righteousness. The monk usually doesn't see people. Once he meets a treasure, he immediately jumps out. It's like he can smell the treasure. In the distance, Hua Qinglian, dressed in white, wearing a green silk crown, wrapped around her waist with a sapphire belt, came out of the purple cloud and said, "This supreme imperial instrument can't be touched. I can feel the breath of the secondary god escaping from the remnant tower." Secondary god. Monk Tanqian and Ning Xiaochuan were all surprised. Hua Qinglian is a reincarnated god, and he is the most sensitive to divine power. Since he said that the breath of the secondary god escaped from the tower, it is probably true. However, it makes people feel shocked and can't help retreating. The second god, hundreds of thousands of years, may not be born. Once a god is born, he will be proud of the world, let all monks worship, and let all creatures bow down. It can be said that the secondary god is the god in the world of mortals and the supreme master. In the era of apotheosis, countless secondary gods were born, but after the era of apotheosis, secondary gods have been hard to find. Not to mention the secondary god, even the monks in the eternal realm have almost become legends, which can be called supreme, the supreme king. In other words, in this era, as long as you can cultivate to the eternal realm, you are almost invincible in the world, and you can be called supreme wherever you go. Therefore, when Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian heard that there was the breath of the secondary god in the remnant tower, they were naturally shocked, and their faces changed dramatically, and they couldn't help but step back. Is this tower really broken by the secondary god? Impossible. How great is the existence of the secondary god? The world is so big that no place can trap the secondary god. How can it be sealed at the bottom of the demon holy country? Ning Xiaochuan immediately shook his head and felt that there could be no secondary god still living in the world. Ba. I also feel that a great secondary god cannot be trapped in a broken supreme imperial instrument. Maybe the secondary god breath sensed by almsgiver Hua should be a treasure left by the secondary god. Monk Tanqian's eyes lit up again, and he was not only interested in the supreme imperial instrument, but also interested in the treasures left by the secondary god. He took out a purple and gold bowl, put it in his hand, and pointed the mouth of the purple and gold bowl at the 16-story tall remnant tower. A purple column of light shines from the purple gold bowl. The purple light wrapped the huge remnant tower, and countless golden Buddhist texts emerged, pulling the remnant tower towards the purple and gold bowl. Monk, it's the supreme imperial vessel. It's impossible for ordinary storage vessels to collect it. If it is forcibly collected, the breath of the supreme imperial vessel will escape, enough to crush your storage vessel. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan has heaven and earth bracelets and rings, and he dares not to collect the remnant tower. Because the heaven and earth bracelet and the heaven and earth ring are all 9 mysterious objects, but the remnant tower is the supreme emperor's object. If they are forcibly collected, the heaven and earth bracelet and the heaven and earth ring will be broken. It doesn't matter. This Buddhist instrument of the poor monk was once opened by an eminent monk, enough to carry half of the supreme emperor's instrument. Monk Tanqian is very persistent. His hands bear all kinds of Buddhist seals, and his mouth spits out golden Buddhist texts. He is full of bright Buddhist light. Between heaven and earth, there are all Buddhist sounds echoing. Wow! That huge remnant tower actually shook slightly. Hua Qinglian glanced at Monk Tanqian, his eyes narrowed slightly, showing a thoughtful expression, and said, I once saw the record of a Buddhist instrument on a roll of iron books. That Buddhist instrument is called Thousand Kingdom Purple Bowl, which was forged by a Buddhist monk. According to legend, that purple bowl can receive 1,000 countries and accommodate 1,000 worlds, which is the treasure of Buddhism. The purple gold bowl in the master's hand is very similar to the legendary Thousand Kingdom Purple Bowl, and even the lines on the bowl are exactly the same. Monk Tanqian stared at Hua Qinglian deeply and said, it's worthy of being a reincarnated god, and the experience is not comparable to ordinary people. However, this purple gold bowl of my old man is just an imitation, not the noumenon of the Thousand Kingdom Purple Bowl. Ning Xiaochuan touched his chin, and some didn't believe what Monk Tanqian said. Can an imitation be used to collect the Supreme Emperor's ware? The purple gold bowl in Monk Tanqian's hand is mostly the legendary Buddhist treasure. Hua Qinglian and Ning Xiaochuan had the same idea and looked at the purple gold bowl in Monk Tanqian's hand with strange eyes. Gee! Suddenly, in the remnant tower, there was an earth-shaking strange sound, which was so sharp that the purple stars shook. Not good. Ning Xiaochuan was the first to notice something bad. He drove the magic sword and immediately flew backward. At the same time, he mobilized the power of heaven and earth Daoyuan and world-destroying Daoyuan to protect himself. Boom! The strange sound from the remnant tower was so terrifying that it defeated the defense shield arranged by Ning Xiaochuan. The sound wave was introduced into the ear, which made Ning Xiaochuan's brain blank and his eardrum shocked greatly. Pa! The eardrum is broken. 2 ears shed blood, and a sharp pain spread all over the body. Just when the sound wave was about to tear Ning Xiaochuan's body to pieces, the supreme power in the depths of his blood burst out, showing a state of God-demon supreme body. Half of his body turned into a demon body, and half of his body turned into a god body. Finally, the strength of that sound wave was resisted, and the body was not torn. However, his mind was still blank, with 7 orifices bleeding. It took him a long time to gradually recover. After he recovered a little, he immediately took a white high-grade pill. This high-level pill is refined from the brain marrow of the demon, which can be used to recuperate damaged nerves. In addition to Ning Xiaochuan, Hua Qinglian was also shaken out by the sudden sound wave, bleeding in his 7 orifices and suffering heavy damage. If he hadn't been protected by the supreme weapon, he might have been torn to pieces by the power of sound wave. In that case, a turning spirit will fall. Pa. The purple gold bowl in monk Tanqian's hand was shaken out with countless cracks, but it did not break. Golden filaments were connected between the cracks, keeping the shape of the purple gold bowl unchanged. The great monk also flew backward more than 500 meters, and then stood firm. Except for the shock of his robe, it seemed that he was not injured at all. After Ning Xiaochuan took the high-level pill, his injury healed quickly, and he soon finished breathing. He stood up and looked at monk Tanqian. He secretly said, "This monk is really unusual." With the terrible sound wave just now, Hua Qinglian and I retreated quickly, and the Supreme Protector was still a little close to death. However, he seemed to be okay, and he was not injured at all. Then, Ning Xiaochuan stared at the broken purple gold bowl in monk Tanqian's hand and gently shook his head. That purple gold bowl should really be just an imitation. If it is a real 1,000 countries purple bowl, it will never be cracked. However, that purple gold bowl was only cracked and not broken. It can be seen that even if it is just a replica, it is definitely not simple, at least it is a supreme tool. Ba. In the remnant tower. Is there really a living sub-god who just gave the warning? Monk Tanqian's face was solemn, staring at the remnant tower in the distance, and he said with lingering fear. It's not the secondary god, it's just the means left by the secondary god. Hua Qinglian suppressed the injury and immediately rushed over and said, I am now sure that there is absolutely no living secondary god in the residual tower. If it is really a living secondary god, the sound wave just now is enough to kill us 100 times. It seems reasonable. Tanqian and Shangdao. Ow! A monster's cry rang out, shaking the earth. Ning Xiaochuan looked into the distance and saw a rolling demon cloud rushing in this direction, forming a fan-shaped surrounding circle, flying rapidly in the dark void. Dozens of demons spread their spiritual power and swept them one by one from Ning Xiaochuan. No. The sound wave just sent out by the remnant tower startles the demon of the demon clan, and they will soon come. Once they find that 3 humans appear in the demon clan holy country, the 3 of us will be dead. Tanqian and Shangdao. Ning Xiaochuan said, with the master spirit of staying calm in the face of danger just now and his unfathomable cultivation, are you still afraid of the big demon of the demon clan? Just now. Just now, the poor monk can resist the sound wave attack with the help of the power of a Buddhist sutra. If the demon of the demon family comes, the poor monk will certainly be swallowed alive by them. Monk Tanxian took a Buddhist sutra out of his arms. As soon as the sutra was taken out, it turned into fragments and fluttered into the void like a flying butterfly. The Buddhist power of the sutra has disappeared, and it is all used to resist the sound wave just now. Monk Tanxian sighed. Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian looked at each other and still didn't believe what Monk Tanxian said, but they couldn't find the flaw. Monk Tanxian is very dishonest. No one knows when he is telling the truth and when he is telling lies. If it's just a few monsters, the cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian can cope with it. However, there were dozens of big demons in that demon cloud, and it seemed that there was the smell of the Beast King. Now we have only two ways, one is to hide in the remnant tower, the other is to break into the purple planet. If you break into the purple planet, you will definitely die. If you hide in the remnant tower, you will definitely die. How do you choose? Hua Qinglian said. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the remnant tower and said, to enter the remnant tower, we must go through 2 layers of extremely cold current. I'm afraid we have been frozen to death in the cold current before entering the remnant tower. Hua Qinglian said, those 2 layers of cold current can freeze us to death, and certainly can freeze those monsters to death. As long as we can pass through the 2 layers of cold current, we have 2 more layers of natural protective covers. Ba. Monk Tanxian folded his hands and said solemnly and seriously, I have 3 volumes of Buddhist scriptures, which have been opened by Buddhist monks. I can drive away evil spirits and avoid the cold, and maybe I can resist the power of the cold current. Monk Tanxian pulled out 3 volumes of wax-yellow Buddhist scriptures from the lapel and handed them to Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian, respectively. Ning Xiaochuan said, aren't all your Buddhist scriptures robbed by the king of Qing? These are the last 3 volumes. The poor monk has been hiding in his inner pocket to escape the cold. Therefore, these 3 volumes of Buddhist scriptures have been preserved. Monk Tanxian's solemn way. Hua Qinglian reached out and took the sutra handed over by Monk Tanxian. However, Monk Tanxian grabbed the sutra tightly and said with a smile, Ba. 1,000 pieces of ground basalt, a volume of sutra. Poof. Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian almost vomited blood. Why don't you rob it? Ning Xiaochuan wanted to strangle Monk Tanxian. Monk Tanxian stared at the demon cloud rolling in the distance, felt the killing spirit, gently straightened the monk's robe, and said lightly, don't buy it, poor monk, don't force it. Ba. Starting tomorrow, 3 chapters a day. Recently, during the Spring Festival, the number of old 9 updates has decreased, which is very sorry. From tomorrow on, update 3 chapters every day. If it is changed to 2 chapters a day in the future, we will give advance notice. Here you are. Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian were extorted miserably, and each gave 1,000 pieces of ground product basalt to Monk Tanxian in exchange for a volume of Buddhist scriptures. For Hua Qinglian, 1,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt are not too large. However, it is difficult to swallow this tone, and I am very angry with Tanxian's kindness. Ning Xiaochuan was originally a poor man. The 1,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt were still obtained from the heaven and earth ring of the great demon of the Holy Fish clan. Before covering the heat, it fell into the pocket of Monk Tanxian, and his resentment against Monk Tanxian became deeper. Ba. Goodness. Goodness. Monk Tanxian's eyes all laughed into a crack, and immediately put away 2 bags of ground product basalt, for fear of being snatched back by Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian. The 3 spread out the sutras, wrapped them around their bodies, and flew towards the remnant tower. When they entered the cold current layer, the Buddhist scriptures on their bodies actually emitted dazzling Buddha light. Golden Sanskrit rushed out of the scriptures and turned into a golden Buddhist net, wrapping them in the center to isolate the cold. Shwa shwa. They broke through 2 layers of cold currents and reached the bottom of the remnant tower. When I stood under the remnant tower, I really felt the huge breath of the remnant tower. It was like an ancient god standing in front of me, emitting the flavor of vicissitudes and simplicity. If an ordinary monk stands under the remnant tower, he will certainly be unable to help kneeling and worshipping. At the bottom of the remnant tower, I don't know what sharp weapon was cut off, and the gap is uneven, all yellow rust. The grain pattern originally engraved on the tower has been blurred and illegible because of rust. Wow! The Buddhist scriptures wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan suddenly broke into pieces of waste paper, floating in the air. The Buddhist scriptures on monk Tanqian and Huaqinglian were also broken, and their essence was lost, turning into pieces of broken paper. Monk Tanqian's sutras can only be used once. Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. Huaqinglian walked towards the remnant tower, stretched out a thin snow-white hand, and wiped away a layer of rust. Under the rust, there were traces of dark cyan light, such as a divine mirror, on which ancient words floated. Monk Tanqian trembled with excitement, his eyes lit up, and his lips were drooling. He walked towards the remnant tower and took out a vajra pestle to knock on it, exploring this broken supreme weapon in his way. Ning Xiaochuan picked up a piece of scrap iron as long as a walnut, which was irregular in shape and covered with rust, more than 10 meters away from the remnant tower. However, such a large piece of scrap iron is extremely heavy, like a mountain. Ning Xiaochuan wrapped his arm with vitality before picking up this piece of scrap iron. He wiped away the rust and immediately showed a dark blue light. Countless small ancient texts floated on the surface of the iron block. From a distance, it looks like a small star in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. This is a fragment that fell from the supreme imperial vessel. Unfortunately, it took too long to fall, and the essence was almost lost. Otherwise, even if it's just a piece of imperial iron falling from the supreme imperial ware, the destructive power it exerts is definitely more powerful than the general inferior supreme ware. Tiandi Blade said with some regret. The essence of this piece of imperial iron is almost lost. It seems bright and dazzling, but it has only an empty shell, which is no different from scrap iron. Ning Xiaochuan, of course, was very sorry and was about to throw away this scrap iron. However, after he glanced at monk Tanqian, he immediately showed a strange smile in his eyes. Oh! This is a piece of imperial iron that fell from the supreme imperial instrument. It's big. It's big. Ning Xiaochuan held the scrap iron in his hands, excited, trembling with excitement. Sure enough, monk Tanqian saw the dazzling remnant iron in Ning Xiaochuan's hand and immediately ran over. His eyes widened, and he added his lips, saying, "Benefactor Ning, don't jump to a conclusion before you are sure that it is really the Emperor iron that fell from the Supreme Emperor's instrument. I have the best research on the Supreme Emperor's instrument, and let me help you identify it." Ning Xiaochuan stared at monk Tanqian and revealed a small piece of the imperial iron, saying, "It's exactly the same as the smell of the iron tower. Moreover, there are ancient texts flowing on the surface, which are dazzling. It's definitely the imperial iron falling from the supreme imperial ware. It's really a big profit. I don't know if I can buy 100 pieces of ground product basalt after selling it. 100 pieces of ground-grade basalt." Monk Tanqian was happy and thought to himself, Ning Xiaochuan is still too young after all, and he doesn't understand the value of the supreme imperial ware. Even if it's just a piece of imperial iron, it's definitely worth more than 10,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt. Monk Tanqian didn't show any sign, his face was solemn, and sighed, "It's just a small piece of imperial iron, and it's definitely not worth 100 pieces of ground-grade basalt." He pointed to the iron tower in front of him and said, "Benefactor Ning, you see how tall and huge this iron tower is. If you can sell 100 pieces of ground-grade basalt for such a small piece of residual iron, can you buy several human civilizations by selling this iron tower?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, what the master said seems to be reasonable. It's not only reasonable, it's simply too reasonable. Monk Tanqian pondered for a moment and said, however, I'm going to forge a treasure recently, and I'm just short of a piece of imperial iron. If Benefactor Ning is willing to give this piece of imperial iron to the poor monk, I'm willing to give 30 pieces of ground-grade shancher, and by this piece of imperial iron, 30 pieces of ground-grade basalt? Ning Xiaochuan said bluntly, it's too cheap to sell. Besides, I don't lack basalt. Wait a minute. Monk Tanqian folded his hands and said, Ba. Benefactor Ning is a great spiritual master. Naturally, he doesn't lack shancher. Is there anything missing from Benefactor Ning? I can exchange it with you. Seriously? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Absolutely serious. Monk Tanqian's serious way. I don't know what you have. Show me some? Ning Xiaochuan naturally wants the ground crystal in Monk Tanqian's hand. However, Monk Tanqian is too smart. If he directly points out that he wants Daijing, Monk Tanqian will certainly be alert. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan plans to let Monk Tanqian take out the ground crystal by himself. Monk Tanqian immediately took out a lot of utensils from his robe, including vajra pestle, wooden fish, incense burner, iron bell, bowl. There were more than 30 pieces. However, these utensils were all broken and spiritless. Maybe they were the utensils he carried away from a Buddhist temple. Ning Xiaochuan frowned, knocked the pile of utensils on the ground, shook his head, and said, since the master is so insincere, then don't do this deal. Wait a minute. There are treasures. Real treasures. Monk Tanqian bit his teeth, as if he had been sucked blood, and took out a dark yellow ground bead. Ning Xiaochuan took out the dazzling imperial iron in his hand, exposed it, looked at the ground bead in Monk Tanqian's hand, shook his head again, and said, the ground bead is indeed a treasure, but it is still too bad compared with the imperial iron. If the master has no other treasures, forget it. I won't change it. With that, Ning Xiaochuan stuffed the imperial iron into the heaven and earth bracelet. Wait a minute. Monk Tanqian seemed to have made an extremely important decision. He closed his eyes and took out the piece of ground crystal and said, Benefactor Ning, this time you are making a lot of money. Speaking of it, the value of the imperial iron is not even a fraction of the ground crystal. But who is it that we are destined? Who is it that the poor monk has always taken good care of the younger generation? I give you this ground crystal today, which is also a good fate. Although the value of ground crystal is not cheap, it is far less than a real imperial iron. He wanted to exchange the ground crystal for the imperial iron in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and he also wanted Ning Xiaochuan to owe him a favor. He calculated very well. Ning Xiaochuan naturally took the plan. The master is so compassionate that the younger generation admires him. Ning Xiaochuan took the ground crystal in Monk Tanqian's hand, and then, holding the emperor iron in both hands, gave it to Monk Tanqian. After taking over Dijing, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took Dijing into the heaven and earth bracelet and would not give Monk Tanqian the chance to go back. Hua Qinglian gently shook her head and said, Brother Ning, you have suffered a great loss. The value of a piece of imperial iron is more than that of a low-grade supreme weapon. It's almost the same to exchange 30 pieces of ground crystal for a piece of imperial iron. Ning Xiaochuan winked at Hua Qinglian and said with a smile, if it were true, would I give it to others? Hua Qinglian was thoughtful, with a strange smile on her face. After a while, Monk Tanqian rushed to Ning Xiaochuan. His face turned blue and white. He held the imperial iron in his hand and panted, Benefactor Ning, I suddenly found that the vessel I want to forge doesn't need imperial iron. This imperial iron is of great value, which is comparable to an inferior supreme weapon. It's really a trampling treasure in the hands of the poor monk. Can I exchange it back? Monk Tan Qian has just checked the imperial iron and found that the essence in the imperial iron has been lost and almost turned into a piece of scrap iron. Therefore, he immediately came to find Ning Xiaochuan. Master, are you deliberately lying to the younger generation? This piece of imperial iron is worth as much as an inferior supreme weapon? Didn't you just say that the value is less than 100 pieces of ground-grade basalt? Ning Xiaochuan roared. Monk Tan Qian shook his head hard and said, monks don't lie. The power of an imperial iron is definitely stronger than ordinary inferior supreme tools. The value of imperial iron is naturally more expensive than ordinary inferior supreme tools. 30 pieces of ground crystal can't buy a royal iron. Let's exchange it back. The poor monk doesn't like to take advantage of others, and the Buddha will blame it. No change. Ning Xiaochuan roared. How can I spit out the ground crystal that has already arrived? Monk Tan Qian also knew that he had been cheated. He was really a geese hunter for a long time, but now he was pecked by geese. He simply regretted it. Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking bang. Boom. In the distance, a huge golden paw print hit, shaking the void, and the 2 layers of cold fog surrounding the remnant tower were dented. Ning Xiaochuan, today the king wants you to die without a burial place. The voice of the Holy Fish King, followed by the golden demon claw, came from the sky. The golden paw prints hit Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan immediately summoned the magic sword, showing a gray female demon shadow behind it. The monstrous magic gas rushed out of every pore, holding the blood-red sword body in both hands, and slashed it with a sword. Boom! The sword was as bloody as a river, more than 100 meters long, breaking the golden claw print. Ning Xiaochuan stood with his sword horizontal and stared at the golden figure standing outside the extremely cold current layer. He was full of energy, and said coldly, Holy Fish King, just a paw print wants to kill me. You underestimate me. The Holy Fish King is one of the 36 beast kings. The power of one claw is enough to catch and kill the demon. Ning Xiaochuan can easily break the claw print of the Holy Fish King, in large part, because the 2 layers of cold current offset most of the power of the demon claw. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation is indeed not what it used to be. Otherwise, even if the cold current layer offsets the power of the demon claw, it is not an ordinary demon that can be blocked. The Holy Fish King was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan had grown to such a degree that he could block its claw print. This is not a mental body, it is an attack from its real body, which can kill a general demon. If Ning Xiaochuan was allowed to practice for a few more years, would he still get it? Holy Fish King, just a lowly human. Why get angry with him? After we break through the 2-layer cold current, capture them as sacrifices for the Demon Emperor festival, can they still escape? In the void, a 20-year-old man in silver came out. There are 2 pupils in each of his eyes. One pupil is silver and the other is white. They are connected together, like the shape of a gourd. The man in the silver robe looked particularly weird, especially the pair of double-pupil demon eyes, staring at the Holy Fish King, making the Holy Fish King have a feeling that his soul should be separated from his body. However, the Holy Fish King's cultivation was strong, and he was not afraid of the 2-pupil demon eyes. He just slightly bowed to the man in the silver robe and said, King Jinyu, you don't know, that man's name is Ning Xiaochuan. With the support of King Qingyu, he not only released the sacrifice to the demon emperor, but also killed the king's 4th son. If you don't get rid of him, where is the majesty of our demon clan in the future? This man in silver is the son of the Brahma demon emperor, the king of Jinyu. Now, all things in the demon holy kingdom are handled by the King Jinyu. It can be said that after the Vatican demon emperor abdicates, the Real King is likely to become a new generation of demon emperor. Oh! The king of Qing dynasty supports him. Is he the servant of the king of Qing dynasty? The silver-robed man's face showed some strange brilliance, and the corners of his mouth were slightly picked up. The Holy Fish King knows that the real king likes the Green King very much and has been pursuing the Green King. The Holy Fish King's eyes showed a venomous look, and whispered, "King Zhen, you don't know, King Qing didn't protect that human being in general. He once offended me and the three-tailed fox king for his sake. This time, that human killed tens of thousands of demon troops of the Holy Fish clan, and even my fourth son died miserably in the hands of that human, but the king of Qinghe still wanted to protect him. The relationship between him and the king of Qinghe. I'm afraid it's not just a master and servant." Hum. The man in silver gave a cold hum in his mouth, with a fierce look in his eyes, and said, "The king of green is too confused. Our demon clan and human beings are enemies that cannot coexist. How can a human race ride on the head of our demon clan? She must be confused by that human. Holy Fish King, after you capture that human, you don't need to keep him as a sacrifice, just get rid of him." "This is the same idea, Ben Wang." The Holy Fish King's face showed a gloomy smile. Boom. Dozens of demons shot at the same time, some of them played mysterious weapons and soldiers, some of them showed their natural powers, such as sword, ancient tripod, demon mirror, demon fire, thunder and lightning, and attacked the 2 layers of cold current that wrapped the remnant tower. The cultivation of each demon has reached at least the 4th realm of heaven and man. Dozens of demons shot at the same time, enough to break a world and destroy a civilization. The 2 layers of extremely cold current became thinner and thinner under the attack of dozens of demons. The demon clan also found that the remnant tower was the supreme imperial weapon, and wanted to take it away, and would not allow it to fall into human hands. It's terrible. So many monsters, if the cold current layer is broken, we will die. Monk Tan Qian kept wiping the sweat on his forehead, shaking with fear. There is a door here. Ning Xiaochuan found a rusty tower door at the bottom of the remnant tower. He pressed his palm on the iron door and slowly pushed the iron door open a gap with all his strength. Inside the crack, black cold air escaped, and a thick layer of black ice was frozen on Ning Xiaochuan's arm. In the black cold, with a strong evil spirit, he invaded his body along the pores, trying to corrode Ning Xiaochuan's blood. Chi. The blood burns automatically, incinerating the evil spirit invading into the blood, but transforming it into a cold force, integrating into the heaven and earth Daoyuan of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan cultivates into the supreme body, and the blood in his body naturally becomes the supreme blood, which can refine all the evil qi in the world and turn it into his own power. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan pushed the iron door open with both arms. This iron gate is not the tower gate of the tower, but a tower window, which is 3 meters high and 3 meters wide, and is square. Hua Qinglian is the reincarnation of the gods. He mobilized his divine power, wrapped his body, resisted the evil spirit from the tower, and took the lead in flying in. Monk Tanqian touched a Buddha bead and pinched it in his hand. The Buddha bead, emitting golden Buddha light, wrapped the whole body, and even blocked the powerful evil spirit and climbed into the iron gate. Ning Xiaochuan followed, entering the tower. Boom! Just after the 3 of them entered the tower, the 2 layers of extremely cold current were smashed by King Zhen's fist, turned into wisps of cold air, and flew out in all directions. King Zhen stared at the huge remnant tower, his eyes twinkling. The evil spirit was like a cloud, and he was full of the power of rules, stretching out a huge demon hand. The demon hand is condensed with the power of rules. A finger is hundreds of meters long, and I want to forcibly take away the remnant tower. Bang! Inside the remnant tower, a trace of evil spirit escaped. That trace of evil spirit, like a faint silk thread, easily cut off the demon's hand. A powerful demon with cultivation was stained with that trace of evil spirit. His body immediately became 2 halves, with neat cuts and blood dripping, and he immediately died on the spot. That trace of evil spirit passed by the real king, which was like cutting tofu. It was easy to cut the real king's defensive aura cover and cut off a large piece of the real king's shoulder. It's so powerful and monstrous. Is there an elder of the demon clan practicing in the remnant tower? The Real King looked at his bloody right shoulder and immediately turned the demon yuan to flow towards the wound. The cut flesh and blood soon grew again. There must be a big secret in the remnant tower, and the three humans must not be allowed to find it first. The Holy Fish King took the lead and rushed to the remnant tower. King Zhenyu and those monsters also rushed to the remnant tower. They are demons themselves. They are not afraid of the evil spirit in the tower. It is much easier to resist them than Ning Xiaochuan and others. With the cultivation of the Holy Fish King and the True King, they can even absorb the ancient demons in the tower and transform them into their own power. After Ning Xiaochuan, Hua Qinglian and Tan Qian entered the tower, they came to a cold and dark space. All sides were covered by black ice. The more they walked inside, the colder they became. Someone! Monk Tanqian screamed. Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian rushed over immediately and asked, "Where is anyone?" "There is someone in the ice." Monk Tanqian pointed to the tower wall, not far away. Under the thick ice, there was indeed a human old man. This human old man, dressed in white robes, with white hair and wrinkles on his face, had his loop bone and backbone pierced by iron chains and tied to the tower wall. Every iron chain is flowing with a trace of lightning, which is definitely not made of ordinary iron. That human old man was shriveled, like a layer of skin over a bone, and a white jade bead the size of a grape hung around his neck, emitting a circle of white brilliance. Hua Qinglian immediately bowed gently to the human old man. His face was solemn, and said, "He is a real person in our holy land of light." "How do you know?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Hua Qinglian said, "Because he wears the pearl of light around his neck." In the holy land of light, only those who reach the existence of human beings are qualified to wear the pearl of light. Ning Xiaochuan sighed and said, "I didn't expect a human real person to be imprisoned and die here and become a dead bone. However, it's too long ago. If it weren't for the frozen body by the ice, I'm afraid the elder's body would have turned into bone powder." Monk Tanqian touched his chin, stared at the white beads on the white-robed old man's neck, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Is the pearl of light very valuable?" Hua Qinglian shook her head and said, "The pearl of light is only a symbol of identity, and has no other value." "So it is." Monk Tanqian muttered a little disappointed. Suddenly, his face was straight, his hands were folded, and he read a Buddha's name, Amitabha. "Benefactor, go all the way. Pa." Suddenly, the cold ice wrapped in the white-robed old man cracked a gap and made the sound of ice breaking, which scared Monk Tanqian to step back suddenly. "Do people who have died for countless years want to live?" Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly surprised and cautiously looked at the old man in white robe. However, the old man in white robe was still sitting calmly in the cold ice and had not moved, so he was a little relieved. If a real person who has died for many years comes back to life, it will be quite terrible. Who knows if it will be a corpse? They continued to walk forward, and found other human beings in the cold ice. All of them were imprisoned, and their accomplishments were extremely strong, not ordinary human monks. There are not only the real people of Guangming Holy Land, but also the ancestors of ghost families, even the eminent monks of Buddhism and the sages of Taoism. Even if the prisoners were dead, their bodies still exuded a strong breath. The lowest accomplishments were in the realm of human beings. Among them, a supreme in the realm of eternal life was even found, which was passed through his body by 99 iron chains and locked to death on the 8th floor of the tower. With the last day and a half left this month, Lao Jiu came to ask for a monthly ticket. "You still have monthly tickets?" "I hope to vote for Lao Jiu, who will try his best to update them. In the black ice, 99 divine chains passed through the human supreme body, head, neck, spine, hands, legs, chest, all of which were locked, and the blood in the body seemed to run out, and the body was very dry. Although it is sealed by the cold ice, it still gives people a sad feeling. It can be imagined how miserable this human supreme was before his death. He was once famous all over the world and his cultivation was unparalleled. However, he was imprisoned in the tower and died of blood. Monk Tanqian is well informed. According to the robes and ornaments that the human supreme wears, he infers the identity of that supreme. He should be the third-generation emperor of Zijin Kingdom, Zishuan. Monk Tanqian made such a judgment. He sighed. In those days, the emperor of Zijin opened up the Zijin Divine Kingdom, established a great human civilization, and unified the whole land of northern Xinjiang, but the Zijin Divine Kingdom was only passed down for 3 generations, which is really sad. When the Purple Gold Kingdom perished, the third generation of emperors also disappeared, and their whereabouts became a mystery. Some people say that he escaped and hid abroad, and will return with Earth in the future. Others say that he was besieged by the demon clan, and finally died miserably in the burial mountain, buried with the Purple and Gold Emperor. However, who could have expected that the third-generation emperor, who once shocked the world, was imprisoned in an iron tower and finally died in the cold and darkness, turning into a dead bone? Life was so sad. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the human supreme being who was pierced by 99 iron locks. His heart was extremely heavy, and he felt very depressed. Even the human supreme cannot escape bad luck. In the view of the demon clan, other humans are really like livestock, which can be slaughtered at will. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was hard to calm, and he said, "This tower actually imprisoned so many human strongmen. The owner of the tower must be the strongman of the demon family, and he won't be unknown." Monk Tanqian and Hua Qinglian both showed a thoughtful look. Suddenly, Monk Tanqian opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Is it that tower? Master already knows the origin of this iron tower?" Hua Qinglian rode. Tanqian and Shang said, "It is said that when the Purple Gold Emperor was alive, he refined a demon suppression tower specifically to suppress the strong of the major demon families. In that era, the emergence of the demon tower absolutely scared the kings of the major demon families and fled everywhere. For the demon families, the demon tower is a nightmare. At that time, a great power of the demon clan refined a Jinren tower to retaliate against the Terrans, suppress the masters of the Terrans, imprison the strong of mankind, and fight against the Purple and Gold royal family everywhere. That demon clan power is the first generation of Demon Emperor Tianming, Demon Emperor of Demengzi." Ning Xiaochuan was moved and said, "It is said that the Tianming Demon Emperor once took the 3 moves of the Zijin Emperor. Although he was beaten by the Zijin Emperor and vomited blood, he escaped from the hands of the Zijin Emperor." Monk Tanqian nodded and said, "This legend is likely to be true. In that era, only Tianming Demon Emperor dared to call the creatures of the Purple and Gold Emperor. According to the research of those monks in later generations, they all believe that the heavenly Dream Demon Emperor is likely to cultivate into a secondary god, and the collapse of the Purple Gold Kingdom has a lot to do with it." Hua Qinglian said, "So, isn't the third emperor of the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom imprisoned in the Jinren Tower by the Tianming Demon Emperor? But who was the Jinren Tower cut off by? In that era, no one could cut off the Jinren Tower controlled by the Tianming Demon Emperor unless it was the Purple and Gold Emperor himself." Tanqian and Shang said, "Maybe when the Tianming Demon Emperor suppressed the third emperor, the Jinren Tower has become a remnant tower. It can only be inferred like this." Hua Qinglian nodded. Ning Xiaochuan still frowned and said, "If this remnant tower is really a Jinren Tower, how can it be sealed at the bottom of the Demon Kingdom? What secrets are hidden here? What are the seals? Is there anything taboo for the powerful demon clan? Where did Tianming Demon Emperor go after revenge? Hua Qinglian glanced at the top of the tower and felt a cold rush towards her, saying, "How do I feel that the heavenly demon emperor is in this tower?" As soon as this word came out, Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart also gave birth to the same vigilance. People in the Jinren Tower are obviously imprisoned by strong human beings, but the evil spirit in the tower is far more powerful than popularity. This in itself is quite strange. Where did the evil spirit in the Jinren Tower come from? Is it true that the heavenly dream demon emperor is in the tower, as Hua Qinglian said? 3 people dare not speak. It was so quiet that I could only hear the breathing of the 3 of them. Such a long time has passed. Even if the Tianming demon emperor really cultivated into a secondary god, he has already fallen, and it is impossible to live until now. Ning Xiaochuan has some dignified ways. Hua Qinglian also nodded and said, "The lifespan of the secondary god can't be eternal. We don't have to be afraid of the heavenly dream demon emperor. However, the means left by the secondary god is not trivial. Even if only a formation is left, we can die without a burial place. What else can we say? We'd better escape first. This place can't stay." Monk Tanqian did not intend to continue climbing to the top of the tower, but ran to the bottom of the Jinren Tower, ready to escape from the Jinren Tower. However, he just ran down, but rushed back at a faster speed, and said, "It's over. Those monsters of the demon clan are catching up, run away." With these words, Monk Tanqian rushed to the 9th floor of the Jinren Tower first, as if a group of wild dogs were chasing him behind his ass. Yazi ran faster than anyone else. Wow! Below, a huge demon fireball hit Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian. Inside the fireball, the lightning was wrapped and made a rumble sound, just like thunder exploding in the fireball. Ning Xiaochuan patted a big palm print, turned his 5 fingers into the claws of the lightning beast, and crushed the fireball. The fragments of flame fell on the black ice and hit big holes. A big demon with wings on its back changed into a human shape, with lightning flowing all over it, rushing out of the deep channel. It spits out a flame whip from its mouth, which is 9 feet long. It is forged from the backbone of some kind of creature, with a total of 121 bone joints. Pa. The whip waved and made a sound of bone impact. "This is the town tower. Since you have broken in, you are doomed to die here. That big demon has the cultivation of the 4th realm of heaven and man. Its body is wrapped by countless lightning rolls. Its power is strong and its voice is like thunder." Hua Qinglian stepped forward and stretched out a slender arm. 5 snow-white fingers, slowly open, across a void, hold the big demon in the palm of your hand. The body of that demon became as big as a fist, just like a sparrow, struggling in the hands of Hua Qinglian. Bang! When Hua Qinglian loosened her 5 fingers, the body of the big demon had broken, and the bones turned into powder, almost into a mass of blood mud. What he just showed is heaven and earth palm print, heaven and earth, which can contain heaven and earth in the palm of his hand. With a magic power, he can crush the demon to death. It seems to be an understatement, but it contains the profound meaning of divine power, which is beyond the reach of other monks. "Hurry up, more powerful demons are rushing up." Hua Qinglian said this, then turned into a remnant and rushed towards the 9th floor of the Jinren Tower. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan simultaneously struck 2 palms, with the power of demon fire and earth rule, respectively, and blasted the 2 monsters away. Roar! The roar sounded, shaking his vitality. A golden brilliance flew in, and the evil spirit soared, just like a flood. The situation was too urgent. When the Holy Fish King arrived, Ning Xiaochuan didn't even have a chance to take away the body of the demon, so he immediately stepped back, dodged, and rushed to the 9th floor of the Jinren Tower. After Ning Xiaochuan reached the 9th floor, Monk Tanqian immediately took a scroll of Buddhist scriptures out of his arms and pasted it on the entrance of the passage, forming a layer of Buddhist boundary. Wow! Thousands of golden Sanskrit, connected together, turned into a light curtain, blocking the strong of those demon families on the 8th floor of the town tower. Didn't you say that the Buddhist scriptures sold to us are the last 3 volumes? Ning Xiaochuan stared at Monk Tanqian. Monk Tanqian pointed to the sky and said plausibly, I swear to God, this is definitely the last volume of Buddhist scriptures. Ning Xiaochuan looked into Monk Tanqian's robe. There were really no other scriptures, but he still didn't believe what he said. There is no truth in the monk's mouth. The Holy Fish King calls out the supreme weapon, wakes up the power of the spirit, and bursts out the full power of the supreme weapon. Boom! On the sutra, 9 Sanskrit words were broken into 9 wisps of golden spiritual smoke. The power of the Buddhist boundary has weakened a little. Hua Qinglian said, the cultivation of the Holy Fish King has reached the 7th realm of heaven and man, the divine realm of heaven, and he holds the supreme instrument, and will soon break the sutra. After it breaks the sutra, nothing can stop it. Tan Qian and Shang said, what should I do now? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the 9th floor of the Zhenren Tower. There were no human prisoners on the whole 9th floor, but it was shrouded in a gray mist. The evil spirit was also more vigorous and lifeless, which seemed to hide a huge danger. You can only go up, there is no second way. Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword, holding the magic sword in one hand and the evil fire in the other hand, and walked into the blue-gray mist. Monk Tanqian followed Ning Xiaochuan closely, holding a string of Buddha beads in his left hand and a Vajra pestle in his right hand, and carefully observed all around. Hua Qinglian walked in the back, and behind him was a circle of white holy aura, which reflected him extremely holy. His skin was like jade wax, and no evil spirit could get close to his body. Dada! Suddenly, in the mist, there was a sound of footsteps. Moreover, there was the sound of iron chains colliding. The sound, very clear, came into the ears of the 3 people at the same time. The 3 men stopped almost at the same time, holding their breath, and the hairs on their bodies stood up. The Zhenren Tower has been sealed for many years. How can there be footsteps? It must not be monsters. They were also blocked by the Buddhist enchantment and didn't catch up so soon. Continue to ask for monthly tickets. There are only 28 days in this month, and tomorrow is the last day. If you don't vote for the monthly ticket, it's a waste. Dada! The strange footsteps became clearer and clearer. A headless monk came out of the mist, dressed in a gray robe, his hands folded, and his feet in iron shackles. With each step, the iron shackles on the feet will be affected, making a sound of metal impact. Although there was no long head above his neck, there was a low chanting sound in his body, and he was emitting Buddha light, and every inch of his skin was flowing with golden luster. He has no mouth. Where does the sound of chanting come from? Hua Qinglian whispered. Monk Tanqian's face was dignified and said, there is a kind of Zen sutra in Buddhism, which is called closed-mouth Zen. If you close your mouth, you can't speak. You can speak in your abdominal cavity, which is called abdominal language, or abdominal Zen. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, what sutra is he reading? Monk Tanqian listened with his ears for a long time. His face suddenly changed and said, the Dead Man's Sutra. What is the Book of the Dead? Hua Qinglian asked. If you listen, you will die. Monk Tanqian's face became more severe, and he was already a little white. I have a scroll of sutra in my hand. Chant sutras to destroy all living beings. After listening to the Sutra of the Dead, whoever listens will die. Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian immediately turned their vitality, sealed their ears, isolated the space, and condensed a layer of defense cover, trying to resist the Sutra of the Dead read by the headless monk. However, they were shocked to find that even if their ears were sealed and the space was isolated, they could still hear the Buddha sound. It's useless. If the Sutra of the Dead is so easy to resist, it won't be called the first evil Zen of Buddhism. Tan Qian and Shang Dao, this kind of Zen sutra has been lost for many years. I didn't expect that someone in the world would recite it. This headless monk must have been a great Buddhist monk before his life. Don't talk so much nonsense. How can you resist the Book of the Dead? Ning Xiaochuan roared. Interrupt him and don't let him continue chanting. Tan Qian and Shang Dao. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian attacked the headless monk almost at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword, raised the sword with both hands, and chopped it down with one sword. Hua Qinglian made a handprint, turned into a huge 5-finger mountain, and suppressed it. Roar. The headless monk made a long roar in his stomach. A mighty sound wave rushed out of his body, just like God thunder. God lion roared, heaven and earth collapsed, and the whole space seemed to explode. This sound wave is very familiar. When monk Tan Qian collected the remnant tower with a purple gold bowl, he was hit by the same sound wave to crack the bowl. However, the sound wave at this moment is more terrible than outside the tower, and seems to destroy everything in the world. The sound wave heard outside unexpectedly came from the headless monk's stomach. Ning Xiaochuan and Hua Qinglian's faces changed dramatically. They were so close that they encountered how terrible the sound wave attack was. Even with their physique, it was absolutely difficult to resist. Tiandi blade. Ning Xiaochuan immediately called out the Tiandi blade, put all the strength in his body into the blade, and awakened the power of the supreme imperial instrument to resist the attack of sound waves. At this time, only the power of the supreme imperial instrument can stop the sound wave. Hua Qinglian and monk Tan Qian saw that Ning Xiaochuan actually held a supreme imperial instrument in his hand, and immediately put the vitality in his body into the blade of the emperor, making the supreme imperial instrument play a more powerful force. The Tiandi blade became extremely bright and dazzling, rushed out of the sharp knife gas, and formed a blood-red knife wave. Boom! With the full cooperation of the three people, the second power of the Tiandi blade was awakened to resist the sound wave attack sent by the headless monk. However, the three of them were still shocked and retreated more than 80 meters. When the sound waves dispersed, the headless monk had disappeared, leaving only the cold fog. Finally blocked. Hua Qinglian's hair crown was shattered, and her long black hair was scattered on both sides of her cheeks, just like a black waterfall. Hua Qinglian is already very feminine, with no water chestnut on her face and no Adam's apple on her neck. Her skin is more delicate and white than that of women, her eyebrows are like willow leaves, her eyelashes are slender, her shell teeth are white and neat, and her lips are ruddy and crystal. If you say he is a man, absolutely no one will believe it. It is simply more beautiful and moving than those proud women. Monk Tan Qian glanced at him and was slightly stunned. His eyes widened and said, "Almsgiver, you. Are you really not a woman?" It was originally a dangerous situation, but seeing Hua Qinglian's long hair scattered, the monk couldn't help looking at him more. Ning Xiaochuan tightened his nerves and looked at the position of Hua Qinglian's chest again. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is false. If seeing is believing, what Ning Xiaochuan sees is a stunning beauty. However, Hua Qinglian insists that she is a man. On this issue, he has no reason to cheat Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian monks. So here comes the question. Whether seeing is believing, or hearing is believing? If it weren't for taboos, Ning Xiaochuan would certainly check his body with the power of God. Because it's so unbelievable that people can't believe it. At ordinary times, Hua Qinglian wears men's clothes and a hair crown. Although she is still amazing, she won't be too concerned. However, when his hair crown was shattered and his long hair fell down, it was another look. Anyone who saw him like this could never say that he was a man. Ning Xiaochuan thought to himself, how amazing it would be if Hua Qinglian put on women's clothes, slightly powdered and dressed in aromatherapy. Will you directly kill those fairies in Tiandi Mountain? As soon as the idea emerged, Ning Xiaochuan immediately killed it in his mind. This idea is simply terrible. Hua Qinglian's fingers gently lifted up a few hairs and coagulated for a moment, saying, I have experienced the test of life and death with Master Ning and Child Ning. It doesn't matter to tell you. In fact, my memory before reincarnation is very vague. I only remember that in the previous life, I was indeed a goddess spirit, but a green lotus, cultivated into a god, and later encountered a disaster and was forced to reincarnate. Tan Qian and Shang said, no. With the supreme power of the gods, even if it is reincarnation, it will definitely be reincarnated as a baby girl. After all, women and men are absolutely different in nature. How can there be a precedent for a goddess to become a man after reincarnation? Never, never. Hua Qinglian said, I don't know what's going on. I can only remember 1/1000th of the memory of my previous life at most. However, I guess it should be that there was a mistake in reincarnation. It is said that when gods reincarnated and rebuilt, they mistakenly threw them into the belly of livestock, and eventually became neither human nor beast. Bah. Goodness. Goodness. God's miscarriage of the embryo is indeed a trick of fate. It seems that almsgiver Hua is really a man, but it is estimated that he has a daughter's heart, and I don't know whether it will affect your practice. Tanqian and Shangdao. As long as you pursue the road wholeheartedly, you can naturally get rid of the shackles of the physical body and not be affected by your state of mind. What's the difference between male body and female body, male heart and female heart? Hua Qinglian's face was filled with a smile, and the corners of her mouth were slightly hooked, which simply turned the face of all creatures upside down. The spirit's aura is strong. After reincarnation, it will maintain the previous appearance of the spirit. It can be seen that Hua Qinglian's last life, the goddess of Qinglian, is such a face now. This is really fate. Ning Xiaochuan rubbed his temples and dared not look at Hua Qinglian more. It's too evil. There's nothing wrong with keeping a distance from him. Ning Xiaochuan, take out your supreme imperial instrument and have a look. The poor monk thinks it is very familiar. It seems that he has seen records about it in an ancient book. Monk Tanqian's eyes were very hot. Hua Qinglian also smiled and said, young Master Ning is really not an ordinary person, but he actually carries a supreme imperial weapon. According to legend, there are 5 supreme imperial weapons in northern Xinjiang, each of which has a name and surname, all of which are left by the ancient secondary gods. However, some of the 5 supreme imperial weapons were destroyed in the catastrophe, and some were missing. All of them have disappeared into the long river of history. The most powerful weapon in northern Xinjiang today is the 7 Supreme King weapons. However, these 7 Supreme King tools are either in the hands of the sacred lands or in the hands of the ancient families. As a great tool for Xinjiao, they will not be used at all at ordinary times. Monk Tanqian also said, yes. But who would have thought that almsgiver Ning had a supreme imperial instrument in his hand? Really, if you knew that almsgiver Ning had a supreme imperial instrument in his hand, you wouldn't have to be afraid of the demons and animal kings of the demon family. With the power of the 3 of us, sacrifice the supreme imperial instrument, which is enough to crush them all. Almsgiver Ning, what is your supreme imperial weapon? I didn't see it clearly before. Take it out again and let's have a look. Ning Xiaochuan stared warily at Monk Tanqian and Hua Qinglian, making a defensive posture. He has always been reluctant to take out the Emperor Blade easily, not only because the Emperor Blade will ask for compensation, but also because he is afraid of being found that he has a supreme imperial instrument, which will cause him death. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan still believes in Monk Tanqian and Hua Qinglian very much. It is just that the value of a supreme imperial instrument is too amazing. Even the supreme in the eternal realm will fight for blood. In the cultivation world, for a treasure, it's too common to go behind the scenes. Even the best friend may stab you in the back in the face of interests. Ning Xiaochuan has some friendship with monk Tanqian and Hua Qinglian, but the friendship is not too deep. For a supreme imperial instrument, they are entirely likely to do something against Ning Xiaochuan. People are separated from each other. Who can say it accurately? If you two have to see the supreme imperial instrument, you must swear to the gods first. You can't tell me that I have the supreme imperial instrument, and you can't rob the supreme imperial instrument in my hand. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Hua Qinglian understood Ning Xiaochuan's concerns. If he were to be another person, he would probably have activated the power of the supreme imperial instrument to get rid of him and monk Tanqian, so as to avoid future troubles. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not do so. It shows that Ning Xiaochuan still trusts them very much and just makes them swear. In the last 24 hours, continue to ask for monthly tickets. Hua Qinglian and Tan Qian immediately swore according to Ning Xiaochuan's regulations. After swearing, Ning Xiaochuan took out the Tiandi blade, holding the handle in one hand and pressing the tip in the other hand. Monk Tan Qian swallowed his saliva and wanted to rush at the Tiandi blade. However, as soon as his hand was close to the Tiandi blade, he immediately retreated before touching the blade, just like a frightened rabbit. That's the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, the sword once worn by the Emperor of Heaven, the legendary evil knife. Monk Tan Qian's face changed greatly, and he didn't dare to approach the Emperor's blade. Hua Qinglian also felt the strong evil spirit emanating from the Tiandi blade, which invaded his body and wanted to control him. He immediately mobilized his divine power, and a white holy aura appeared behind him, which reluctantly resisted the evil spirit emanating from the Emperor's blade. Sure enough, it's the evil knife. According to legend, it has been abandoned by the Emperor of Heaven to the land of burying soldiers. Why does it appear in northern Xinjiang again? Young Master Ning, this evil knife is very weird. He will control the monk who controls it, become its knife slave, lose his mind, and become a bloodthirsty demon. You should be careful. Hua Qinglian also tabooed the Tiandi blade and kept 3 steps away from it. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It doesn't matter. I have my own way to suppress it, and I won't become its knife slave." The Tiandi blade has been suppressed by the Xian beast Jian. Even if it was once an unparalleled evil soldier, it should be obedient now, and it can't escape from the Xian beast Jian at all. The voice of the Emperor blade rang out and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you just used my power again. You owe me half of the supreme weapon." Ning Xiaochuan ignored the Tiandi blade and took it back. He said to monk Tanqian and Hua Qinglian, "The strong of the demon clan will come soon. We'd better hurry to the higher level of the tower. However, be careful. That headless monk is in the tower. If you encounter him again, you'd better retreat immediately. That headless monk has been dead for many years, but he is still chanting scriptures and walking in the town tower, unwilling to die. It is definitely a very terrible existence. Somehow, he refused to die. Wait a minute." Hua Qinglian thought thoughtfully, "I have a way. I don't know if you two are willing to adopt it?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "But it doesn't matter?" Hua Qinglian said, "Xinren Tower is the soldiers of Tianming, Demon Emperor. It has a total of 16 floors. We have only reached the 9th floor now, and we have encountered such a terrible existence as headless monks. If we continue to climb up, I'm afraid we can't reach the top of the tower at all with our cultivation. Since Prince Ning has a supreme imperial weapon, why don't we fight with the strong of the demon clan?" Monk Tan Qian folded his hands and said, "What Benefactor Hua said is very reasonable. The 9th floor of the Xinren Tower is full of thick fog, which is just used to sneak into those demon clan strongmen without exposing the Supreme Emperor's weapons. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Monk Tanqian and said, "Aren't you a monk? Why do you do sneak attacks?" Ba. Goodness. Goodness. Monk Tanqian was very calm, gently closed his eyes, and turned a deaf ear to Ning Xiaochuan's words, just like a saint monk who didn't care about secular vision at all. Bang! The Buddhist barrier was finally broken. The Holy Fish King took the lead to rush out of the passage and reach the 9th floor of the Jinren Tower. Then, the demons of the demon clan rushed to the 9th floor one after another. Looking at the thick and cold fog in front of them, many powerful demons felt dangerous and dared not rush in. Jinren Tower is the war soldier of Tianming, Demon Emperor. The higher it goes, the more dangerous it must be. Those 3 humans who dare to break into Jinren Tower must have died in the tower. There is no need for us to continue to pursue. A big demon with a dry body and an old age had some taboos about the Jinren Tower and did not want to continue to catch up. Fart. What if those 3 humans find the spirit of the Jinren Tower? Isn't the supreme imperial weapon of our demon family going to fall into human hands? A burly man with a hammer in his hand, covered with long black hair, and his legs were as thick as columns. It is the demon of the black ape demon family, full of explosive power, and rushed to the fog first. However, it just rushed into the fog. Boom! Deep in the fog, an overwhelming evil spirit poured out. The mist condensed into the shape of evil knife, penetrated the chest of the black ape demon, and spilled black demon blood on the ground. The great demon of the black ape clan sent out a shrill scream, the demon body was torn, and the bones and heads were pierced by a terrible force. It didn't even have a chance to fight back, so it died. The demon corpse fell to the ground and was immediately dragged away by an invisible hand. Even the hammer in the hand of the black ape demon was touched by a ghost hand with the light of the Buddha and disappeared into the fog. All the demons of the demon clan were shocked and couldn't help retreating. They all know the power of the black ape demon, and their cultivation has reached the peak of the 4th realm of heaven and man, but they were killed in an instant, and they didn't even have the chance to escape. It's really scary. What a terrifying evil spirit. There are ferocious evil things hidden in the Jinren Tower. We'd better not break in. An old demon said. I really don't believe in evil. The Holy Fish King took out the supreme weapon. A golden ancient mirror, shaped like a flame, with countless fine scale lines carved on its surface, emits a brilliance that is more dazzling than the sun. It puts the spirit of Demon Yuan into the holy fire mirror. The mirror of the ancient mirror shows a picture of a sea of fire. The golden flame rushed out of the mirror. The temperature in the air rises rapidly. Centered on the body of the Holy Fish King, golden flames float in the void, forming a sea of fire world. The demons of the demon clan retreated one after another and summoned the 9-grade Xian weapon out to resist the power of the supreme weapon, fearing being accidentally injured by the Holy Fish King. The Holy Fish King not only wants to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but also has ambition to take the Jinren Tower as his own, so he must continue to rush to the top of the tower anyway. Boom! The Holy Fish King's cultivation is unparalleled, and his demonic spirit is booming. He beat out the holy fire mirror at the supreme level, trying to refine the 9th fog of the Jinren Tower. At the same time, monk Ning Xiaochuan, Hua Qinglian and Tan Qian also sacrificed the Emperor's blade, and the 3 pillars of light entered the Emperor's blade, awakening a trace of the power of the supreme imperial instrument and beheading it towards the Holy Fish King. Bang! The holy fire mirror was beaten out by the Emperor's blade. On the mirror, a very fine crack appeared, and a trace of golden flame escaped from the crack. The Holy Fish King's finger was cut by the knife gas, flowing blood, and immediately retreated backward, staring at the cold fog with some surprise. What evil things are hidden in the fog? The Holy Fish King took back the holy fire mirror and felt heartache when he saw the crack on the surface of the holy fire mirror. The Holy Fish clan has only such a complete supreme weapon, which was also injured. I don't know how many resources will it take to repair it. Holy Fish King, why don't we quit the Jinren Tower first and report to the Demon Emperor, and ask the Demon Emperor to take over this supreme weapon? King Jin also tabooed the evil spirit just now, and didn't want to rush forward rashly. Unexpectedly, the supreme weapon was cut out. If it was cut on the demon body, I'm afraid even the Beast King could not resist it. That's the only way. The Holy Fish King was a little unwilling, but he had nothing to do. A supreme imperial weapon is not something that it can possess. Even if it gets the Jinren Tower, it is estimated that it will only bring death to it. Why wait for the Brahma Demon Emperor? My king will come and take away this half of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. The king of Qingyu was dressed in a blue feather robe, with a bun on his head and a jade belt around his waist, outlining a slim curve, and came up from the channel below. She looks like a girl of 15 or 6 years old. Her eyes are bright, her skin is snowy, and she has unique elegance. I'm afraid that only the three-tailed Song Fox King can compete with her in the demon clan. Those demons of the demon clan made way for her one after another, and they all knew that King Qinghe was very difficult to provoke. Behind the king of Qing, there are 2 little girls, who are less than 1 meter tall and 3 or 4 years old. They are very cute with bare feet. One of the little girls was dressed in red clothes, with big round eyes. Every inch of her skin was flowing, and the flame was shining. She had long red hair. She was very playful and made faces at the big demons, and laughed like a silver bell. The other little girl was very quiet, dressed in royal blue clothes, with black hair, her skin was crystal clear, white as porcelain, and her body exuded a faint fragrance, like a creature gathered by the spiritual forces of heaven and earth. When King Jinyu saw King Qingyu, his face immediately showed joy and greeted him, saying, "King Qingyu, the Jinren Tower is very dangerous. Even the supreme weapon of the Holy Fish family has been damaged. Don't rush into it. My king will do something uncertain? The cultivation of the Holy Fish King is too weak, so naturally it can't break through. It's expected." The king of green fish stared at the thick fog in the distance, and didn't look at the king of holy fish and the king of true fish at all. The Holy Fish King was very angry and said with a ferocious face, "King Qingshi, don't be too proud. When you die in the Jinren Tower, no one will collect your body for you." "Ah. Where did you come from, kid? Look for death." The little girl in red clothes on fire, I don't know when, came to the Holy Fish King's side, spit out a flame in her mouth, let the golden armor on the Holy Fish King ignite. The armor worn by the Holy Fish King is naturally not ordinary, and its defense is amazing. Even its own immortal flame can't melt the golden armor. However, after encountering the flame spit out by the little girl, it really burns and melts into a golden liquid. Death. The Holy Fish King immediately turned his strength to put out the flame, became angry with shame, and slapped the little girl. That little girl's speed is amazing, it's like shifting and transposing. Before the palm print of the Holy Fish King is taken, she first flies to the shoulder of the Holy Fish King and roars 3 times in the ear of the Holy Fish King. Roar! 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 The Holy Fish King was like being hit 3 times in a row by a heavy fist, stepping back 3 steps. Blood flowed from his ears and his mind was dizzy. If it weren't for its profound cultivation, it would have been shocked to death on the spot by 3 roars. For the last half-day, continued to ask for monthly tickets and rewards. The little girl in red clothes was not afraid of the Holy Fish King at all. She patted her little palm and sang in her mouth, "Hee hee. The Holy Fish King knows woo 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 all day. She can't bite people or demons, but herself." The Holy Fish King had never been teased like this, and he was very angry, and said, "King Qing, you are too indulgent with your subordinates, so humiliate an animal king. Aren't you afraid of being retaliated by the Holy Fish clan?" The king of Qinghe looked very lazy and said, "A handsome beast king should have his own temperament. How can he be common with a little girl? I'm saying, how can the holy fish king cultivate himself? Even the big demon can't get close to you." Unexpectedly, a little girl burned his armor and shattered his eardrum. "If it's passed out, it's your own face." The holy fish king's face was very red. He pressed his hand on the holy fire mirror, and a wisp of evil spirit rushed out of his body, trying to hit the supreme weapon. Hum. A cold hum sounded, which scattered the evil spirit in the holy fish king, took 2 steps backward, and a trace of blood hung on the corners of his mouth. The holy fish king stared at the back of the king Qingyu in horror, and his whole body was cold, as if he saw a ghost. Liao. Behind the king of Qinghe stood a black demon fog. Inside the demon fog, it seemed to be wrapped in an old figure, emitting a bone-chilling smell of death. Any light shining on the demon fog will immediately be swallowed up and turned into darkness, which is extremely strange. Not only the holy fish king, but all the big demons of the demon clan changed their faces, retreated constantly, and did not dare to get too close to the green king. The only creatures present who can keep calm are the men in silver robes, the real king. When King Jin saw Liao standing behind King Qing, he frowned slightly and said, "Master Liao came to the holy kingdom of the demon family without informing him in advance. I'd better arrange a guard of honor in advance to meet him." King Qing said, "Uncle Liao came to the demon holy kingdom for this half of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. After taking away the half of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, he will naturally leave immediately." King Jinyu's eyes twinkled and said, "This half of the Supreme Emperor's weapon is the soldiers left by the first-generation Demon Emperor Tianming Demon Emperor of Demongs. It should belong to Demongs. After the Demon Emperor leaves the customs, he will come to collect it." Although King Jin likes King Qing, he is not a fool. Now, the strongest soldier of Demongs is just a Supreme King's weapon, which is in the hands of the Brahma Demon Emperor, and can shock millions of territories and suppress the creatures in all directions. If the Brahma Demon Emperor gets half of the Supreme Imperial weapon, his strength will certainly be higher, and the territory of his rule will be broader in the future, and even may become the north. The first Demon Emperor in Xinjiang. Therefore, this half of the supreme weapon must not be taken away by Liao. This half of the supreme imperial weapon must be taken away. Whoever dares to stop me will die. Liao's body was wrapped in black demon fog, and his body sent out a bone-chilling smell. He strode forward and walked towards the fog. The Real King wanted to stop him, but Liao just stretched out a finger and triggered a wisp of black demon fog, which drove the real king out. Qing Wang and 2 little girls followed Liao and walked into the fog. King Jinyu covered his chest and felt that his bones were broken. He was in pain. He clenched his teeth and said angrily, "Holy Fish King, you are here to guard the Jinren Tower. Now I will report to the Vatican Demon Emperor and ask the Demon Emperor to leave the pass in advance." With these words, the king of Jinli turned into a series of shadows, left the Jinren Tower and rushed to the place where the Brahma Demon Emperor was closed. When Liao appeared, Ning Xiaochuan knew that the big thing was bad. Even if the 3 of them had the Supreme Emperor's tools, they certainly couldn't stop Liao. So they immediately put away the Tiandi blade and rushed to the 10th floor of the Jinren Tower. However, as soon as they reached the 10th floor, the king of Qinghe caught up and stopped the 3 of them. "Ning Xiaochuan, how did you escape?" The king of the Qing dynasty was imposing, with his hands on his hips, and some angry words. Ba. Tan Qian and Shang Dao. King Qinghe immediately stared at Monk Tan Qian again and scolded, "Monk, how did you escape?" Ba. "I don't know what happened. For no reason I appeared in the Jinren Tower. The world is so wonderful." Monk Tan Qian kept shaking his head and sighing, lamenting the magic of nature and the incredible experience he encountered. "Daddy! A little girl of 3 or 4 years old, staggering towards Ning Xiaochuan, hugging Ning Xiaochuan's trouser legs, a pair of glittering big eyes kept flashing, looking very happy. It is Xiao Linger who has been practicing with the king of Qing. Another little girl in red took off, fell on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, hugged Ning Xiaochuan's head, and kept kissing Ning Xiaochuan's face. Are you Xiao Hong? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the lovely little girl in red, with some joy and some surprise. Little Red can turn into human shape, and finally open the spiritual orifices. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that Xiao Hong was actually a little female dragon, and she was very cute and naughty. She sat on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder and kept making faces. Little Red is hatched from the dragon's egg, with the dragon's blood. Once the spiritual orifices are opened, the cultivation speed is far faster than other creatures, and the body contains surging power. Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong belong to the same fate, but they are not the dragon family, but the descendants of another ancient creature, which can be called the spirit of heaven and earth. Dada! Liao came out from behind, without any human feelings on his body, and said in a hoarse voice, "There is a great danger hidden in the Jinren Tower. You 3 should leave as soon as possible. Young girl, you take them all out, and old man can stay." King Qing said, "Uncle Liao, do I want to leave, too?" Liao nodded and said, "Although the Jinren Tower is incomplete, the body of the Tianming Demon Emperor is in the tower. Although she has been dead for many years, the evil spirit on her body is too strong for you to resist. Moreover, there are some terrible ancient beasts in the tower. If you walk out of one, you will die." Ning Xiaochuan didn't think Liao was alarmist. After all, they had encountered an ancient beast before, that is, the headless monk. If they had not mastered the Tiandi blade, they would have been killed by the sound waves sent by headless monks. However, why is Liao sure that the body of Tianming Demon Emperor is in the Jinren Tower? Ning Xiaochuan bravely asked, "How did Master Liao know that the body of Tianming Demon Emperor was in the tower?" Liao stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, with the power of penetrating human soul in his eyes. He didn't explain, but gave birth to a black finger, facing the void a little. Wow! The void splits, forming a mirror image. Everyone saw that in a vast and dark space, countless cold currents were flowing, and thousands of demon elements were suspended in the space, emitting dazzling brilliance, just like a bright starry sky. In the center of those demon yuan, there stands a huge iceberg, as high as 10,000 feet, with a cold air, which seems to have not melted for hundreds of millions of years. In the middle of that iceberg, there was a woman with white hair sitting around. Her body was extremely bright, emitting a terrifying evil spirit, which covered up the brilliance of the stars in the sky. That space was lifeless, including the woman enclosed in the iceberg, who had also become part of the iceberg and lost any signs of life. However, it can be seen vaguely that dozens of white shadows are flying around the iceberg, like wisps of ghosts that will never die. Among them, a white virtual shadow glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and others. Just a glance flew, smashing the mirror surface condensed by Liao. Everyone felt sore all over, like being hit by lightning. What the hell is that? Looking at us across a space, we suffered a heavy blow. Tanqian and Shangdao. Hua Qinglian said solemnly, "It should be the afterthought left after the fall of the secondary god. An idea, a wisp of soul. Although the secondary god is dead, a left idea can also condense into human form and can easily kill us. It seems that the Tianming Demon Emperor really cultivated into a secondary god, and left dozens of ideas. If you let one out, I'm afraid it will cause great disaster." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Master Liao, the place in the picture just now is in the Jinren Tower?" "The 16th floor of Jinren Tower." Liao Dao. King Qing said, "Let's go. Let's exit the Jinren Tower first. The danger here is not something we can deal with. Even with Uncle Liao's cultivation, we may not be able to reach the 16th floor of the Jinren Tower and see the body of the Tianming demon emperor. King Qingyu, Ning Xiaochuan, Monk Tanqian, Hua Qinglian, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Linger all withdrew from the Jinren Tower and flew away, daring not to approach the Jinren Tower. The Holy Fish King, with the demons of all ethnic groups, stood in another direction, staring at the King of Green and others, but did not take the initiative to attack. After all, Liao is in the Jinren Tower. Once Liao is provoked, 10 Holy Fish Kings are not enough to die. Ning Xiaochuan said, King Qingyu, how much do you know about this place? Is this really just the place where the body of Tianming Demon Emperor is buried? The Green King blinked his star eyes, his eyelashes flashed, and said with a smile, there is indeed a huge secret hidden, but it's useless even if I told you. Your cultivation is too low to play a big role in this matter. Ning Xiaochuan asked, what's the secret? Monk Tanqian and Hua Qinglian's ears stood up, and they wanted to know the great secret hidden in this space. Xiao Hong said, I don't know. Do you see that purple star? It's not a real star, but the martial heart palace Zixia heart palace of the human secondary god Zijin Emperor. Zijin Emperor was buried in the burial mountain, establishing a pattern of yin and yang, gathering the spring of life, and wanted to be born against the sky and live for another life. Originally, the Zijin Emperor had a great possibility of success, but the Tianming Demon Emperor broke into the burial mountain and took away the Wudoxin palace of the Zijin Emperor, which was sealed in this space forever. In order to suppress the Wu Daoxin palace of the Purple and Gold Emperor, the Tianming Demon Emperor also sealed himself and finally sat in the Jinren Tower. Who would have thought that after countless years, the underground door of the Demon Kingdom was opened again? The secrets of the 2 ancient gods will also surface. The Purple Planet is actually just the martial heart palace of the Purple King. Everyone was shocked, staring at the cold and vast star, feeling extremely small, like a grain of sand in the Ganges River. Secondary God, it's simply too terrible. The heart palace of martial arts can evolve into a huge star. I'm afraid a hair can cut through the world. It's more terrifying than any supreme weapon. No one can stop the strike of the secondary god. Is it really the Wu Daoxin palace of the Emperor Zijin? Monk Tanqian stared at the purple stars with a strange brilliance in his eyes. I don't know what crooked ideas are in his mind. Xiao Hong said, it's natural. Xiao Linger saw the Wudoxin palace, left over from ancient times, rotating in the center of the purple star. There are others, besides the once mighty Purple Gold Emperor, who can have such a powerful breath in the Wudoxin palace. Xiao Linger is the spirit of heaven and earth. He has special talent and can see things that ordinary people can't see. Her face was clever, her eyes blinked, like a porcelain doll, staring at the purple star, and said, that heart palace of martial arts can't be touched. Once touched, it will be frozen into ice crystals. Even if it is Grandpa Liao's cultivation, once it gets close, it will die. Ba. Although the secondary god is dead, the divine power is still there. The remains of the secondary god will not be allowed to be touched by mortals. Once touched, there will be disaster, and death has no place to hide. Tanqian and Shangdao. At this time, the void in the distance. Suddenly, a surging demon rose and burst into golden brilliance, just like a holy lotus blooming in the universe, with incomparably dazzling light and brilliant atmosphere. Roar. An earth-shaking roar sounded, shaking all the meteorites around the purple stars. A huge golden animal shadow came from the sky. Its body was 300 feet tall, like a wild beast. Its breath was surging, and the demon cloud covered the sky, making people tremble all over. However, in the surging demon, there was a circle of Buddha light, and tens of thousands of Sanskrit were flying around the beast. See the demon emperor. The Holy Fish King and many demon families all knelt down and looked devoutly, as if they were worshipping gods. The Brahma demon emperor is finally out of the pass. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the golden beast and felt a great shock. Like an ant, watching the surging flood rush towards him, in front of such a general trend, any counterattack is futile. Even if it is to escape, it can't escape. It would be absolutely terrible to be the enemy of the Brahma Demon Emperor. Hua Qinglian whispered, it is said that when the Brahma Demon Emperor was young, he was enlightened by a Buddhist monk, opened his spiritual orifices, and passed a mysterious Buddhist scripture to it. The Brahma Demon Emperor's achievements today have a lot to do with Buddhism. Ba. Buddha degrees all living beings, whether human, demon, or half-human and half-demon. My Buddha is merciful, and all living beings are equal, which can be measured, and will not be excluded and belittled. Monk Tanqian said solemnly. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at him and said, how much does it matter to you? I haven't seen any creatures you have spent. Monk Tanqian looked upright and said, Benefactor Ning, you can't say that. Have you forgotten that the poor monk took a toad as his disciple? Isn't that called duhua? It seems so. I forgot Zen toad. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, and he turned to ask the king of Qingba, saying, King of Qingba, Zen toad is a disciple of the master. Where is it now? King Qinghe blinked his eyes twice and said in some doubt, it is already the monk's disciple. How does King Ben know where it is? Ning Xiaochuan, your question is very strange. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Monk Tanqian again and said, didn't you say that the Zen toad was captured by the King of Green? Monk Tanqian was very calm and said, Benefactor Ning, you probably misunderstood the meaning of the poor monk. The poor monk has never said such a thing. In fact, my Zen toad disciple is practicing Zen sutras in a Buddhist holy land, and will leave the pass in a few days. Benefactor Ning, don't wrong the great King Qinghe. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to be a good man and help Monk Tanqian rescue Zen toad. However, I didn't expect to be fooled by Monk Tanqian again. He really had an impulse to swear. He swore that he would never believe anything the monk said in the future. Demon Emperor, Liao has entered the Jinren Tower and wants to take away half of the Supreme Emperor's weapon left by Tianming Demon Emperor. The Holy Fish King knelt down under the Brahma Demon Emperor. The Brahma Demon Emperor turned into a human shape, with a crown on his head. He was not angry, and his whole body was shining with gold. His body was 13 feet tall. The Holy Fish King knelt under it, just like an ant. The Emperor already knows that there is no need to report. The voice of the Brahma Demon Emperor, like a flood bell, came into the ears of every living creature present. The Holy Fish King added, there is another thing to report to the Demon Emperor. King Qinghe led mankind into the Demon Holy Kingdom, slaughtered the demon creatures, and let go of the offerings at the Demon Emperor's memorial ceremony, and his crime should be punished. The King of Green Fish's face was cold and said, King of Holy Fish, without evidence, you'd better not talk nonsense. The Holy Fish King sneered, the three humans standing behind you are the best evidence. Lord Demon Emperor, Jinren Tower is the strongest soldier to deal with humans. The news of Jinren Tower's birth must not be spread, and the three humans must be executed. The King of Youth should also be guilty of shielding his subordinates and colluding with humans. Enough. The Vatican Demon Emperor gave a deep drink, which made all the creatures present silent, and even the atmosphere dared not go out, for fear of provoking the Demon Emperor to anger, and all the creatures would be unlucky. The Holy Fish King also immediately shut up. The Vatican Demon Emperor's huge eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan and slowly extended a big hand. A golden animal tooth in the heaven and earth bracelet originally placed on Ning Xiaochuan's wrist flew to the palm of the Brahma Demon Emperor. The smell of that tooth, which is more than 1 meter long, is homologous with that of the Brahma Demon Emperor. However, the intensity of the breath is much weaker. The Vatican Demon Emperor seemed to be meditating. After a long time, he said, finally I see this tooth again. Is it Master Mulan who asked you to come to me? All creatures were stunned and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Is that human being still related to the demon emperor? The Holy Fish King's face also changed slightly. Even in the face of a demon emperor, Ning Xiaochuan was not timid at all. He took out a letter and said, "Master, let me send a letter to the demon emperor." The letter in Ning Xiaochuan's hand automatically flew to the hand of the Brahma demon emperor. After reading the contents of the letter, the Brahma demon emperor said, "Go back and tell Master Mulan that the emperor will do the things mentioned in the letter for him. However, the emperor owes him a favor and is cleared from now on. The human demon is on a different path. If he is an enemy in the future, the emperor will not be merciful." Ning Xiaochuan didn't know the content of the letter, but with the ability of the Brahma demon emperor, I'm afraid there are few things it can't do. Since you are a disciple of Master Mulan and a guest of the emperor, stay and attend the memorial ceremony of the demon emperor. After the memorial ceremony, if you want to leave, no one will stop you. The Brahma demon emperor said. The Vatican demon emperor had spoken, and Ning Xiaochuan naturally could not refuse. He answered and retreated. Since the Vatican demon emperor has promised to send Ning Xiaochuan away safely, who dares to pay Ning Xiaochuan? Even the Holy Fish King immediately restrained his anger and dared not disobey the will of the Vatican demon emperor. The Brahma demon emperor did not enter the Jinren Tower, but stared at the direction of the Jinren Tower, as if waiting for something. Chi. I don't know how long it used to be, the Jinren Tower shook violently, sending out a terrible sound wave. The king of Qingyu stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan and others, emitting blue glow all over. Holding a feather fan, he waved it towards the sound wave, and immediately rolled the sound wave upside down. The other demons were not injured under the protection of the Brahma demon emperor. Boom! The surging evil spirit escaped from the Jinren Tower and rushed to the boundless void. A breath of shock came out, which made the king of Holy Fish and the king of Green retreat immediately. Only the Brahma demon emperor could resist that breath. The other demons of the demon clan have all knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Ning Xiaochuan has the supreme body and Hua Qinglian has divine power, but he can only barely resist that breath and keep flying back. Ning Xiaochuan was sweating all over and had never been so shocked at the moment. That feeling, like the end of the world is coming, makes people feel desperate and uneasy. In the Jinren Tower, there was a long roar. A black demon light rushed out of the tower and flew in the direction of the King of Green. Go back. Liao's figure appeared from the black demon light and gave a loud roar. Liao's cultivation was extremely powerful, sweeping the king of Qingxi, Xiaohong, Xiaoling Ning Xiaochuan, Hua Qinglian, and Tan Qian monk into the demon cloud, and quickly flew away to the distance. The Vatican demon emperor also noticed something, and immediately rolled up the demons of the demon family and flew away immediately. What is it that makes Liao and the Brahma demon emperor avoid it? I don't know how far it flew, but Liao finally stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of the town tower. Dada! Footsteps sounded. With every sound, the void will vibrate, and people's hearts will jump out. After a while. In the Jinren Tower, a white-haired woman slowly came out, exuding a torrent of evil spirit, like the center of heaven and earth, and the sun, moon and stars would rotate around her. Standing on the top of the Jinren Tower, she was graceful and had long hair. She looked like a god overlooking all sentient beings and said, "Pass on my decree, North Xinjiang Earth, 9 demon emperors, 9 demon queens, and come to Daang's to see me in 10 days." Her voice, with strong penetration, passed through layers of space, reached thousands of miles away, and spread to the north. In the ears of every demon emperor and queen in Xinjiang. Hearing this sound, the whole north. The great wilderness of Xinjiang is boiling, and all the major demon families have raised an uproar. Every demon emperor and queen looked at each other and looked at the direction of Big Mingzi. Some were panicked and some were very excited. All of them immediately set out and rushed in the direction of Big Mingzi. For the demon clan, a big era has come, I got together with the editor and several authors yesterday. I came back late and didn't update it. Originally, I wrote a leave note, but I don't know why, but it didn't show up. Today, there are still 3 chapters. I will make up the chapter in the morning. Okay, today the 1st, also come to ask for some guaranteed monthly tickets. That white-haired woman is the heavenly demon emperor who has passed away for many years. How can the strong who has died come back to life? Her momentum no creature can match. Just out of the town tower, she immediately issued a decree, ordering the 9 demon emperors and 9 demon queens to worship. Does she just want to tell others that she is strong? It's definitely not that simple. I'm afraid a huge storm has come. Secondary God is resurrected. Everyone couldn't calm down and felt their hearts trembling. Hua Qinglian shook her head and said, the Tianming demon emperor has not been resurrected. That white-haired woman is just an idea for the Tianming demon emperor to stay in the world. An idea? Hua Qinglian nodded and said, an idea of the secondary god is also extremely powerful, representing the will of the secondary god and symbolizing the power of the secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, if the idea of the secondary god can be kept forever, can't the secondary god not die? No. Hua Qinglian said, an idea of the secondary god can only survive in the world for 7 years. After 7 years, the idea will disappear completely and will not condense again. Many times, when God dies, some last wishes have not been fulfilled. Therefore, he will leave an idea to fulfill his last wish by his own idea. Of course, it is not easy for the secondary god to save the idea. He must seal the idea with the help of special treasures. The idea will not be born until the seal is untied. Otherwise, the idea of Tianming demon emperor will not be preserved until now. The idea of Tianming demon emperor was sealed on the 16th floor of the Zhenren Tower, and her idea came out of trouble after being accidentally broken by Master Liao. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed slightly and said, an idea can live for 7 years. Previously, we saw that the 16th floor of the Zhenren Tower has a total of 49 secondary god ideas, so isn't the Tianming demon emperor able to live 343 years in the world? Compared with the long lifespan of the secondary god, 343 years is just a snap of the finger, said the Green King with a smile. It's not that simple. Hua Qinglian said with a dignified face, the Tianming demon emperor can keep 49 thoughts. Until now, it is a fantastic thing in itself. According to the legend, other secondary gods will not keep more than 10 thoughts at most, and will pay a huge price. Tianming demon emperor can save 49 ideas. Up to now, it must not be that simple. She must have a plot. The idea of the demon clan's secondary god was born, which is definitely a great wedding for the demon clan. The whole world is celebrating, and thousands of demons are coming. However, for Terrans, it is definitely not a good thing, and it may even be a huge disaster. 10 days later, the demon emperor held a memorial ceremony. The 9 demon emperors and the 9 demon queens all came to worship the heavenly dream demon emperor. Hundreds of millions of creatures gathered and all sentient beings worshipped, and the scene was enormous. However, tens of millions of human monks became sacrifices, were pushed into the white bone altar, turned into thick blood, screamed for a long time, and cried all over the sky. The sacrifice lasted for 7 days, and all human monks died in the white bone altar. Their blood and soul, turned into 9 torrents, flew into the body of Tianming demon emperor, and was absorbed by Tianming demon emperor. Absorbing thousands of human blood essence and soul, the Tianming demon emperor became more powerful, just like the rebirth of the secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan, Hua Qinglian and Tan Qian all witnessed the memorial ceremony, and their hearts were very depressed. 7 days later, the 3 people did not say a word, silent to the extreme. I saw with my own eyes that a fellow countryman of an individual race was sent to the altar, turned into a sacrifice, and died unexpectedly, but I couldn't save them. Moreover, the Tianming Demon Emperor issued a decree again on the day of the end of the memorial ceremony, ordering all demon families to integrate their forces and destroy the north. All human civilizations in Xinjiang, including the Holy Lands and ancient aristocratic families, will become the targets of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan will recapture in the north. Xinjiang's absolute control will not tolerate the north. There is no human civilization in Xinjiang. For the Terrans, this will be a huge disaster, and all the Holy Lands and ancient aristocratic families will not be spared. It is likely that a Holy Land will turn into ruins, and an ancient aristocratic family will disappear in the world from now on. After walking out of Demengza, Monk Tanqian's face was very ugly, claiming that there was a very important thing, so he said goodbye to Ning Xiaochuan and left first. Hua Qinglian also immediately rushed back to the Holy Land of Light and reported this matter to the elders of the Holy Land. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was also very heavy. After coming out of the wilderness, he immediately found an outer Taoist temple in Tiandi Mountain and sent the news of the birth of Tianming Demon Emperor back to Tiandi Mountain. I believe this news will cause an uproar after it is spread back to Tiandi Mountain. I don't know how deep the foundation of Tiandi Mountain is, and can it resist the attack of the Demon Clan? All the sacred lands and ancient aristocratic families have passed down a long history. In history, they must have experienced great calamities and tribulations, but they are still passed down and have not been destroyed in the great calamity. These holy lands and ancient aristocratic families are definitely not as simple as on the surface, but have a deep foundation. Even if the Demon Clan is strong, it may not be able to get them. On the contrary, all major human civilizations may suffer from extinction. When Ning Xiaochuan left Demengza, he had already asked the king of Qing to help take care of Yulan Empire. Although the Tianming Demon Emperor wants to destroy the north, all human beings in Xinjiang, however, may not pay attention to a primary 5-level civilization. After all, the Jade Lan Empire is in the territory of the King of Green. If she really wants to help, other monsters will not break into her territory. It is absolutely a very easy thing to shelter a primary 5-level civilization. An idea of Tianming Demon Emperor, which can only survive for 7 years, is sure to launch an attack on the Terran as soon as possible. If his cultivation is not strong enough, he will die in the cruel war between the Demon and Terran. The Demon Clan and the Terran Clan cannot coexist originally, just because 10,000 years ago, the Terran Clan gave birth to a god, the Emperor of Heaven. The remaining power of the Emperor of Heaven is still there, which makes the major demon families taboo, so that human beings are in the north. Xinjiang has developed for 10,000 years. Now, since the Tianming Demon Emperor has returned, all demon families naturally no longer fear the Emperor of Heaven, and all want to completely destroy human civilization and let the north. Xinjiang has completely become the territory of the Demon Clan. You must strive to improve your accomplishments. Ning Xiaochuan feels more and more stressed. He plans to go to the Jin clan first to find Silence Demon Fire. He went ahead and practiced all the way. In the Zhenren Tower, he collected the body of a black ape demon and defrauded Di Jing from Monk Tanqian. With the help of earth crystal and demon blood, cultivation is simply 1,000 miles a day. Before arriving at the imperial city of the Tianshu Empire, his cultivation finally reached the absolute peak of Gao Jingshan, only one step away from the 4th realm of heaven and man, Zuan Jingshan. When you reach the Xianjing heaven, you can be called Shantian Venerable, become a first-class strong person in the cultivation world, and have a high position in the Holy Land. After Ning Xiaochuan finished his cultivation, he put the ground crystal away. His cultivation has been unable to advance inch by inch, and it is of little use to cultivate again. Unless we can break through the bottleneck and reach the Xianjing heaven. The earth gas in this crystal has been absorbed by more than half, and the brilliance is dim. At most, it can only improve Ning Xiaochuan's 2000 earth rules. Although his current realm is only one step away from the Xianjing heaven, this step is very critical. Even if it takes 10 years, many monks may not be able to break through the bottleneck. I must find the silencing magic fire. After refining the silencing magic fire, I will be able to break through the realm and reach the fourth realm of heaven and man. Otherwise, it may take years of hard cultivation to break through the fourth realm of heaven and man. Tianshu Great Empire is the only high-level 5-grade civilization under the management of Tiandi Mountain, accounting for more than 80% of the territory of Tiandi Mountain. It can be said that more than half of the disciples of Tiandi Mountain are from the Tianshu Empire. If there were no Tianshu Empire, Tiandi Mountain would not be as prosperous as it is now. No matter how powerful, any holy land must depend on the civilized country of human beings to deliver fresh blood, inject young strength, and provide continuous cultivation resources. Only such a holy land can develop for a long time. The imperial city of the Tianshu Empire, which gathers the earth's veins and the world's qi, is definitely the place where the strongest human beings are most concentrated except for the Tiandi Mountain. In some aspects, Tianshu Imperial City is even more prosperous and powerful than Tiandi Mountain. The fighting is more cruel and dangerous. Even Tianren will fall if you are careless. Those dark and evil forces dare not go to Tiandi Mountain, but dare to move and grow in Tianshu Imperial City. The Jin clan is one of the 3 most powerful ancient clans in the Tianshu Empire, and has great influence in the Tianshu Imperial City. After entering Tianshu Imperial City, Ning Xiaochuan did not immediately go to visit the Jin clan, but hid his identity and planned to observe for a few days first. After all, he offended the Li nationality and could not easily expose his identity. Once his identity was exposed, he would certainly bring murder and robbery to himself. Moreover, he just made friends with Master Jin Pan of the Jin nationality, and did not know the attitude of other members of the Jin nationality. Master Jin Pan is not in Tianshu Imperial City, and he does not know other people of the Jin family. It is not necessarily a good thing for him to appear rashly. However, just arrived at the Tianshu Imperial City, I didn't meet the children of the Jin family, but I met Yu Mingsong first. Yu Mingsong was loosely dressed and came from a young family. Coming out of the building, his clothes were very messy. When he saw Ning Xiaochuan, he was slightly stunned, rubbed his eyes, and said, "I wipe, Ning Xiaochuan, you have also been sent to Tianshu Imperial City? Why didn't you say it earlier? I thought I was alone in tracing this matter." Ning Xiaochuan looked up and down Yu Mingsong's body, saw a bright red lipstick on Yu Mingsong's neck, showed a little smile, and said, "Why are you in Tianshu Imperial City? What are you looking for? Don't you know? Ling is missing. It's your friend Nya, who originally asked her to take the red dragon Ling to get something, but after taking the thing, she disappeared in the Tianshu Imperial City." This matter caused a great shock in the Tiandi Mountain, and the top asked for a thorough investigation. Yu Mingsong's serious way. "Ask for a monthly ticket." Ning Xiaochuan said, "How can Tiandi Mountain send you to investigate such a big matter? Look down on me?" Yu Mingsong rolled his eyes and said, "Although my cultivation is not too high, I am also the core disciple of the top 100 in the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain. Moreover, I am extremely intelligent, quick-thinking and insightful. It is difficult for Tiandi Mountain to find a second outstanding person who integrates cultivation and intelligence like me. Can't you deny this? It's really hard to find a second hero." Ning Xiaochuan added, "Then how did you run out of the green building just now? Look. There is always a big difference between smart people and not smart people. You can never think of anything I can think of." Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "I don't know what you, a smart man, thought of that I didn't think of. Yu Mingsong wrapped his belt around it and said, "How beautiful is the spirit girl of Tiandi Mountain. If she disappeared in Tianshu Imperial City, she must have been caught by someone in the evil way and sold into Qinglu. If I want to find her, I can only go to the Qing building, one girl after another, to verify their bodies and complete the tasks assigned above as soon as possible." Is this the way of thinking of a smart person? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong said, "Haven't you been convinced by my wisdom?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Don't forget, Niao Lanqin is the spiritual daughter of Tiandi Mountain and the top 3 strong person of the young generation. Who can catch her without knowing it? What green building can trap a heaven and man venerable? Ai. Ning Xiaochuan, you just came here, and you don't know the distribution of power of the Tianshu Imperial City at all, let alone the degree of danger here. Not to mention the heaven and man venerable, even the Shantian venerable, whose cultivation reaches the 4th realm of heaven and man, can be killed." Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Don't worry. Niao Lanqin can't be anything. No one can get her in the Tianshu Empire. I have another amazing thing to tell you. This is not a place to talk, so I have to change a place. With the cultivation of Queen Wanyin, if someone can sell her to Qing building, that's a big strange thing." Yu Mingsong said, "Come with me. Let's go to a secret Taoist temple in Tianshu Emperor City in Tiandi Mountain." Yu Mingsong led the way in front, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong followed, walked through the bustling street and busy downtown, and walked into a rather remote urban area. In this urban area, there are jungles and mountains everywhere, and only some scattered streets and buildings are arranged on the periphery. Although it is somewhat incompatible with the bustling imperial city, there are many strong figures of martial arts. Many practitioners like quietness rather than downtown, so they live in Yunjing Mountain. Yunjing Mountain is a mountain in the city, and one of the most spiritual places for monks to practice in the Tianshu Imperial City. The secret Taoist temple of Tiandi Mountain is built in Yunjing Mountain. A Taoist temple built in pine forest is usually guarded by more than a dozen external disciples. When major changes occur, important information in the city of Tianshu Emperor will be transmitted back to Tiandi Mountain. See Elder Martial Brother Yu. Seeing Yu Mingsong coming back, all the outside disciples greeted him and saluted respectfully. It's a joke. The core disciples of Tiandi Mountain have a high status and strong cultivation. If they can get the guidance of Elder Martial Brother Yu, it's definitely great luck for them. Well, don't salute. Yu Mingsong straightened his chest and looked like a Taoist expert. He strode forward, taking Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong into the Taoist temple. Entering the Taoist temple, they came to the place where Yu Mingsong usually practiced. They sat cross-legged beside a jade platform. Yu Mingsong stared at Xiaohong, touched the beard on his chin, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, if I remember correctly, isn't this the little girl you brought last time?" "No." Ning Xiaochuan touched Xiaohong's head with a smile on his face. In Demong's, Ning Xiaochuan was supposed to leave with Xiaolinger, but the king refused. She said that if Ning Xiaochuan took Xiaolinger away, he would not protect Yulan Empire. To be honest, it is absolutely impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to avoid the killing of the demon clan with the people of Jiang'a Marquis and Yusasai's family by one person if the king of Qinghe doesn't protect the Yulan Empire. Therefore, we can only leave Xiaolinger and leave with Xiaohong. In fact, the relationship between King Qingyu and Xiaolinger is quite good. The catastrophe of the Terran is coming. Leaving Xiaolinger by Ning Xiaochuan's side is more dangerous to Xiaolinger. Keep Xiaolinger by the side of King Qingyu, at least don't worry about her safety. Yu Mingsong's eyes were strange and said, "I think this little girl is very cute. She is carved with powder and jade, with bright eyes and white teeth. Won't you have any special hobbies?" Xiaohong seemed to realize that Yu Mingsong was talking about her. She raised her head, squinted her eyes, smiled and said, "Uncle, do you have anything to eat? Of course, uncle, there are big bananas here. Do you want to eat them? Yu Mingsong laughed. Xiaohong shook her head and said, I want to eat pure blood? The holy fish that cultivates demon yuan, uncle, do you have it? Yu Mingsong was startled and said, little girl, how dare you eat yuan xingyu? Are you eating too much? Xiaohong added her little tongue, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and said, I ate a holy fish not long ago, and my cultivation seems to have reached the level of a big demon. Brag. How old are you? A big demon-level, holy fish, can eat hundreds of little girls like you in a minute. Yu Mingsong thought Xiaohong was cute. He took out a finger and touched Xiaohong's chin. Roar. Xiaohong's mouth gave out a dragon roar and spit out a dragon fire. Ah. God extinguishes the dragon fire. Ah. Help. Yu Mingsong's whole body burned up, and immediately jumped up from the ground, crying for his father and mother, rushed out of the gate, and jumped into a pool in the Taoist temple with a pop. The flame that little red spits out is so terrible that even the armor on the Holy Fish King can melt. Even if Yu Mingsong jumped into the pool, he could not extinguish the flame on his body. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and asked Xiaohong to take back the dragon fire, so as not to cause human life. Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid to burn Yu Mingsong to death. After all, Yu Mingsong is a master of forging tools, and naturally he is also a master of playing with fire. Ordinary flames can't burn him. Shit. This dragon cub has actually opened its mind. Ning Xiaochuan, you told me. I knew she was the dragon cub, so I wouldn't bother her. Yu Mingsong crawled out of the pool, his whole body was charred, his hair was burned to ashes, and only his teeth and eyes were white. Xiaohong blinked her eyes and said, Uncle Yu, where's the big banana? Hee hee. Yu Mingsong smiled bitterly, sat in the farthest corner from Xiaohong, and said, I'll buy you a big banana later. My uncle needs to talk about big things with Ning Xiaochuan first. By the way, Ning Xiaochuan, what big things? The news that the demon clan wants to kill human beings has not yet reached Tianshu Imperial City, and Yu Mingsong naturally does not know it. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan told him the whole story. After hearing this, Yu Mingsong's face became more dignified than ever before. He stood up and paced back and forth in the secret room. After a while, he said, Did the news get back to Tiandi Mountain? Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, It has been passed back at the first time. At the moment, Yu Mingsong didn't look like a fool at all. He said, as early as 200 years ago, there was a strange man in northern Xinjiang who predicted that the human beings in northern Xinjiang would suffer a catastrophe. However, he didn't expect that the initiator of the catastrophe was the Tianming demon emperor who had died for nearly 1,000,000 years. Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised and said, 200 years ago, someone predicted the catastrophe of human beings in northern Xinjiang? Yu Mingsong nodded and said, That strange man is the leader of another holy land in northern Xinjiang, the Four-Elephant Holy Land. Of course, it's too late to say this now. The key is how to deal with the Tianming demon emperor. Moreover, the Zhenren Tower, the supreme imperial instrument specially for dealing with the strong of human beings, has also been born, which will be a huge threat to the strong of human beings. It would be great if we could find the demon-suppressing tower refined by the purple and gold royal family. With the power of the demon-suppressing tower, we might be able to resist the slaughter of demon and beast races. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yu Mingsong with strange eyes. He always felt that this guy was very problematic. He actually knew a lot of things that ordinary people didn't know. Why are you looking at me with this kind of eyes? I'm worried about the fate of the human race, and I'm not a young man like you can understand this kind of morality and sentiment. Yu Mingsong sighed. Ning Xiaochuan said, The heavenly demon emperor is not really reborn, just the idea left behind comes out of the seal, and human beings may not have no chance. I'm curious that the heavenly demon emperor can leave ideas. Does other human secondary gods not leave one or two ideas? Yu Mingsong shook his head and said, even the secondary god needs to pay a huge price if he wants to leave an idea. An idea of the secondary god can only live for 7 years, but the secondary god has to pay 100 times the price. In other words, if the secondary god wants to leave an idea, he will reduce his lifespan by 700 years. The heavenly dream demon emperor left 49 thoughts, which reduced the lifespan of 34,300 years. No god would pay such a heavy price, just to leave a few thoughts, which is not worth it. At the cost of losing 34,300 years of life, Tianming, demon emperor, left 79 ideas, which must have a great plot. Not necessarily. She wants to use some kind of secret method to rebirth herself in this era. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's really possible. Otherwise, no creature would be willing to pay such a heavy price. After all, the life of the secondary god is limited. Yu Mingsong said, not necessarily, it's related to this Terran catastrophe. If it's just an idea of Tianming demon emperor, it may not be invincible in the world. However, if she is reborn against the sky, let alone North Xinjiang, it's estimated that the whole Terran will be in great trouble. I have to stop her. It seems that I have to do something. The so-called chaotic times make heroes. I didn't expect that Yu Mingsong was also born in troubled times. Is it God wants me to become a hero, to save the common people? How can I be? Tianming demon emperor and Jinren Tower are enough to make the whole north. The Terran monks in Xinjiang were terrified, and even the major holy lands would be destroyed. However, when the sky fell, it was borne by tall people. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, you don't have to think about dealing with the Tianming demon emperor, or the demon emperor and queen of the major demon families, as long as you can improve your cultivation and protect your friends and relatives around you. Do as much as you can. You must find the extinguished demon fire immediately. Ning Xiaochuan said, you have been to Tianshu Imperial City for a long time. How much do you know about the Jin clan? Jin clan? Yu Mingsong smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, that's right, the world is about to suffer a great disaster, so we really should find a big tree to rely on. After all, the Jin family is one of the 3 ancient families of the Tianshu Empire, and this big tree is still very strong. He felt that Ning Xiaochuan wanted to take refuge in the Jin nationality and get the protection of the Jin nationality in order to deal with the upcoming human catastrophe. He added, however, the Jin clan is not monolithic, and there are also many branches and power struggles inside. In fact, many Jin clan elders do not agree with your marriage with the eldest daughter of the Jin clan, Jin Ling. They think that Jin Ling should marry into the royal family and become the crown princess, which is more beneficial to the Jin clan. One more thing, you must be careful. You killed Li's first Tianjiao, Li Chonglu. A big man of Li has said that even if you are the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain, you must kill to pay for your life. Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid of Li nationality. Although the base camp of Li nationality is also in Tianshu Imperial City, as long as Ning Xiaochuan doesn't take the initiative to expose his identity, Li nationality can't help him. The key question is how to inquire about the news of annihilating the evil fire from the clansmen of the Jin clan without revealing their identity? Who can Ning Xiaochuan trust in the Jin nationality? It's really not an easy thing to get the silent magic fire. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Yu Mingsong said, if you really want to go to the Jin clan, you can find someone first. That person can be trusted. Who? Your brother-in-law. My brother-in-law? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong said, Jin Ling doesn't have a brother, but also an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. Haven't you met Jin Wuhuan? Ning Xiaochuan said, so you're talking about him? Yes. He is now in Tianshu Imperial City. Yu Mingsong laughed. While Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong were talking in the Taoist temple, a group of mysterious monks quietly entered Yunjing Mountain and rushed towards the direction of Tiandi Mountain Taoist temple. A man covered with black scales, riding on the back of a lion monster, holding a 3-foot-long ancient gun, looked at the Taoist temple in the distance, and said, "Yunji, the Taoist temple in front of him is really the secret Taoist field of Tiandi Mountain in Tianshu Imperial City?" An enchanting woman, dressed in black robes, but exposed a large area of snow-white skin, her legs were extraordinarily slender, knelt on the ground, and said, "Report back to Tantua Dizong. All the forces of Tianshu Imperial City are under our control, and that Taoist temple is indeed one of the hidden Taoist temples of Tiandi Mountain, and there can be no mistake." The man who was riding on the back of the wild lion monster, his eyes became extremely cold and sharp, and said, "The great empire of Tianshu is about to undergo great changes, so we must rob more cultivation resources before the great changes come, so as to cope with the catastrophe that will happen next. If you want to plunder cultivation resources in Tianshu Imperial City, you must not let Tiandi Mountain intervene, let alone those old guys in the Holy Land. The Blessed One of the Tibetans has ordered that the disciples of Tiandi Mountain and the Taoist temple in the city of Tianshu Emperor be eliminated first, so that the city of Tianshu Emperor will become an isolated city completely isolated from the Holy Land." The enchanting woman said, "According to information, there is a core disciple of Tiandi Mountain in the Taoist temple. I'm afraid his cultivation has reached the realm of heaven and man." "It doesn't matter. A young core disciple is not afraid. I will kill him myself," Tantua Dizong said. Taoist temple, inside the secret room. Ning Xiaochuan is preparing to say goodbye to Yu Mingsong and go to find Jin Wuhuan. Suddenly, his face changed slightly and said, "What a thick smell of blood." Boom. Yu Mingsong broke the door of the secret room and rushed out, only to find that all the external disciples in the whole Taoist temple had been killed, and the ground was full of bodies. Boom. Between heaven and earth, vitality vibrates. 3 meters behind Yu Mingsong, there were ripples, and a thick, murderous spirit rushed out of it. A monk in black armor, holding a blood-red broadback saber, rushed out of the circle of ripples, and cut off Yu Mingsong with a knife. Yu Mingsong slapped his backhand and slapped it out behind him. He hit a large purple electric fire and flew the monk wearing black armor out. He was burned all over and lay on the ground howling constantly. Yu Mingsong looked light and lightly flicked his foot, saying faintly, "You are too brave to dare to kill at Tianqing Temple." A lot of footsteps sounded. More than a dozen martial monks wearing black armor rushed into the Taoist temple, broke all the arrays in the Taoist temple, guarded in more than a dozen positions, and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong in the center. Their bodies, with a cold evil breath, murderous, obviously not ordinary killers. Yunji, with a black veil, turned into a faint light and fell on the top of the gate of the Taoist temple. Holding a war sword flashing with black light, he sneered and stared at Yu Mingsong, saying, "Are you the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain?" Yu Mingsong said, "Knowing that my child is the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain, with high status and noble status, I dare to kill here. Don't you want to live?" Hee hee. I really think Tiandi Mountain is great. In the near future, Tiandi Mountain may also disappear and become a dead land. It's just a core disciple. Why don't we dare to kill it? Yunji's smile is very charming, and laughter can make people uneasy. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed, and the other party seemed to know that the Terran catastrophe was coming, so he was so unscrupulous. Sure enough, before the demon clan's army came over, the interior of the Terran was already in chaos. Yu Mingsong looked at the enchanting woman standing above and said, "You don't have a big chest, but your tone is not small. Tiandi Mountain is the holy land that has been passed on for thousands of years. Do you think it will be destroyed if you say it will be destroyed?" Yunji's mouth gave a cold laugh. "Believe it or not, Tiandi Mountain is indeed going to be destroyed, and the Tianshu Empire will become a wasteland. All human beings on this land will die. Only those who believe in the earth, Tibetan King Buddha, can survive in the dark. You are the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain, which means you are also a rare talent. If you are willing to submit to the Dizang King sect, then you can also become a lucky person who lives in the great disaster. Yu Mingsong was a little surprised and said, "So you're from the Dizang King clan. What's your identity? You're qualified to attract me?" "I'm the core disciple of Xingtu and an outstanding talent of the younger generation." Yunji said, "I'm the Yunji messenger under the seat of Lord Tanda Dizang. If you are willing to join Dizang King sect, Tanda Dizang will naturally accept you as an apprentice in person. At that time, your status in Dizang King sect will not be lower than that in Tiandi Mountain." Yu Mingsong said with a smile, "There must be some benefits to join the Dizang King sect. For example, give me a beautiful beauty. If I can give you to me, I can consider joining the Dizang King sect." Yunji sneered and said, "Don't be shameful. I really think the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain are great. Even if you have extreme talent, you have just worshipped Tiandi Mountain. If this messenger wants to kill you, it won't take much effort." Yunji has reached the realm of heaven and man, and has a high status in the local Tibetan King sect. In her opinion, Yu Mingsong has just worshipped Tiandi Mountain, and it is impossible to reach the realm of heaven and man. Since the Tibetans are so insincere, I think it's better to forget it. "Brother Ning, let's go." Yu Mingsong said he was leaving. "Still want to go?" Yunji said, "Take them down for me." The dozen monks in black armor attacked Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong at the same time. "Who?" Just then, a red shadow flew by, spitting out a red flame in his mouth, and immediately lit the more than a dozen monks wearing black armor, like more than a dozen huge fire lanterns. "Ah! Help!" A moment later, the more than 10 martial monks were all burned to ashes, and their bones were gone. Xiaohong has 2 pigtails tied on her head and sits on the wall with a giggling voice in her mouth. It's like burning more than 10 strong human beings. It's not a big deal. Yunji was startled. He had never seen such a terrible flame, and even burned more than a dozen strong people in Dizun territory into fly ash in a moment. If the flame fell on her, could she resist it? Yu Mingsong was also startled when he saw Xiaohong spit out the flame, and immediately retreated to the distance for fear of catching the dragon fire again. When the dragon fire burned the more than a dozen monks, Yu Mingsong jumped out again, exhaled a long breath, stared up, and said, "Yunji, you also saw that my little niece is very strong, and you can't be her opponent. I think you are in good shape, and your appearance should be no worse. If you are willing to submit to me and be my maid, I decide to spare your life." Yunji snorted coldly, with an angry look in her eyes. "Ow!" A monster roared. A man wearing black scale armor and holding a 3-foot-old gun flew from a distance on a wild lion demon beast, with his feet on a black magic cloud, lightning and thunder overhead, and his momentum was extremely huge. The body of the wild lion monster was huge. 4 monster hoofs trampled on a wooden building, turned it into ruins, and fell steadily into the Taoist temple. "Meet Lord Tantua Dizang." Yunji immediately flew down from above and knelt under the wild lion and monster, saluting respectfully. "Get up." Tantua Dizang didn't look at Yunji more, but gently raised his hand to her. He stared at Xiaohong sitting on the wall, and a 3-foot-long fine shot out of his pupils. His face showed a surprised look, and said, "What a pure dragon, is it a real dragon cub?" Xiaohong also stared at a pair of round eyes. Her eyes dribbled and turned. She stared at the wild lion and monster under the Tantua underground hiding seat, gently added her lips, and said, "Wow. A wild lion that has cultivated demon yuan. The taste must be very delicious. Is it roasted or boiled?" Black lines appeared on the forehead of Tantua Dizang. It was the first time to hear someone dare to eat his mount. However, the thought that the other party was a real dragon cub immediately relieved. The cubs of the real dragon can never be found, and they are not comparable to those of the Yalong. If you can catch this real dragon cub and present it to the Blessed One of the Tibetan King of the Earth, you will definitely get a rich reward from the Blessed One of the Tibetan King of the Earth. The martial arts cultivation of Tantua Dizang is obviously much stronger than Yunji. It is like a magic mountain standing in front of people, majestic and powerful. It says, "Real dragon cub, are you willing to submit to Dizang King's sect?" Xiaohong was stunned, pointed at herself with her fingers, and said, "Real dragon cub? Are you talking about me?" "Naturally, I'm talking about you." Tantua Dizang roared. Xiaohong shook her head hard. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan turned into a 7-color streamer, moved sideways, fell beside Xiaohong, condensed into a human form, stared at Tantua Dizang, and said, "No matter who you are, you'd better get out now, or you won't have a chance to leave later." Tantua Dizang glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said in a cold voice, "Are you also a disciple of Tiandi Mountain?" "It doesn't matter if you are a disciple of Tiandi Mountain, at least on the territory of Tianshu Empire, it's not your turn to speak." Ning Xiaochuan roared. "Young man, you are too arrogant. Even the top 10 Tianjiao of the young generation of Tiandi Mountain dare not be so arrogant in front of this seat." Tanto Dizang was a little angry, and with a wave of his arm, a black magic gas cut out. Ning Xiaochuan also waved his arm, cut out an electric light, and split the black magic gas. Ning Xiaochuan didn't retreat but advanced, strode forward, stepped 5 feet away, condensed the sun and moon marks with both hands, holding the sun and moon marks with one hand, and bombarded at the same time. The sun and the moon are on the same day. Tantua Dizang sat firmly on the back of the wild lion monster, shook the ancient gun in his hand, and stabbed out 79 black gun-ons, forming a round power light wave with a diameter of 30 meters. Boom! A huge force rushed out, shaking Tanto Dizang to take off, backward, and fell to the top of a Taoist temple in the distance. "Good young man, have the cultivation of the 4th realm of heaven and man?" Tantua Dizang was a little surprised. He looked at the cracked tiger's mouth and immediately moved his vitality to make the cracked tiger's mouth heal again. In Tianshu Imperial City, masters of heaven and man are rare. The masters of Xianjing Tianjing are even rarer. They are the top masters in any force, and they can take charge of one side alone. With the power of Xiantian Venerable, even in the Tianshu Empire, it is a first-class power. When did such a powerful young man come out of Tianshu Imperial City? Is it the strong one cultivated by the 3 ancient tribes? Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly surprised that Tantua Dizang was not injured. You know, with Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, even the Xiantian Venerable cannot catch his magical powers without injury. Tantua Dizang looked very calm and said, "Who are you? Are you the core disciple of the older generation of Tiandi Mountain? I told you long ago that it doesn't matter who I am." Ning Xiaochuan spread out his palm, and 10 sword lights rushed out of the palm and suspended around his body. Each war sword exudes the aura of 9 Xuanqi levels. Its power is released, and the sword qi radiates in 10 directions, turning the whole Taoist temple into a sword qi field. Because Ning Xiaochuan's breath was so strong that he startled the monks in Yunjing Mountain, and everyone saw the sword rising into the sky. 10 9-grade Xuanqi level swords. Tantua Dizang's face changed slightly, and immediately fell back on the back of the wild lion monster. Riding the monster, he broke through the clouds and disappeared soon. After seeing Tantua Dizang escape, Ning Xiaochuan put away the 10 war swords and took all his vitality back into his body. Unexpectedly, he escaped. "Why don't you kill him?" Yu Mingsong said with some disappointment. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Tantua Dizang's cultivation has reached the 5th realm of heaven and man. He lives in heaven. There are hundreds of thousands of rules in his body. His cultivation is extremely strong. It's not easy to kill him. If I really fight with him, I'm sure all the monks in Tianshu Imperial City will be shocked. It's very disadvantageous for me. Yu Mingsong also knows that the base camp of Li nationality is in Tianshu Imperial City. Once Ning Xiaochuan's identity is exposed, it is really not a good thing. What Ning Xiaochuan really taboo is the Li nationality. Ning Xiaochuan added, I don't think Tantua Tibetans want to cause too much noise, so I choose to retreat immediately. I don't know what the origin of Tibetans is. Yu Mingsong said, I don't know very well, but I know that the Dizong King clan is the largest dark force in the Tianshu Imperial City, which has subdued many demons and heretics, and its strength is quite strong. Moreover, the Dizong King clan has also expanded very widely in the secular world, and has their industries in many places. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yunji standing not far away and said, maybe she can tell us the secret about the Dizong King sect. When Tantua Dizong ran away, he didn't take Yunji away at all. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, Yunji immediately knelt down in fear, her delicate body trembled, and said, My lord, the secret of Dizong Wangzong can't be said. Once it's said, it's dead. In Yunji's view, the cultivation of Tantua Dizong is already unattainable, like a god. However, Ning Xiaochuan startled the Tantua underground Tibet away, which showed that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was more terrible than the Tantua underground Tibet. She can't offend a person of this level. However, she was more afraid of the Tibetan King sect, and knew very well that the way the Tibetan King sect treated traitors would definitely make life worse than death. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's just a dark organization. Why can't we say? Can Dizong Wangzong be stronger than Tiandi Mountain? Yunji shook his head and said, adults don't know. Although Tiandi Mountain is powerful, it is far away from the horizon. In Tianshu Imperial City, anyone who offends the local Tibetan Emperor sect will die within 3 days. Ning Xiaochuan said, don't worry, answer my question boldly. That is, I guarantee you that you will never die in 3 days. Yunji lowered his head tightly, pursed his lips, and said with a struggling look in his eyes, although adults are shocked to retreat from Tantua Dizong, Dizong King clan is still 10 times and 100 times stronger than Tantua Dizong. If the existence of that level takes action, even across a void, it can kill slaves. Slaves, dare not sell Dizong King clan. Ning Xiaochuan said impatiently, do you really think that I can't know if you don't tell me? If I use secret arts to absorb the information in your mind, you will suffer 10 times at that time. Yunji was startled, sweating all over, and said in fear, I'm stupid. If you ask me casually, I'll tell you all. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, you just said that the king of Tibetans still exists 10 times and 100 times stronger than Tantua Tibetans? Is that true? There are few monks in Xianjing heaven in the secular world. Tantua Dizong is the cultivation of Mingjingshan. It is absolutely a senior figure in the 3 ancient tribes. How can Dizong Wangzong be so powerful that he has a stronger existence than Mingjing Tian? Yunji said, there are 6 Tibetans in the King of Tibetans, namely, Tantua Tibetans, Baozhu Tibetans, Bowing Tibetans, Holding Tibetans, Guy Barrier Tibetans, and Sunlight Tibetans. All of the 6 Tibetans have great magical powers and power, and have been cultivated for hundreds of years, and have been earth-shaking masters of evil families. All things of the King of Tibetans are managed by 6 Tibetans. However, above the 6 Tibetans, there is another King of Tibetans. It is said that the cultivation of the Lord Tibetans has been thorough and omnipotent. After more than 1,000 years of cultivation, he is invincible in the Tianshu Empire. However, the slaves have never seen the real body of the Lord Tibetans, and the Lord Tibetans rarely appears in front of people. In addition to the 6 Tibetans and the King of Tibetans, there are other masters of the King of Tibetans sect. However, their identities are very high, and the status of slaves is low, so they know very little about them. Yu Mingsong said, boast. If that Tibetan king is really invincible in the world and doesn't kill the emperor of the Tianshu Empire, how can he hide in the dark if he is emperor himself? Yunji said, "What you said is absolutely true. The divine power of the king of Tibet is indeed incomparable, just like a god. If it weren't for the taboo of Tiandi Mountain, a mere Tianshu Empire would have been in his bag." Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "How did you know we were disciples of Tiandi Mountain? Why did you kill us?" Yunji hesitated a little and said, "The influence of Tibetans in the city of Tianshu Emperor is huge, and has already penetrated into all walks of life. We all know Tiandi Mountain in all Daochang of Tianshu Emperor City. Any disciple of Tiandi Mountain who enters the city of Tianshu Emperor, we can get the news at the first time. Lord Yu Mingsong came to Tianshu Imperial City half a month ago. During this period, he visited 12 green buildings and spent the night alone with 13 women." Cough. Yu Mingsong coughed twice, intending Yunji to continue saying, "Pick up the key point and say." Yunji said, "Just 2 days ago, the separate arrival of the king of Tibetans told us a shocking secret that the major demon clans were going to carry out the largest massacre of human civilization in Xinjiang, and all the sacred lands could not be spared. And he ordered the 6 Tibetans to make every effort to disintegrate the Daochang of Tiandi Mountain in Tianshu Emperor City, and remove all Tiandi Mountain disciples in Tianshu Emperor City. I owe you a chapter today. I will pay it back as soon as possible tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. By the way, this chapter belongs to March 2nd. There is still a chapter due on March 2nd, and it has not been changed on March 3rd, today. Lest some book friends say that they owe more a few days ago. Old 9 knows the number of chapters updated, but there have been more entertainment during the recent Chinese New Year, and the update time is unstable.